We entered Krakow, Poland with one goal in mind: find the Apex champion. After 2 days of gruesome competition, 80 teams from around the world battled it out, and now only 30 remain. Today, at the end of the road, stands a trophy, an opportunity, but more importantly, the honor of being declared the first ever Apex Legends Preseason Invitational champion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin. The players are ready for the drop ship, pop clip. Let's see who the Arc Star sticks. This is the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. This is Championship Sunday.
Hello everybody and welcome to Championship Sunday of the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational, where we have 30 of the best teams in the world competing for their share of $500,000. It's been nothing but storyline after storyline this weekend. We've had Cinderella stories. We've seen the dominance of teams like TSM, and to bring the action to you guys all weekend, it has been a pleasure to be alongside Jamerson and Glitter Explosion.
Thank you so much, Fallout. I am so excited for this weekend because we have so many storylines to really cover. And honestly, one thing that I really want to bring up, my boys in Complexity, a huge turnaround from the X Games, and now here they are in the top 30.
I am also maybe a little bit more excited than you are to be here. I don't know. We'll have that fight later. However, I cannot wait to see the games that we have in store for us today. We have amazing brackets ahead of us. I've got a ton of teams that I'm looking forward to. I'm going to call out Misfits right now, but we'll get to them later. I know we've got a bunch of stuff we need to set up before we can even talk about all that good stuff.
You guys are already bringing the fire with the Complexity and Misfits call out. I'm sitting here talking about the obvious ones like TSM and 789. You guys are bringing some action to Complexity and, of course, Misfits, who we're looking forward to watching today. But before we do that, let's go ahead and break down the tournament so far. These players, Misfits, Complexity included, are playing for their share of $500,000, as referenced earlier. First place will take home $105K, all the way down to 10th place with $12,000 of an opportunity here. And guess what? It's not just top 10 teams that are getting paid. If you make it, if you qualify, if these losers bracket final teams can make it to the grand finals, they have a chance to take home a guaranteed $4,800. Amazing stuff, life-changing money already, and we're just getting started with the Preseason Invitational, baby.
That's the important part, right? We have 10 teams that know they have secured at least $4,800. But our first matchup of the day, I mean, that's going to see who's going to be moving on to the top 20. And so these are going to be some tight games. And we saw in that 4-round format that we had yesterday, it was really sick.
Yeah, of course. Let's go ahead and speaking of the top 10 teams, we're going to go watch the losers bracket final. Let's see how they got here, because that's one of my favorite parts about this tournament. As an esports nerd myself, the way that this has all gone down. For the first time ever, we have seen a double elimination format in a Battle Royale major tournament. That's right, we've had a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket, which, by the way, has set up some amazing Cinderella stories and comeback stories through teams grinding through that loser's bracket. Of course, all teams were initially placed in winner's bracket rounds 1, grouped into groups A through D. 10 teams qualified for winner's bracket round 2. The bottom 10 teams per match made it down to the loser's bracket and grinded their way back, so on and so forth, until we got to where we're at here, the loser's bracket final coming up. Of course, it was 3 matches per series then. Now, it's finals time, baby. We got 4-match series for our loser's bracket final. We saw it last night, and in that championship final, we got a little something different. Walk me through it, Glitter.
So this is going to function a little bit differently than what probably most our BR viewers are used to. We are functioning off of a match point system for our finals today, which means our teams will be accruing points the way that they have been over the weekend thus far, whether that's through their placements or through their kills, but they need to meet a threshold of 50 points. Once they are able to do so, they still have to win yet another game before they can be crowned our Apex Legends champions. And trust me, this is going to cause potentially some insane team fighting, strategy changes last minute. I'm excited for it.
I couldn't sleep last night just thinking about the idea of like a 20-game final, which I know sounds crazy to some, but let me tell you, these three on the desk, we love some Apex legends. If it goes to the distance in the championship final, that would be amazing. But let's talk about how they're going to accrue the opportunity to gain those 50 points with the point distribution here. If you play Apex at home, you're familiar with this structure, very similar to online ranked play, and a big shout out to EA's competitive gaming group for putting this together in the online format, because very, very similar. However, slight differences here. First through fifth place will all get unique points. That's a little bit different. And keep an eye at those points, because really, you can see there, 3 points difference from first to second, 12 points then 9, 7 points for third, 5 points for fourth, and 4 points for fifth. That's a pretty steep drop off, so it's going to make a big difference in the end here. Of course, the other difference, we're going all the way to 15th place. You get a point for placing 15th. You're playing against the best players in the world. You deserve that extra point versus top 10 online.
I also love that we have that at the top. Each kill equals 1 point. And we got to see how much of a difference that makes, because it is not capped at all. We were seeing players popping off with 8, 10 kills in a game, and that made the huge difference for them to be able to move on in some of these games.
Yeah, we've seen 20-plus kill games from Wyvern, 789, a couple other teams. It's been crazy to see these uncapped kill points as well. And we also have a little something called the Apex Predator.
You have been the most excited for the Apex Predator. If you guys don't know what the Apex Predator is, it's going to be the award that will be given to our player in the finals with the most amount of kills. Now, Snipedown got it at X Games.
He's still alive.
He's still alive.
Still here. He is hanging on by just the tiniest thread. So maybe he can do, a repeat performance with that.
Back-to-back controller performance for Apex Predator, which is crazy to think about, but I don't know. Xania's been looking pretty good, and I think Xania's already in that finals. My bet on that one is Xania. We'll jump into predictions later, of course, but of course, if you don't know who Xania is, I don't blame you, because before this weekend, not many people did. Xania coming from Russia and absolutely dominating with that 789 squad, who, by the way, just picked up their third. Fortunately for them, their original third, along with Esdesu, was not allowed to compete in this tournament, was unable to make it due to unforeseen circumstances, and they're still performing the way they are. Yesterday was storyline after storyline. TSM, of course, is alongside 789 in that final. Let's go ahead and take a look at the recap of yesterday's action to show you how it broke down. Apex Legends Preseason Invitational, where we are getting ready for day 2 of what has already been an unbelievable start to a tournament.
Let's go! Up top. He's one! Watch this one! Get out of here!
There's a lot of really, really great teams, and we're going to try to do our best.
9 squads remaining, and we are here for a Skull Town finish. Great shot there with the longbow. Oh, it's going to get real tight here. 3 squads left here. Taking a look at Nicola Fnatic EU once again. Looking so strong. We'll stay on board with them here through this. Going to drop down with the Peacekeeper. First does not hit, but the second one does. Wingman is out as well. Can they get the pick here? Yes, indeed. Nice! Oh my God!
The event's awesome so far. The venue's great, the location's pretty cool. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, but it's awesome. I really liked it, yeah, it's good.
Grabs a beacon, let's see if they can land the shots here. What a story it would be. The swap! Yes, no, it's low! It's not the swap. They wanted just going for a kill here. Can he get the shots? There's that now! You get the gosh! Are you kidding me? Right here is going to be Hal. Now right here on board with help. He's trying to stay alive in the ring. He will go down. 3 squads left there. TSM goes down now here. Back to VP. They will be your winners of game.
Right now we just feel amazing knowing that we came, we accomplished what we wanted, and now we're here.
Heartbreak and heart race ensued yesterday on Elimination Saturday as we had 50 teams eliminated from the tournament. In addition to that, we saw the likes of Xania, Sign, Nicola make some big plays, and I'm telling you right now, their heart was racing, that's for sure. Such exciting action yesterday and on Saturday. What were some of the highlights for you guys?
Honestly, one of my highlights was in that lower bracket round. I can't remember which one, but the one where Reciprocity were able to eke on by. I remember talking to Grego after that match, and he said, we just had to hold W. We didn't know who was in front of us, but they were definitely in front of us, and they were in our way, and they had to go down.
I said it yesterday, that was like a scene from a movie as they were sprinting through the canyon, through the river, and somehow Reciprocity clutches up with 10th place, 1 game finish. How about you, Glitter?
I'm not going to lie. it probably wasn't the most action-packed highlight. However, I couldn't have been any more impressed with Help's ability to sneak his way all the way to second place by doing nothing. He ensured his team so many points with that finish that I think that's what actually put them over the edge to make sure they made it into finals.
I just kind of like mini gasped here because I just realized you're right. I think that honestly is what got Misfits a top 10 finish.
It was
That's a
9
lot of
points.
9 points
That
in
would
one
put them
game.
at 19, I believe.
Exactly.
Of course, for those of you who missed it yesterday, Help of Team Misfits was the only player alive. Their entire team, besides him, of course, got eliminated early by the likes of Energy, Dizzy, and co. He hid and survived to top 2, which at this level of play is difficult to do. And of course, he secured his team 9 points and a spot in our grand final. Crazy to think. Yesterday was highlight reel after highlight reel, really showcased Apex Legends in its finest, but you kind of hinted it to it, Jamerson. For me, it was the losers bracket run for so many of these teams. Let's walk through some of those teams that absolutely had to grind yesterday. I know there were quite a few that made it from losers bracket round 1. Team Secret, with their last-minute performance 2 times, they were in 19th place. Game 3 came, they dropped 25 points and won out in that round. That was losers bracket round 2. Crazy performances.
And in the round before that, they had to draw 26 in that final game. It was absolutely nuts. Last-minute addition of Lima coming in for them, and somehow this squad has been working out. They were talking about it. They had some communication playstyle issues, but it looks like they are now gelling and firing all cylinders. I'm super excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, I distinctly also remember a team called Triumph on Friday, and a man named Jamerson, a wild man with wild hair named Jamerson, who predicted Triumph as the dark horse. They lost the winners bracket round 1. I'm like, who am I going to have to spend the desk with this weekend? How much does this guy know? Meanwhile, Triumph grinds their way through the losers bracket as well. They're going to be in this losers bracket final as well.
Yeah, their 3rd edition of JMW. They also had a substitute coming in as Evoke wasn't able to come to this tournament. But with Baneless, with Graceful really still, steering the helm there, they were able to find the macro game, find the kills that they needed, and they were able to move on. Definitely still one of my dark horse picks.
Yeah, meanwhile, we actually had a very interesting situation. Wyvern, who was a team that was heavily favored coming into this tournament, got eliminated early in winners bracket round 1, sent down to the losers bracket. I know you were big on Wyvern. They've grinded their way through, them alongside MVP in the losers bracket final.
I was worried they were going to make me look bad for a second there. I had put a lot of my eggs in the Wyvern basket.
The Korea basket, honestly.
You're right. I did pick MVP as well, and now we're they're almost there.
They're both there?
Right? They're right on the cusp, and I'm hoping that they can kind of make me look good at this point. They've been doing well. They struggled. They started off really, really strong, and then they struggled in the mid-game of the overall tournament, right? And that's kind of put them in the position that they're in now, but as long as they can come out of the gate strong today, they should be in a good spot to get into finals.
Yeah, that's been a key storyline. How will the Koreans show up in their first international debut? They've showed up pretty strong so far, making my friend Glitter here look very good, I will admit. However, the story is TSM and 789 in my eyes. North America, best American team going up against best European team. No one really expected it, but 789's been performing. If you're a fan of any of the above rosters, we got an action-packed day for you. Let's check out the schedule and show you when the action is going to be taking place. To kick things off at 1:30 local time, that's 7:30 a.m. Eastern time for any of you early birds out there, we have our losers bracket final where we have so many teams like Complexity, like Wyvern, like MVP that will be competing, breathing, fighting, kicking, clawing for their chance back to the grand final following that match, which will be at 5 o'clock local time. That's 11 o'clock Eastern for the not-so-early birds over back in the American side of things. Mark your calendars, set your clocks, because I'll tell you right now, the new grand final format we've been talking about will not disappoint.
Yeah, I am absolutely loving this format because a lot of teams have talked about how they're going to change up their playstyle once they do hit that threshold, or also a lot of the teams from the lower bracket were talking about how they're going to change up their playstyle once they make it into the finals.
Oh, and I feel like that could potentially go really, really poorly. We saw it almost start off the weekend very aggressive and then it slowed down to the point where at the final game of yesterday, there were still a full 20 teams at the end of the third ring. So it ended up getting incredibly conservative, but in my idealistic world, where all of the players decide to get a little wild in finals, I'm hoping that there might be some good teams who say they come out really, really strong right out the gate, have an amazing game 1 or game 2, and kind of know that they've now set themselves up well for the games moving forward. Maybe they'll start gunning for those front runners like the 789 and like the TSM to hopefully shut them down and ensure themselves a better position in the future.
Yeah, I'm excited for that storyline to see if that takes place. I was talking to TSM reps yesterday, the IGL captain of TSM, a lot of respect for for you, buddy. But I was kind of joking with him. I said, look, you guys have been really dominating in the points category. You've hit 50 plus like twice. Can you slow things down in the grand finals, please? Because we want a great series. We want at least 5, 6, 7 matches. We'll see what happens. Is of course that element where after you get 50, any subsequent game following, you have to win it to close it out. A team that does that, tournament's over. You're the champion. So I love that format. You explained it beautifully earlier. And of course, we are very excited for the grand final. But first, we got a match on stage here getting ready to get going. It's our losers bracket final. These teams now don't have that cushion. They have to perform here. Jamerson, I'm going to start with you. Which team are you looking out for? Which team you want to kind of talk through as we head into this losers bracket final?
Here in the lower bracket, I really want to take a look at G2 because they did not have a good day at all yesterday. And this was a team that we were expecting to be consistent across the board. But once they found themselves here, it did not look good at all. I mean, they were last in their groups with 4 points across 4 games. That does not bode well for them at all. We'll see what happened. I mean, there were like some points where they were getting contested on their drops, but they got to find a way to adapt. I mean, this is, what makes champions at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point. We were very, very shocked at G2's performance yesterday. Of course, a very consistent team, arguably one of the most winningest teams in terms of their APL, Apex Pro League performance. Their performance at X Games, taking home a silver medal with Snipe Down under the Reciprocity banner. But Mimu and 0-0, not able to do it big. They have a 17-year-old on their team who's an absolute beast. I'm looking for him to go big here. What G2 will we see today? Glitter, I'm going to ask you the same question. Which team in particular are you looking out for?
I'm actually going to be looking out for Rogue. They were one of the 3 teams at the beginning of the weekend that were able to hit or, go above that 50-point threshold. The other 2 teams being TSM and 789. So they had set themselves up very, very strong at the beginning of the weekend. They finished first in their original group and then 3rd overall in their second grouping, and then they just couldn't keep it together in that final round. So I'm, hopeful that they went back and they kind of thought about what they need to change for today. But if they can perform the way they did the first time around, they should be in a similar position as G2 was, because if G2 does what they did the first time around, they both should be able to get out of there.
I got a lot of respect for Sweet Dreams, Huskers & Co., veterans in the BR scene, but really, I got to be honest, my unbiased self, they laid an egg yesterday in that winners bracket final. We didn't see a huge performance out of them, which is shocking with how talented they are and how remarked they are by their peers. I think it was Albert Lely or Imperial Hal I was talking to at TSM and asked him which teams he respects the most. He said, I've been playing with Rogue for a long time in BR titles. They are as experienced as it gets. So will that experience show here in the losers bracket final is a key question. 2 more teams we talked about earlier. I want to dive a little bit deeper. MVP and Wyvern. Talk to them about their play style. Why do they play the way they do? What's some history behind this team?
One of the things that Wyvern and MVP really like to do is take these fights, right? But the problem is that in taking these fights, there are a lot more teams alive. We were used to seeing during scrims and during X Games that by the end of the 3rd ring, you'd have about 45 people still remaining. The average kills by the end of the 3rd ring was about 15, or actually 19. 19 was the number. But here in Poland, it's gone down to about 6 people dying after 3 rounds. And so that means there's a lot more people alive. That means you have to watch out for the third parties. And we were seeing, especially when we were getting those rings at Broken Cascades over by Containment, and it was third party after third party. It was looking like our regular ranked games.
And I think that's probably what threw them off a little bit, because if they were used to being aggressive in the early to mid game in scrims or in other situations, it's a lot easier to take, a one-on-one fight, or even potentially be third party and turn around and then switch onto that team once you've beat the one that you're fighting. But they don't even have the opportunity to do that. They can't take out 1 or 2 teams here and there because nobody wants that. Mm-hmm. No one wants to take those fights early on. They're waiting until they are all in the smallest possible zone to make it as interesting on all of us while we're watching. But I don't know that strategy-wise or even just practice-wise, they were prepared for that to happen.
Yeah, it really is the commitment to fights for a lot of these teams, right? A lot of these teams are throwing in the towel really quickly. If they lose someone, if someone goes down, they're going to go ahead and cut that limb off and run away and make sure they survive to try and get the placement points, because a lot of teams are putting priority on the placement points.
And that's a good point, but back to the Wyvern conversation, they're not. They're still playing aggressive. We saw yesterday they dropped on Reciprocity at Repulsor, flew at them, dominated them. Snipe Down even admitted it. They got destroyed in that fight. They're not afraid to take those early game fights. So keep in mind, who's also in this lobby? Reciprocity.
Reciprocity's still in here, yeah.
Hey, Blaze Nathanius, gentlemen, you better be watching for Reciprocity Wyvern. Take a note. Blaze is saying he's got me. Thank you, Blaze. I appreciate that. Because I'll tell you right now, that's a key story. What qualified Reciprocity was their ability to adapt, drop Swamp, which they're not the most comfortable with. Split that with which team was there with them? I think it was.
They actually got it for free.
They did. Okay.
They got it absolutely for free, which my mind was blown by that because so many teams actually do like to drop over by swamps.
Yeah, crazy. All swamps by yourself. That's a lot of little huts, a lot of little houses, and a lot of Shrek's land to be able to get loot and survive there. So Reciprocity sat pretty with loot, allowed them to rotate all the way over to River, which we saw again, that cinematic-esque finish where they were picking up kill after kill. Shout out to Frex, Grego, and Snipe Down. They've come together well with just about 3 weeks of practice. And by the way, Snipe Down played in the Halo tournament last week in Atlantic City and got top 2. And now he's playing Apex Legends. I was like, dude, if I'm you, I'm grinding Apex all weekend. He's like, my teammates were cool with it. I'm cool with it. I love Halo. I'm a gamer, man. I'm doing it all. It's crazy.
They're 4 matches away from placing the money once again. So, I mean, things are working out for them. And you talked about adaptability for that team. We saw a vastly different Reciprocity from day 1 to day 2. And I mean vastly different because they had changed up the entire composition of how they were playing.
I mean, it was something that he had even touched on himself. He was comfortable with it. I don't know how many rosters can honestly say that if what they're doing isn't working, they're just going to throw literally all of it out the window and be like, you know, it's fine. We're gonna figure it out on this entirely new setup, and we're gonna succeed, even though it's not necessarily what we were the most comfortable with starting off the weekend.
The only thing that explains that, truthfully, I know we've been talking a lot about him, but you have to pay some homage, is experience and veteranship. You know, he's been competing for a long time, and it's not just Snipe Down. Frex and Grego came from different BRs, I believe, as well. So they have quite the experience on their end.
Yeah, Grego, honestly, he's a consummate gamer. Like we were talking about, a lot of these gamers, a lot of our players this weekend, they have been playing so many different titles, trying to compete in different titles. Battalion, Overwatch, we're coming from H1, Fortnite, so many different backgrounds. Hell, we even had, of course, some StarCraft 2 players, you know? So it's been amazing to see the kind of background that has led up to this weekend.
So what you're saying is that as long as you're just a skilled competitive gamer and you have the LAN experience, you can figure it out.
Just get good, yeah, exactly.
Just get good.
Just get good.
Show up. So
why aren't you playing then, huh, Jamerson?
I'm not good.
What you're saying is just show up. If you played Quake professionally in the 1990s, honestly, it doesn't matter if you played Apex Legends. You'll be fine. You'll be good. Just make an appearance, you know? I mean, Fatality's about to pull up on people real quick if that mentality. I like that.
Speaking of Quake players, we've got Claws in here for Navi also.
Look at this guy.
Maestro, Garpy.
Can someone control him, please?
Yeah. Like Garpy and Hell from Maestro, even though they're not in this top 30, they did Maestro themselves had a pretty good run here. I mean, there's so many teams to talk about. Like, I wish we had more time to be able to talk about all of our 80 competitors.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you brought up Navi because I have them down in my notes here. That was a team I wanted to jump into. Are you surprised that they're not in the championship final right now, or the grand final following this? They're a European powerhouse team.
They were close. They were close. Remember in the winners bracket that NRG moved on in 10th with 22 points. If we take a look at our next two down from the winners bracket, Gamers Origin at 21 points and Navi right below them at 19. And so they were just basically on the bubble, 3 points away, really. 3 kills, 1 squad wipe would have tied them with NRG, and I think they might have been able to walk away with that. So it was super close, and so I am surprised by seeing Navi down here in the lower bracket.
But it certainly doesn't mean that they can't make their way into the finals. The group that they're in potentially might work out well for them. They could easily clean up their gameplay, get it to go well in these games, and they have a good chunk of games to do well in, and we might see them in the finals.
That's true. I mean, we just have run through like 12 teams that are all phenomenal, so it's crazy to think only 10 are going to move on here with the stacked lobby and the losers bracket final. We said the winners bracket final was stacked. Well, we're following up with the stacked losers bracket final as well. A couple teams, though, that maybe you don't think about or talk about very often, we haven't talked about enough this weekend. Alistar, Third Impact, and Team Fire, squads that have grinded through the losers bracket. I think they started in round 2 respectively, and they've performed very, very well. G Dolphin, of course, leading the way on Alistar, but great squad.
Yeah, G Dolphin, P Gildan, and Thex, they have been having a great weekend. I mean, they ended up second, right, in the lower bracket there, in the lower bracket's third round, where they ended up with 40 points. That puts them 1 point behind Wyvern, by the way. Wyvern had one hell of a game 1, and that's where the major bulk of their points came from. But for Alistar, it was just consistency across 3 games. And if they can do that here, that might just move them up to the winner bracket.
Absolutely. And you had also mentioned Third Impact, and that was one of the teams that I had picked as one of my dark horses.
Okay, I'm going to walk off. I'm just going to let you guys do your job. I'm going to leave. I'll be back maybe for the finals, maybe. But you guys just take it away here because this is.
I'm happy that they struggled in the beginning, right? And I had high expectations for them, so I'm glad that they were able to at least make their way all the way into the finals for losers bracket and give themselves that last opportunity.
Yeah, well, here you go on screen right now. Alistar on top, of course, not because they're the number 1 seed, they're the highest alphabetically. That is why, but a great team nonetheless that we were just talking through. A couple more that we haven't talked too much. Gamers Origin, the French squad holding their ground, 11th place. Ringers, formerly 100 Thieves, had a solid performance in the finals. Of course, Space Station Gaming, logically, I've talked a lot about this weekend. Bird, who they just picked up, and I know 2 of them come from California, 1 from Florida. Obviously a long trip. They don't want to end here. They want to bring some money home.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming, another one of those teams that really has a turnaround so far with a change-up in their third from the X Games to this weekend so far. And with the addition of Bird, they dropped Mopark for him. They are doing a bit better, and they are actually, kind of showing up on the kill feed, making a name for themselves here. So it's really great to see that, making these changes have been working out.
Yeah, let's take a look now, however, at our finalists, the best of the best, the cream of the crop. NRG again in 10th place for a second or maybe third time sneaking by. You heard Dizzy speak to it yesterday. Big shout out to Dizzy and all he's done with his burst into the Fortnite scene and fandom. However, 789 has been the story, really dominating. Sentinels, known for their aggression, very, very strong team as well. TSM right after that. Most impressive thing about TSM, and a big shout out to EA for allowing transparency here, they had a disconnect right after the bus drop. Of course, any esports tournament organizer knows if the game already started and the team disconnects, unfortunately the game cannot be replayed. Power went out in their booth, and they didn't play a whole game, and they still got 3rd place. I mean, that you can't ignore that.
With a ton of points. It wasn't like a meager 3rd place.
Yeah.
They were still in the 40s.
They were 3 points
20s.
behind Sentinels.
Yep.
They were 3 points behind Sentinels. So yeah, and completely on brand with Hal. He immediately takes to Twitter, hey, imagine, only being able to play 3/4 of our games and still coming out 3rd overall.
Yep. That's interesting.
Gotta
stuff.
love him. You gotta love him.
You gotta love him. Of course, another interesting thing about TSM and Hal and his vocalness is Virtus Pro. We saw an interview on the main stage on Friday night, and my boy Pierre, I think it was Pierre of Virtus
PJ,
Pro. Yeah, PJ. People call him PJ. It's actually Pierre. Listen, I'm European. I could bond with these people. He called out TSM on stage. You don't want to wake up the Titan or the Giant by any means. And he said, look, all this hype for TSM, we just outplaced them, or we just placed better than them. And meanwhile, they're in a different group. Meanwhile, Hal's in the crowd. He yells, we doubled your points. They're bantering back and forth already. Is Virtus Pro and TSM, EU versus NA, stand up. Europe, let me hear it in the chat right now. You got an advantage because America's not awake yet. But interesting stuff there, that's for sure. Big shout out to this Virtus Pro roster. I have to take a moment to talk about that guy on the far left there. It's Knopf, 28 years old, one of our older competitors of this tournament, still working a full-time job. His coworkers at work call him a snake, kind of jokingly. /not, because he's always snaking his way to get off of work so he can play Apex more often, so he can grind. This is a dream come true for him. The opportunity to play for this Apex Legends Pro roster and a team like Virtus Pro, one of the most reputable organizations in Europe, coming from Russia, a Polish hometown favorite with their CSGO roster. It's a dream come true for him.
A man's got to scrim. And especially if you're representing VP here in Krakow. Katowice is an hour away, and we've seen the kind of crowds that VP can draw. It's not the Polish roster, but still, it's a name that really does draw attention here. So I love that they're here. They're in our grand finals. I mean, there's so many teams that we can really talk about in our grand finals.
In both finals.
Yeah.
Loser bracket or the winners. I mean, there's how many storylines that we've been trying to follow, and we can only get to so many of it. I'm speechless at this point.
It's crazy to think about. Of course, we talked about TSM and Sentinels. We talked a lot about 789 and their Cinderella story, and we have to. How can you not? It's one of the greatest stories I've seen ever hosting a tournament, casting a tournament in esports. Comes out of nowhere from Russia. Female player dominating on the stage. And again, a big shout out to Apex. A big shout out to the Apex community. There hasn't really been, you hate to belabor that point because honestly you shouldn't. Honestly, it's mind over muscle in esports, which is phenomenal. But at the same time, so many other titles will have all female tournaments and that's it. No, I mean, Destiny's been absolutely crushing it as a hero. Xania, though, has really stolen the show.
Yeah, Xania, again, it was great to see. as soon as I got home, I'm on the subreddit, and there's like maybe 5 posts about him. One even made it onto the main subreddit for our Apex, and so it's great to see that like he is getting the recognition. I mean, the kind of plays that he had yesterday are the kind of plays that makes a new streamer, right? That blows up your career, and so I'm excited to see what happens for him after this tournament.
Yeah, of course. Not only that, but the way he reacted. Honestly, can someone make a meme out of this? Because he was literally ice in his veins, did not show even a freckle of emotion or a wrinkle of emotion, and all of a sudden he wins, he wakes up, he's like, oh my God, I just won that match in a 1 versus 3. If you did not watch that clip, a 1 versus 3 clutch for the Bread to kick off our winners bracket final. He had 25 HP in a dream, and a wingman that kind of helps sometimes, against Kick Esports' 125 health in a 1 versus 1. I mean, unbelievable. Hits a shot, connects for a headshot. That's an easy win for him.
Really, that was the only signs of emotions coming out from all 3 of them, from Hexdesu and from Xense. I mean, we were seeing that throughout the winners bracket, whenever they got a victory, the most they would do was just high five, and it was done. That was it. That was all they showed. But yesterday, you can tell that, you know, the emotions are riding just a little bit higher as we're getting closer and closer to our final.
Yeah, craziest thing about them, they just picked up their 3rd. Shout out to their original 3rd at home, supporting their squad. They really look like best friends up there. It really, really shows, and it's amazing to see the 789 roster with a last-minute 3rd still doing what they're doing. Biggest thing to note there, they had 25 more points than the 2nd place team in that final, which was Sentinels.
Which is going to be saying a lot going into these final games, because it means that they're either going to be going for those big games, those big fights, trying to get high kill numbers, or if they play safe, I don't know if that will throw them off their game or not. Like, are they going to try and change it up, keep it going the way that it's been going because it's been so successful, or will the finals force them into that conservative playstyle due to the fear of potentially not succeeding?
Yeah.
I would say the big difference is that throughout their winners run, we got to see them get a back-to-back victory, but not so much in the winners final. Right? And that's not for lack of trying. They were super close in one of their games, but we have to remember that once you hit that threshold in our final, you have to get that victory once again. And in the caliber of lobby that we have, teams are going to make it that much more difficult. And you got to imagine that teams are looking to try and take down 789.
Yeah, you see CLG doing CLG things, laughing their asses off there on screen, cracking up his Nicewig. You guys, if you don't know Nicewig, one of the most vocal, hype, slightly controversial. You either love him or hate him. I personally love him. His energy that he brings to the table. He is an awesome individual. And CLG is another story that's grinded to the losers bracket round 2 with some solid performances. No Cocoa Puffs. Shot calling for this team has really made a difference.
I don't know if you caught that wink there from Windstrike as well as the camera went by.
I'm impressed how smooth these players are. Like, this is their first major for a lot of these guys, first time competing. I know the TSM roster didn't have any experience really playing at the top pro level at major lands. TSM, the best, you have to argue, the best scouting organization in esports, I mean, really has to be top up there. They scouted these guys out, took a big risk on them, and now reps Albrelelli and, of course, Imperial Hal are playing under the most reputable names in esports. Such an awesome story for TSM. CLG, of course, Nicewig on that team, Energy and Dizzy, and now we got the one and only 789 Terminator himself. It's Xania.
The craziest part about TSM is that 2/3 of their rosters were additions after the initial pickup. They lost Prodigy Aces, they lost T-Hump, and then they bring in, of course, Reps and Albrelelli, and they arguably made the team better.
Crazy to think about. And Reps made a huge contribution to that squad. I know he's the shot caller IGL, and really one of the best I've ever seen do it. His interview on day 1, I was blown away. If you didn't see that, go watch it. You know, super humble, holds himself and his team to a high standard, takes blame for misplays, says it's my fault, I made that call. That's the type of leader you want on a team. I think he has a huge future as an individual. I'm really excited to see TSM Reps continue to grow and mature as a player. I know it's a dream come true for him to be playing for that TSM roster. And we'll say thank you all so much for tuning in and getting ready, gearing up for our losers bracket final here. We are almost ready. The stage is almost set. Our apologies for the slight delay here. There's a lot to talk about, of course, but we also got to make sure that the players are good to go. See TSM on screen right now. That is Reps, the man I was talking about.
Yeah, I've been loving this squad, honestly. I remember my first introduction to Albrelelli. Honestly, my friend Onickel, he made a video about him, right? Path tips from the best Pathfinder NA. And when they were talking about it, I learned a lot. And I've been playing Pathfinder since day one. So seeing him getting added onto the team, I was a little bit hesitant about it. I was like, okay, you know what? Rank 1, that just means you grinded the most with that character. But he's showing what happens when you grind with one single character.
Yeah, and here's a prime example. Look at a clip from TSM yesterday, how well they rotate as a team. Their aggression is perfect. I know Albrelelli kind of is hard on himself because sometimes he thinks he's over-aggressive. He has a little bit of anxiety. He's mentioned he struggled with anxiety in high school. Obviously, Apex has helped with that. But that anxiety, he said, sometimes shows in-game as he plays a little aggressive. He gets anxious and makes some plays he shouldn't. But he says that, and you barely even see it. Look how well they rotate. Look how well they were holding the mid-level here. This is one of our favorite games we had a chance to watch yesterday as multi-level situation here. Ultimately, it was TSM that came out on top.
They were another one of those teams as well. When we got to listen in to some of their comms, they were quiet and very, very calm in situations that I think a lot of people might have panicked in, and that it just goes to further illustrate, one, he's clearly not that anxious. Yeah. You know, he's playing incredibly well, but they're also just that professional.
That's also, yeah, the sign of just practice. I mean, this is a team, these are players that have been grinding out since the beginning of Apex Legends and been playing. I mean, we even got to get a listen in with Fnatic in North America yesterday, and we saw how clear and how concise their communication was.
Yeah, watching reps right now, in his 20s from Seattle, dream come true to be playing for TSM because he was a huge fan of TSM ever since the League of Legends days. You see this man holding up the number one because, well, you can hold up the number one. You're the best team in the game right now, undoubtedly. Meanwhile, Albrelelli just turned 19 this weekend, actually. So he's a teenager. Birthday weekend. What a great way to celebrate your birthday than a victory. He, of course, got to play on his birthday, which he said was one of the coolest things, hands-on best birthday he's ever had.
Honestly, get a trip to Poland, you get to play some Apex Legends with your buds, with your pals, with 239 of your best friends. It's awesome.
And by the way, you can indulge in some festivities here in Poland at 19 years old. In the States, obviously, you can't. Not saying he's going to or he wants to by any means, but I'm just saying, I'm bringing up legal terms. It is allowed. Meanwhile, Pittsburgh Knights on your screen. Another great story. How about the black and gold? Pittsburgh, stand up right now because you have shown up. Grinding all the way through losers bracket round 1. They're another team that has just performed so well on Elimination Saturday with their backs against the wall.
We were talking about low lows and high highs, and this is definitely one of those teams where, you know, every time they need one breakout performance to get them to move on, they get it, and they do it.
Oh my gosh. MVP, do the thing with your leg where it becomes a machine gun. I get really excited about that. I don't know why.
You just want to see it one more time.
I want to see it one more time. I think it was MVP that did it earlier. You see on screen right now Aladdin. If you don't know who Aladdin is, you should. First off, his mustache is fantastic. Second, he is one of the oldest players at 29 years old playing in this tournament. Comes from H1Z1 where he dominated. Switched to Fortnite where he did some great things. There's also a clip online about him fighting like a giant glitched monster, and it's the funniest thing I've ever seen on Fortnite. Check that out. And now, dominating on this Apex squad, Team Secret from Losers Bracket Round 1 has had a few 25-point games that has gotten them to this point. Unbelievable story.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for Team Secret, right? Not having Yusuf coming in, and really, he was a vital part of the team. And whenever I would tune into their streams and their scrims, and from his perspective, he was kind of like that level head. Yusuf is very level-headed when it comes to like a lot of these comms, and he likes to try and bring back his team, keep things positive, make sure that like when they're going over criticism, it's going to be constructive, and it's not, you know, nothing negative. So losing him, I thought was going to be a big problem, but Limek has been doing big things for his team.
Yeah, Limek, shout out to the 17-year-old from Poland. I mean, geez, last-minute sub, young, and he's had at least 20 to 30 kills this tournament. Awesome stuff here from Limek and from every squad. I'm hearing some cheers in the crowd. It sounds like we're getting ready to get started here.
Oh, yes,
and what better way than by watching Snipe Down, followed by CLG. Madness on your screen right now. We have Nicewig & Co. We got Reciprocity. We got so many teams fighting their way here, and we're getting ready. We're ready to kick off our Losers Bracket Final. That's going to be it for myself, Fallout Jamerson, and Glitter on the desk. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Onset and Gaskin to call the action.
Phenomenal stuff there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time finally to get into our first game of the day. Onset and Gaskin going to be driving you through the action. We don't know what to expect as far as where the teams are going to end up, as far as that top 10 placement they're looking for is concerned. The one thing that we can guarantee This is going to be a lot of fun today.
And not only do we not know where they're going to end up in terms of placement, but also drop locations. Everything is up for contesting at the moment. A lot of teams are saying, should we be dropping in our normal drop location? Are we going to have that uncontested? Are we going to get free loot? Should we sway off and go somewhere else? And there's also some teams who are saying, well, if people are nervous about where they're dropping, why don't we drop on them? Why don't we join them over there?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a very, very interesting watch. You can see the stage is lit up beautifully. There's a lot of noise behind us from a lot of the fans here in Krakow, as well as quite a lot of noise coming from a few of these booths. The players want to get into it. There's a lot of let's goes, and I think that's a great way to start. And we're going to actually start off here with Complexity's point of view, Dan, because we had the opportunity to sit down with them this morning, and they were saying they might change up maybe something their drop location.
Yeah, it looks like they're heading towards runoff as well, and we've seen that previously in prior games we saw Na'Vi were around this area and runoff as well, so maybe this could be a battle early on, but it looks like actually Complexity have been able to find this on their own. Funny story about Gabe is Mun as well. He actually, when he was 8 years old, he wanted the name Gabe is Money, but the game he was playing couldn't have more than 12 characters, so he could only get Gabe is Mun. And he's just kept it. Even though we're in 2019, you can have more than 12 characters. As you see, the circle's going slightly northeast, but relatively central, so it's not going to be dragging towards the edge of the map. Slightly harder to predict for these players, but they've been doing so well at that throughout the tournament.
Yeah, Complexity there with an uncontested drop, which is obviously going to be fantastic for them to start off with. But we had a lot of discussion about drop locations. Let's go and check in with the control center now and see where some of the other teams decide to locate themselves.
Thank you very much, Gaskin. So far, me and Nate going around, picking up some of these locations for the teams. We got Alistar at Thunderdome, Complexity at Runoff, CLG at Artillery for now. Nate, what you got over there for some notables?
Triumph heading over towards Thunderdome. Wyvern going over by Hydro and just trying to keep track, making sure everybody's falling over. We'll be seeing how much these are going to vary up between these matches as we find out who's going to make it to those finals.
And it seems like our next ring is going to be going over there by Twin Spine. So be looking over there towards the northeastern side of the map. Back to you guys at the desk.
Tremendous stuff, really giving us that eye in the sky. The control center, both of you doing a fantastic job of just drawing that picture a little bit better across Kings Canyon.
Yeah, and you heard that there's a few changes in drop locations, but you can see in the top right-hand side of your screen, 20 squads still left, 60 players still alive, so no early fights as of yet, so we're going to get free loot, which in my opinion makes for better fights a little bit later, because people are going to be well equipped, they can have plenty of ammo, they can have all the attachments, which means their aim is going to be at their best.
And of course, just to set the scene for everyone who's watching today, and you know, we thank you for joining us, of course, for what is going to be an incredible final day of Apex Legends action. Talk about that points threshold down, because yesterday we were looking around 15 points would kind of guarantee your way through in that 3-round format. But now having moved to that 4-round, are we looking at something similar?
I don't think it's going to change too much, considering we saw what in the winners bracket final, even with those 4 matches, still top 10 was around 14, 15 points. As long as you can win a game and get a decent amount of kills, you're most likely going to be going into that grand final. So there's always that possibility. Even if you've got 0 points going into match number 4, if you can pull out a big win, which we have seen some teams do in this round, there's always a chance.
I'm watching the point of view of Wyvern here, some of the most mechanically skilled players, as we're actually going to see our first engagement of the game going down here. Gambit Esports jumping on board with Sunset with the R99, just trying to shred some shields, but he's already lost a teammate, and this is looking like bad news here potentially for Gambit.
Yeah, going up against CLG, who were rotating early from Artillery, and actually that's going to be a couple of members of CLG down, all 3 of them. I think that's going to be the first squad eliminated out of this lobby, so not the best start for CLG, but the third party now comes in. As soon as you hear that gunfire, as soon as you think there's an opportunity to get some free eliminations, you gotta dive on it.
Well, it was the third party and its third impact who are coming to join that party. I'm not sure if they were invited or if they've just busted the door down and got involved themselves, but in that sort of situation as well, that first battle, didn't think that Gambit were in a great position to close it out, but the collapse came in absolutely perfectly. Managed to focus that fire and take down all of CLG, and CLG fans who are watching right now, that is not the start that they would have wanted to see.
It's a shame from CLG because the map is, the circle's heading towards that northeast location, so they probably wanted to rotate early from Artillery, get to the center, get to a building, and just try and grind out some decent placement points. And unfortunately, they were greeted by 2 other teams who were trying to do exactly the same thing. And that's what happens in lobbies like this. Everyone knows where you need to be rotating as soon as you see that first, maybe sometimes second circle.
Gambit Esports being able to respawn this player back in at the top end of the map, excuse me. relay, and that's going to be absolutely huge for them to get up to a full complement, having won that initial team fight. Not only does that mean early points on the board down, it means a much better chance of getting into those placements, having to take those fights on their way towards that circle again. But you can see now, the only problem with that respawn is those audio cues are going to be ringing out across the canyon. They're going to be heard by loads of teams.
Yeah, the only downside is Gambit weren't able to loot CLG after they did win that initial fight, but they are going to have to back off, try and get signed to a position where he can actually gain some armor, and there was a white armor down at the bottom. I don't know if he actually noticed it in his screen, but he's just going to focus on the initial things of actually just getting the ultimate up so he can get the shields back for his teammate. That's your first and foremost thing to go for as you are a support character.
And we're on board with Aka from MVP, the South Korean powerhouse, who found their way into the losers bracket final this morning, but maybe not the performance we were expecting as far as the high standards that were expected from them yesterday, but they were consistent, and they do have that ability to just grind out those big game performances when they can push themselves into that top 10.
And look where they were standing as well, MVP. Quite a sneaky position. Not something you'll see often in a normal ranked game of Apex, but certainly something that these pros will be aware of, and they'll be keeping their sight lines on as the circle moves even more further northeast, just between Cage and Wetlands. Looks like a potential finish here, so right on that two spines as the command center suggested.
Yeah, very interesting final circle here. You can see at the moment Team Secret in a good position as far as that circle potentially could be moving towards. The only issue with this potential end circle, Dan, is the fact that there's a lot of open areas here. And we could go into one of those Royal Rumble type situations towards the end of the game. Certainly exciting way to kick off the action this morning.
Really beneficial for teams like Pittsburgh Knights, who like to drop in the middle, who they like to drop farm. We've seen Succubus are also a team who head towards the center of the map as well. They're really going to find themselves in prime position. It's just whether they can set themselves up so they're not going to be pushed from several different directions. Very difficult to do, because all these teams that are looting from the outside are all going to be joining you at the same time.
Now, Reciprocity are a team, as we jump on board with Frex here, after moving on from Snipe Down, who did not have the best early games yesterday when they were competing here in Krakow. They really had to pull a huge performance out of the bag in that third game just to get themselves through to this stage. They need a more solid performance today in those first couple of games just to take the pressure off of them as they go into those third and fourth rounds.
Well, they've done one better than yesterday. At least they haven't finished in 20th in their first match, which they finished 20th in match number 1 and 2 yesterday, and then they were able to get 4th place plus 10 kills to actually push them here into the lower bracket final. As we move back across the complexity and just rotating and utilizing the ability to still go through the red and not take too much health so that they can avoid sight lines from other people already in the circle.
Yeah, they're going to be rotating pretty late here, but you've got to keep in mind as well where complexity did drop on the map. They had a little bit of ground to cover. Didn't get involved in any team fights along the way, and now we're going to go back over to Wyvern. Highest kill round actually came in from this roster yesterday. 18 kills in a single round. That is how dangerous this lineup can be.
I think if they get an early match where they can perform as well as they did yesterday and gain that confidence, they're a terrifying team to have in a lobby, because they're not scared to push you. They are going to get aggressive. They're going to force you to make the mistakes, and that's what everyone in this lobby doesn't want. They don't want to be put under that pressure.
I think they might be caught between two teams potentially here. You can see they're having to spin around on a dime, watching that Wraith portal for anyone who's trying to pop up behind them. So a little bit of a sticky situation potentially here, and they're actually going to have Reciprocity now pushing in as well. So many teams getting involved in fights all of a sudden. 57 players left in the lobby, as we're going to see Frex trying to land those shots with the R99. He manages to get out of dodge at just the right second. 2 players go down. Reciprocity, they get the clean sweep.
And these are the fights that Reciprocity were winning yesterday in their later matches. They were losing them in the early matches, so this is a lot better. They've progressed, they're learning, they're molding together, but there's still members of Third Impact now who are getting involved again with the third party.
Yeah, the third party coming in, as you say. Snipe Down, maybe caught looting there. One of the downsides of being a controller player, you can't wiggle about, you can't strafe while you're picking up that loot. Having won that team fight now, Reciprocity might find themselves 2 down. Space Station Gaming set up in a pretty central location in one of these farm buildings here. Don't have to do too much, but look at those grenades flying in. They've got to be careful staying close to that Watson ult, as we're now going to see the push come in. They have the Peacekeepers in hand, but logically he's going to drop. Bird misses the shot. He misses another, finally connects there with the spray, but the squad will go down, and it's Na'Vi announcing themselves into this game.
Space Station are out. I think I've just seen Reciprocity drop out of the lobby as well as Grego falls, but now Na'Vi are still under pressure. You've got to be able to get out here, and they're trying to utilize the abilities of Wraith and Pathfinder, but it's so difficult when there's several teams looking at you.
And this is the thing about these central central circles. You have so many teams just enclosing from different angles into the central part of the map. We are going to have these skirmishes. We are going to have these battles as Na'Vi have another player going down. And now you're looking at 9 Impulse. He's just got to get out of dodge and play for those placements.
Yeah, Impulse just made that decision of, I'm getting out of here. I'm not going to be involved in this whatsoever. Secret able to pick up some big kills. And Secret yesterday, oh my goodness, a team we have to be talking about. Reciprocity, they played late. They were able to get big points. Secret did that just as well. They really underperformed in match number 1 and 2. But then match 3, they had some huge games. 12 kills as well as first to send them into the lower bracket final.
Yeah, they really did leave it late, but they got the job done, and they certainly have started out a little bit better today. Drop it back over to Gavismon now from Complexity, landing a few medium-range shots there with the R99, but they're in a little bit of a difficult position as far as an escape route potentially is concerned. They do have the high ground, and you can see here Mirko, he's on that low ground, just keeping an eye on his teammates and trying to establish some different angles to maybe participate in this battle.
You can really tell when a team feels under pressure because they start using their grenades, using their utility, which realistically they want to save for the late game. And they are going to be going up against Alistair as well, another team who highly performed yesterday. They had one of the highest round scores, 29 points we saw from them yesterday. So if they can continue to perform that well today, maybe they're a team we should be looking at to get into those grand finals.
Alistair coming under all sorts of pressure at the moment there. You can look at the shields, you look at the health, and if you look across the shielding here from the two teams, Complexity certainly have the advantage with those level 2 shields, those blues, and now the Ensign's going to go in, and here comes the push from Complexity as well. Watson Fitz gets taken down. However, they're not able to convert this pressure into any eliminations.
Something we've got to continuously look at as well as the armor on all of these players. Have they all been able to achieve that tier 3 armor, maybe tier 4, get some gold as well? I know that Wyvern had all purple armor. The command center gave me that information, so they're going to be in a great situation for those late game fights. However, a lot of teams that we've been seeing on the outskirts of this circle all still got white armor. Maybe with 1 or 2 players with either a blue or a purple, you really want to be winning a fight, replacing that white armor ASAP.
Here's another team that we haven't talked enough about at the moment, Gamers Origin. They had a really, really solid day yesterday, making it through to this losers bracket final. There's so much action at the moment going on around these couple of farm buildings in this central area. You know, real estate at this point, Dan, is absolutely huge. If you can position yourself inside a building, get control of one of those buildings with 17 squads remaining and the circle enclosing in 40 seconds, well, I mean, you're putting yourself in a great position to get those placement points on the board.
Yeah, the full French roster of Gamers Origin, MPE, a fantastic shot caller, and yesterday they came so close to getting into that grand final as well. They were only 1 point off, and at the moment, they're just griefing this team inside farm. They're really just trying to lay down as much shots to let the team know they're not going to be able to hold it safely and comfortably. There's going to be pressure coming from several different angles.
And we talked about how effective that griefing is as far as, you know, taking resources out of your opponent's hand. But that's another thing that one of the reasons that we see so many picks of Watson in the lineups of these teams is the reason being you don't have to expend those resources quite as quickly to get your shields back up because you have that ability in that generator to get those shields rolling.
Alistair still healthy in terms of the amount of players they've got alive, but they are under fire. Decent shots with the wingman from Gilmer here.
As well.
So many challenges from every single player. That's what we're going to see in these lobbies today. We're going to see confidence from every single team as 0-0 gets ripped to shreds.
Yeah, Thex is shooting laser beams. The shots with the R99 are good. These shots are true. And he absolutely decimated that player.
That's G2 going to be falling as Rhett goes down as well. Several players on the lobby at the moment just trying desperately to enter this circle, but it's so much open ground, so little to hide behind except these little mounds, these little hills, and if you haven't been able to find a structure, you're really going to be struggling.
You've got this broken building here as well that does provide some kind of cover, but you don't want to get caught between one of these surfaces and that ring enclosing. That means you're going to have to make moves again. 15 squads remaining, and again, look at the kill feed because Team Secret have turned up in game 1 here.
All right, let's take a listen to see how Triumph are going to communicate this fight.
On the right, yeah. Wait. One guy here. I don't see anyone. You're trying to push it from left. Yeah, I'm sniping them. Bang. The Wraith is here, the other ones are top. I'm healing. We're getting fucked from everywhere. I'm dropping down.
Dude, they're pushing.
Yeah, drop down. Come to me. Play here or something. I need to heal.
I'm with Grace.
On me, baby! Solo here in the corner, sitting here, on me.
You're on your own. I'm the got sniped by the Bones team.
Hi Jay, you pay for yourself.
The ring closes. Good. It's right there.
All sorts of pressure coming in there, and you can see it did not go the way that they would have wanted. As you can hear from the communications, initially it was quite calm, and then they just got collapsed on so quickly, and you heard the panic start to occur.
But very important communication. You got to let your team know when you're healing. You need to have a teammate who's going to be able to pressure the other team when they're coming in and fighting. Tries to get the revive, but it's not going to work out. You got to get away as Wraith, but there's going to be so much pressure now from everyone around.
Gamesmon desperately trying to get away here for Complexity. 14 squads remaining. If you scrape into that top 10 and let these teams just go about their business, take each other out, you will quite happily rack up those placement points.
Succubus, a team who do drop centrally on the map, seem to have looted up well here, seem to have been positioning themselves where they can take on whatever fight comes their way. Succubus are a team that are full of some incredible players. In particular, Crypt used to be actually a Rainbow Six world champion, and are making that transition to a game like Apex. Very impressive.
Third impact then, just outside of the circle, as it will be closing now, and this is where the action really is about to go down. Wyvern, one of those teams still involved as we head towards the next ring closing in around 25 seconds. The Wraith movement coming out now, trying to lay down that portal to maybe try and get inside. MVP now inside that circle. And Dan, this is a cheeky little position they found themselves in. High ground and just raining down shots.
MVP have been doing this throughout the entirety of the game. They've been finding the height on these bones to ensure they can shoot down on every single person coming in. That's going to be third impact eliminated from the lobby as well, down to just 12 squads now. And Wyvern, they're going to be under so much pressure. I'm not sure they're going to get through this.
They've got to move quickly, and they just about managed to sneak inside that circle. The only problem is I think they've been spotted out. And it's going to be up to Karen P now to land some shots with the longbow to back these players off. And I mean, that's one way to keep your team in it.
He really needs to look for some eliminations now, because it's going to be very unlikely he's going to actually be able to get a decent placement because there's so many teams looking at him. But look how they were utilizing those knockdown shields just to protect him. He crouched down behind them and used them as a shield of his own.
MVP still in this game as well. 10 squads now remaining. Third Impact are one of those squad, and they still have 3 players alive to fight these battles. Back up to MVP now, and Akka, they've just been camping up here the whole time. They've made this their home.
And that circle is moving even further northeast, and there is a very distinctive choke point that is going to be a position where several teams are going to try and push through. Finally, MVP gets spotted here. Now they just need to decide whether they can actually survive on top of these bones.
9 squads remaining. Rogue have just managed to pick up a kill there in the feed as well. So points now for Rogue as we jump on board, but then Sweet Dreams is trying to put someone to sleep. And that is going to be a member of MVP that he was trying to put under pressure. But speaking of pressure, now Rogue are having to retreat quickly. And look at where that circle is as well, Dan. They need to heal up quickly. They need to get their skates on because they've got to traverse some ground.
So now everyone in this top 10 have been able to achieve 2 points already. And of course, as well as the points they get from eliminations. Next, you really want to get into that top 5 threshold. Once you've reached top 5, then I think we'll start to see a little bit more aggression from teams searching for even more eliminations as we get to that final circle.
Gambit Esports then in a great position. MVP here still up on top of these bones.
Rings moving.
Trying desperately to take down this raid. He's trying to queue out of this difficult position that he's in at the moment. The scout shots are landing. The only problem is that player is not getting down. They just can't get the eliminations they're looking for. And now they're just laying down that zip line. The escape route is there as Rogue are desperately trying to crawl towards the circle. Sweet Dreams is taking damage and gets taken down on his way towards the 4th circle.
Wyvern out as well. MVP are so desperately trying to get across into the circle. They have done so, and they're heavily looted. They've got decent armor. They can really cause some issues here.
5 squads remaining now, and MVP, they may be the MVP of this first game. If they can close this one out, we're going to see the big down coming in. Succubus are going to be taken down.
And now we are down to that last 5. Now everything quieted down ever so slightly. I say that actually third impact in an engagement, and it's just Balloon now, and that's all 3 down. There's 1 self-revive available, and I'm sure they're going to search for him. Yeah, they're going to take that off him. That's theirs.
That's going to be absolutely huge in that end game as well. Getting that gold knockdown shield. It's going to give you a little bit more HP, a chance to stay in this game. MVP though, Mondo picking up 1 kill, and now with just 2 squads remaining, the South Korean powerhouse have finally turned up here in Poland.
So many squads went down at the same time. Huge Peacekeeper shots from MVP. Back off, get your shields, and then re-engage.
And here comes Akka, then he's missing all sorts of shots, but does get knocked down himself. And now MVP, their backs are against the wall. That Phoenix kick could be absolutely huge. It's a 1v1 situation here.
It's a 1v1, but Atiko is pretty healthy here. Does have shield cells to use as well, but here's the re-engagement.
Here comes a battle. The Peacekeepers in hand as well. well. The player backs down. Raz has scared him off. Lands the shots here with the R99. Can he finish with the Peacekeeper?
How confident are you with your Peacekeeper shots? Do you want to get aggressive? Do you want to jump down on the man? There's the finish from Artico. Kang look for a shield, does get it, it's blue.
Shield swap comes in. That's going to be absolutely massive as far as having an advantage in this battle. But in that time, I believe he's lost the high ground in this situation. The 1v1 between MVP and Gambit Esports. It all comes down to this.
Ras is on the hunt. There is the possibility he could go for a res if he wanted to, but of course, it is so risky. He's going to go for the revive, but it's just a bait. It's a bait. He wants him to push him, wants to take advantage of this high ground.
Ring's going to be closing soon as well, and here comes the push here from Raz. Gets caught by the Watson fence. The players above him now. The R99 spray is good. The Peacekeeper shot is terrible, and he gets taken down by Artico Gambit Esports. You've got ice in your veins.
An incredible 1v1 with so many deciding factors. Do you go for that res? Do you go for those shield swaps? How are you going to get that high ground? And they swapped back and forth. The walk into the Watson fence is probably what killed it off for MVP. But an amazing game for Gambit, and you can see the reaction as well. Head in hands because they missed out on a potential extra 3 points for that first place. But Gambit, 9 kills, first place, 21 points.
I said I couldn't promise you much today, but the one thing I could promise is we're going to have a lot of fun. What a first game that was. Gambit, again, a team we didn't even mention here on the commentary desk, finding their way all the way through to that end game. And those 1v1 situations, I mean, that's what we live for as commentators. That's what you live for as an audience. And as a player, if you win them, that's what you live for as well.
I mean, we can only dissect what we can see. There are 3 guys over on the desk that saw everything from up above. Gentlemen and lady, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Fallout here, back alongside Jamerson and Glitter for an analysis of what was probably the best game one we could have imagined. It comes down to a 1 versus 1 for the bread that drew out for 2 minutes. Walk me through it.
Honestly, it was the Watson. Sign on that Watson with excellent fences everywhere. Cutting off that choke point, you saw that he had to use the Wraith Q just to get in, and then from there you're waiting on the cooldown. But most importantly, when he tried to make the entrance onto the second floor, he got hit by a fence that was up against the wall. That gives you the information, that gives you the CC. Sign smells blood in the water, and he goes Hudson, and he gets that kill, and most crucially, denies 4 points away from MVP because there is still 1 person knocked from Gambit, and if you don't get the kill, they're going to get res, and that is the point they don't get.
5 points including the kill on Sign at the end there as well. 5 points denied by winning that 1v1. Wow. Glitter, your thoughts?
First of all, that's what I was hoping for out of MVP, right? I said if they came out of the gate strong, they could be setting themselves up for success. So I'm really, really happy that they were able to figure that out. But I think that's the first time we've had that clean of a 1v1 there at the end of a game where you can really focus on what each player is doing decision-making wise, how they're trying to figure out how they're going to play out the circle. Gambit had the really, really clutch. He killed just to make sure he could do the armor swap there before he went in for the fight. And that was very, very important.
Artico.
A Wraith
Yeah, you guys kept saying Sign. I didn't want to correct you because I wasn't sure, but I thought it was Artico.
Okay. A Wraith versus a Watson. But at the end of the day, what matters the most is if you hit your bullets. That's why you love Apex Legends. It doesn't matter which legend has the better comp or the better abilities. At the end of the day, gunfire reigns supreme, and it showed right there. It doesn't hurt that a Watson fence, of course, gave you some assists there, but huge plays from Artico. Artico, of course, coming from the Ukraine, and that maybe explains his reaction. No reaction. Can you imagine the pressure? Can you imagine the feeling, the nerve? I mean, I can't even fathom. Finally, about 3 minutes after, they took a breath and they celebrated a little bit, but they're back to business.
Oh, here we go.
Let's take a look here.
That's what we want to see. Take a look at that. 9 kill points for both Gambit and MVP, but it's the placements that puts Gambit on top.
3-point difference there between the two of them. But keep an eye right after MVP. It's Wyvern Korea. Stand up and show up. And Glitter's dancing here on stage because she called this on day one.
There were some crucial moments for Wyvern, right? 2 of them got knocked right underneath the stairs. Karampe was still alive, and Karampe is a name we do have to look out for. We were thinking, hey, Selly is the big name here, but Karampe showed up big yesterday. One of their matches coming up with an 8-kill game, I believe.
Yeah, can't believe they pulled that off. Wyvern and MVP, both the Korean teams, doing a very good job. Yesterday, the Korean representation in the finals, average kills per match was, I believe, only like 1.8 compared to NA and EU, which is in the 2.7 mark. So honestly, misperforming a little bit. You see reciprocity here. Snipe Down, Frex, and Grego. Of course, former Cloud9 roster picks up Snipe Down, has barely made it by throughout this tournament. And they're going to get a couple kills here.
This was the exact same location where they started their run back in that final game for them yesterday, where they were able to catch out Fnatic EU. And so it's good to see them taking another fight there.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming, a disappointing start, just like yesterday. They get taken out pretty early, have 0 points, which, by the way, another team that got taken out with 0 points, not only CLG, but also G2. Consistent inconsistency from G2 here, and at least misperforming. Unfortunate for them, but they still have 3 matches to bounce back.
To be fair, though, these are going to be really, really difficult lobbies, so I think we should be expecting the unexpected at this point. We've seen it happen quite a few times throughout the weekend, and it's only continued to get worse with how skilled these players are getting the farther into these games we get.
Yeah, this G2 roster, one of the younger rosters that we have, undoubtedly an amazing organization.
This was the important part that I was talking about. Karampe has both of his team members down, but take a look. They both had a purple knockdown shield. Basically, 1,500 HP in front of you, and so it was great that it was Karampe with the sniper there, was able to trade away.
Look at the positioning for MVP. They sat top skulls and had great positioning on top of the dinosaur there throughout, positioned themselves well with a great rotation, and it really just came down to a 1v1. Pure pressure, who's got ice in their veins, baby? Who can clutch up the most? And here, this is where the fence came through, obviously hurt him significantly, followed by the flank. He had the information, and it was Artico who came out on top.
Yeah, you gotta hit those peacekeeper shots, but sometimes, you know, the adrenaline's rushing, you're gonna miss some of them, and so, you know, you can't fault him. Honestly, it was still great play coming up from Ross.
You also have to take into consideration that he's aiming up. You know, it's not as easy as he might make it look. And Artico had a little bit of cover.
I'm saying if I have my controller and aim assist there, I'm not missing any shots at the Peacekeeper. No, I'm just kidding. These guys are 9,000 times better than I am. Nice job right there. You hear a nice, at least they celebrated a little bit. He's just relieved as Artico, the Ukrainian, dominating. Multinational roster, one from Ukraine, one from Russia, and then a member from Norway, probably communicating in English. I mean, that is a feat. Gambit Esports is a team we have not talked nearly enough about. We'll have a lot of time to break the Gambit squad down, but we got to break the gameplay down first. For the first time today, after a match, let's go ahead and throw it over to the one and only Guy Blaze and Nathanius.
Thank you so much, Fallout. Great analysis as always. Great commentary. And what a great game to start off with, Blaze.
Awesome. Definitely an awesome game. These teams came out firing right off the gate, and we had such an exciting finish.
Yeah, honestly, you got to be a little bit concerned. All the teams that dropping out early in that match, looking at CLG, looking at Reciprocity, they've got some ground to make up. They do have that extra round, of course, since this is the loser final, but boy, the pressure already starting to mount. Tell me what you got for me here.
So early on in this matchup, we were on board with MVP. They landed at relay. Okay, so they was able to land at relay, and they got positions, top spines early on. We was able to give that call out to the casters where that central circle was going to be at. MVP, they recognized, they hit the Pathfinder beacon up top at relay, got the twin spines, and now in this moment of the game, you see 17 teams left, but around here, these are all the teams that are around MVP at this given moment. So you're gonna hit play, we're gonna hit play on this one, and I want you guys to look up top. Look how they're set up, ready for everybody to come through. At this point, they've been up here since the beginning of the game, so they already got multiple zip lines set up for escape routes and trying to get out of this situation.
I mean, they've got a full-on laser field jungle gym set up to be able to reposition on that top side that you were talking about. Of course, being able to secure that super early is really nice, and that's going to offer them those rotation opportunities later on, because that circle the ring did continue to close in on the position that they had taken, Blaze, right?
Yep, exactly. Now, especially you see them getting up here early, it worked out for them. They have all those sight lines, and you're kind of seeing some of the other teams, how they're trying to make use of this open area with the Watson fences, trying to get their backs against the wall, trying to figure out if the next circle is going to land on them. So all these teams fighting for sight lines, but in this situation, it was MVP who clearly had the advantage. And we watched them go all the way down there towards the end.
Yeah, they did an absolutely fantastic job, and I think this is the look we had as they started to come down. And of course, Blaze, that last fight got really intense as they eventually made their way over there.
Yeah, and so we're starting to see how they have the, pretty much that you're going to have that Peacekeeper with that choke, almost like a rail gun almost in a sense. Hit play on that one, because at this moment, the circle started to move on over, and so you're going to see another team try to make it, but MVP having that height advantage, being able to utilize that to come out and win this fight.
The two Arc Stars side by side saying, look, I'm going to get where you want to go, and I'm going to get where I think you'll retreat to when you see that Arc Star. Just beautiful prediction of the enemy movement as they set themselves up for that final fight. Of course, we know how it ends, but...
Now, let's go look at the winner's POV real quick, Nate, because I know we saw it from MVP's perspective, but let's see it from Gambit's perspective, that last 1v1 at the end, as we're going to fast forward just a little bit as we get on over here, because this is where it gets real epic. You see, we had the players from MVP hit the top of the building, 1v1 situation, and we're going to see how it kind of plays out from his POV.
And the big thing I want to point out is Gambit does a great job here of recognizing the Watson fences the enemy cannot go through. So the retreat point, he's got that. He can comfortably sit back, but also that ping when the last MVP player steps into that fence, tries to open that door.
Oh, he gets the marker right there, and that's his cue.
He knows and jumps on top of that, does not waste a single opportunity. That awareness and utilizing the tools that you had set up prior, well, that's how you get a championship, baby.
That's how you get it done. That's it from me and Nate at the Command Center. Casters, take it away.
Beautiful stuff as always, gentlemen. What a way to start the day it was. The 1v1 clutch coming in from Gambit Esports. The Watson fence is obviously paying dividends. And another example of why we are seeing so many Watsons being picked in the makeup of these teams, Dan. It's just something that's become so invaluable.
Maybe a slight mistake, though. Maybe a little bit of impatience actually trying to push inside of that building. You should have predicted there was going to be Watson fences, considering you were fighting a Watson. But when you have that nervousness in a 1v1 situation, you are going to make mistakes. You are just going to think on your feet and hope you can do it your best. But Artico, I mean, incredible stuff from him in the 1v1. He is an experienced Apex player. He won the Face It series as well, $10,000 over there. So he knows how to win tournaments. So I'm sure he's going to be trying to drive his Gambit side into potentially getting into that grand finals.
One of the things I absolutely loved about the reaction as well is I think they just realized that that's only round one. It's a great start. You've got points on the board, and we were talking about that threshold of points that all of the teams are looking towards. They know that they've still got to get work done. They know that there's, with the amount of talent that we have in this lobby, so many opportunities for teams to put up those big games like they just had, that their work is just not done.
They should be through, but there's always that chance that we can have several teams winning a game, a lot of teams maybe getting into that second and third places, and then suddenly your points aren't actually as safe as you might think. Because yes, okay, 9 kills is a decent amount, but if suddenly we see people winning lobbies with 12, 13 kills, they're slowly going to be overtaking you, and there's going to be other people catching you up with those consistent placements. Because we've got two entirely different ways that people play Apex. You've either got those who go for placements, those who go for that consistency, and those who just get aggressive and go for kills. A lot of teams who are on the lower end of this leaderboard, they got nothing from placements, but they were still able to pick up 3, 4, sometimes 5 kills.
Yeah, very interesting point there. They did get some eliminations along the way. And speaking of some of those names that have fallen into that 11th to 20th place, down at the bottom there, Space Station Gaming, the hottest to start them, G2 and CLG. CLG being the first team to be eliminated in that first game. Interested to keep our eyes on them. We're actually going to watch Gambit Esports at the start here, as we should, having picked up that first championship banner of the day here in Poland. I do want to check in with CLG once we see everything sort of calm down a little bit here as they drop into the labs. Just see if they can have a little bit of a hot start than they did last game.
Newest point on the map, and also a very hit and miss area for loot, in my opinion, but it seems like they were able to loot up quite successfully, and this also explains why they were in prime position for that circle in the previous game, because they were right in the correct area when that circle did move northeast. And as soon as we get an indication of where the circle's moving as well, we'll see whether they need to rotate a little bit further as we go into this one, as G2 seem to have free reign over here as well, down by water treatment.
Yeah, I'm looking across though, and Space Station Gaming, I mean, they're already under pressure. You can see where that circle is about to move. Containment very much an option for that final circle, and we did see a knock there in the feed. It looks like no one has gone down as yet. Space Station Gaming are having to retreat. One player is still down. And look at who's in this battle with them, and this would not be what they wanted at the start of this game. Space Station Gaming down at the bottom of the table, and already coming under fire.
Yeah, just over towards farm here, and logically needs to back down, wait for his teammates, try and go for a bait and switch. But you can see the positioning really good at the moment from Pittsburgh Knights. They're trying to really use the levels that are available on this rocky surface.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights doing a great job sort of transitioning from that hillside outpost up towards that farm area, as you say. And that is going to be our first team eliminated almost here. And it's going to be Space Station Gaming on the back foot. One player down, excuse me. And as I said, after having a little bit of a rough first game,
maybe they're going to be thinking about changing their drop location as we go into rounds 3 and 4 because they're having trouble off the start.
At the moment, all you need to do is find some health and get away, heal up. You can still do a decent job with 2 members left on your team. We've seen what people could do with 1 member left on the team and the amount of players that have been able to sneak their way into top 3 scenarios.
Well, we've seen the early game fights. Let's check on what is happening everywhere else on the map. If we can jump to the command center. I don't think we can actually quite as yet. So we'll get that lined up for you as soon as we can and we'll just follow the action as it appears on our screens.
Pittsburgh Knights done really well again just to get a decent amount of loot, win that early engagement, and be able to now move over and get even more loot. Even better, they've moved towards the circle as well here at Destroyed Cascades. We've seen a couple of circles that have finished here throughout the tournament. A couple of little rocks and divots to hide in when it does get to those last round 6, round 7 areas. It can be pretty tricky because there's a lot of wood to shoot through as well. You think you're safe, you think you're not going to be shot by anyone, and then suddenly there's a longbow shot pinged through in your backside.
Well, this is interesting because this has been a change of drop location here. We know how Reciprocity, you know, they had a little bit of a trouble with Repulsor yesterday, where they do like to drop and got a bit of hassle from Wyvern, who obviously like to drop there as well, and they kind of gave that up and they rotated towards the swamps area of the map on that game that they made that huge comeback to get into this losers bracket final, and now we can see them moving through the connector, and they've got a nice early rotation here, Dan. If they can get into containment, which it looks like they're going to be able to do, then they might be able to set up for a pretty decent placement here.
All right, let's take a listen then to see what Reciprocity think about this circle and how they're going to move across the map.
Let's go that way.
Yeah. What are we trying to do? I mean, we can fight these guys, right?
We can just take containment. Like, containment. There's a team here.
Enemy spotted.
Let's just fight these guys then. They're not here anymore, are they?
They're not here, no. Beacon's here though, so we should maybe try and wait for this.
Yeah.
There's a team where we wanted to go here.
I need a sniper scope, man.
Yeah.
Like a 2 times anything. I have a red dot.
Yeah. I have a 1 to 2 if you want that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better than what you're rocking. Here.
I'm breaking these fences.
Yep.
So you can hear the comms there from Reciprocity. Not too hype, not too much to talk about, just more of a conversation about what the loot was, what the inventory was looking out for them, because they didn't really have any contention moving in there to that building, and they're going to, as I say, have a pretty good spot here to move on from.
They're also discussing, though, the ability they could actually just take an early fight. They could try and take containment from the team that currently resides there, but there's a little bit of a back and forth of, well, do we need to be taking this fight? Do we want to be falling early? Let's learn from our mistakes in the earlier rounds that we've played in this tournament, where we really struggled in matches number 1 and 2, as there's a crack from the wingman.
The esports obviously are winners of game number 1, and it was this man, sorry, Artico, excuse me, signed the player who landed that wingman shot, his teammate. Managed to clutch up that 1v1 situation. It's Rogue again in a little bit of trouble at the start of this one. You can see they're desperately trying to escape. That Wraith portal giving some maneuverability around the map, as well as, of course, that Pathfinder grapple. And they are going to be able to shield up here, so a little bit of a scare, but nothing that's going to be too damaging for them. The only problem is, as you move towards this river center, through these caves and through this little canyon, Dan, you can get caught by teams rotating. A little bit of a choke point on the map.
Yeah, teams like Reciprocity do like to move through these close areas, like caves, towards destroyed bridges, just so that they can get those early game fights with the likes of Peacekeepers, with the likes of R99s. But only 1 player taken out of the lobby at the moment, and I guess that's good news for CLG, who fell very early in the prior match. But as this circle has moved a little bit north and it is towards artillery, they should be able to position themselves quite well to get a better place.
Yeah, the scout shots were hitting pretty hard there from Aka and MVP. A little bit unfortunate in that 1v1 situation, obviously taking home that 2nd place, but now we're going to see complexity. All of a sudden, we go from quiet to extreme noise, and now the R99 is going to be ringing out. Complexity, a little bit of a battle here, and they will get the down. They will get the kill. We'll just have to see if they're going to have time to loot up here, if anyone's going to move across the map, using those audio cues to potentially get involved as a third party. Shots still raining in here on Balloon G from Third Impact. He's in a little bit of trouble here, Dan, trying to get those shield cells away. At least he's got that Wraith ability to queue out if he needs to. Of course, those gold shields as well.
I'm sure that Ballon knows there's no going back for his teammates at this point, so that's why he's just trying to play the survival game now. It's going to be very difficult for him in all of these areas, which is so difficult to try and get around the map at this point when everyone is already set up within the circle. You can see all the Watson fences around the map, and it's just now a case of trying to tag people with those longbows, with those scouts, do a little bit of damage, waste some of their shield cells. So if you do come across them later, they might not actually be as well equipped as you. And there's the other consideration of putting some shots in, weakening someone, and then someone else might actually push on them third party, and then that's a squad eliminated, and that is a placement game.
It's a fairly similar story to what we saw yesterday, as we see the battle now going down between Ringers.
Recharging my shields.
And I think that's Wyvern who are getting involved as well. Selly, that wingman in hand. It seems like the Wyvern guys, every time they have a wingman in their hand, they're doing damage, but this time it's actually going to be the alternator which is causing problems. They're not going to collapse on those kills too quickly. Instead, smartly using that Pathfinder zipline to reposition and take the high ground.
Wyvern have been able to find themselves 3 sets of purple armor again. Remember, they were dropping towards Repulsor yesterday, and they had a bit of contention with Reciprocity, and they were winning those early fights. And it's always going to be a scary factor when you know that someone else is going to be dropping on your location and beating you in those fights. It just means you are going to be dropping a little bit further away, but it seems like the drop location has worked out for them because purple armor, 2 games in a row.
Space Station Gaming here. Go on the little connector between the watchtower. Logically has been taken down for the squad at the moment. Still 19 squads remaining. I was just kind of raising the point of a very similar pattern of gameplay to what we saw yesterday as we approach the 3rd circle here with just a minute to go. 1 squad has gone down, but still pretty much a full lobby. And this is where the posturing starts to happen. Everyone starts to try and get a little bit of the map, bit of real estate as we've been calling it, locked down, get those Watson fences up, and then that's when their long road shots comes in, just start griefing people, using up those resources and try and cause a little bit of problems.
Even though there's a lot of open ground within this circle at the moment, there's just a lot of cliffs to be hiding behind, a lot of trees, a lot of structures that you can actually avoid everything and anything in your way. So everyone's going to be able to get into this circle, but it's the next one where we're going to start to see people really utilizing those choke points to try and take some of these squads out of the game.
And interesting to see, of course, 2 ex-Reciprocity players from X Games on this G2 lineup. It'll be interesting to see if they run into Snipe Down at any point and they have a few, not an exchanging of words across the arena, but maybe an exchanging of bullets. See who comes out on top of that one. Ringers now in the underpass have managed to kind of hold off the pressure from Wyvern after losing that player in the battle. Lyric, of course, going down, and they seem to just slow down that gameplay a little bit. But speaking of position, the Succubus have managed to end up with a great height on the watchtower, right in the middle of the circle.
I really don't like the positioning in Artillery's tunnel, though, because it means that there's just one exit point after this ring closes and everyone's going to be watching you, so I'd like to see them try and escape that as quick as possible. It's Complexity, you can see, looking towards the red in case anyone is going to be pushing in from the outskirts, but it seems like no one's going to be joining them just yet. As I say that, shots come in and they're going to have to just try and escape this one. It doesn't look like Complexity are keen for taking a fight whatsoever.
I am repairing myself.
Just playing the edge of the ring as it moves in then. 26 seconds until that is going to be fully enclosed, and we move on to our next relocation of that central area. Pittsburgh Knights, they're in a pretty nice position just under the Leviathan. Just around this river area of the map. They're not going to be looking to do anything too expansive at this point, just sharing out resources. Obviously, one of those conversations which is so important. And Wyvern here, maybe thinking about collapsing in one way or the other. I can see that circle will be moving. They'll have to be forced to reposition, and maybe Rogue will give you that team that could come under pressure. As we're seeing them involved in a fight at the moment, and Dropped is desperately trying to just back off those players with grenades, and it's Complexity who are on the other side of this. So this is a Rogue versus Complexity battle.
Complexity actually in a really good position. The circle is going to be moving this way. It is going to be moving slightly east from where it currently resides, and it's also going to be just underneath Artillery as well. So those who are over in containment have to get out of containment as we go into that next circle. So Complexity might not know right now because they don't have a Pathfinder, but I've seen it on other people's maps. I know that they're in a really strong position, so they need to make sure that they can stay alive, Watson up, and just hold for now.
And Navi managed to pick up a kill there on Peach from Team Secret there, but they've run into all sorts of problems. That's the problem sometimes when you have that Wraith portal. You try and get into a building that you might think is free. You go through, and then before you know it, you're getting lit up.
All right, well, Navi trying their hardest to survive. They are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment, but they've got plenty of fences to defend themselves. Let's see how the communication is and how they're going to get by being shot from several different directions.
Мы там не будем себе, нас там везде простреливать будут. Нет, уже не погнали. Блять, мы очень долго думаем. Нам не нужно все постоянно критиковать, нужно решать что-то.
Можем выбить Титаник, просто пойти.
Не сейчас уже. Я там занят.
На полкой выбьем.
50 секунд. Файт где-то идет. С дома робот идет. С дома робот идет. Назад ушли. Робот драйв. Без армора. Они обратно в дом ушли? Да.
Не будем пушить дом. Оттуда
нет, у нас нет смысла. Робот вышел. Дал кушку. Давай, может, пешком тогда сейчас туда в дом, раз он ушел?
Если похи туда заедем.
На доме еще, на доме есть.
Там ничего не сделать.
Прямо надо мной стоят. Я думаю, нам в дом этот надо. Они на ТП уходят, давай в дом.
Пошли.
Давай. Я над нами ТП, они, если что, смотрят.
So you can hear the communication there. Unfortunately, I am a simple man and I only speak one language, but for those at home who are enjoying the communication, we hope that you did enjoy it. You got exactly what we wanted from that listening, as we see now Navi making a push in. That Wraith portal was set up initially to try and take this building off the team who are currently holding it. Unfortunately, PKMK has gone down. Succubus is overlooking this battle, trying to get any picks that they can. Third party in the longbow in hand as well. In the hands of Crick. You can see so many players rotating around at the moment. Damage being done from this high area. And Navi somehow still in this battle, trying to finish it out. And it looks like they might have actually done a good job here, of momentarily at least, taking control. But you can see Claus is in a battle of his own. And now he is going to get the revive on his teammates. So it looks like Triumph Gaming have been forced out of the position they were holding for so long. And now they're going to have to repeat that battle and try and get involved.
Well, now they need to get out of here because the circle's going to be chunking them quite heavily, and this is probably going to be it. Yep, that's not going to save you. Wraith Q, unfortunately, you fall down. 17 squads left, and now MVP, again, prime position. They're going to be able to watch on all of these people trying to rotate underneath this watchtower.
Yeah, MVP Raz just picked up one down and managed to get that elimination as well, and now it's a 2v3 situation. You can see that player down, and the R301 is absolutely shredding through shields, is shredding through health, and that's going to be an entire team wipe. Team Secret, that's the end of your game.
I think it's just two of them, actually. Aladdin's still up here.
Excuse me, sorry, I didn't see Aladdin there, just still managing to sneak up at the top of this rock. And you talk about a rock and a hard place. He's just stuck between a rock.
Team Secret,
South Korean powerhouse.
Team Secret have done so well at this point to win those late matches, to get those points, but they seem to be really struggling in these early games. As Rogue now, they're getting aggressive. They've noticed complexity down here on the hillside, and actually they've got one down. They're pushing on.
This battle has been going on for around 5 or 6 minutes, and finally the push comes in here from Rogue. I think it was getting to that point with 1 minute and 15 left until that ring was moving that one of the teams had to make that commitment. Complexity with a team who had to push forward, and they held their ground so well here, Rogue. But the only problem is, look at G2 now moving in. Dropped has gone down, Huskers has gone down as well, and 0-0. He's desperately now trying to stay alive, not going to be able to do it. Fantastic use of that third-party technique from G2.
Yeah, G2 do really well just to use any sort of audio indications of where people might be, and they're on the hunt as well, just W-keying at the moment to see if they can finish off that squad. But for now, I think they're just going to be more than happy to take this free loot. It's going to be 2 sets of loot as well. So now they can just loot up, get healthy, and start to move towards this next circle where Wyvern have already situated themselves just as we get into the underpass of artillery. This is a really good spot for them to be holding. Gambit just on the outside. They're going to have to find their way in at some point, but here's Reciprocity. They have been struggling in the early matches. Are they going to be able to win this engagement?
Yeah, Reciprocity, have already managed to take down 2 players from this team. The last one is the Wraith, desperately trying to get alive. The Pathfinder movement, the grapple, trying to do everything to lock it down. Finally, they get the full wipe there on the Pittsburgh Knights, and Reciprocity. This has been a much stronger start from them than what we saw yesterday.
Grego's the kill leader as well with 4, so across the board they've been doing so much better of actually getting into these engagements, winning those fights. That's what Reciprocity like to do. They want to get in people's faces. They want to force the mistakes. As now Gamers Origin trying to work out how they're going to get into this circle. The same for Gambit. We're seeing the ultimates used for both Wraith and Pathfinder to their best ability.
And you can see here Gambit Esports might have a chance to move up as the battle is going on just to the west of them. And you can see now they have an opportunity to potentially just jump in and 3P this battle as we jump over to another battle going on at the moment as we're on board with Bert from Team Fire. All sorts of shots going in. We have wingman shots with that skull piercer attached as well. That's going to be doing so much damage. And now the EVA 8 just coming in to finish off those kills. That's extra points on the board here.
And that's reciprocity we're falling as well. I saw 2 go down. It might have been all 3, and it's just Urban now as the last survivor. So yes, they got the 3 eliminations, but can you get away with your life? Can you start playing for that placement now? Because everyone knows where he is because they heard all those shots. It seems like we're seeing so much more third-party aggression in this lobby than we've seen in previous losers bracket games.
MVP picking up more eliminations as well. They are having a monster game. If they can get a decent placement out of this particular game, they would have guaranteed themselves through after that second place finish in our first match of our losers bracket final.
The reason why we're seeing so much more aggression is I just think it's the circle that's been presented. It wasn't as easy to predict as some others that are towards the edge of the map, so everyone's been kind of guessing their locations, and then when they notice the ring is quite far away from them, instead they're taking engagements, they're taking fights to go for the eliminations because squad placement isn't going to be as comfortable.
And Mass is going to pop in to just get a little bit of extra ammo, a little bit of extra loot to help them on this rotation towards this next circle. 26 seconds left on the clock until we're going to see the orange get a little bit sunburny, to be honest with you. Wind strike now with the wingman in hand, R99 in the back pocket as well. Still looking at this watchtower, trying to pick off some of these teams, and it looks like the call has been made here to potentially make this push into this team. I think MVP are caught down in this kind of position as well, so we'll have to see how this engagement goes down. They are going to be forced to move, of course, with the circle in closing on them.
Yeah, they know that they need to try and get at least within the circle, but they're not going to be able to get high ground because that has already been taken by several other teams. So it's just, we need to take a fight, we need to win that fight, hope we can take over that spot, and then just desperately survive, desperately heal up, use your shield cells, and then we can think about the next team after that.
Strike moving in, the either 8 shots do not connect. Forces Desert UK to back up for just a moment. Paizu's coming under damage himself though, getting involved here in the battle. The ring is coming in, it's going to be chunking them for so much health. The shot's raining in and he gets down in this moment. Now it's up to Desert UK to come in, picks up 1 elimination there on 0. Nothing, the Eva 8 shots are good, but they don't do enough to take him down.
Amazing damage from him with that Eva 8, but it's just not going to be enough. 7 squads left now, and Wyvern again in prime position with incredible utility, incredible weaponry, and shields to boot. They really are in a really solid spot, as now MVP are going to get involved in the action.
Yeah, here they come. They zip line up. They had to make that push, and they smartly waited as well until they heard that fire. They were in a difficult position as far as maneuverability was concerned and their access points to this fight. However, just thinking about when those shots are fired, when the attention is going to be taken away, at least they were able to momentarily get involved.
Look how brave Wyvern are being right now as well. They are stood up in open ground because they know no one else can be shooting at them, because there's so many teams that are lower than them. They're just on the outskirts of this part of the artillery underpass.
I mean, we talk about a lot of things, you know, tactically, the way that people are trying to play this game. Wyvern quite simply are not missing shots. Sometimes you feel so confident, you don't mind going into a battle because you feel so confident you're going to win it.
Bring us down to just 1. Teenage trying to get away, trying to maybe actually get a revive off here if he can close this door. Actually, there's no door to close at this point, so that's going to be a nice knock though from Wyvern. It's going to be a member of Thras from MVP who falls.
Wyvern are absolutely dominating this lobby now. You can see Parker's finally going to be taken down. The purple shield is going to keep him alive for just a moment, but look at this. Now we're going to see Karumpe. He comes back up top. He manages to get some eliminations and almost gets away, but that will be Wyvern falling.
Amazing from Gamers Origin, really seizing their opportunity. As soon as they smelt that there was weakness elsewhere on the map, they dived on it straight away, and now they look to be one of the more healthy squads still left in this. There are just 3. Things have quietened down. There's several different levels, and there are buildings where you could be hiding. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen there, the survivors currently still in the game. So CLG somewhere, apparently, we haven't really watched CLG at all, but they have been able to get into this circle.
And look at this. This is where they want to be set up as well. You've got Nice Wig on the sticks. And he's going to have some close quarter battles to potentially take himself here, but it looks like they might be forced to move out of this position at some point. Don't have the height advantage. And you see the Instinct going in, looking to maybe carve out a path. Full complement here for Gamers Origin. Full complement for CLG, and 2 players alive on the 3rd team that are involved in this battle. When does the move come?
CLG waiting. They did have artillery. Let's see what they're saying.
Yes, I just checked it. It's on the mushroom. I can get it. I can get support there.
Okay, good.
That's what the end zone is?
Yes. We get that.
Got it.
Sure.
Not right now. I'm gonna start going at about 45.
Watch it above. Guys. We're fine. I'm good. I'm all good to go. Don't worry. Nice, go there now. Yeah.
45 seconds, rings close.
I am repairing myself. They're trying to gatekeep us. They're trying to gatekeep us with lots of fences.
CLG, and then you heard the communication trying to set up this escape. Ringers and Teenage waiting for those sound cues before they make their moves. Gamers Origin with the positional advantage in this situation.
And this is where you now use your Wraith portals, get those set up. Are you going to be able to survive this circle? Do you have grenades? Do you have arc stars? There's high ground for Gamers Origin. They really have the advantage here. Who are you going to target though? Are you going to be targeting CLG? Are you going to be targeting Ringers? It's just a case of survival for the two teams in the low ground.
Here we go then. Here comes the moves here from CLG. They're going to be forced out. The zip line from the Pathfinder. They've managed to get inside the circle. We are going down to the wire here, but look at the positioning here for Gamers Origin.
We've just got a levels game and the two teams down low are dancing between portals. It's a fight down low. Gamers Origin can just laugh at this one whilst they sit above and watch the action unfold.
Yeah, it is going to be Gamers Origin who close things out, holding that positional advantage and dropping down to finish off the kills that were engaged in that battle. They take your game number 2 here in the Losers Bracket Finals.
And it was all from that initial push just to get up onto that watchtower as well. They saw that there was fights going on between Wyvern and MVP, and they said, look, let's make our move. And they managed to finish first with 7 kills as well. 19 points. Again, that should be enough to get them towards that grand final. But we have seen a lot of kills elsewhere as well, so you can't rely on just one game in this Losers Bracket Final.
And once again, just the unpredictability is just, it makes it such a fascinating watch. Game 1 went to Gambit, but closing out Game 2 there was Gamers Origin. We're going to send it back over to the desk now, break it all down.
Onset, thank you so much. Fallout here, joined alongside Jamerson and Glitter Explosion. Game 2 comes to an end in a much different fashion than we saw Game 1, which was an epic 1 versus 1. This time around, of course, Gamers Origin sits their way to a victory. Hey, you'll take it.
The important part is that with the top 3 that we had in Gamers Origin, in CLG, and in Ringers, it leaves the field quite wide open now because it's not just as top-heavy as we saw a lot of our matches, right? Yesterday, 7, 8, 9 were taking a lot of top 3 placements over and over again, leaving less points for the bottom. But now we have a very level playing field going into game number 3.
Yeah, of course, CLG sits artillery. That's where they drop. They probably were just sitting pretty there. I know, Glitter, have played a lot of BRs in your past. It's the best feeling. How's the feeling actually when you land somewhere, you have a feeling the ring's going to close in, and you're just kind of posting a tent?
I mean, you're kind of sitting pretty, right? So you can lower your stress levels. Make sure they really bunker down, especially with the Watson. One thing that worked out incredibly well for CLG, though, is that this is what they needed. They had a really, really bad start in the first match, and this is the polar opposite, coming in second place for them. So they're really going to be able to start accruing those points and start solidifying their finals position.
Yeah, and I'm actually watching the replay now from Gamers Origin's perspective. I wasn't sure if it was 1 or 2 that dropped to fight and take that 2v1. 2, love the strat call. They immediately dropped 3-2-1 drop, take the 2 versus 1 fight. Actually very well executed from them. Obviously a very, very solid win. And as a result of that, they secure themselves 19 points. Gamers Origin and France step up, 7 kills. First place, 19 points. You got to think that makes them very well secured here. And speaking of secured, Wyvern, MVP, looking great.
It looks like MVP might have just secured their spot now in the top 10, moving on to the finals later on today with that kind of performance, and especially the game 1 performance.
And we were talking about that too. We saw them getting a lot of kills early on in this game, and that was pretty much all they needed. That aggression is really starting to pay off for them.
Of course, meanwhile, second page here, Space Station Gaming again goes out pretty early, so North Americans need to step up here. The young man himself, logically, needs to go big in games 3 and 4 if they want to work their way back into this. But we've seen some consistency here amongst our top teams, particularly the Koreans.
Yeah, and it's surprising because Wyvern and MVP play a very similar style, and I was imagining that they would fight more early on, but it looks like the fights are coming a little bit later. I mean, we saw it yesterday throughout our matches also. MVP and Wyvern, every rotation that they they were making, they were basically right on top of each other, and there were fights breaking out left and right between them. There were small disengagements, small skirmishes, and then they would go their separate ways. But still, you see that the Koreans are playing very similarly, and I want to see if it comes to like, just heads butting by game number 3 or 4.
Yeah, and again, I want to ask you, Glitter, what is it about the Koreans? You've been talking about them all weekend. You predicted them early. What is it that makes them so special?
I think going into it was, foundationally, it was the fact that they were going to be playing that different play style from the rest of the teams. They weren't afraid to go for those engagements. They weren't afraid to take those early fights because they knew that they could win them. It was working for the first half of the weekend, and then they struggled yesterday towards the end of the day. They clearly have gone back, kind of adjusted that aggression to fit the late game meta, and it's starting to work out for them now.
I like that. So typically we're used to them playing aggressive throughout the early game, mid game, doing the same thing in the late game, of course, after when the rings are so small, good opportunity to play aggressive. On screen right now, we're going to be checking out some replays. But it's not only that. We've been really telling that story of the aggression from the Koreans, their mechanical skill, their W key behavior. I was talking to Dreadnought in the back, and really some good discussion. Koreans just approach esports differently. The culture is different. They look at it in a team manner of frontline, backline. How can we play that way? Obviously Apex, for those that are watching and don't necessarily know the deep strats, you have a scout, you kind of have a front line, you have someone that sits in the back that's usually the IGL shot caller. You kind of see everything. There's a lot more that goes into it than just, hey, let's just hit our shots. And the Koreans are known to be very good at that in a variety of esports titles, whereas Americans tend to be a lot more individualistic. And that's why we see some heroes. You see teams like Rogue, Misfits, TSM, great individuals. Obviously they play great as a team as well, but the Korean culture, much different than the American culture, and that shows in their approach.
And it's working out for them. It is definitely working out for them right now. MVP and Wyvern, we're still waiting for the standings after that match, but you have to imagine they might be first and second with repeat strong performances.
Yeah, Complexity, though, gets taken out early. Unfortunate for the Complexity star that themselves, of course, residing in Dallas, their relationship with the Dallas Cowboys. Jason Lake, leader of that organization, doing great things, but Complexity's got to step up here in games 3 and 4. We'll see how they can bounce back. Fire, nice little mid-game transition there. Now, Wyvern, speaking of the Koreans, look at them just playing smart, sitting back, tagging people up, and not just overcommitting. So we talk about their W key. Look at this smart play, slow play here from them.
Yeah, honestly, I've been actually interested to see the kind of loadouts that like Wyvern and MVP have been running. At one point, I believe Selly was running a Wingman and a Hammerpoint P2020, and I really like that combination. You can easily crack armor if you hit your shots with that Wingman, and then the P2020 is there for the follow-up.
Unfortunate for 0-0 right there. Accidentally takes out that shield battery. Not sure if it would have made a difference. I mean, this was just a cluster. Look at this, an absolute bloodbath here. Doing everything that they can to stay alive, but ultimately the eliminations go in favor of Wyvern, who's just sitting up top, holding their position, holding it very well. 5 squads left before we got to that 3-squad showdown, and it was MVP here who did a great job staying alive with high ground, doing everything they can. Ultimately, Wyvern and MVP do both get taken out before the 3-squad showdown at the end there. Of course, Crossfire coming in. What a great finish here. I love artillery finishes.
And I love how he had that composure, right? He's going to make sure that he gets the thirst. He's going to make sure that no one gets rezzed and that point gets taken away from them. He knew that he was already sitting at about 10 HP, and so he secures every single point for his team that he can.
Of course, this finish here, I'll ask you guys, anything that we could have seen a little bit different come out of CLG? Obviously, they're in a rough spot. They have low ground, where the ring finished, difficult situation to be in, but anything you could have seen differently?
There was nothing they could honestly have done. Gamers Origin right there, they had slow sight circle. It's a fast circle. It closes in about 7 seconds, but they had the slow sight of it, so they were not pressured at all to move. They were able to just stay on that balcony, train their sights just down onto CLG and finish them off, and allow Ringers and CLG just to fight.
I was going to say, they also knew that Ringers was down there, so they didn't even really need to go for the push. They had the high ground on them. They could just sit and wait it out and then follow up with the kill.
Well, it looks like our current standings are updated, and look who is on top. 31 points, followed by 27 for Wyvern. Very good bounce back performance for the Koreans, representing all of Asia at this point as the remaining teams from that region. Meanwhile, Gambit Esports showing the European ice in your veins mentality coming from some of those traditional FPSs stays true as well. 24 points for them. They had a great 10-kill performance throughout these first 2 games, followed by Gamers Origin representing France. Finally, 2 American teams get on the board, Ringers and CLG in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, so at this point, it looks like the only real comfortable teams are going to be MVP and Wyvern. I mean, I want to put Gambit in there, but at 24 points, that's not quite there. We have to remember that NRG moved on with 22 points. That was the threshold to be able to move on in the top 10.
Of course, the bottom of that screen, Reciprocity is in 10th place right now. Interesting stuff there. Meanwhile, Rogue is actually tied with Rec. I believe Rec had 9 points as well.
They did.
Right behind them at 11. Secret is above them. Fire, of course, right after Rogue with 7. Complexity very close. I mean, look at this. All the way down to 19th place is a 5-point performance. G2 included in that mix. Really, it's anyone's game for a top 10 finish here.
And then I think it's also important for us to remember, though, that we still have 2 more games. Like, we're not done in 1 more. These teams still have a good chunk of the time to really get those kills, get their placement points, and hopefully kind of change up the standings a little bit.
And a big issue is if MVP and Wyvern keep competing at this level and they keep hogging all of the points that are available on the field, that's going to allow teams in the bottom there to be able to actually make a way into the top 10. So this is actually very game-breaking that MVP and Wyvern are being so dominant right now.
Yeah, of course, MVP doing a great job, and both back-to-back, Wyvern as well. Great performances coming out of the Koreans. Their individual skill certainly does show, but we're going to learn a little bit more about some of these teams competing in this tournament because we got the man himself. It's Jump on stage for an interview.
It's not just me, and it ain't an interview. I got my boy
you can
Evan
interview
here.
me if you want.
He's like, I'm just
I
gonna.
feel good today,
just
guys.
walk
I'm ready
away.
to
No,
compete.
just
I'm ready to do my thing.
I mean, you know. All right, so we're halfway through the losers finals, and you wanted action. Well, I mean, you know, you've got it. We've had the MVP and Wyvern combine for an unbelievable amount of kills. 38 in just 2 games, already showing that they know what it takes to make it to the grand finals.
Well, I think we're also seeing a different way of what it might take to be successful. It's not just your placements. If you can frag out with confidence, then you can also make it to the top spot in the leaderboards. And we've seen that with Korea specifically. They love getting aggressive early on. And what I'm noticing is it's catching teams off guard. People aren't expecting a top kind of 10 to 20 aggression. They're waiting for that final circle, and MVP are immediately getting kills that no one expects them to get.
But I think at the same time, when you look at the other side of the spectrum, as you said, it's not just about getting the kills. It's not just about the placement. It's about consistency. You take a look at Gamers Origin and even somebody like Gambit, who as the weekend has progressed, they've stepped up to the plate in direct proportion of the level of pressure that they have on their shoulders.
Well, I think Gambit's a great point. When we saw that battle between MVP, Ross, and of course Artico, what an incredible showcase of 2 individuals kind of holding on to their team's fates. Not that it would be destitution if they weren't able to win, but there was a lot on the line to get first place there. And great management of the Watson fences, the ability to go up on the high ground and be able to utilize that kind of spatial awareness. Notice when the door was open and then go ahead and finish the kill. It's not easy, but Gambit Esports making a name for themselves clearly here in this finals.
And I think like you also have to consider the fact of, and Glitter said it on the desk herself, of there's still a lot of Apex left to be played. You take a look at Rogue, who's sitting on the bubble, tied for Reciprocity, but Reciprocity, of course, winning the tiebreaker, find themselves at 10, and you've got other teams, some of the ones that I know you were expecting to place in, that haven't got there just yet.
Yeah, Jump, for me, I'm looking at G2 and the fact that although there's still only a 5-point difference between the top 11 and the top 19, they're at the bottom end of those standings, and we expect to see them doing a lot better. They're one of the favorites coming into this tournament, so we'll expect that that ends up improving for them in these next 2 games. But who do you have your eyes on?
I think that's the big question mark, is I want to see what Rogue is able to do. They are a team that has the experience. They've been together for a very long time. We've seen consistent and constant success from them in other areas, but this is the first real tournament where I think they find themselves playing from behind and really have to find a way to crank it up a notch over the next 2 games.
It's also interesting to notice how different teams from different regions, because Apex is such a big international esport, you've got Gamers Origin, mainly based out of France, being able to compete in that final circle in such a unique way, actually stealing from the Korean play style where they're sending 2 down to go and attack and leave 1 up to the final circle in case there's a Wraith portal heal off to be able to get the win. So it was a great use of the resources you've got available to try to make the most out of a pretty dirty situation.
But is that your pick? Is Gamers Origin your kind of horse right now? I mean, they're sitting at 4th. They're sitting at 4th. What about on the back half? We've got a lot of people.
I think Triumph Gaming is a team that I've noticed work the circle extremely well. They're somebody I'd be looking to have a better performance in Game 3. I'm also interested to see if Windstrike, the Russian team, can keep doing good performances. That's what they were known for in their earlier losers bracket run. They've kind of fallen by the wayside, so I'm expecting them to show up big.
Well, you know, you've got the inside of the players that we've been trying to get across the board. As the analyst desk was breaking down that last match, I had Raz next to the stage. He runs over and gives me this like giant jumping high five.
I didn't know what that was.
And it's part of it. And then I come over and I asked him, I said, what do you feel is the biggest strength coming into the losers finals and your performance over the first 2 games. And he looks at me and he goes, we know MVP is number 1, and that's all that matters.
And that's seemingly how they're playing. They're appreciating the fact that they're number 1. And what we've noticed too is, are you then going to try to thirst other teams, grief them essentially, take away resources? I'm noticing these top teams prioritize just getting better and better placements. The more number 1s, number 2s, and number 3s they get means the more competition can't get those top slots and of course progress the way that they want to.
I mean, you take a look at the top 10 right now. You've got Succubus and CLG. They're in the top 10. They've got 1 point apiece in kills. 1 kill per team. They still find themselves up, showing that placement really matters.
Different ways to go about it. CLG, arguably one of the biggest names as far as an organization, as far as players within the organization that's still competing in this level of play. So a lot of eyes are on them. I love the comms between Madness and Niceway, kind of calming down the boys, say, we're good, we're good. I think that's a good note that they're communicating well and going to be doing well in games 3 and 4.
Well, you have to keep yourself level-headed, but more importantly, you still have 2 games left to be played before the top 10 teams will join the 10 for the winners finals in none other than the grand finals. That's going to do it from here on your check-in for the stage. Let's throw it over to the brains, the bands themselves, Mr. Blaze and Nathanius over at the command center.
Thank you so much, Jump. Me and Nate over here at the command center. In that matchup, everything was pretty much textbook out of all these teams, making sure they're fighting for positioning, getting into some unique locations. So here at our Telestrator segment, we're guys going to show you a few things that you guys can add to your notes, a few little cheeky spots with the zip line to kind of dodge some shots and rotate around this map quickly. So we were actually on board with Triumph here. They're going to be kind of tucked inside this nook at bunker, but they don't want to rotate out just yet, because it is teams watching Golden Sands in the valley outside. So they're going to find a nice little spot to put this zip line. They're going to take it up, and I want to show you guys this at home, so in case you ever find yourselves in a difficult position where you can kind of get out of that spot. So pause it right here, Nate, and I'll back it up just a little bit, because I'm saying that you can get up here. At this point, you got about 25 seconds. You're kind of on the outskirts of the map. You got to move quickly, but you're going to see how they just jump over to reposition themselves. Now, at this point, you can actually even put a Wraith portal up there if you wanted to, and they can go elsewhere to kind of help you out. I just want to kind of show you guys at home so you guys can add that to your notes. But speaking of zip lines, Nate, do you got something else as well?
Yeah, we're looking at some of the other fun stuff, of course, that was happening in this match. And when it comes to the competition, every little bit counts. And I just want to say, someone from Pennsylvania, I know all about groundhogs.
Yep.
And we had a little bit of almost a whack-a-mole game going over here with MVP using that zip line. But taking advantage of the position that they had, that whole elevator shaft almost completely cut off, and they were able to buy themselves quite a bit of time going up and down from here to scout out what was happening and looking for opportunities to push.
And the beauty is nobody can really go up there and shoot them and look down. We saw somebody try to contest, and they end up falling down low in the gas, but MVP has a beautiful escape route, thinking on the fly, making use of the best situation at this given time. But now, even with a player going down, he's able to drop back. You see multiple players of MVP taking the rope up, peeking, getting some shots on the roof, trying to get more points on the board. And we heard the analysts talking about how these guys are just fragging out so hard, where they're making, it's kind of game breaking, making the lobby open for those bottom 18 teams to kind of make a run into that top 10.
These are the types of 200 IQ plays. MVP does not leave anything on the table. They take advantage of every moment, even though they're not able to secure the dub this time around. That positional play, using the portal to bring out, seeing the pillar to hide behind, getting into this engagement. We know that things don't end well for them, but these are all of the building blocks that have set them up to be in this wonderful position that we see them in the top 3 so far in our losers match. And honestly, it's just awesome to see that. The adaptability, going far, going deep. You don't need to win the matches yet, as we're not in that Apex final just yet, but at least for this round, getting these points and making these plays is going to be plenty enough for them, Blaze.
Definitely will be plenty enough for those boys. That's going to be it for me and Nate over here at the command center. Fallout, take it away.
Blaze, thank you so much here. Fallout back with Jamerson and Glitter, getting ready for match number 3. Did a little bit of the halftime, giving these players a chance to go to the bathroom, take a break, get some water, relax a little bit, maybe strategize. I saw some teams kind of just chilling, hanging out. Some teams really in the booth talking shop here. So excited to kick that off in just a few minutes here. We'll be getting ready. It looks like players are getting seated as we speak. But we saw it in the standings, and I want to jump back to the conversation. We mentioned all the way down to 15th place as an open opportunity. That 10th place buffer, though, was about 22 points. NRG, led by Dizzy, of course, with 22 points yesterday. So you expect it to be around the same here today, or you think it's going to be a little different based on what we're seeing?
I would hope that it would be a little bit different. I think ideally everybody would like to do better than they did yesterday if their performance wasn't what they had hoped it to be. And energy was kind of on the bubble every single time, sneaking in at 10th place time and time again. Ideally, you don't want to even have to be under that pressure or that stress or be thinking about, is this 1 point, is this 1 kill going to make or break my standing? You want the comfort of knowing you're safe.
Personally, I think the buffer might actually be just a little bit lower because yesterday in our winners finals, we saw that there was only really one team that was kind of hogging up a lot of the points, and that was going to be 789. They ended up walking away with 56 points. But right now, both MVP and Wyvern are looking to actually meet that score within the next 2 games.
Crazy.
And so that means that's a lot less points on the field. That means that threshold of about 22 points is actually going to be lowered, I expect.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking around 18 points, maybe 17 points is what you're going to need to move on in the top 10.
Professor Jamerson laying it down here, of course. If you guys expect maybe a little lower of the threshold, obviously based on some basic maths, 10 times 2 is around 20. That's currently where we're at now, so maybe around 20 points. However, we do know these players got to continue their performances. You know, obviously both teams at 10 points, 9 points. You got to do it again. You can't say I'm in a good spot with 10 points. You got to perform consistently well. Put up at least 10 points, which is either 10 kills or placing top 3 would do the trick as well. Placing top 10 would definitely help. We'll see which teams can stay consistent, which teams can go big. Yesterday we saw a couple teams go big in the last game. That was Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Virtus Pro had some amazing games yesterday, especially, I believe, walking away with one of the victories, too. And they are a team that we haven't been able to talk about much because, we did have them on the B stream at times. And so it's great to see that they're able to come out. I mean, they are huge personalities, too.
Of course, we are getting excited and getting ready for match 3, which I just got word is ready. Can CLG, led by Nicewig, do it again? Of course, Controller Gang hanging in there between Snipedown and Nicewig, all last 2 controller players in this tournament. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our casters. It's Onset and Gaskin. Take it away.
Beautiful stuff, and it is time to get into our next game. Dan Gaskin, of course. We've got 2 down now, just 2 to go in our losers bracket final. And we're starting to see the lay of the land a little bit. We're starting to see what teams need to make some changes, maybe thinking about changing those drop rotations, getting a little bit more aggressive. And I just wanted to highlight one of the points that was actually made on the desk there. A fantastic point by Jameson is the fact that I think that kill, the cutoff is going to be a little bit lower purely because of the slaying ability that we've seen out of the 2 Korean teams so far. Wyvern and MVP have just been cleaning up most of the kills in the lobby.
It's crazy. These central circles just allow for the aggression from some of these teams who just aren't scared to take fights. If we see another circle towards the center of the map, and I just mean not on the edge so it's easily predictable, I think we are going to see the likes of MVP, the likes of Wyvern just get in people's faces again because they've already secured their spot in the finals.
Yeah, I also think it's going to be interesting for the teams who are in that chasing pack at the moment to keep an eye on the kill feed as well, because if they're seeing Wyvern popping up in that kill feed, if they're seeing MVP popping up on that kill feed, that means that point threshold is just going to get lower and lower comparatively to what we've seen so far in the tournament.
Looks like Gamers Origin are pretty clear here at mid-river. That's why they've spread out quite considerably just to get as much loot as possible. Do need to be careful they don't get pushed through bunker though, but it seems like a lot of these teams have found out where they can comfortably drop in this particular lobby. It's always difficult in match number 1. There's always going to be that hesitation of, is there going to be anyone contesting us? Is there anyone who wants to have our loot locations? As Ringers have also secured swamps. One of the biggest areas for loot, in my opinion. If you can secure the entirety of it, you're going to be in a good position, as that circle is heading very much northeast towards Relay.
Yeah, and that's going to be exactly where MVP are going to be chilling. So they're going to be feeling really good about things, especially with the placement they have on at the moment. Let's check in with some of the other drops that are going on around Kings Canyon at the moment. Command stand up. What have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Onset. Just wanted to come to you guys quickly and let you know where we know where the next circle is going to be at. It is going to be inside of Relay, where MVP has been dropping. We know how dominant they've been, so this could prove useful for the rest of the lobby if they choose just to fortify, since they know where the next circle is, and so they don't have to go out there and get too many kills and give some other teams a chance. But we'll see what they can do soon. Nate, anything that you got on your end?
Nothing super crazy going on. We're seeing a lot of repeated drops. I mean, biggest question is going to be how teams rotate over to that position, and especially how they deal with MVP.
All right, casters, we're going to throw it back to you, and we'll see how these teams rotate to that northeastern side of the map.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I think you're completely right. Having MVP have that final circle towards their drop location is going to free up so much more kills for everyone else. But that is only if MVP decide they want to stay put. We've seen them do it before in early matches. However, because they've already got over the points amount they need to get into that grand final, they might just say, hey, let's go out and have some fun. Let's start taking some teams down. Let's get some kills.
It's going to be an interesting way to see how they play this game. I'm fully expecting them to play it the smart way, the methodical, slow way, and just guarantee themselves those points because of the fact that they're going to have games later in this tournament if they do progress into that final game, that grand final we have coming up later, where they are going to have to play around relay. They are going to play a little bit of a slower game. But let's just paint the picture for everyone that's watching at home at the moment. Let's talk about the teams who are in that chasing pack at the moment. I'm looking at 10th place. I'm seeing Reciprocity, a better start than they had yesterday. They're holding down that 10th place. The chasing pack at the moment includes the likes of Rogue, includes the likes of Teamfire, Complexity, Pittsburgh Knights, and down at the bottom is Space Station Gaming. They've had a rough couple of first games. We need to see some improvement from them.
There's only 5 points between 6th and 18th in this entire lobby. Everything's up for grabs, but Navi are getting involved with Reciprocity. Grego goes down to a Peacekeeper.
Yeah, that's going to be a great start for Navi, and it was that 10th place team, Reciprocity, who have had that player down and taken down the lobby as well. The first kill confirmed now. 20 squads, still remaining, so it looks like Reciprocity have managed to escape with at least 2 of those players intact.
Let's talk a little bit about how incredible this is for Team Secret as well. They lost their 3rd member of their squad coming into this tournament, and they picked up Limek. Limek, a youngster from Poland, 17 years old, gets given this opportunity to team with some of the best players around, and he's been performing exceptionally well as a Pathfinder. They find themselves in the lower bracket finals. They've got a decent amount of points. Just imagine if you get to a grand final. That story is unbelievable.
So many fascinating storylines for not only the players, the teams, everyone involved here at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. It hasn't disappointed in any way whatsoever so far. And if you are just joining us, of course, this is the Losers Bracket Finals. We'll be sending home our last 10 teams.
We just get position, yeah, it's really
and finding out the 10 teams who will be joining the players in our grand final later today.
Do we go
now? They're now rotating a little bit early here, which I like. Succubus in good position as well. I imagine we are going to see a little bit of a slower game than maybe we have seen in those first couple of games. We were discussing off camera why that might be. Obviously, we had the theory that maybe a couple of teams were just going to play that first game super aggressive and try and get some kills on the board, some elimination points, purely because they have that extra round in this particular round of the competition.
Yeah, having that extra match is good, but I also think because of the final circles and because they were a little tougher to actually predict, there was naturally more aggression in the lobby, but because now everyone will know this is finishing on relay or close enough to relay in the few circles where this possibly could be ending. So we're seeing a lot of early deep rotations and people are just going to fortify, they're going to hold up, they're going to put down those Watson fences and they are going to wait. Yes, there's going to be a few stragglers who are there late who had to loot in perhaps the southwestern side of the map. Skulltown is an example, teams like Rogue and G2 who have been down there, they might take a little bit longer to get through, but everyone else is really going to be looking to get inside relay as quick as possible.
Yeah, third Impact who are watching right now, they are currently sat in 7th place in this lobby overall. So inside that top 10, in one of those qualification spots. And it kind of comes into the psyche of a team now. This is where IGL needs to really have his wits about him, not only in-game, but out-of-game as well. How many points do we need? What is the cutoff? How do we play this next lobby?
Thankfully, because you've got that 4th game, you can still have a little bit of freedom with how you approach this match number 3. Personally, if I was to be in IGL with a team, I would just play my standard game in match number 3 because of the points disparity between 6th and 18th, because it's so close, because the chasing pack are so tight to those who are in that top 10.
I need cells, I've drawn only 2 cells, I've drawn the cells.
Secret raining in some shots here. It looks like they've got some targets in front of them, maybe looking for some early eliminations in this game, as we're going to see the first ring close in around 20 seconds. Again, early rotation here towards relay.
Just get like...
Fence is going to be going up.
Guys right here, beam them!
And now you're seeing the call. You can probably hear that communication over the top of us there. Guys right here, beam them. That means focus your fire onto these players trying to escape, and those players have escaped, but they have a great high ground place to hold down now, Team Secret.
And once you've got that high ground, you can just drop some Watson fences, you can wait, and it's all going to be down to how much you're able to loot in that early game. Do you have ammo to be taking a lot of these long distance fights? Do you have the weaponry to be taking these long distance fights? If you don't, you need to just be camping. You need to be waiting for maybe a third party opportunity, as now Navi, they're going to be getting aggressive, pushing towards the center of this circle as well. As now, we have 2 minutes before round 2 starts to close.
Reciprocity have managed to pick up some kills in the feed as well. We see Frex managing to get a kill onto turns there of Pittsburgh Knights. So, although they were down to just 2 players momentarily in the lobby, they have managed to at least bring someone else down to that level, and one team who have been incredibly impressive so far. In our losers bracket final, Wyvern now with a great rotation as well.
Wyvern looking just to take this building in the southeast side of this circle. Either A, hoping that maybe they can catch people rotating from the southern side of the map, or B, that the circle might drift towards their current location, as Complexity now getting high ground. And this is the main difference we're seeing between this match and the last one, is because it is a commonly known final circle, everyone's been able to position themselves within the circle nice and early. We're not seeing as many early fights, but Rogue, they're under fire just because they chose quite a popular area to hold in this particular position.
Yeah, the beauty of the outside of the map when you have the circle enclosing like this is you only have to worry about certain directions. You can focus your fire on 2 or 3 directions and you're not going to get flanked. The ability to get third-partied is reduced essentially. So you can just focus on what is in front of you. An MVP, I mean, they couldn't have asked for anything more as far as the circle was concerned. And look at the jungle gym that's going on here.
Yeah, it's having a little bit of fun at this point.
They're smiling as well, they're enjoying it.
We saw this in Winners Bracket Round 1 way back on Friday when there was a relay final circle. They had dropped here and they literally took this building, they waited, and they just got involved in the action when everyone else joined them. They invited them into their home. As now Triumph, they're actually going to be in contention here because this particular compound, a couple of teams are trying to set up at.
Saw the shots with the alternator there, deciding not to use the aim down sights to land those shots, get a little bit more accuracy, hoping with the hip fire that he might be able to do a little bit of damage. We see a Pathfinder disappearing across the horizon as well, as JMW now has to back down from this battle and maybe wait on a teammate to do some damage himself, but Mainless is going to be taken down to very, very low health, and now he's trying to scarper out behind the rock now, but it looks like they are going to have some problems, and they're going to be taken down.
Yeah, Mainless the last remaining player, but it's going to be, again, the aggression from Wyvern. As soon as they smell any sign of weakness, if they crack a shield, they are straight on you. They don't give you time to think. They don't give you time to use your shield cells, let alone a battery. As now Rogue, again, still having this long-distance battle. It's just an ammo waster, to be honest, but it's also a resource waster as well, if you can hit some good shots.
If you can somehow eke out this battle when, though, you do have control of that choke point to re-enter that circle when it does move ever so slightly more centrally. Great shot there with the longbow. 58 damage through that window. We've seen Teamfire holding down this position, such a strong position to overlook all of these buildings. Watson fences up as well, that's going to stop anyone trying to encroach on their land. We've seen already in our game number 1 how effective those Watson fences are, not just at holding down certain positions, but also in helping you on the way to a 1v1 win.
So I'm thinking about these other teams that are kind of on that 10-point line, that are within the top 10, but they're very vulnerable. If we can check in with Reciprocity and CLG at some point. Reciprocity down to just 1. Snipe Down's banner still available, but it doesn't look like Frex is going to be going for that whatsoever. Instead, he is very much going to be playing for placement at this point as the circle starts to move even closer towards relay.
Yeah, a couple of kills on the board though for Reciprocity, so at least they're going to have a little bit of change coming out of this third game of our losers bracket final. CLG now moving into a great position. Obviously the northern aspect of this rotation is going to be absolutely great for them as well with their normal artillery drop.
Yeah, they didn't get many kills in the previous game, but they were able to get that top 3 placement when it was close to artillery, and I guess any sort of circle that finishes northernly, they're going to be happy about, because CLG are good at rotating early. Yes, they are a very heavily slaying, they have a lot of slaying ability within this squad, but they know how to play smart, and I think having that balance is very important in Apex Legends.
So 19 squads remaining at the moment. Let's see Alistar now, one of the unsung heroes as far as teams are concerned yesterday. Taking this supply ship means they're going to have some angles to rotate in down, smartly not using the Pathfinder ultimate and just using the ropes provided to now move in onto this little compound just outside of the wetlands area. But they are going to have to rotate in. 55 seconds left on the clock. So quiet at the moment around Kings Canyon. You can see one player being down there, and it was Wyvern again in the feed. Longbow this time being the weapon of choice.
Complexity still having this fight as well. Like, they're just back and forth at the moment, watching both sides, using zip lines to ensure that they have a little bit of high ground. They are just inside this circle, which means they can gatekeep. Just keep eyes on anyone that is going to be rotating late. There's not that many teams outside of the circle, though. Everyone's done pretty well at getting inside. And here's Wyvern again, just situating themselves on the edge. Even though Wyvern are very good at getting into the center of the circle, I think they like playing on the edge. I think they like hunting teams down.
14 seconds until we see that third ring encroach. And this is where I'm really expecting some action to kick off. We're seeing some beautiful longbow shots there. Can't quite connect. On one to get that down, to get that knock, but the shields are going to be depleted.
Circle's coming in, and Team Fire are starting to rain down fire on this opposition team. Let's see how the communications are with these boys.
On roof, you see him? Yep. Still right back here. They don't have zip. That team doesn't have zip yet. I'm coming over here just so I can get fucking heals. Those two teams like are going to fight. There's literally no way they don't. Yeah. It could be really good for us because the first thing that tries to move might get fucked. And the reason.
You heard the comms there, and one thing I really wanted to point out there is the ability of Team Fire to not only keep track of their own inventory, but also of the ultimate of the team that they're overlooking. You know that Pathfinder didn't have a zip line available, so knew that they weren't going to be able to escape that compound with any particular ease. And now we're going to pop over to Wyvern once again. 18 squads now remaining. 1 minute 30 until we see that next circle move. A lot of bodies still here on Kings Canyon. A lot of points still available for one of these squads.
Ultimate management is something that goes under the radar, I think, in your normal ranked game of Apex. You need to have an accelerant available from someone, because not only is Watson's ult so important, but so's that Wraith ult later with that portal.
This is a huge battle here for Rogue, because they're currently outside of that top 10 placing. They need to win this battle and hold this compound. They're outside of the circle right now, and if 60 seconds pass and they're still caught in that circle, they're going to come under all sorts of damage, and they could be potentially exposed to a pretty poor finish again, but they're doing a great job now of raining down the fire, and it looks like they have the advantage momentarily in the battle.
Thermites have done so well just to reposition and allow them to get fire from several different angles. Lyric's getting aggressive. He's the last one remaining. Gets the knock. Is he going to be able to get another one?
Dropped goes down. He does get dropped, and now Lyric is trying desperately to dodge and dive and stay alive. However, he goes down, and that is a huge win, not only in the context of this particular game in the losers bracket final, but potentially in the losers bracket final as a complete set.
Well, just a few eliminations can be massive if you consider the fact Rogue are only 1 point behind 10th place. Every kill is going to matter. Every point could be the difference to you going to the grand final or not.
A quick note there in the feed, I just caught the Frex, even as a solo player, managed to pick up another elimination just before he was taken down. So another point on the board there for Reciprocity after having 2 members fall so early in this game. But now we're really starting to see the action kick off. 15 squads remaining now, and you can see that circle's going to reduce by around 50%. We are starting to get close. We're starting to get a little bit uncomfortable as far as positioning is concerned on this map.
Well, G2 getting involved with Windstrike there, and also I see members of Team Secret being eliminated from the server as well, and it's still Team Fire with this high ground, just being a nuisance, griefing everyone with these longbows.
Yeah, and they're going to be in position for the next circle as well. They really are set up not only for position of, you know, being able to 3P so many of these teams that are going to be rotating, but also for those placement points. Now we're seeing the shot starter fly in here. Third impact, they're going to have 1 player go down, and now they're just desperately trying to survive, desperately trying to get those shield cells off.
Third impact just aren't looted for these fights, unfortunately. They've rotated in a little bit late. They haven't been able to pick up any decent armor, and they're just sitting ducks. They're just desperately trying to survive, hoping that other teams are eliminated first so they can at least get the top 10 placement.
And Complexity have managed to find some high ground as well. However, they are going to have to move as that next circle does encroach. So 12 squads remaining. You can see On Fire finally picking up some downs and some eliminations of their own, having held that high ground for so long. The Incense goes in now, and this might be an opportunity here for Complexity to maybe take advantage, close that distance, and try and take this compound.
Here's Wyvern again, though. They are being griefed by so many different teams. It's almost like everyone wants to take this compound away from them. It's just Karen P left on his own, does get the elimination, can swap shields if he wants, but instead, just apply that first aid, just revive. Nice and calm for Wyvern yet again.
Succubus picking up a kill on a Na'Vi member there in the feed as well. 11 squads now remaining. We're getting down to our final 10. And one of those teams are Space Station Gaming. They are rooted to the bottom of the table as it stands. But a big performance from them here, which is looking like could be on the cards. And they could be rocketing it up towards those top 10 positions.
I mean, a big performance, you need a top 5, but you need to be getting kills as well. It's not going to be enough just getting one good placement within these 4 matches. We've seen teams fall out of this competition, even with top 3 placements, not getting enough kills on the board.
And you can see at the moment, MVP, who we're watching momentarily there, they had the circle in their favor, and now, oh no, Space Station Gaming, this could be absolute disaster for them. They'd managed to get towards the end game, but they didn't manage to get many points on the board. That is bad news. And again, it's Wyvern just racking up kills.
They were just able to get 10th, I think, so at least they would have been able to secure 2 points. But now here comes Complexity. They smell blood. They want to get involved. But Wyvern, they love the fights.
They will not back down here, Wyvern, and now Complexity are forced to back up. That is the fear that this Korean roster puts into their opponents. They're going to be burning here and desperately trying to stay alive with that Wraith Q. Tries to get out. The ring is closing in as well. And Sally might be the final player alive here, but manages to take some down on his way.
Oh my god, and he's got the Peacekeeper as well. Does miss the shot, does have the self-revive, but it's going to be noticed. It's going to be spotted. Going to get taken down, but they've done their work. They've been able to get big kills, and they're going to be through.
And now team on fire. Still up on this high ground location. They've managed to relocate ever so slightly, as we're going to see it collapse in now onto these buildings, which are just outside Relay. CLG, again, the early rotation from them, paying dividends. Couple of kills on the board for them as well as now a top 5 placement. We're into our final 5.
There's a tiny corner in this building that will actually still be within the circle. I think that was the communication from CLG, but who's still sat in prime position? MVP.
The only problem is, they have been sat here for a while, but ammo might become an issue. They might have to take a fight here towards the end game just to try and make sure that they can fight.
I think they've got enough ammo to wait for that final circle to come in because they are in the best position, and because they have played so much Relay, because Relay is their drop location, they knew exactly where this final circle was going to be heading.
MVP managed to pick up a down there on one of the Urban on Fire players. And now, with that high ground, the wingman still doing damage here, and you can see they're having to try and stick this revive, but the hassle is still coming in. Look at the fire coming in from MVP. They know when they have their advantages, and now look at it just raining down. Great play there from MVP. Team Fire just had absolutely no chance of getting out of that position.
That's where the benefit of something like a lifeline would have come in handy, and that's why we have seen a couple of teams try that throughout the tournament, but it seems like everyone has agreed now on this composition more or less.
3 squads remaining now. MVP are one of those squads. They've been here for the entirety of the game as that ring now collapses. Ras with his reticule. Firmly positioned over that exit. He knows that there's team in there. He can see those Watson fences. I can set up now just blocking this door. CLG, oh my word.
As I said, the tiniest corner still within the ring, so now you can use Wraith's portal to get you out. You dance around to make sure that when you go through the portal, you are avoiding the ring damage for as long as possible, and you start to set up for this final push. And look at this, you're setting up some escape routes now, our MVP, so they can just dance on these zip lines when that circle does come in.
Look how many zip lines are set up at the moment for MVP. We were laughing and joking earlier, and so were they when they were jumping around on those zip lines. But what that means is if that battle comes into MVP's compound, or if that circle encloses on it, they're going to be able to jump around. They're going to be such difficult targets to deal with. And Rogue are still in this battle as well. What a performance this is from Rogue, as now we're going to see that push come in. Dropped with the incense, takes the door down. Now they're making their moves.
Still a minute to go, so you don't necessarily need to be pushing. Yes, okay, the Thermite is going to initiate something, but MVP are just going to back away from this. They don't need to take this fight right now. Yes, Rogue have the low ground. They can watch people drop towards them, but when you get into this situation, when there's 3 different squads, it's who do you target? Where are you going to be looking at? They know exactly where CLG are going to be exiting. They're going to be watching this portal from Wraith, but are they then going to get third parties? It's so difficult, and you really have to be listening to your in-game leader when it comes down to this final section.
35 seconds left until this ring collapses. Every single Wraith player in the lobby is getting ready to set up that portal.
And if you want to know why Wraith is so important, this is why. Notice how everyone using that ultimate ability, dancing around, waiting for that right moment, and then we're going to see 3 portals set up in the middle just so you can survive as long as possible. But there is a little bit of action. That first Wraith does pop out, does try and just plant the first portal. One thing you can do, put a portal next to another portal, and maybe they'll go through and go back into the red.
And you can see here as well, I love what Rogue are doing. They've actually set up their portal so that no one can get out of that side of the door here for MVP. I'm not sure if they're aware that they're not actually still inside, but CLG now make the push. The Peacekeeper shot lands hard, and CLG are going to be losing bodies, and Rogue are going to be picking up kills.
This is where grenades come in now, and this is where it's really important that you manage your heals as well.
Grenades come in, circle is closing. We're on board with Huskers here from Rogue, trying to land some shots. The R99 drilling so many players, and here comes the push now from MVP.
Rogue doing all they can, and they get the champion as well. An amazing push at the end from both teams, and unfortunately it's just not enough. When Rogue were waiting, they set up their portals better, they had more utility, and they were able to watch everyone else's Wraith portals. They were in prime position. Great stuff from MVP for being there throughout the entire game, but it was Rogue who managed it successfully at the end, as well as picking up 14 kills on the way.
Yeah, that is the performance you need in a round 3. Just to put it into context for everyone watching as well, Rogue coming into this game, we're just outside that top 10. The top 10, of course, who go through to our grand final. With that performance, they will move into one of those top 10 places. What a game it was. What a finish it was. It's time to send it back over to the desk after game number 3.
Thank you so much, Onset Fallout here, back with Glitter and Jamerson, and there you have it. On your screen, you see it. It's Rogue who clutches up big time in match number 3 to just about punch their ticket to the championship finals. You could hardly believe a performance like that. 12 plus kills, I think it was 14 total. A first place finish, that's 26 points guaranteed for Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue did a fantastic job. I know you want to talk about this. Go ahead.
All I was going to say is that this is the performance that they had the first time around in the first day of their games. Day 2 came around, did well for a chunk of it, and then the end of the day just kind of fell apart. They went back, they readjusted where they need to. They had a really good area that they were holding this entire final zone, and they were able to make the plays there at the end against MVP and CLG. You saw some of those shotgun shots coming out at the end. You were really hyped on those. You were sitting here going, that was such a good play. So you can break that down for us.
It was absolutely fantastic. And, you know, the casters broke it down, right? When they were setting up their portal, they made sure that they blocked the exit there with it just to make sure that they control the battle just a little bit more. And then from there, I love the play, of course, using the Wraith, having the nades on the outside, throwing them on in. As everyone was teleporting in with the Wraith portals, they were just getting knocked by all those nades. Yeah. So much damage was coming across.
Exactly. CLG obviously in a pretty tough spot, but for Rogue, it was so easy. Just L-trigger or ADS and an easy portal right there for easy Peacekeeper shots. And you see it right after, actually, this moment. A couple nades thrown in here as well. But ultimately, it was Sweet Dreams and Huskers who do it, who stay alive. I think Huskers ended up clutching it out. Great shots put in, all up to Sweet Dreams with nothing but a dream to take a first place here, and he does exactly that. Big shout out to Rogue and Sweet Dreams for securing a first place win. Massive stuff from Rogue.
One thing I do want to point out as well, though, is that we did see MVP once again finishing top 2 in the game, and something you've pointed out for the past 2 games now. They are solidifying themselves over and over again and increasing that point spread, which is going to make the spread at the bottom half that much closer.
Same thing with Wyvern. I mean, even though Wyvern finished in 6th place there, they picked up a lot of eliminations.
We
Take a look at that. 14 kills for Rogue and for Wyvern. And that is huge. That's a lot of points not going down to the bottom, well, at this point, 17.
I mean, look how top-heavy those kills are. Rogue and Wyvern with 14 apiece. There's not a lot of bodies left in the lobby. Na'Vi with 6 after that. That's how big the gap is. And honestly, crazy to see the skill gap between Wyvern, MVP, Rogue, and the rest of them in this game. Wyvern and MVP have placed top 3 in every single match of this series. If you're a team in the winner's bracket final getting ready for the finals here, are you nervous for this Korean squad? Or are you just prepping for them? What's going through your mind?
Honestly, they do have the luxury of watching the games right now and preparing for that. But honestly, how do you prepare for that kind of aggression, that kind of fragging ability?
It's something that I don't even know. I think they had an idea that it was a possibility that specifically MVP might come in and play like this because they were able to play against them in scrims a little bit. But I don't know that they knew the full extent of how much it would affect their gameplay. It seems to be working out in MVP's favor.
Indeed. TSM 7, 8, 9, and Co. If you're watching this, study up, understand where the drops are, because of course the championship finals format will be unique. And obviously, if Wyvern MVP gets to that 50-point threshold, they can get denied. Everyone knows they like to drop repulsor. Should be really, really interesting. But taking a look here at the replays, one thing you just saw was Reciprocity pick up 3 kills. They were in 10th place with 10 points. 3 kills will get them 13 points. I'm not sure if that's going to do it for them to close out here. So Reciprocity's going to have to go big if they want to be a fringe team.
Oh, this fight between Rogue and Ringers, we were both just sitting on the edge of our seats watching this. But also, we do have to mention that Fire had a great finish there. They were able to end up in 4th. They were a little bit lower on the totem pole, but now they're going to be able to propel themselves forward, especially with how top-heavy the top 3 is right now.
Great shots put in here with that longbow. Of course, the longbow meta right now so strong, especially players from a maybe Counter-Strike background, very good marksman. We played a marksman heavy role in Overwatch, etc. Right here, you saw Wyvern go big some way, somehow, all up to Karampe.
Karampe, once again, this man has really been the MVP for Wyvern throughout this weekend.
Look at these shots from Sweet Dreams. 4 straight wingman shots for 200 damage. He was connecting for so much damage. Hopefully we get the damage stat so we can see exactly how much he did. He's not done yet. I think that was actually a bit of a knock first, but still pushes up, finishes the last individual. Phenomenal job from Sweet Dreams. Such a big performance individually.
That arc star connect by Akka, but they misplaced the Pathfinder zip line and they took way too much damage there. Take a look at the HP. Akka was the first one to go down, and it's just left up to Roz and Sweet Dreams, and I think they were about at the same HP at that point. It was whoever connects with the next bullet wins.
Wingman, yeah.
Look at this, that Peacekeeper looking straight down through ADS. Easiest kill you'll ever get on CLG. I believe that was no Cocoa Puffs right there. Very well done. And yes, you're right. Missed the zip line, unlike Virtus Pro yesterday on match 4, where they were just ziplining back and forth, zip-lining their way to a win. They were not able to connect for that. So that really cost him here. Of course, MVP doesn't cost him much. They're dominating the leaderboards right now.
We do also have to talk about CLG. They did finish 3rd here, but this time with 1 kill, and I believe last time it was 2nd with 1 kill or so, or no kills. I can't quite remember.
I think it's because the zones are working out in their favor right now. They're making, they have to make minimal rotations. They're able to hold it, which is really solidifying those placement points for them.
Yeah, so I think it was 7 points for CLG there. They have 18 points total. Look at the disparity right now. MVP and Wyvern with 43, but really top 5 dominating, doing incredibly well. Gamers Origin, Gambit Esports, Rogue with a really, really great performance right there. Really top heavy right now.
I think honestly at this point now we might just be safe to say the top 5 have pretty much solidified their berth into the final. The bottom 5 there, CLG, if they have one more good game in our final game, they should be able to secure it safely.
Yep, interestingly enough, Reciprocity gets knocked down to 12th, so a couple teams take their spot. I think Fire was one of them. Anyone's game here. 12 points right now for them as they need to go big. Third Impact right behind them. Team Secret right behind them as well. Again, going all the way down, I'd say to G2, if you're Winstrike, it's kind of dangerous. You got to get at least a 13-plus point game and a win. It's going to be a lot here. G2 has an opportunity as well, but again, G2 not showing up on Sunday. 0-0 Mimu, such great individuals, of course. They picked up their 3rd. 17 years old playing this first major. You wonder if that's affecting their psyche here.
At 9 points, though, they are basically standing firmly, ready to try and take that win if they can get a first place finish or even a 5th place finish with a lot of eliminations. The problem is, of course, Wyvern, MVP, Rogue snagging up all of the kills there in that last game. They're making it very difficult.
Do want to point out, though, we did see Third Impact and Rack same amount of points right on the outside of the bubble. If either of those teams has a good game in this final game of our set of matches, they could easily get themselves into the top 10.
Yep, that's indeed. It's going to be a crazy finish here. What do you expect? Anything less after our winners bracket final yesterday? I don't think so. We've had some interesting thoughts here. Good to hear your analysis, of course, but would also love to hear everyone out there watching. We know we're not the only experts, or we're not necessarily the experts by any means on Apex Legends. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Use the hashtag Apex Legends. Let us know on Twitter. Tweet at us so we can maybe read your tweets and engage. Fallout with 2 T's. We got my man Jamerson on Twitter.
Jet Set Jamerson.
Jet Set Jamerson.
Hey, the branding's working. The branding's working.
Let us know, guys. Hit us up. I want to hear your thoughts, of course, but that's going to be it for us and our thoughts at the analyst desk. Match 4 is getting ready, but before that, let's go ahead and throw it over to Blaze and the Thanius at the command center.
Thank you so much, Fallout. Nate, what a game. We talked early on about MVP and their location. They were dominant the previous 2 games before. Right off the rip, they got the immediate placement in relay at that second zone. And we talked, are they going to move? Are they going to stay there, go get some kills, leave it open for the rest of the lobby? MVP said, you know what? We're not going to move. We could be aggressive and get more kills, but they showed how much patience they had as well.
They had fun with it.
Exactly. They played that clip for me real quickly because I wanted to show the audience out there what they did with their free time as they started to fortify on top of this building. So MVP, they're going to actually decide to go in here, and I actually kind of want to pause it to show you guys the subway system they decided to build inside. You're going to start to see the 1 train going this way, the 2, the 3, the Q, and the R. And so in this building right here, they're able to dodge all these shots. They have the zone. They're able to get to the roof, get out of it if they want to, but they're like, hey, you know what? We're going to relax. Everybody else can fight. We know we kind of secured our position in this one already. And MVP, they end up getting another top 3 finish in this one. So if you ever wonder how many zip lines you can get with Pathfinder, I'd say about 7 or 8.
Yeah, I mean, they turned that building into Grand Central Station is what it looks like. MVP taking advantage of, honestly, a really lucky ring, because it was the first building that they started to fortify that it all closed in on. I gotta say, though, this whole entire game really fascinates me because this final circle that we end up with is just on those last couple of buildings up in the northeast, and it's just a little bit crazy, right? But thinking about Rogue being able, like, they get that drop. We've been talking about them hitting Skull Town all round long, and it's quite a ways to go, but they take the long way outside, going up through, and they're able to come into this position. Think about the distance that you have to cover, the number of possible players that you can run into, the number of bad things that can happen. Things go wrong sometimes, but
things go wrong all over the place.
They keep their cool, they keep their composure, and honestly, that's just really amazing to think as well, because you would think that it should have been easy, right? You've got MVP sitting up here trolling everybody, waiting, like, okay, come feed us kills. They still get their top 3 finish, but Rogue was there to lay the smackdown, and I have to say, just super impressive stuff.
Exactly, super impressive. Utilizing those jump towers to get all the way around the map, taking that outside edge, understanding that, hey, we need to fall into the points. We need to get move up in the ranks. They came in around that 11 spot, knowing that they had to move up.
They were on the bubble.
Exactly, and they got the job done.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff out of Rogue, all but securing their position moving forward. Let's kick it back over to the casters and find out who's going to try and get in on their last chance here in Match 4.
Thank you, guys. It is time, of course, to get into our Match 4 now, and I think that every single person who sat behind us, everybody who's watching at home, and every single player who is sat behind their PC right now is warm, they're ready, and they know exactly what they have to do in this final lobby. Dan, there's a few teams that are going to be very nervous, going to be a few shaky hands, but we do have sort of 5 teams at the top who we could pretty much say will be joining us in the grand final.
Yeah, I'd say top 5 definitely through. Even 6 and 7 are pretty much there on 18 points as well. The teams like CLG, they're really on the bubble. So I imagine they're probably going to play it quite slow, look to rotate early, try and hold somewhere just to play for at least a top 10 placement. And then maybe they'll get a little bit more aggressive and look for a top 5. But it's those teams between 11 and 20 we're really going to see looking for kills, really trying to get further into those placements, but pick up kills along the way, because they can't just rely on placement in match number 4.
I think you've just made a fantastic point there. You can't just rely on placement full stop, but look at CLG. Look at the placements they've had so far in this lobby. Not picking up the kills along the way means that they are still vulnerable to a big game from those teams who are chasing. So I think if there's any pattern of play we've seen so far across this few days, it is, placement isn't enough. It quite simply is not enough if you want to guarantee yourself going through into that grand final, without even saying if you want to become a champion.
I think if you can guarantee yourself top 3 through every single match in those 4, then you're probably going to be okay. But if you miss on just one game, then you have that opportunity to be leapfrogged, and everyone else below you who's been able to pick up kills along the way, they're going to have the better opportunity to get through into that next round. But we're locked, we're loaded, and the final match of the losers bracket final is just about ready.
Yeah, huge performance there from the team. We will be watching, drop with no surprise onto Skull Town after the success that they had last time we saw them out. What a performance that was, and just taking it back to that battle around that compound. I believe that they won, that kind of secured that compound around the final circle. That was such a huge moment. Not in that particular game, but in the tournament as a whole for Rogue, to win a team fight under pressure and then go to that placement has moved them outside of the top 10 into 3rd place.
You're always going to be very nervous when you take any sort of fight when you're within the top 20 and you haven't actually seen teams eliminated yet, but Rogue have done well in all of their early engagements and they've been able to get Skulltown for free here. You did see a team going towards Gauntlet, but actually over towards on the edge of Farm now. We've got 2 teams going at it. It's Space Station Gaming again under early pressure.
Yeah, they need to have a huge game. They're currently sat at the bottom of the table, and if they're going to have any chance of making it through to the grand final, they're going to have to pull out some sort of, you know, Phoenix from the dead type moves. But at the moment, losing a player early, they will get a revive. But they've got kills on the board here. Pittsburgh Knights, that is not good news for you.
Pittsburgh Knights, they're down, they're out. They're out in 20th. They don't get those early kills. That is not great news whatsoever. They were in 7th coming into this. They were in the top 10 coming into this, excuse me. So maybe, just maybe, it might be enough.
Space Station Gaming, then they had a little bit of a rough start to a few of these games, but finally win that team fight. And we're looking at that ring at the moment, and the middle point of it is around Market. So maybe we'll be seeing that Market finish. Maybe we'll be seeing the compounds just outside, or maybe we'll be seeing it sort of in that valley bed, just under that Leviathan. We've seen some really, really crazy finishes with lots of kills going down in those final seconds. Let's take a look in now with Na'Vi, though.
Just allow me to correct myself as well. Sorry, it was 17th Pittsburgh Knights were in, so they are out of the competition, out of the tournament. They're not going to be going any further. My apologies for misreading a 7 and a 17 there, but now you're completely right. Na'Vi just desperately trying to hold on to airbase here and hope no one's going to be contesting them because they want to get that early loot. They want to be able to get to a position where they're comfortable fighting anyone in that mid to late game.
And it's such an interesting thing to think about the mentalities of the different teams as we sort of talk through some of the teams we have. Of course, we have the teams who have basically secured themselves through to our grand final, getting it done in 3 games. You look at the likes of, you're looking at the likes of Wyvern, MVP, Rogue with that big performance. So they're going to have a much more relaxed attitude. However, a team like the one we're watching right now, Reciprocity, with a little bit of a shaky game in that game number 3 after some fairly consistent placings in game 1 and 2, they now once again are in the position where they need to have a big game to overtake the teams in front of them and put themselves in the grand final.
Yeah, just 2 players for Reciprocity as well. Grego and Frex. Snipe Down doesn't look to be alongside them, so that's going to be very difficult for them. Just the 2, so that's going to be a real struggle now as 4 players have been taken out of this lobby. 56 remaining and 19 squads. As Team Secret are looting up and seeing what they can do over here.
And just to highlight here, Reciprocity and Team Secret, the 2 teams who had huge games to even progress through to huge final games, are right next to each other in the table. Reciprocity at 12th, Team Secret at 13th. And I mean, both of the teams, we were saying they need to have a little bit of a better start than they did yesterday. They found themselves in exactly the same place that they did yesterday. The question is, how many times can you go to the well? How many times can you pull out a clutch performance? Maybe this is the last time they can do it.
I don't know if they want it. Alternators right here.
Space Station Gaming, another team who need a big performance, and you did see a glimpse of that circle as well. It's heading down towards the south, probably going to end somewhere between Skulltown and Water Treatment. Really got to be good with your predictions here. You want to move maybe slightly to the west of Water Treatment is where I think it's probably going to be finishing. If you can set up early, if you can deep rotate, you are going to put yourself in a fantastic opportunity of getting some decent placement points.
So Space Station Gaming with kills on the board. Perfect start for them as far as their mission. And it is a mission. To make it through into that top 10. 3rd impact now. Fjelden with the wingman, the R99. So loot-wise, looking pretty good. Shield-wise, maybe a little bit of an issue. You can see Rogue maybe coming under a little bit of pressure, as they try and rotate out of Skulltown. But they don't have to make too many moves at the moment. You can see the Pathfinder has been able to find a beacon and kind of illuminate where that next ring will be moving here for Rogue as well. So they were coming under a little bit of pressure in Skulltown, but now just a smart decision to rotate out and live to fight another day.
I'm being told as well for Reciprocity it was a disconnect for Snipe Down as well, and the rules do state if the dropship has already happened, everyone's exited, and there's been an early engagement, if a DC happens, then you carry on with play. It's unfortunate for Reciprocity. We've seen it happen to other teams as well. They're just going to have to carry on with the 2 of them and try and get a decent placement now. Really tough circumstances, but they've done incredible things already this tournament. Maybe they'll be able to do the same.
I was going to say, if there's one
4.
team when their back's against the wall can pull something out, maybe it's reciprocity. Maybe that's just the God saying, you've done it so many times before, we're just going to step that level of difficulty up for you one more time. But as you say, difficult circumstances for Rek, but on board with Alistar now, one of the standout teams from yesterday, Dan. But they, again, I keep saying it, but so many teams need big performances here if they want to make it through.
And it's all well and good being a standout team in a lower bracket round 3, but when you get to the lower bracket final and you go up against some of the best teams in the world, it's so tough to get the kills that you're actually able to find. You're not able to play as aggressive as you would have liked. You're forced back by teams who are better than you with that aggression at forcing those mistakes, like the likes of MVP and Wyvern, who have really run this lobby down into the ground.
Hopping over to Team Secret then. Another one of those teams just outside of that top 10, just riding on that bubble, but the wrong side of it.
Thanks.
Turning through the Golden Sands here towards Skull Town. You can see them just peeking. Emek, the youngster, a late pickup, leading the charge. Succubus now again finding themselves in a position where they're not going to be coming under too much fire, and fairly decent early rotation from them as well, where they'll be fairly central to the circle, won't have too much distance to travel wherever the ring decides to relocate itself.
And one of the benefits of being on towards the edge of the circle as well, a lot of the teams from the northern side of the map are going to be moving down through caves past market. If you wait, if you're a little bit sneaky and you use those audio cues, you might be able to pick up a few eliminations on the way, as now Alistar, they don't have incredible armory, but they're getting aggressive onto Team Secret.
That's absolutely huge for Alistar to get that elimination. However, the problem is for Team Secret, they cannot afford to lose this battle. They have to win to stay alive in the tournament, and the pressure they're coming under might just be too much. They might crumble here.
Yeah, Limek's gone down. 3 members of Alistar still alive, and they are
just running
now. They're holding this W key, and of course they're going to run. Secret need to stay alive. They're in 13th place at the moment on 11 points, and they need a big placement game with some decent kills if they're realistically going to find themselves in that grand final.
Well, here's Thex then trying to make sure that Secret are going to have a tough time escaping. I think they've got them pretty much pinned into this position inside the building, inside of Skull Town. And now we're going to see Wyvern have a player down here, and we're going to see fights going down, and it's Ringers and Crust who's trying to land some Peacekeeper shots. Somewhat of a 1v1 here, and they go down. So Ringers, I think that could be the end of their tournament as well. And again, in that team fight situation, Wyvern come out on top.
Ringers were in 10th. They were on 12 points. They were the team that everyone was chasing, so that's great news for the teams in 11th to 20th, because now you just need a couple of kills to overtake them, or a decent placement. Even just getting into that top 15 and securing 1 point could be enough.
And you can see the aggression that is having to be forced from some of the teams, the chasing pack, if you like. 17 squads remaining now, as we are only in our second circle. Everybody is hunting for blood. Everyone is looking for kills. Everyone is looking for points.
Team Secret were wiped from the server as well, so that's going to be their tournament lives done and dusted. They're not going to be able to progress any further. An incredible tournament from them to get this far, but unfortunately, it's not going to be their day.
And we still have some of the usual suspects who have been performing so well at the top of the table, still left in the lobby. Excuse me. You saw MVP sat up on top of the watchtower, just raining down shots with those longbows, but now Alistar, one of the chasing pack.
When Alistar need a huge game, 5 points they're on. They're currently residing in 18th place. So if they can get a top 3 with a decent amount of kills, then there's always that possibility. But everyone else who's on that bubble of top 10, they're all going to be playing for those late game placements as well, trying to secure a few points. As you can see, the survivors on the top right-hand side of the screen. 47 players at the moment, and it's complexity now, just here in Skull Town, trying to dive on the players that are below them.
Yeah, 14th place at the moment, complexity, so they have the high ground in this situation. They're on top of Skull Town, and we saw how many players were kind of desperately trying to stay alive at the moment inside of Skull Town. Here comes the push then. Alistar, they're under pressure. They're desperately trying to stay alive in this situation. Dolphin manages to get out momentarily, but you're looking across here. CLG are that team who are causing problems for them. They take down one player. Coco Puffs with the kill. Now they're going to have time to just get those shields back. CLG only need a couple of points here to arguably solidify their place in our grand final.
Yeah, I'd say if CLG can get into the top 15 now, they've already secured a couple of kills, they'll be there in the grand final. They're so good at rotating through Skulltown because they love that close quarter combat.
And Godolphin here, this is just bad news for him. He needs to stay alive. He needs to pull off some kind of miracle game here if he wants to carry his team through to our grand final. They were absolutely superb yesterday, but as you say, that level of competition as we move through the tournament keeps getting better and better, and they just haven't been able to recreate that form.
Space Station Gaming just on the edge of water treatment as that next circle is going to show itself ever so shortly, and I'm sure they're going to have to move a little bit west. Yes, they are. You can see it's just moved now, and it is completely southwest of this map. Not quite going to be enough for those teams that do like to drop water treatment and hold. Instead, it's going to be closer towards Thunderdome.
Aka here for MVP, landing a couple longbow shots and not really many places to disappear to if you're trying to push onto MVP here. As long as he hits these shots and doesn't get backed up himself, they are the gatekeepers here. That water treatment. And it's going to be Space Station Gaming, and they're desperately trying to get alive here. Slick using that Q to get out of dodge with the Wraith. Space Station Gaming still in this. This could be the comeback story. They could be the comeback kids.
I think they have to get aggressive. They're on 2 points going into this game. They need to win fights. They need to get placement points as well. So take any advantage you have.
And now they're going to have the player jumping up. The Wraith desperately trying to escape here with the Q. Is he going to be able to get through the portal? 8 damage isn't enough to get that kill there with the Peacekeeper.
A couple of players from the Fire have gone down as well. There's a Peacekeeper crack as well. Logically is so weak, but he manages to pick it up thanks to some help from his teammates. And I think that's going to be MVP out of the server. But of course, they've already done enough in this.
And you want to talk about a confidence boost. Sorry to cut you off there, Dan, but taking down MVP, who have been arguably one of the best placing, mechanically skilled, team fight winning teams in the server, that's huge for the team who are desperately trying to get any kind of points on the board just to keep their tournament lives alive. And now Gambit Esports are coming in. They heard Space Station Gaming in that fight, and they're looking to upset the pie.
I was going to say, I don't want to be a bad news Barry here, but as soon as you see another team coming towards you, you don't want to see a previous winner within this round. And Gambit do pick up the elimination. They're going to be able to grab the loot, and now it's out of the frying pan and into the fire for these guys at Space Station Gaming because they just run into another squad as they push north.
Yeah, Slick and Bird there trying to do what they could, but you could see the fire they were coming under, the pressure they were coming under, and Rogue now have secured this little compound. And I think they're more than aware there's a team just hiding behind these rocks. Drop's going to drop down. And I like this push coming in from the two characters as well, using those legends, the Pathfinder and the Wraith, to get in and potentially out of that battle as well.
They do notice a little slipstream behind a Wraith just in the compound in the house ahead of them, but it doesn't look like Space Station fancy that fight, and that's always going to be the detriment now as they only have 2 members instead of 3. They're not going to be as confident pushing and looking for these kills that they so desperately need as Rogue now looking to replace themselves.
I think that might have been the last player alive there from Team Fire going down as well, and they were in 8th place, so real opportunities here for some of that chasing pack to make an impact and sneak into that grand final.
Yeah, we really need to be looking at the teams like Third Impact, like Reciprocity, like Complexity, who all have that possibility to leapfrog the teams that have already been eliminated from this particular match.
Succubus in 7th place in the lobby. Gamers Origin are just above them at the moment in 4th place. They're pretty much secure, especially with the placement points that they might be able to pick up. And Space Station Gaming, look at Bird. He's managed to take down Artico from Gambit, the man who won that huge 1v1. You just have to wonder how long he's going to be able to stay alive.
Really good repositioning from Sunset. He's going to take a little bit of a chunk of damage, but it seemed like Space Station said, look, we can't afford to avoid every fight. We need the kills, and they went back and took a second bite of the cherry, that cherry being Gambit.
Shots through the window then with the alternator. The disruptor rounds just increasing that damage. Trying to peek through, trying to finish off that kill, and it is going to be Slick from Space Station Gaming who's going to be taken down. That's huge for them. But they might be able to get the revive off here.
Should be able to get the revive. There are several teams that know they're in the building. That's the issue, but it's Gambit now. There's only 2 of them. Good use of Pathfinder's grapple. Can just loot up, but maybe there's going to be the consideration to leave this fight.
Well, this is the thing here. For Space Station Gaming, haven't got away with murder there. They now find themselves in a potential 2v1 situation. This is the 2 players from Space Station Gaming, and I think the smart decision here is just to back up and maybe reassess this situation.
I mean, Gambit have already secured their spot in the grand finals, 25 points already, and he's just going to watch the oncoming team now who are looking to get aggressive, look to push towards this circle and try and pick up those kills that they know are waiting for them inside that building.
Yeah, that wingman is hitting hard. Absolutely cracking the shields. We'll take a look at the kill feed as well. RV having a player go down, but that's going to be traded out. Triumph Gaming now having to shield up and stay alive. You can see Vainless has been taken down. He's going to be finished off as well, so the banner is right next to them. Wasn't able to get away. Interesting to see with the circle so small. I don't think you're going to have a chance to get any kind of opportunity to get to a respawn beacon.
Triumph only had 1 point coming into this as well, so again, it's going to be a situation of win and in. If you don't, then you're going to be out.
And speaking of Winstrike Gaming now, they are in 16th place at the moment. They have 7 points on the board. They can do this, Dan. A big performance here, kills, and of course placement are going to have to go hand in hand, but they've got great positioning as they now try and rotate up, keeping that height on the top of the bones as they move just outside of Skulltown.
Winstrike, another team that combined previous game experience from the likes of Overwatch, the likes of PUBG, but now there's going to be several teams just trying to zip up onto these bones. It's going to be very difficult to try and survive when there's Peacekeeper shots raining in from every direction.
Yeah, complexity of one of these teams who need to have a game and a half. And look at the shots coming in here. The wingman is dropping shields, but they can't quite finish it off. CLG picking up kills in the meantime. Succubus getting involved in the battle. All of a sudden, it's just kicking off here in the lobby.
So much confidence from Reptar to just stand in front of them with a wingman like that and just say, I'm going to take as much damage, I'm going to try and chunk you, and I just rely on my teammates to back me up.
That is the Apex Legends equivalent of come at me, bro. Complexity now on top of these bones once more. R99, Peacekeeper going to be challenged from behind. That Wraith manages to queue away just in the nick of time. Here comes another player, the Watson back down as well.
A couple of players from CLG have fallen.
That's SSG gone. I think they're gone.
Yeah, Bird and Slick, it looks like they've been bleeding out and they weren't able to get picked back up. 12 squads currently remain. Succubus are getting very aggressive, utilizing this digital threat, but they get pushed heavily. And it's so difficult when someone pushes you from that angle.
And that is going to be Complexity Gaming, who are pushing up, making the big boy moves when it matters. In the big times of the tournament, they needed the points. They needed the performance, and they weren't afraid to take on the opposition who were sat up on top of the bones.
Gabersman's still alive, as well as Reptar. They're into the top 10 now on Complexity. Still work to do, though. They've merely leaped the first hurdle in this match, and they have to get across a couple more if they want to have any chance of getting to that grand final.
Triumph Gaming. And down at the bottom of the table. That would be a miracle for them to make their way through. You can see Gabersman now just landing shots, and that might be it for Reciprocity as well. Grego falls. CLG picking up kills, and look at the carnage that's now happening on top of the bones. I think everybody realizes how important this location is for this final circle.
Reciprocity fall in the top 10, Complexity fall in the top 10, and now suddenly we're just down to 6 and third Impact. They've got such prime position at the moment. They can watch all these angles where people are pushing from the outer edges of the ring, and they have great armor to boot.
I'm hearing from the back here that Reciprocity are currently in the top 10. They only have 1 kill though, so they are literally holding on with fingernails, anything, to that grand final spot. Nervy times for everyone from Reciprocity to see what happens in this lobby as we see the Alternator just shredding through some shields.
And this is the issue. Teams like Rogue, teams like MVP, teams like Wyvern, they're just ruining this lobby for everyone else at this point because they've already gained their position in the grand final and they're doing so much damage because they have so much confidence.
Look at these shots coming in from the R99 and the Alternator just absolutely beaming. The grenade marker comes in though. Great use of the Q to stay alive, get away from that grenade damage, but also maintain this height.
There's one building within this next circle. I don't know if there's a team that have already posted up inside it, but if they have, they're going to be in one of the best positions and they'll be able to watch out as now we're down to just 4 squads. I think that was Navi who just got eliminated from the competition. Still, third Impact have just got a little bit of everything here, but the only thing they don't have is positioning. They have to move in 1 minute.
Coming into this game, third Impact were in 11th place, Dan. 11th place.
It's going to be bad news for Ringers, for Navi, for Team Fire, all those teams that were on the edge of being eliminated from this competition. And it is G2 who have found themselves in that building I was talking about, and it's G2 who need a huge game as well. Down in 15th coming into this.
Winstrike still involved in this battle as well. Only 2 members of the squad to make a last stand here for the organization. Third Impact. Amazing. It shows, it's just amazing how competitive this lobby is. The fact that we've gone down to this 4th game and we still have the chance of players and teams who have really struggled in the first 3 of making this miraculous comeback. I mean, third Impact. to pull this kind of performance out of the bag under pressure when everything is on the line. You have to take a hat off, but you have to execute now.
You can see how desperately Third Impact want to push towards this circle, but they're under fire from Rogue. They're going to be forced to move, though, with this round 6 circle closing. And of course, they're going to utilize that Wraith portal just to get behind that rock you can see on the right-hand side.
Yeah, you're going to be able to get behind that rock and just eke their way up inside the circle. Look at the shots coming in, though, from the top of that roof. Rogue are raining down on Third Impact, and they are taking out the players. The wingman shots are hitting hard as well. One more player alive, but G2, they're getting involved in a battle of their own.
Yeah, G2 taking down Windstrike, and at the moment, Rogue are getting on Third Impact.
What a push that is from
Third
Rogue.
Impact in 4th place. Is that going to be enough?
We'll have
Rogue
to wait and
doing
see.
so much damage.
We'll have to wait and see if it is enough, and now here comes the skirmish. 3 squads remaining. G2 desperately trying to do what they can, tries to stick the Pathfinder, but they have great positioning, but look at the pushes coming in. 2 squads remaining now. G2 holding off. Rogue on the outside of the compound.
Can Rogue do it again? They have the outside view, and there is so many weak members of G2 within that building. You just got to wait for them to push out, and you should have this.
Oh, 99 set up, but Rogue, they're down to very, very low shields. Gets the shield swap there. Just as I say that, shots come in. G2 are making the push out, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Rogue are in a great position here. Huskers, R99, what can you make happen?
He does get the finish, but it's still a 2v1. It's going to be a great situation for Rogue, and they're champions again. They didn't need it, but they go out with style into the grand final.
What a time to find your form here in Poland. Rogue, they found that fire. For the second time in our losers bracket, they pick up that champion's banner.
9 kills for them as well. As I mentioned, they were already in the grand final, but being able to style it out and give yourself confidence when you move into that next game is absolutely everything. But we've got to talk about the teams that were able to get within that top 3.
That's where the real story is here. Who is going to make it through? Who is going to make it as one of those 10 teams into our grand finals? We went down to our final 5 or 6 teams, and there were teams who were still involved in those battles who might have been able to make it through.
Third Impact got top 3, they were in 11th. G2 got top 3, they were in 15th. Reciprocity got top 10, they were in 12th. Is it going to be enough? Well, the guys on the desk, they're going to let us know.
Onset, thank you so much there. Oh my gosh, what a finish for 4 teams who give themselves a breathing chance. It's Na'Vi at 5th place, Windstrike at 3rd place, Third Impact in 4th, and G2. They do it. We've been very critical of them all day long and yesterday, but when it matters the most, the G2 boys step up. A huge shout out to 0-0 Mimu and Co. as they performed in the last match, and now it's a waiting game.
So many teams sitting on the bubble. That's why we're not seeing them celebrate quite yet. We are waiting for the standings to update. But G2, they were sitting at 15th just before this match started with 9 points. And you have to figure, with 9 extra points being added on just from placements alone, that puts them at 18 with however many kills they got there. That might just be enough.
Same exact thing with Third Impact. We saw them right in 11th place with 12 points sitting right outside the bubble, and they really had the game that they needed to ensure, I think they should be safe to get into the top 10 and get into those finals.
One of the most important things for these teams is that 2 of the heavy hitters in Wyvern and MVP went down early. I was talking about how similarly that they both rotate around the map. MVP and Wyvern basically trail each other whenever they're making these rotations, and you saw that MVP was able to take out Wyvern, and then SSG, Space Station of all teams, comes in for the third party, takes out MVP, and that leaves the field wide open.
Yeah, unfortunate for SSG. They do fall, they do go down soon after that, and unfortunately I think their road may be over. We will see if that's the case, but it was really the MVP and Wyvern show for matches 1 and 2. Great call out that they got taken out early. Matches 2, 3, and 4, it was the Rogue show. Rogue show all day, as you guys will see on screen. Rogue with a dominant performance here. Came down to a 3 versus 3 against G2. G2 stuck in a bad spot between rock and a hard place, and ultimately it's Rogue that does it again. They clutch up with the win.
Now, is that the 4th team to do back-to-back wins?
TSM did it, Rogue did it. 7, 8, 9 did it. Maybe 3 or 4.
It's right around there, but these teams are really starting to demonstrate why they are considered to be the best of the best.
Look at the reaction there from Sweet Dreams, getting excited. He's been performing as an individual out of his mind in matches 3 and 4. I would love to see the damage dealt for Sweet Dreams alone, let alone the entire Rogue squad. My hat goes off to you. You're performing incredibly well.
And the overall pace of this entire match is something that we do have to talk about, because we saw that by the end of the 3rd ring, 22 2 players were dead. That is the average that we were meeting at the X Games. Here, remember, it was around 5, and so teams really did step on the gas for this because they knew they needed every single point. You saw teams like Complexity, Gambit, everyone was trying to third party in desperate need for those points.
Well, let's take a look at the standings here and see how it's all going to unfold. This is obviously for match number 4. Rogue, not a doubt, cements themselves in top 10, maybe even top 3, top 4. Third Impact with 14 points. They go massive. The losers bracket run story continues for Third Impact, who started in losers round 1. Reciprocity with another 3 points. It's going to be close. It's going to be tight, but I don't know if it'll be enough. Wow, I cannot believe how things transpired here in match 4.
You know what I just thought of? 789, TSM, and Rogue were the 3 teams that broke the 50-point threshold or higher in their first round of matches. They are also the 3 teams that have the back-to-back wins at some point throughout this tournament. I don't know if that's a pattern, but I mean...
That's true. That is true. Crazy how these top teams are performing. You see 2 of the biggest streamers and personalities in competitive Apex arm to arm in lockstand here. Speaking of in lockstand, the French looking strong, representing their country as well. Gamers Origin, and they've been doing it so well. Consistent performances from Gamers Origin throughout this tournament. And look at the waiting game. Look at the anxiety. Wow, the suspense is at an all-time high. I have the chills right now as we wait these final standings. You have to think CLG is sitting strong. What a story of CLG, and here it is.
CLG move on in 7th place. Third Impact secure their spot at 6th, and G2 there at 9th with, oh my goodness, that was so close.
Look at the reactions here. Monsoon and Nicewig, 2 popular streamers and competitive pro players. Nicewig is almost in tears. You have no idea how much this means to this young man, this gentleman who just months ago was working a part-time job as a personal trainer, attending classes until a guy named Dizzy changed his life with repeat hosts. And now he is in the grand finals here. We're going to be getting ready for the Apex finals, the Preseason Invitational.
We also have to talk about the CIS region here because they have come to play. Na'Vi moving on, Third Impact moving on. We got 7, 8, 9 waiting in the wings. Everyone has been showing up.
Look at this.
These games are going to be great. Going into this final set of matches, I don't even think that I can potentially... Okay, let's try to do a prediction here, Jamerson.
Mm-hmm.
We have some heavy hitters going into our final round of matches. Who do you think can potentially pull it out? Do the teams that just played out of losers, albeit they had to play extra games, right? But does that warm them up?
I definitely, you guys talked about it earlier this weekend that, you know what, playing out from the losers bracket, it does allow you to warm up and stay hot. We've got a break between these matches, but still, I imagine being able to get those reps in, being able to get your aim on point, being able to get your rotations down and your communication down is something that is going to benefit them moving into the final.
Yeah, that's for sure. At the same time, my hat does go off to the teams that will be sent home here. To be a top 30 team in the world in Apex Legends is a remarkable accomplishment. I know CLG No Cocoa Puffs was stoked to be top 30. Well, they're moving on in CLG. I'm excited to see them join the ranks of NRG and a lot of others in the grand final here after this one. It's been a crazy day. Your heart, of course, goes out to the teams that don't make it. A lot of North American teams in that bottom 10, Complexity, Teamfire, Reciprocity, Ringers, unfortunately don't make it through. Meanwhile, you see some great squads make it through in the top 10. G2 steps up when it matters the most. You called it yesterday, Jamerson. You wanted to look for G2. Did they show up?
They definitely did, but they showed up in a very slow manner. It took them a while to get going, and so that doesn't quite bode well. But at least, you know, they do have a little bit more momentum going into our finals. So I hope that we do see a stronger start coming out from them. And if they do have that strong start, they might really be one of the contenders for top 4 also.
Meanwhile, how can you not talk a lot about Rogue? Rogue doing an incredible job, taking first place, sweeping from the rug underneath the Korean momentum. That might shut that down a little bit going into the finals. Either way, so many stories to tell. Such an unbelievable match and day of action so far, and we only have way more coming. However, we got to throw it over to the stage. We have Jump with Nicewig, who I'm sure has some words to say.
Thanks a lot, Fallout. I've got Nicewig from CLG. Jack, you guys had a rough first day. That's the easiest way to explain it. I talked to you afterwards and I said, what are you gonna do? And the only thing you told me is, we have to just stay alive. You're not only alive, but you're gonna be in the grand finals in about an hour. What's going through your head right now?
I don't think I can put into words what's going through my head. We went to X Games, got like 17th or something. We tried to block out all that mental, all that negativity that we received, like just personally as well, like what we felt and how we were our players. And we came in here, we came the first day and we got out of like what everyone called the death bracket. Then we lost in the winners and our mental was definitely a little tough, but we came back strong and I'm so proud of our team, man, so proud.
It was a grind through the losers bracket to get you guys here today. You pulled out a victory. Everybody saw the B-roll of you guys jumping up. Excitement and energy is one of the clearest examples of what it means to be a player for CounterLogic Gaming and the Apex team. How are you guys able to control that energy through each of your games?
Honestly, it's pretty hard considering we always want to just run around and do some crazy stuff. But we always just focus on placement. Listen to our coach, Jake. He keeps telling us placement. It's all you need is placement, you know? And I call it the Sam effect because he coached Sam for Fortnite. And he's got placements and won 1.8 million off of it. And the same thing goes for Battle Royales all around. Just go for placement. It might not be the most fun style to watch, but we're winning. And we're coming in grand finals and we're going to go hot. And our confidence is all we need.
Placement, confidence, it's important. You only got 5 kills in the losers finals. Now, you're at the threshold game. It's all about getting to 50, and then once you get to 50, you have to pull out a win. What are you guys going to do to make sure that you walk away with that Leviathan share of $500,000?
I think we just gotta let the energy out a little bit more. I think we gotta W key a little more teams. Well, for me, like forward push, but aim assist. But I think it's super important for us to get a little more aggressive and start pushing more teams because that 50-point threshold is definitely something new to Battle Royale. And us staying in a house might get us there, but it's gonna take us too long before a team goes and gets the 50 points and wins. So we're gonna have to really make sure that we're being aggressive on other teams.
Well, before you jump out of your sneakers, I'm gonna go ahead and let you join your team in just a second. That's it from here on the stage. The grand finals is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. But before we do so, let's kick it back over to the command center and talk over to Blaze and Nathanius.
Thank you very much there, Jump. Nate, that was an incredible matchup. That was wild. Emotions running high. And now we just got the finals that are left. But going to break this one down a little bit. Going to talk a little bit about the rings on the map and give a little 101, a little small tactics out there for newer Apex players.
That's right. We're going to be talking a little bit about some of the strategies, of course, that you could do. Now, you were telling me, Blaze, you were looking at a little bit of an engagement that was going down earlier in this match, watching the game.
So I was watching engagement. This is going to be Gambit's sign. His teammates have already fallen, and he's trying to get a few more points for his team. But I want you to play this because I want you to just kind of notice how he's using the best of his cover to kind of reposition himself and reposition his head level. You're going to start to see him hit a few shots, and I want you to pause it when he gets behind his tree. He's going to take a few more shots here. Now, right here, pause it for me. Now, currently, his head level is going to be here. What he's going to decide to do is back up, change position of his head level, and it's going to be right around here somewhere. But this is more so of Gambit's sign, just kind of switching it up a little bit. And I want to show the newer viewers, the newer players at home, just little things to do, never being in the same spot, taking, you always want to be constantly moving in those 1v1 fights, 1v2s, whatever it may be, but make it hard on your opponent and make best use of whatever's around you.
Constantly changing your position in Battle Royale, huge, of course. Making sure that you can take those 1v1s, excellent. Breakdown, Blaze. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about how impressed I was with the consistency of some of the teams that we saw in this round. Of course, getting to hear about a little bit of those comeback starts and those teams that didn't have the great starts, but really just, my mind goes straight to Rogue, right? Yep. So we talk about the circles that we had in this loser round for our winners round, or excuse me, our final round.
Yeah,
for
our losers
match,
finals.
Right? So we had circles kind of in the northeast for the whole star, right? We started off here. We ended up finishing over a little bit west of that. And then finally, the last two gets a little bit further out, but really that fourth circle just way out of line. Yep. And just huge compliments because not only did we get to see, as we talked about earlier, teams like Rogue get in the back-to-back, they were able to make their way all the way around the side of that map from there originally. But even when it counts, even when they absolutely had to turtle down, they had that on pat, and they did a really good job of locking down. Not only did they practice for the long rotations to the opposite corner of the map, they also practiced if the circle's going to drop on us, how are we going to be able to handle that? And as we saw, they handled it a little bit better than our boys MVP did, because even though they had that on lock, they were not able to hold it against the aggressors, Rogue. So really just huge compliments to the consistency that we're seeing out of these teams. And I think even though we're coming from the losers bracket now, a lot of people have to have their eyes on Rogue looking at that final.
They definitely do. Rogue, MVP, Wyvern, they showed up in this matchup. We got a lot of heavy hitters in our Apex finals, and we're going to throw this one back over to the desk so we can get that set up for you guys.
Blaze, thank you so much. Fallout here back with Jamerson and Glitter, gearing up and getting ready as our players here behind us. A lot of energy in the room right now. You could feel it. The atmosphere, the environment is buzzing. That's what Apex Legends does to you.
I'm buzzing. Those games were so good, and we haven't even gotten into the finals yet. I feel like the players have some big shows to put on for us.
And honestly, with the way we started it off, with MVP and Wyvern really just coming out of the gates, out of the corners, swinging there. And
unstoppable.
Just sprinted it. Oh my gosh, it was absolutely nuts. So is that the pace that everyone else has to keep up with?
Yeah, it's going to be crazy to say. They got slowed down a little bit in match 4, but that's only one match out of 3. Really, every other game, they were so incredibly dominant. Did not place out of top 3 all of those games for games 1 through 3. So heading into the Apex finals here, you got to think Koreans are looking good. That's a big discussion, is the regional format of this tournament. Korea showed up in the losers bracket finals. North America, Europe, who do you think is going to do the best in the Apex finals?
Right now, it's looking pretty EU dominant.
I was going to say it's a toss-up across maybe like the top 6 regionally. Think about that. Think about that.
We do have very strong representatives from every single region right now, and everyone has shown up. We have at least 1 or 2 standout teams from every region.
That's my point.
That's true. Honestly, a third, and a third between the 3 regions here in terms of skill and opportunity. I'm torn because the Greek in me wants to root for Europe. You know, I'm born in Greece, but the American me as well, of course, wants to see the likes of TSM. How about Rogue's performance? You know, the only team that really shut down the momentum of the Koreans there in the losers bracket final was Rogue with back-to-back wins. And how about the way they did it? 3 versus 3 for the bread. They come out on top.
That's the part, right? The back-to-back wins. That's the kind of momentum you do really need to have, especially in the final, where we do have the match point system there. You need to be able to be consistent. 7, 8, 9 weren't able to do it in their 4 matches, but Rogue were in these 4. Crazy how the actions unfolded. This double elimination bracket certainly has not disappointed. So many stories, so many players that have really shined, so many heroes that have been created. We are getting ready for our Apex final here as in Krakow, Poland. But before we do that, as the players are gearing up, let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about them. Take a look.
The triple take buff.
Well, I would have to go with Watson getting nerfed, even though she's not been nerfed enough. So I hope there is some more changes.
Longbow is still overpowered, so nothing.
The new area on the map is cool. Definitely the disruptor round nerf. I think it was long coming and needed.
Voidwalker, place new skin.
The addition of the new rift that's north of Dam is probably my favorite addition right now because it allows you to rotate around the map pretty freely from that area.
New addition to the map, Race Town.
I like the new location lab. I think the map needs more loot on the map, and a full team can drop there and get enough loot for the game.
I would say labs, the new area on the map, also has a big Wraith portal, which is nice for rotations, and I think it's a really good addition to the map.
My favorite change from the most recent update would definitely be the nerf to disruptor rounds for the alternator, just because I think that weapon is still pretty overpowered.
I think the most recent update took Watson from having 3 ult pylons to just 1, and that's a lot nicer now because people can't control so much space using Watson's ults.
The change in the map, the new place is so good.
The new labs is a nice new spot. It adds a little bit of variety to the map.
The change to cage. They changed the map and added in the cage.
Es una pregunta complicada donde cuando hay tantos jugadores que son buenos, la verdad como que hay muchos que destacan. No nombrar a algunos sería como descartar al resto y la verdad hay varios.
Играть по 20-20.
R99 and Wingman.
Longbow. I know it's
It would have to be a combination of an alternator with a disruptor and R99.
I would say my favorite weapon is the wingman. It's the best gun in the game.
Wingman. It would definitely be the wingman or R99.
R99 and Peacekeeper. My favorite weapon probably has to be the wingman, followed by a Peacekeeper as my secondary.
Krakow.
R99, fully equipped.
Definitely the wingman, because high damage and high risk, high reward, so that's what I like.
Favorite weapon would definitely be the R99, just because I'm very good at like close range fights, so it works perfectly for my playstyle.
R99.
Wingman. I'm just a wingman, William.
The wingman and Peacekeeper.
Wingman and Peacekeeper.
R99 and purple armor.
La R99, que es una metralleta que dispara muy rápido. La verdad es un arma que apenas erras te castiga muy fuertemente, entonces tenés que tener un tracking perfecto con esa arma.
Safe landing.
Hot drop on Skulltown.
Hot drop.
Well, I would say hot drop because if you drop hot and get all your eliminations early, there's no one left to contest you.
Safe landing. Definitely safe landing.
Safe drop. Hot drop for sure.
Hot drop, definitely.
Safe landing every game.
In pubs, I would say hot zone, but in scrims, definitely safe.
We usually do a safe landing because, dying early game just ruins your entire game, so it's better to play it safe in the long run.
安全な効果です。
Safe landing.
We don't have any safe spot. We just go anywhere.
Hot drop.
I prefer to do a safe landing.
Depende de cómo se va dando la partida. Hay veces en el...
Hot zone, конечно.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational from Krakow, Poland, where we have $500,000 about to be competed for in our Apex Finals. Fallout here, joined alongside Jamerson and Rain Day, joining the desk. Missed you, buddy. Glad to have you back.
Glad to be back.
Of course, you've been killing on the stage with Jump. You've been watching all the action, breaking it down. I know you saw a lot from that Losers Bracket final. We're obviously going into the Apex Finals, but I want to hear from you. What did you see most that stood out to you in the Losers Final?
You know, I was talking with some of the players while we were watching it as well, and we'll get into that more as we go over the teams in the finals, Pierre specifically, but it was the notice that this was a bracket that was unlike what we'll see in the finals coming up. The fact that everyone was so audacious, so to speak, is not going to be something he expects to see with the final 20 teams. He almost called it a kill lobby, where it was essentially players rushing fights you would almost never see them take, and I wouldn't expect to see much more of that unless the Korean kind of still continue to bring up that atypical strategy for some of these higher level games.
Yeah, that's a great point. Audacious, was that the word he used?
It
from Norway?
was, yeah.
Wow, impressive, Pierre.
Well, I use that word,
okay.
But you know, let's give it to Pierre.
Let's give it to Pierre. Let this man thrive, because that's the guy that set the stage and dropped the mic on stage in the interview on Friday. Craziness. In your eyes, Jamerson, I know you've been talking through, breaking down heavy kill lobbies versus heavy placement lobbies. We've seen it kind of go back and forth. For a while there, we saw it progressively head towards being more late game placement focused. But right there, first match, 3 teams die within the first 3 or 4 minutes.
Honestly, it's so difficult to try and figure out what kind of playstyle we're going to have because this format is something that we have not ever seen before in Battle Royale. And so this does completely change the game and how people are going to play. Now, I kind of expect for the first match that teams might actually try to go a bit more aggressive here because, honestly, getting that really strong start will actually put you on a really good path towards victory.
Yeah. Even the Koreans, we doubted them early. We doubted them in winners bracket round 1, maybe throughout the losers bracket, but not once have they disappointed in the aggression area. So, do you think they're going to slow it down too?
I think they. I don't think they will. I don't think they will.
Yeah.
Because right now, the Koreans, I think their biggest fears were each other.
Right.
They're avoiding each other for the most part, but still, like I said, their rotation paths are very similar.
Super
They
similar.
run into each other all the time. So I think they're going to try and still find those outskirt fights against other teams and then try to third-party each other.
But what's so great about you noticing that, too, is that it did seem like, yes, they were playing aggressive intentionally, however, could switch things up. And I think that's going to be the determining factor. Can you play aggressively when you need to And can you also know how to rotate, know how to sit in a good spot so that you can catch people off guard, gatekeep that final circle. In the game one, we saw MVP take that high ground on the bones. That was phenomenal play from them and a little atypical from the aggression we're used to seeing at all times.
Yeah, that's a good point. Of course, these Koreans were playing in a lobby that was obviously stacked in the losers bracket final, but you got to think we go one tier higher. I mean, this is the best 10 teams to come out of the winners bracket with the best 10 teams to come out of the losers bracket alongside them. Competition is certainly going to be fierce. Interesting to see how the play styles are going to play out, but we'd love to hear from you guys as well. Like we've said all weekend long, we recognize that there's a lot of people that have some great minds in Apex Legends, so please tweet at us using the hashtag Apex Invitational. As you've seen, tweets have been featured throughout the weekend at the bottom ticker, which by the way, more tickers in esports, please. It's great.
Yes.
Also tweet at us so we can talk to you as well. I know I was talking to an individual who wants to see some African team representation. I guess there's a scene in Africa. Would love to see that happen. Big shout out to the African region. At Fallout with 2 T's, at Jet Set Jamerson, and at Rain Day Gaming. Hit us up. Let's get the discussion started. Guess what? Apex finals are coming. And they're coming out. What do you guys think of the losers bracket final? Lots to talk about.
It was honestly such an explosive finish there, and
So
it was
good.
so close. And now I predicted that the lower end of the spectrum for the teams that are going to be moving on would be about 18 points. It was actually at 20 points, and just below them, I believe, Complexity was definitely one of those teams sitting at 18 points, so 2 points away from trying to get a tiebreaker there for that 10th spot.
And you hate to see it. This is the moment where you just have a lot of people that you've seen in the hotel over the last couple of days. I know Mirko is super, just friendly, and we talked and had breakfast with him earlier, and just a good guy, and you don't want to see them lose, but unfortunately, competition has gotten to the point where it's inches that is deciding whether these teams get to move on. But that's what makes it exciting. I mean, that's why we love Apex Legends, and that's what makes different strategies viable at different times. It's not that one thing's going to work every single game. You do have to be flexible.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we've seen that throughout. Examples like when Reciprocity got dropped down by Wyvern, changing their strategy up. I know FlyQuest got dropped down pretty early on in the tournament by a Japanese team at Runoff. Their favorite drop had to switch things up quite a bit. Runoff or Airbase? Can't remember.
FlyQuest and Navi had a little bit of a back and forth. They were tweeting back to each other, and then actually FlyQuest did the same thing to them, knocked Navi into the losers bracket. And
guess who's back in the finals?
And guess what? Navi will have a chance to, kind of rebuttal.
Hey, Navi social media. If you're watching, you better be ready. You got to entertain us because FlyQuest social media has been on point. Big shout out to the FlyQuest organization. A lot of love from my man Nick, Swagasaurus, and of course AJ here making content. FlyQuest has been awesome. Monsoon's been entertaining. They'll be in the final. However, a couple teams that made it through from losers bracket I want to jump into. Rogue didn't have the best performance in the winners bracket final. They didn't make it through. We didn't see them shine too much, but boy, they shined in that losers bracket final against a tier underneath type of lobby, you'd have to say. Do you think they have what it takes to compete with the likes of TSM, 789, etc.?
100%. Rogue is already one of, if not the most winning team in Apex Legends thus far. Nearly 100 grand earned throughout the tournaments that have led up to this competition. And you look at a guy like Huskers, and you look at a guy like Sweet Madness, who have competed in multiple different games from Black Ops 4, and you look at H1Z1 having that relationship to not only battle royales, but different feels of shooters. The ability for them to traverse all these difficult situations and then still say, oh, yeah, I've gone through situations like that before, even though this is a relatively new game. That makes them, I think, one of actually the highest competitors I'm going to be looking for to win.
I'm so excited. The way that they performed in that final was unbelievable. We'll see if they can keep that consistency up. The roster of Sweet Dreams dropped, and I'm blanking.
Huskers.
Huskers.
Yeah.
Huskers. Probably the most experience in a BR of any team here in the tournament. Of course, Rogue has remarkable experience. Look at just their skill, their ability to work together as a team. Their shot, of course, is phenomenal as well, as you see here.
Yeah, I think this might have been from day one, but honestly, having that strong start today, the strong finish in the losers finals really does bode well for them because it was a really slow day. And honestly, speaking about some of the stronger teams coming out from our losers finals, both MVP and Rogue had really weak days yesterday, but very strong days today, and that does bode well coming into the final.
And again, keeps harping on this point that you're not over. It's not over till it's over. You have to be able to not only say, yes, game one was great, but if it needs to be better in game two, I've got time. Even in game four, I'm not out of it as long as we figure out what we did wrong in our previous games and make good adjustments for them.
And this right here was one of my favorite clips from that entire series. Rogue going up against, I think it was Ringers in a 3 versus 3 fight within house. Someone jumps out of the window, contests low side. Rogue recognizes, hey, that means we have a 2 versus 1 up top. Let's take our numbers advantage. They took that numbers advantage, won that fight, even though the member of Rogue that went down low side, those two were able to rotate down. That's just textbook esports rotations, take your numbers advantages and win. Great job from Rogue in that 3v3.
One small thing I also wanted to point out was that in that building, right, you do have that small windows, the inner window there that you can actually use the zip line, and Drop set it up, and that would have been a great point for them to try and converge upon that team. These small little micro plays, right, you can even like do a wall jump into that, but I guess he didn't want to risk that one. But still, all these small micro plays has been really cool to see because I'm learning a lot from these players.
Absolutely.
And I want to try some of this at home.
And these fights are extending more than you would almost expect, even for teams who understand that, yes, let's try to use that little ability to stay invulnerable when we first go into the ring and then bounce back out. But now every team's doing that. So now people are showing up in the circle even later, where we saw one of Rogue's members just throw grenades, sacrifice himself, stay outside of the ring, try to get a good angle on setting up his teammates. They're not saying we need to win with all three of us, but we do need to put ourselves in position so at least one of us is left standing.
Yeah, look at the gun skill here, the mechanics, of course, the quick shield grab right there. Rogue comes out on top in that 3v3. That's back-to-back, by the way. One of only 3 or 4 teams to have done that in the entire tournament, joining the ranks of the likes of TSM and 789. So Rogue, one of the most experienced BR teams, like we said, coming from a variety of titles. We'll have to compete with TSM. 789, we don't know a ton about their background. I'm guessing maybe CSGO, coming from Europe, very heavy CSGO scene. I will say, though, TSM, 2 of them started in Halo, which is where I started my roots as a player. Fun fact there, 2 of the best players in Apex. That's Imperial Hal, not Reps, but it is the 3rd member of TSM. Albrelli. I can't keep blanking here. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
And Albrelli started in Halo and worked their way over, obviously, to Call of Duty, then worked their way over to PC. Awesome story there, that's for sure. So we are getting ready. TSM will be joining the ranks of Rogue and many others in the Apex final here in just a bit. Players are getting set up on stage. As we said, we want to give the losers bracket final team some time, but until we do that, let's take a look and learn some more about some of our players in this tournament.
Winning a game on stage.
Being invited to this tournament.
My proudest moment in Apex Legends is every time I go outside of the map and I kill people.
I think it was to play with my mates in a big tournament.
That we are here and we're playing good.
So my proudest moment of Apex is actually being here, playing with all the best team in the world.
I think it's really proud moments at this moment.
Probably when we qualified for X Games. Play a lot and find your play style.
Play a lot of Apex.
Play as much as you can. Find out what legend you like and just keep playing it and find your personal spot and just keep going there until you can do it the fastest and get away with it.
It's to play with friends and to keep practicing every day.
Play more.
My #1 tip for beginners is actually to grind the game, play a lot of the game, and actually watch also the pro players playing streaming, and you can learn a lot with that.
I suggest dropping hot drops for increased fight skills.
Play smart. Reggie.
At the moment, there is a lot of good players. I think Mimu, 9 Pulse, Ardeki, they are really good.
There's nobody else in this room, so it has to be me.
I want to say my mates in the first, but I really like the gameplay of Ace from Energy.
Is that so?
I don't think we can qualify anyone best Apex player right now. We'll have to wait after the tournament.
Rugby, he's best player in our team.
Bird.
Welcome back, everybody. We're live here from the stage at the Alvernia Studios. I have Sweet Dreams from Rogue. We have had plenty of conversations over the last couple months, but now this conversation revolves around the grand final. I talked to your teammate Huskers before this weekend, and I said, who needs to step up? What needs to happen for Rogue to walk away with the win? And he said it comes down to us playing our game, but if I had to pick a player, it's got to be Sweet Dreams. That's you. Why do you think that is, and do you feel that you have stepped up to the plate?
Yeah, so coming into the games, I'm the IGL for the team, so just inherently I need to be on point every game we play. And, today I had 3 games and 3 in a row, 6 kills, 4 kills, and, I'm fragging out as well as calling really well. So I'd say I did step up as well as both my teammates.
You guys blazed through the winners bracket fairly well, and then winners finals, you were unfortunately on that back 50, which meant you had to play in the losers finals today. How were you guys able to reel back from that loss yesterday to ensure that you guys made yourselves to the grand finals today?
Yeah, we came in today more confident than we did coming into our first group. Like, we knew we were going to dominate this group. Yesterday was just unfortunate, leaving Skull with 3 whites and really far zones. But, going into today, we just reset. We talked about the games last night, moved on, and reset for today, and it turned out well.
Well, the reset is across the board. No winners, no losers, just 20 teams and that 50-point threshold, and then a win right after that. There are a lot of exquisite players and fantastic teams that are playing into this. Is there anything that's going to change about your mentality to ensure that you can add that level of aggression when you reach that 50-point threshold?
Yeah, I mean, this being like the first time we've had the scoring system, I don't really know how it's going to play out. So, we're just going to play our game and see if we can win the whole thing. But, when it comes down to it, nothing's really going to change. I think everyone's just going to play the same and, see who's the best.
Do you see yourself and your teammates standing here in a couple hours' time raising that trophy?
Yeah, we're fresh off 2 wins. We're warmed up. A lot of the teams who, went through the Winners Grand Finals without playing today aren't going to be as warm as us. And we're fresh off 2 wins, and we're ready to dominate.
All right, hot and ready, just like a hot pocket. It didn't take a long time for Rogue to warm up, but they're ready to go, and the feast is upon us. We're heading back to the studio to get things going.
Thank you so much, Jump. Sweet dreams. Certainly not lacking any confidence, of course, as you see him on stage. But how can you blame him? The way he's performing as an individual, the way he's performing as a leader, and to hear that he's doing everything he's doing from a frag perspective, while also making the calls for his team, that's tough to do. I can barely tie my shoes and count to 10 at the same time.
Yeah, I can't tie my shoes and do much else besides tie my shoes. I don't know about you guys, but that's just not a multitask thing. And fortunately for Rogue, though, they've got a lot of great experience on that roster, and you can just see the way that he's feeling. One thing I picked off from that interview was just his level of relaxation and calmness going into these fights, the composure that's needed. I was talking with Dreadnought a little earlier, and when you saw the Gamers Origin win in Game 2 of this losers bracket run, there was almost no emotion coming out of it. Actually, it was Gambit earlier on with Artico, and I was wondering what's going on. Why is that? And he was mentioning that, back when he was competing in HGS, the composure factor, it's a 4-game series, not a 1-game. You haven't done anything after Game 1. It's all about Game 4, and especially now that points do matter, considering we're looking for money placements, not just getting into the next round. That's it.
Yeah, another team I want to jump into and chat through a little bit is a Third Impact, who in my eyes is kind of a Cinderella here. Third Impact is the only team in the Apex Finals that grinded all the way through the losers bracket from losers round 1. That is a story in its own right. I'm a huge fan of the losers story. My favorite tournament of all time that I competed in started in losers round 1, had to make it to losers round 14 before making it to the championship final. And honestly, you gain momentum, you can gain some energy, you can really get a lot of practice in compared to a lot of other teams. Do you guys think that losers bracket is an advantage, or are they going to be pretty tired here going into this final?
It's looking like it is definitely leveling up a lot of our teams right now. I mean, especially with Wyvern, they had a strong start on day 1, and then they slowed it down a lot, and this is the kind of bounce back that they needed going into the final.
It's a lot easier to do something after you've already woken up versus the second you get out of bed. I'm a big believer in momentum. Once you get things rolling, a little easier to keep them going. Forsaken also coming back from Overwatch. He's played that as well. Was also on the Russia World Cup team. So I think that they've got a lot of experience as well. They're a team we haven't mentioned a lot this weekend, but I still feel like they are pros, veterans, ready to perform.
Yeah, that's for sure. Any team that really has an opportunity to make it to Sunday, really you get a good night's rest, get an opportunity to fight back. Of course, that Saturday grind was a little bit rough yesterday. Yeah. But like you said, a lot of veterans here and a lot of opportunity to bounce back. And speaking of veterans, it's hard to call people veterans in Apex yet because Apex has been so new. Yeah. But one player I think you have to say has been on top the entire time is Dizzy from Energy. A huge fan favorite, of course. I'd be remiss to ignore him in a pregame discussion. Energy has barely snuck by. They know it. They're well aware. I wonder what adjustments they made for this Energy roster. Jamerson, in your eyes, what adjustments do they need to make if they want to get better than 10th here?
Honestly, they were saying that they need to step up the aggression just a little bit more. They need to go for these fights, take these 50-50s. They were a little bit hesitant and reluctant to take them yesterday, but they understand that how important the kill points are. That's what they're going to need to be able to try and propel themselves into victory.
Their mechanics look amazing. I love the way that they're taking team fights. I just don't like their positioning when they're in them. They've got to rotate earlier and deeper into the circle. Be the ones gatekeeping. Don't be getting yourselves not let into the gate.
Interesting. Early rotations are key. That's why you're bringing on the desk, Rain. Always good to hear your insight, especially if you've been watching them all weekend. Some great individual players. You can't deny that. Look at the skill from Dizzy. He, of course, burst onto the scene when teaming with Ninja and King Richard way back when, and Twitch Rivals first got involved. Disgusting plays of the wingman back then. Disgusting plays here in Poland. And he's playing with Ace and more. Two very good players who I know a lot of members of TSM, a lot of top players really regard Ace as one of the best players in the game.
I mean, Ace is definitely one of the stronger points of this squad right now, playing that fragger position. He has to be, right? And he has been playing out, but he hasn't been having the same kind of effect, right? And that does really come down to the positioning. At this point of the game, you need to be able to put yourself in that prime position to pick up kills. Even if it isn't a straight-on engagement, you need to be able to get those long third-party kills too. And I think that might be something they could try and focus on a little bit more. Maybe go for the sniper play.
If you are in a position where you can take a three-point shot or a free throw and you're just as good a shooter on either side, you're just going to have the stats aligned with the person who's shooting closer. Positioning is essential. We can't stop speaking about it. But I do like the way that they've blended these personalities. Ace and Dizzy, both incredibly star-studded players who can take over a game in their own right. Having to blend those two almost apex predator mentalities and find a team balance with more, it's not an easy task. But I think that they've done well to even qualify in winners without making it into the top 10 in almost any of their games. That's impressive in itself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, really, until this point, and now every place counts because, you know, the prize pool distribution is different per placement, but 10th place was the same as first. We've been talking about that very often. As long as you made it through, that's what mattered the most, but I love the breakdown of what we need to see, some adjustments from NRG. Another squad in a similar position is CLG.
Yes.
Of course, you kind of put them in the same category because they have two of the bigger streamers in competitive Apex with Nicewig and with Dizzy. CLG, what's been working well for them? They didn't get a lot of kills, which you don't expect out of them. You expect them to forward push, as Nicewig said.
That doesn't sound as good as WG. Yeah.
I mean, you heard it from himself when he was doing the interview with Jump that, you know, sometimes placements is what you need. You need to rat it out because take a look at another CLG member from a different game, Fortnite. He talked about it some $1.8 million by going for placements.
And that's the thing. When you look at CLG, they're almost the exact opposite. They give us the perfect dichotomy of what you look at Wyvern and you look at MVP doing, where they have 12 kills before we get into the top 10. CLG have none. They haven't even seen somebody, but they're getting 8 points every game. They're getting 9 points every game. Maybe they're getting a top 3, a couple frags, and now that's a 13-point game that almost guarantees them a spot in the next round. That's going to be important, but they will now, because we're going for big points, going to have to find some kills along the way.
That is the issue. The tortoise and the hare here, at this point, it might be the hare that wins out because you need to get those big points. You can't wait to try and eke on by with 7, 8, 9 points here because that means if you're going at that rate, it's going to take about six games before you even hit the threshold. And then how do you close it out?
Yes.
If you haven't been able to close out a game, how do you expect to take the final?
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for Solom and his ability in his respective titles, how he won a lot of money, but I think it's been a little bit different here. I think you do need to frag out a little bit if you want to place from that top 3. If you want to take home really that life-changing level of money, you got to frag out in addition to placing well. That's what you love about this Apex structure. It's been fun to watch. And speaking of Solom, I think we have a few other HOTS players that are competing here this weekend. So here's the Storm, still holding it down here.
Shiny, I believe, played Heroes of the Dorm for University of Washington.
Seattle, Craziness. We talked about a lot of games. HOTS was not one that we thought would transition well to Apex, but that man made it work some way, somehow. So did Solom. Craziness. Big shout out to my man Solom out there. But it's been very, very interesting how things have broken down. And of course, that sets us up for an amazing Apex final, which is going to be coming up here soon. A lot of great storylines, a lot of European teams, North American teams, and some Asian representation. So this global affair truly has been global. But let's go ahead and take a look at how we got here. We have a recap of the action so far today.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the stage. I have MVP Raz, who is here, and we are going to talk to him a little bit before the grand final. Now, you guys did very well at the beginning of the weekend and then found yourselves in a bit of a struggle. How are you able to get yourself in a solid position to earn a spot in the grand finals?
처음에는 잘하셨는데 이제는 뭐 중간은 조금 미끄러워졌는데 이제는 어떻게 이렇게 잘하게 됐어요?
어제 상당히 운이 안 좋았잖아요. 이제 게임 중에 튕기기도 하고 이제 뭐 튕겨가지고 게임이 끝난 게 아니잖아요. 그래서 그렇게 생각하고 이제 잘 멘탈 잡고 오늘 경기 임했습니다.
Okay. So even it wasn't going so well yesterday because we knew that it wasn't the end of the game. We could just think straight and look to the finals and just do well. Okay.
Clearly, you did enough to make yourself to the grand final. Now, you are going up against 19 other exquisite, really, really good teams. How are you guys going to make sure that you lift the trophy at the end?
어떻게 이길 거예요?
다 때려야죠.
We just have to win. We just have to get rid of all them.
Getting rid of them seems like the case, but it's easier said than done sometimes. I've asked you twice how you feel coming into this tournament, and both times you've told me MVP #1. Do you still believe that to be true?
아직도 MVP는 최고라고 생각하세요?
네.
Yes. That's what he thinks.
Doesn't matter. All things are off the table because now MVP has an opportunity to cement themselves as the #1 Apex Legends team in the world. Raz, good luck to you. That's it for me on the stage. Let's throw it back over to the studio and get ourselves started.
Thank you so much, Jump. Great to hear from Raz on stage. I know that wasn't the first time you had a chance to talk to him, Jump. I heard the first time you said, hey, Raz, are you the best player in the world? And he said, I don't know, there's a lot of great players. Never mind, it's me, and then ran off the stage. That is literally how the first interview went. Of course, that was offline, but shout out to Raz, a character for sure, but an unbelievable player. Still, we've talked about it a lot. If you haven't seen it, the play that never was, he almost popped off in a 1 versus 3 on, I think it was Friday or Saturday. Beautiful play.
It was sick. It was sick. Going in for the slide for the 3v1, oh my gosh. It was so close. Getting off 2 batteries too somehow, it was nuts.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting. You see Team MVP here, a roster that made it all the way to the winners bracket final, the only team from Asia that made it to that point. Unfortunate for them, they got knocked down in the losers bracket final where they met their counterparts, their rival locally, it's Wyvern. Both teams qualified for the Apex final here coming up next. MVP, you have to think, has the upper hand.
Yeah, definitely here. MVP were able to take that. Although it was a third-party situation in that 4th game where MVP were able to take out Wyvern, still though, you gotta take note that at this point it was MVP that made it through the winners bracket to the final game.
And if you do notice, there were not really many other teams that were able to take out Wyvern with the exception of that game as well. So maybe the formula is that you need one of the Korean teams to take each other out and then let the lobby do the rest.
Now, this is another example here where we see MVP and Wyvern in a very similar situation. Again, this is going to be a point that I'm going to harken to over and over again because they have very similar rotation paths. They have very similar ways of thinking about the game, and they keep ending up at the same positions.
Now, is that something that's concerning for you? Do you think that could potentially pose some problems for them in the long run for these finals?
I mean, it doesn't concern me, but it should concern each other at that point. They have to keep that in mind because they are constantly getting into small little skirmishes, backing off. Very few times have they really fully engaged upon each other, but that is the thing that you have to look forward to in the final.
I'm interested to see which team ends up coming out on top between the two of them. They have such similar play styles, and they have, like you said, such similar rotations, locations on the map. In general, like maybe there's just not enough room for 2 Korean juggernauts in the finals.
That is actually important because if we take a look at Wyvern and Justice, when Wyvern and Justice were in the same lobby, or when MVP and Wyvern were in the same lobby, one of those Korean teams did get knocked down to the lower bracket. Now again, this is looking through that lower bracket final here, and honestly, this was such a good position, but we have to take note here, right? This was a 2nd place finish for MVP. Talking to Dreadnought just before this break, or during this break, he did mention a stat that they came up with. None of the Korean teams have been able to get a W.
Is that true?
While they can break the point threshold, they have the ability to break the point threshold.
Didn't Wyvern win on day 1?
What we're talking... Did they?
With the 16 kill game?
Oh, yeah. Or was it a second? Honestly, I need to go look back.
Oh, now we're going to
my
look back at that.
Yeah. But honestly, it was also like group stage 1, right? Where the lobbies weren't as stacked. And so I think we're waiting the wins a little bit more from round 2, round 3. And then from there, that's the most important part. They haven't been able to close it out when you get these lobbies that are a lot more competitive.
Is this the, okay, so this is the end zone that we actually saw where they ended up going against CLG and Rogue. This was the game that Rogue was able to take down the first of their 2 back-to-back wins in our losers bracket finals. I didn't even process. I was so focused on the fight that was happening on the ground, I totally forgot about the zip lines.
So it was a second place finish for Wyvern in round 1.
Okay.
Yeah, it
they
was
just had so many kills.
With 16 kills, getting the 9 points from second. That put them at 25. Yeah, there we go. We thought, right?
That's just so many. That's so much slaying to not end up winning the game.
Over the last 2 days, we thought, yeah, they're doing so well, but they haven't taken their first place quite yet in a match that, in the kind of caliber of a lobby that really does matter.
Yeah, of course, caliber is about to be stepped up big time here in the final. We have so many great teams. 20 of the best teams in the world will be competing. We had 80 of the best teams in the world dwindled down to that 20. It's been crazy how things have unfolded here. You see the players in boosts. You see them getting ready. Of course, they're about to play in the biggest match of their lives. This has been the largest event of most of their careers as well. And guess what? This is just the beginning. This is the Preseason Invitational. What a day it has been.
Honestly, for a Preseason Invitational, it's great to see the kind of representation that we do have. A lot of European representatives, our Korean representatives, our North American representatives. Of course, CIS as a region as a whole has been producing so much talent.
Yeah, and it's glad you bring that up as well, because we did a few calculations here in the break we had for a slight moment, and pretty even distribution, as we've said. I know we have 11 total teams from Europe, 2 teams coming from Asia, so that leaves us with 7 teams from North America, I believe. I think there's like 3 or 4 teams, maybe 2 or 3 teams from CIS, if you want to break down that European region even further. So a lot of teams from Western Europe, CIS represented, North America represented, Asia represented. It has truly been a global affair here.
I mean, I think that that's something to be said about the location of the event as well, right? We were able to pull from a larger group of European teams, and it gave them an opportunity to really shine.
Yeah, one team you see on screen right there, that's FlyQuest, playing next to Soar Gaming, a team that really surprised a lot of people. Not that you don't expect them to do great, but the way they did it. First place win yesterday. Big shout out to the Soar Gaming organization. FlyQuest from North America playing against and next to their North American counterparts in CLG, who is one of the favorites coming from North America, fan favorites that is. Rogue continues the theme going there as well. And then Kick Esports, a team that made it all the way through the winners bracket that safely, I think we can all say, none of us expected to happen. Multinational team from Italy, from Portugal, and Austria/Russia. Crazy performance from Kick Esports.
And a lot of teams don't know quite what to expect from Kick Esports because they were kind of characterized as a W squad team, and they do that, but they also do it in a very controlled manner where they're controlling very strong positions before they go out for those really strong engagements onto teams. And so they're able to get a lot of kill points and also positional and placement points.
I feel like that could end up proving really interesting going up against a similarly aggressive playstyle in the Korean teams. They might actually prove to be problematic for them as well.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. If they get hot dropped by a Korean team, we do know Kick likes to play a little more passive. They were known for some of their cheesy type of gameplay online, but really, you can't deny that they've performed here. And keep in mind, 2 members of this Kick squad, under 19 years old, I believe 17 and 18. They're rounded out with 90s, the old man of the team at 23 years old from Portugal, which is crazy to think. So any parents out there watching, don't ever tell your kids they can't be playing video games, because I'll tell you right now, it changed my life. It's changed the lives of hundreds of people here in this room at this venue. It's been a crazy ride.
I mean, I can say the same for me.
Same.
We're all standing here.
You guys play video games? I didn't think about it. I didn't realize that.
I just play a lot of chess, actually.
A lot of chess from Jamerson here. Are you a good chess player at least? I hope so.
Oh, no. 1600 rating at best. And that's after like a month of like training on like my openings and stuff like that, but no, I am not.
Crazy to think about the amount of money that these players are playing for and how life-changing this truly is. Back when I competed, I was playing for maybe $200,000 over the entirety of a season. 5, 6, 7 events. John Nelson, true story, the commission commissioner for the league here at Apex Legends, was my commissioner back then, the game I played way back when, so big shout out to John. But I gotta say, a lot has changed since those early days of esports. To see how big it has grown, we're in the same exact studios that major movies and films are filmed here in Poland, right outside of Krakow. It has just been a crazy, crazy ride for esports as a whole. But how about Apex as a title? Completely came out of nowhere in January. EA dropped this game and Respawn. No one expected it, didn't tell anyone, dropped the mic, and next thing you know, one of the best competitive titles out right now exists, and we are so lucky that happened.
I remember when the announcement was made, everyone was like, oh, Titanfall Battle Royale coming out. It was also during Super Bowl weekend, and when the announcement was made, I was like, are they gonna go ahead and like push a commercial during the Super Bowl or something? What's going on? It was even better. They just go ahead and ninja drop the game, and it was one of the most successful games at the time. I mean, 40 million players within just weeks and months, and it was insane. No game has seen any kind of growth like that.
Yeah, the fastest growing game ever, I think, right? I mean, it's hard to think of a game that grew faster than that. Maybe Atari and Pong back in the... No, I'm just kidding, not even close. It's crazy how fast Apex burst into the scenes.
Only the Rubik's Cube?
Yeah, the Rubik's Cube, baby.
Really? Back in the 80s?
Yeah. Throwing a ball back then, but no, undoubtedly, Apex Legends' trajectory has been amazing. And, you know, if you play it, you're hooked. You love the game, of course. And some players that love the game so much are the teams coming from Korea, which we've talked a lot about, but they've put more hours in than anyone, I believe, right? Wyvern has the most hours locked of any team?
I don't know quite about those numbers, but I know that they were definitely grinders. I mean, every single waking moment they were spent either in the ranked lobby queues or in a ranked lobby match. And that's why, you know, a lot of these Korean players were able to get up to that 5,000 RP mark.
Yeah, which is like 2,000 higher than where North America was at, if I remember correctly, at least 1,000 higher. It's crazy how fast.
To be fair, right? A lot of them were scrimming and taking their time. EU and NA were taking their time in preparation for X Games. After X Games, though, a lot of those players were able to get themselves up to 3.5K.
Yeah, very, very true. That's a good call out. Wyvern here. Selly was all the noise coming into this tournament. Selly is a phenomenal individual player, but really, an argument was, who's the best team in Korea? A lot of us, honestly, we did a lot of prep as a talent team before this, a lot of late nights. We all kind of thought Wyvern might have the upper hand. MVP showed up big, Raz, of course, but this Wyvern squad as a team, you can't deny, is dominating so far in this competition. They dropped to losers bracket round 2, and they grinded their way through that losers bracket, and they've looked phenomenal. This is from the very first match of the tournament we had a chance to watch.
And honestly, this is a huge redemption story for Selly. If I'm going to build him up as a player, as an individual player, he did not have the greatest of histories in Overwatch. He definitely didn't. Every time he joined an organization, they hit this slump, and they just were not able to find a success, and he had to move on to the next team. This might be his time to shine. This might be where he makes his name really known, and people have to take notice of him.
Maybe he was just meant to be a BR player, you know?
Maybe he was meant to be a BR player. I'm going to be like a huge pessimist right now, which doesn't happen very often.
Oh, boy.
My Twitter bio used to say I'm the most optimistic person in the world. It's true. However, some people, and myself included, so I can't even be toxic right now, just kind of have like the second place gene or kind of have a choke gene. I don't know what it is, but you know, I've placed second in a lacrosse championship, a football championship, gaming championships, flag football in my adulthoodness. Do you think Selly maybe just doesn't have that it factor? Do you think he might be able to change the tide here in this tournament?
I don't know. I definitely think he has that it factor. We've been seeing it today, especially in the lower finals. This entire Wyvern squad has been just really contributing across the board. It's hard to say if there's a weak spot on the team. Yep. Selly's definitely not it.
Definitely not. I mean, we had a lot of hype for Selly coming in, but really Karampe, which we see right now, look at this. Beautiful, beautiful snipe action throughout the tournament with that longbow. Karampe was really the one I think that impressed me the most from this squad.
Karampe, honestly, you know, it does become very easy to say, you know, the Wraith player is very flashy and the Pathfinder player is very flashy. If you can do something amazing on the Watson, that's where you really do have to take note. Watson, without any kind of escape abilities, right? She's got her perimeter security. Yay, she can put up defenses along with her interception pylon. She has no movement. That is the most vulnerable spot of your team. And if you're able to succeed from one of the most vulnerable spots, that means a lot to me.
Yeah, we've been hyping up the Korean teams, the top teams coming from Korea, but as you see these replays wrap up here from Wyvern, great performance in the losers bracket final. They make it. Another team I want to start to talk about is TSM, formerly Team Solo Mid, started in League of Legends as an organization back in the day, and now one of the most dominant esports organizations that exists. A huge shout out to the org TSM. I know how much it means, though, in particular, for these three members to be playing under that banner. I was talking to Reps, and he was almost in tears talking about what TSM means to him. He's been a fan of TSM for such a long time, and now, honestly, probably one of the best people to represent that organization that TSM could have picked up in esports. You see Wyvern on screen right now, but of course TSM is a squad I'm really looking forward to watching. The X Games gold medalists back just 1 month ago in, I think, early September or August timeframe. And now I'm excited to see if they can repeat a back-to-back championship here.
I mean, we can go back to El Clasico, TSM versus CLG. We have both representatives really with a very similar past coming out, right? Coming out from League of Legends and then branching out and building that esports kind of empire between those two organizations. But right now, this weekend, it's TSM coming up on top while CLG are struggling and made it through the lower finals.
Yeah, you see left to right here, Alberlelli, Reps, and Imperial Hal. Imperial Hal actually European roots, comes from Bosnia and Montenegro, I believe, his parents at least, so he's first generation European American. So I don't know if he's feeling himself here in Europe. Maybe he gets like a +3 damage boost. I don't know how that works, performance boost.
Well, they're certainly going to be having a lot of pressure on them as a team. Not only do they have to deal with the fact that they are the current reigning champions, but they've done more than hold their own weight and prove to everybody why they are the reigning champions while they're here. They have to be expecting to have a target on their back for the upcoming finals.
Yeah, very true. Also, is it just me or does Imperial Hal look like that dude from
Jim Parsons?
No, that's not the one. From Big Bang Theory?
Jim Parsons.
Oh, that's him. Okay, that is the one. I don't watch Big Bang Theory, but I know who that guy is. From the Intel commercials. But
I got you, though. I mean, you see, before you even set the show title, I got you.
This is the next level, honestly.
Also, okay, if we're going to talk about, people that look like other people. Alberlelli, speaking of TSM, kind of looks like Dyrus. I see.
Dyrus.
I don't know if you guys see Dyrus. You see the Dyrus? Okay.
Speaking of TSM.
Yeah.
How about that? Are they just, is TSM just recruiting like
it was meant to be.
Yeah, clearly.
It was meant to be.
It was. Dyrus. Oh, big shout out to Dyrus, of course. But it's all about Alberlelli today. Guess what?
This punch.
Yeah, this punch is hilarious. Literally punched his way to victory. And then, of course, just had to kill the last person who was trying to self-revive. But Alberlelli just turned 19 this weekend. So it's a birthday weekend. What a way to celebrate your 19th birthday than to win a championship and $105,000 here. Big shout out to Alberlelli. And then, of course, I'd be remiss to not speak about Reps, the captain, the IGL, and really the emotional leader of this team.
And again, Reps was a pickup, right, along with Alberlelli. Imperial Hal is the only remaining member of the original squad that got picked up. And like I had said at the pre-show, this is a team that looks like they are better for it, having picked up both of these players.
Look at this guy holding up the 1-2. I like that from Reps. Yeah, that's a good call out, man. What a great pickup Reps was. And here's a really interesting fight. I was talking to Alberlelli, and he said one of his weaknesses as a player is that he has some anxiety. He's struggled with anxiety throughout his life, and sometimes pushes unnecessarily in fights because he gets anxious. But right here was, I think he gave this as an example, was this fight before. It ended up working out. Like, look how good his teammates know him and his tendencies. They back him up. They come out on top in this win.
I really like that you brought that up because in discussions before this weekend, we were talking about who are some of the best players, and you had mentioned it yourself, Glitter. You said Alberlelli, and I said, sometimes I don't know because TSM has to rein it in, but it looks like that is part of his success, that TSM is the one that's reining him in, help him make better decisions, and it looks like, they are all just synergizing and firing all cylinders together.
Well, who would have thought, but TSM's arch nemesis coming from Europe going into this Apex final is none other than Team 789, an unsigned team, a Cinderella story coming into this tournament, the only female player still remaining in this tournament, the only time I have ever seen a female player in a grand final or championship final of any esport that I can remember. What a story it has been for Esdesu, Xanias and co. And that man right there on your screen was a last-minute pickup coming from Russia. They have played out of their minds. And I was talking to John Nelson earlier, and we all kind of said, I've just been waiting for 789 to stop being so good. Winners bracket round 1, it's easy to say. They're playing great, but it's winners bracket round 1. It's going to get harder. Winners bracket round 2, same thing. Then the winners bracket final, same exact thing. They come out in first place over TSM. Well, now we got a rematch. TSM has a fair 4 matches to play here. And I'm telling you, the TSM versus 789 story will be one to look out for.
The very important thing to mention about their victories yesterday is that most of this lobby is the exact same lobby from the games yesterday.
That is true. Very, very similar. A lot of the teams that got knocked down came back. But look at this clutch. The best clutch we've seen all tournament. Xania in a 1 versus 3 with 27 HP or so, doing whatever he can, struggling to find body shield, doesn't find any, tries to pick up a kill, but instead he says, you know what? I'm going to hit a headshot, I'm going to hit a body shot, and I'm going to come out on top. Look at the reaction. He can hardly believe what he just did, as I think he woke up after blacking out in that 1 versus 3.
That was like a Jekyll and Hyde moment where, Dr. Jekyll wakes up and he's like, what did I do?
I think it's one of my favorite reactions to a win thus far here in the tournament.
You see there, during all those individual, decision-making things, things, right? He wasn't flustered at all.
No.
He's like, I can't go for this box because the Wraith is on it. I might accidentally fat finger and finish her, and then that puts me in a vulnerable spot. And then he goes for the Q. So many things happen there that, like, really, it's impressive to see how calm he is in those 3v1, 2v1 situations.
I mean, it just speaks to repetition, right? They've gotten themselves in enough situations where they have figured out how to handle them in any scenario, and that is going to be incredibly beneficial. And we saw specifically with 789 that they got that exact same end zone, not back to back. It was like game 2 and 4. It was like there was a game in between, but they had the exact same end zone and almost the exact same results. They had the same house that they ended up taking a fight at, and they almost won it as well. They ended up getting third-partied and they weren't able to survive, but they were literally this close to a repeat performance.
Yeah, and you hate to belabor a point or overemphasize a point, but Desu as a player, I know you had a chance to compete back in H1. You're the winningest player from H1 back then.
For women, yes.
For women,
yeah.
Yep, huge accomplishment, and you're right. It's a narrative that I think is talked about in the wrong way sometimes. I think a lot of times female players will play in female-only tournaments and because they can't compete at the same level as men. As Desu's shown, that's not the case. I mean, that's really the beautiful thing of esports and competitive gaming. It's mind over muscle. Anyone, regardless of race, sex, gender, you name it, has a chance to fight, to bounce back, to grind, and really it's a mental game at that point. It's a game of mechanics. Anyone can compete. We haven't seen it happen traditionally for a variety of reasons. I think it's social, but talk to me a little bit about that, what it's like to be a female competing in a male-dominated scene.
I mean, I think it's just all about knowing your own worth. You just can't let people get in your head, and it doesn't really matter what other people are doing. She just had to come here, sit down, and play her game, and I think we've seen her do that in every single one of the rounds that we've gotten a chance to kind of follow their gameplay and see how they're doing. I don't even think that her gender matters. It's just she's just part of the team, and she's crushing it alongside them.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more. And honestly, that's the last I'll talk about that, because the reality is she's competing at the highest level, and it's great to see, and I think that's all that matters in that point. So I'm excited to see what 789 can do as a roster. One thing I've just loved to see about them is really every time they win, they get together, they hug each other. You can tell they're close friends. You can tell they get along with each other really well. Even though they just formed as a team, actually just picked up their third due to the 17-year-old teammate from Russia not able to make this tournament. Shout out to you. But still, the way that they've performed has been unbelievable. It sounds like the game is ready. We are ready to kick off our Apex final here at the $500,000 Apex Preseason Invitational. It has been an amazing tournament so far. It's only going to get better. And to call the action, we have none other than Onset and Gaskin. Gentlemen, take it away.
Phenomenal stuff from the desk, and I mean 80 teams descended on Poland. We're down to our final 20 now. Dan Gaskin, it is time for our final lobby to kick off. But we have to just point out, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon for these teams. Such an interesting format that's going to throw up so many surprises.
Yeah, of course, there is a point threshold. We have to be considering there is 50 points you have to achieve, and once you've reached those 50 points, then you have to win a match of Apex Legends to become the Apex champion. We have seen teams accumulate a lot of points throughout this tournament, but we've seen teams who haven't been able to achieve those victories, so it's really going to come down to who can get there first and then break through and get a match win.
Well, after 3 days of action, we are down to the last 20. You can see the players are dropping in. It's time for the final to kick off. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and what better team to kick things off with than Team 789.
Well, we talk about teams who have been able to achieve victories throughout this tournament. 789 have won the most throughout this preseason invitational. 4 wins to their name, and of course, they've been racking up points whilst they do it. On average, they've been getting to around 50 points after 3-4 matches, so expect them to be one of the teams we're looking at as potential winners here.
Yeah, certainly one of those teams who have wins on the board, and you know, myself, you, Dan, Bravo, and Dreadnought, we were having a lot of conversations before this final got underway on some of the connotations and some of the play styles which are going to lend themselves to finally becoming our champion here in Poland. We've had teams like the South Korea teams, Wyvern, MVP, been putting up huge numbers. For example, in our losers bracket final, excuse me, 2 of the Asian teams were averaging 45 points per round, which is insane on a 50-point round threshold that we're looking for before you get onto match point, of course. But the only thing is, they haven't closed out that first place, and that's going to play on their mind if they do get onto that match point.
Yep, Wyvern and MVP yet to achieve a victory in this tournament, so we really need to be looking at the teams who have been picking up victories. 789 have 4, as I said. Sentinels picked up a decent victory. TSM have found 3. Virtus Pro have also found 3, and we also have to keep in mind Rogue. 2 big wins in the lower bracket final, as well as 1 previous in the winners bracket, so they're definitely a team we have to be considering.
And another question that we still are waiting to have answered, which is something I'm extremely happy about, to be honest with you, is what region is going to come out dominant here in our first ever sort of worldwide event that we've had here at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitationals. We have 8 European teams represented here, 7 North American, 3 from the CIS region, and of course the 2 Asian teams as well. Every single region who has descended upon Krakow in Poland has been represented, has been playing incredible Apex Legends. The question is, who is going to be that #1 nation?
And of course, when you get to this stage of a tournament, most teams are going to play against everyone at this point, and they'll know what drop locations are, they'll know how aggressive everyone else is. But this is a very similar lobby to what we saw in the winners bracket finals. In fact, it's 16 of those 20 teams. The only replacements, we lost Complexity, we lost Ringers, we lost Space Station, and we lost Windstrike. And in replace of that, we got CLG, Third Impact, Succubus, and Wyvern. Teams who were able to grind through that lower bracket and earn their place here in the finals.
And of course, Wyvern, one of the most dangerous teams in my opinion, as far as putting up points on the board, who are involved in this lobby in our finals. Certainly that race to the match point is going to be something that really is one of those huge aspects of the game we're going to have to keep in mind as we jump on board with Wyvern for the first time here in our first game.
Circle has shifted ever so slightly northeast, with Farm being directly in the center of it as well. So teams who do commonly like to drop in those central locations are going to be in a decent spot to set up and turtle early. You could say the same for teams who drop down at wetlands as well.
Well, let's jump over to the command center now, because we've seen all of the teams dropping. No action to report as far as gunfire is concerned. Guys, what are you seeing?
Hey, thank you guys. Yo, we just want you guys to let you know where that second circle was going to be. It's going to be smack dead in the middle of wetlands there. So all teams rotating to that northwestern side of the map. But so far, so good. It's the start of our Apex finals. Everybody's looting up, playing it safe for now, but we'll check back in when we got something more important.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being our extra couple of pairs of eyes. I was about to say pair of eyes, but obviously there's 2 people there. That equals 4. And I think they raise a good point there on where that circle is going to be rotating. And that's going to play into the hands of, you know, the likes of CLG, the likes of MVP, who like to take those northern landing points on the map. And they're not going to have too far to rotate. But one thing I do want to point out, Dan, is this is kind of how I was expecting this first lobby to go, to be honest with you. 20 squads remaining as this first ring is going to be closing. No real action to report, as we do see G2 spotting a player out there just on that hillside bunker. But I think we're going to have one of those safe games where people are going to play for placement, see how things go, and then kind of work on their game plan moving forward from there.
G2, Misfits, and Succubus is another team that also lands pretty central around Farm. So you'd be expecting them to be posting up and then just raining down fire on anyone who's trying to get into that circle relatively late. But when you do have a central circle, or a relatively central circle, I know it's slightly shifted northeast, everyone can rotate and move into the circle at quite a similar time. So it's all about which direction you're looking in. What teams do you know are coming from where? Do you know that you should be focusing on a southwest side because you know Rogue are going to be pushing from Skulltown, etc., etc.?
We're going to jump on board with VP here, and how impressive were they yesterday. One of the best performing teams that we saw, making it through to this grand final, of course. And one thing I want to talk about is how good they were at using their composition of legends to make things happen, as we see things happening here on the hillside bunker. NRG and Na'Vi both involved in a fight. And NRG, they scraped through. You heard it on Twitter yesterday from a couple of their players. 10th place is good enough to get to this final, but they're going to want more now. And one of their players more is going to be falling.
He's going to be the first one down in the lobby as well, as Na'Vi just going to recharge their shields, and then I would imagine look to try and re-engage this fight if possible. But you can see they're very concerned about third parties just pinging to each other, saying, look, we might be shot from this direction, so maybe we should be pushing around somewhere else if we do want to try and take this fight onto NRG. They will know it's NRG, of course, because they were already able to get that first elimination.
And going back to my point there just before we had to interrupt it with that fight that we saw going down, I want to talk a little about VP and that man Noth and how good he has been playing that Pathfinder. We've seen a lot of damage being done by his teammates, but his ability to reposition and find new angles and clean up those kills in an aggressive manner is something that I think a lot of people, not just here in the arena, would be impressive, but also something that a lot of people at home who are playing as well in the competitive playlists can certainly add to their game.
I mean, there's so much pressure on you depending on what legend you're actually going to be competing with, whether it be one of the 3 that are the most commonly chosen. They've all got their particular responsibilities, and as a Pathfinder, you have to try and get everyone across the map in the right way. If you miss one of those zip lines, then that might just ruin a complete fight for you. We even saw TSM, that happened to TSM yesterday in a final circle. They messed up the zip line and they lost the fight because of it.
He hasn't moved here for G2 Esports. You can see he's coming under pressure from a few different angles as we now jump over to Team 7, 8, 9 with Zanya here. And what a performance he had yesterday, arguably, or actually in my opinion, not arguably, the standout individual play we've seen so far in the tournament, that insane 1v3 clutch. But now it's actually going to be the first elimination of a squad here. Na'Vi are going to fall pretty early as we get into that second ring.
Dizzy just destroyed them off screen, picking up all 3 of the eliminations. It was a 2 versus 3 as well for the Energy Boys. Incredible stuff they've been able to win that fight. Maybe Na'Vi just, they were too late to push.
2v3 push as well. They're pumped about this one. Dizzy and Ace, the 2 players who are left, and they were saying, pumped about this. That 2v3 situation, fantastic stuff there from NRG, and of course that means points on the board towards that 50-point threshold. We must keep bringing that up and remind you at home.
Virtus Pro, though, they are a team, and I know you've been mentioning them. I think we really have to consider them as potential winners because they've been so consistent at rotating early, getting into a circle, finding a decent spot where they can not only finish well, but also get some decent fire onto those that are joining them in the circle and picking up some big eliminations. Wyvern, though, they're the aggressors. They have usually been the team that have been ruining lobbies for others. And I say ruining because a lot of teams like to play for placement. They like the slow, methodical game. But no, that's not what we've seen from the Asian teams here at this tournament.
Yeah, the question for me with Wyvern is, if they do hit that 50-point mark pretty quickly and kind of lead the lobby as far as putting points on the board is concerned, can they eke out their first win of the tournament? Because that's where they've come up short. They, of course, have to win a game here of Apex Legends to be crowned your final champion.
Rogue are another team who have been able to pick up victories, most memorably, of course, quite recently in those loser bracket finals, if you're able to catch those, winning 2 back-to-back. But even with those 2 victories, Mark, they weren't able to pick up 50 points. It was only 47 points from 2 victories with 9 kills and 14 kills. So they were just off that limit. So I'm thinking we're going to need to see at least 3 matches and 1 team performing exceptionally well if we're going to get anyone hitting that threshold.
This hillside bunker has been an absolute beacon of activity, as we're going to see NRG, who managed to get out of a sticky situation earlier, finding themselves in another one now. Ace taken down, Dizzy trying to retreat. He's got it all to do with this ring closing in around 23 seconds.
And you can see how he didn't know whether he should just try and run, but if you do run down this hill, you're going to be so vulnerable to shots, not only from the team looking at you here on the hillside outpost, but other teams that are posted up on even higher ground. So he just takes a little nook that he can hide in for now and hope that maybe Sentinels forget about him.
Yeah, Sentinels, one of the teams who were, of course, impressive yesterday. And I think it's fair to say, I can stop saying that someone was impressive yesterday. Every single team who has found their way into this final lobby, all 20 of them have been impressive across the 2 days here in Krakow, Poland. It's just a case now of who, of course, will be our champion. On board with FlyQuest here. A lot of talk before the event about how talented this roster was. And they've proven it so far. MVP, though, back up on top of these 2 spines. And this is a position we saw them have a lot of success in earlier when they had that 2nd place finish. Unfortunately, they lost out to Gambit Esports in that 1v1 situation.
All right, so this circle is getting closer, and FlyQuest are kind of holding a choke point. So let's see how their communication is and what they plan to do from this point onward.
Here, because there's a team on high ground with whites.
Yeah.
Should I go poke them? I might be able to push them off.
Nah, because then the other team will push us to our left. And we'll be pinched. We could play like right here with these bushes and this shit. It's very risky though. I'm looking to see if I can TP. Nah, everywhere in wetlands is gonna be taken for sure.
Don't sit still, Lou. They're looking at us.
We should try to go back.
The gully? Sure. The gully or no?
Nah, that's a pretty bad spot.
Okay. Well, look at zone, dog.
Yeah, let's go goalie. Let's go goalie. We gotta fucking force something. Penta just went down there. Let's use this as time.
Let's use this time for him to go straight east, right?
Yeah.
They're just looking for the full kill.
Yep.
And you can see how they're getting aggressive now because they saw the knocks in the top right-hand corner, Mark. And I love the communication, all that talk of everyone's going to be going to wetlands. Where can we post up? Where can we set up for this final circle?
Yeah, we're seeing Misfits, and I believe it's Sentinels who they're going to be in a battle with at the moment, trying to rotate, and it is indeed Zombs from Sentinels with the R99 trying to do some damage, and we're seeing this team fight going in. Not sure if anyone has been finished as yet. The P2020 gets pulled out, and those hammer point rounds are just absolutely destructive.
And that's going to be a squad wipe as well. Misfits taken out of match number 1. Sentinels showing why they are a team we have to be considering within the top 5 potential winners of this entire tournament. They've been able to get a victory within this tournament, and they did it in the winners bracket finals as well.
And while all this fighting's going on, somehow Dizzy from NRG has managed to sneak away like a ghost in the night and live another day, as we have 18 squads now remaining. The only issue for him here is you heard the communication a little bit earlier from FlyQuest saying they're everywhere. Everyone has somewhere. Everyone has a building. Everyone has a rock. When you're a solo player in that situation, that makes it even more tough.
And it's such a different style of game we're going to see now from a lot of these teams, because it's not a case of you've only got 4 matches to work with or 3 matches to work with. You could have 8 matches to work with, and you might hit that threshold after around 7. And as long as we don't see one of the teams who already beats you to 50 win a game, you're always going to have that possibility of winning the entire tournament. So that changes so much. Are you going to drop on those teams who have reached those thresholds? Are you going to be more aggressive if you see a team that's reached that threshold go down in the top right-hand corner?
We're going to see a fight going down here between Penta and the team who are trying desperately to gatekeep. We're going to see that Krakow come in, lands a beautiful Peacekeeper shot there on the player up at the top of this rock. That's going to force him to retweet? This isn't Twitter, this isn't social media, this is Apex Legends.
It's going to be that good, though, that maybe you are going to need a retweet after this one, as Wacko's going to join the aggression, gets the knock onto Lou, and FlyQuest really struggling at this point. And final member, I'm sure, is going to be trying to take down Wacko. It's going to be Monsoon. He gets involved, and there we go. See you later, Penta, down in 18.
And the beauty of that as well, as this zone does come in, is he's going to be able to get that res on Lou as well. And now we're going to see 789 coming under a little bit of pressure as we see a chunk come in. XN's desperately trying to get away as well. The battle for the compounds really has got underway now.
And if there's one player you don't want to lose, it's Sanya, because Sanya has just shown so much individual skill, but the other teammates are still around. They might hear the revive happening here, so that is a chance to push. And here comes the aggression, but you've got to kick the door down if you want to get in.
That was a scary thing to see. If you're pulling out a revive, a Pathfinder sliding across, getting on top of your building. And once some gates will go up, of course. The fences we've seen be so devastating. They have managed to get Sanya back up just for a moment here, and he'll be back in the fight.
Got to be so careful in these particular angles, and you've got to keep your ears about you, because if someone pushes from behind, you're going to be so vulnerable. You don't want to use too much utility, because grenades are going to be so important later. And of course, ammo comes into the equation as well, because if you don't win this fight, if you end up both backing off, are you going to have ammo for those fights later?
16 squads remaining. This is where the real carnage is going to be going down in this open area, and you can see here it's going to be Sentinels again getting aggressive onto these players, and Succubus, they're going to be the victims here. They get taken down. Great push again here from Sentinels.
Yeah, as soon as Sentinels notice any sign of weakness from another team, they dive straight on them. And the reason why I love that is because there's so many teams throughout Apex Legends and in this lobby who are terrified of aggression, and they just run and they try and shield, and if you don't give them time to shield, you're gonna win fights.
Now CLG have rotated early in this game as well, and you can see they've been set up inside the circle, much like they have for the success that they've had throughout this tournament. The question for CLG is, they have been able to get those placements, but the kills have been the problem that's let them down.
G2 pushing onto Gambit. I think that might be Gambit out. If that one goes down, it's Sign, he falls, and they do end up in 15th. So at least they pick up 1 point, and that's not going to be much from match number 1.
Digital threat going to be picked up as well, which is going to help when we can see those grenades going in, the carnage. A little bit later on, MVP still up on the top of these bones here. You see those shots raining in here from the longboat. 32 seconds until we see this ring move once again. Aimers Origin on the low ground here, looking up at MVP, trying to engage them in a battle, and they're going to be the players who have to move in this situation. Dan, it's going to be a really tough rotation. Once we're going to be looking for that Wraith portal to go out to get them into some cover.
How many times have we seen MVP go up into that location as well? It's just such a nuisance when there's a team above you and they can't be shot from many angles, because they can just make your day a living hell as Virtus Pro now utilizing this longbow. No skull piercer on it, but it can still do some serious damage in the right hands as Virtus Pro. Now they're really struggling, and here's TSM for the first time in the game. They're getting aggressive. They're getting in the faces of their opponents.
Of course, TSM yesterday, one of those teams, they managed to get a top 3 placement in our winners bracket final, even with a disconnect in one game. So that's how well they've been playing, but they need to be playing a little bit better now because Virtus Pro are turning up and they're trying to get some work done themselves.
Noth now needs to push up, needs to join Taylor here, wants to get the shield battery, which is important, and then you get aggressive. You give Taylor the chance to reshield, but Taylor's gone down.
And this is VP versus TSM, and you can see Noth again has been the X factor so far for this VP team. They take down TSM. What a statement that is.
And you can see he's really just looking to see whether this third is. Has he run away? Is he going to be actually taking this fight? He desperately wants to shield up. He desperately wants to pick up his teammates, but if he goes for either of those things, that could be the chance for TSM's final member to pounce on him.
Yeah, one longbow shot, and then before you know it, you're in all sorts of problems. Abalele is going to be dropping down here with that knockdown shield, and the last player alive here is going to be Reps, and he almost managed to get that battery off, and VP, Noth, I mean, that is such a special play, and as I said previously, a statement, taking down TSM early.
The reason why that was good from Noth is because he just waited for everyone else in the server to eliminate TSM. Rather than desperately searching and going out of his way to get that final knock, knowing that it was TSM, he said, look, there's going to be eyes on these boys. They're not going to be able to shield up easily. TSM fall in 13th place.
Now we're seeing MVP finally been forced off of that high ground that they were holding down. They're involved in this battle. The EVA 8, the shots are coming in, the quick rate of fire might cause some damage, but now they've got to retreat. As we see Akka falling in now, this could be bad news. It's all onto Ras.
And Ras is just chasing so close. He was literally up his backside, trying to use the EVA 8. It's not going to work out. MVP eliminated in 11th, and it's going to be the Asian counterparts, Wyvern, who get the better of them.
Yeah, Kurumpe, what a player he has been so far today. One of the most accurate players with those long-distance weapons, the longbow and the wingman as well. We can hear the screaming behind us because 789 again under pressure. The wingman shots do not connect. The last player alive here is going to be able to pick up one of these players here from Kick. I'm not sure if there's anyone else still in position to be taken down. Oh! She does it all!
Absolutely massive with the P2020, and the revives are going to come off as well. 789 survive again. They do it again. They're into the top 8.
They have the clutch factor, and it isn't the man who did it yesterday. It's the woman who's on stage today in our finals, coming up with those big plays. We're into our final 8 squads.
But Wyvern, as usual, as soon as they hear any sort of noise, as soon as they hear any sort of bullets being fired, they start to get interested and their ears perk up.
VP then, the silent assassins of this lobby, as we see Wyvern desperately trying to stay inside this circle. Can they get those heals off? A player's going to be pushing them, but the damage is done. Parker's the last player alive here, trying to use that Q to get out of dodge here with Blade. Can he stay alive? Can he get some shields away? And can he maybe look to get that res off?
It was the aggression from Rogue, actually, that saw the rest of
CLG
Wyvern
with
go
3
down.
kills in the feed as well on VP.
CLG are getting involved. Rogue have got a full 3-man roster as we're down to the last 7, but they're not inside this final circle, so they will have to move. They can probably loot first if they would like, as VP now have taken some high ground, but again, they've also got to get directly into the middle, and there are buildings there. There are structures where people would have been residing for quite some time.
Yeah, Taylor for VP is the last man standing. 2 teammates have been taken down who have the banners, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be one heck of a respawn. Look at these wingman shots as well, just flicking away at that person sat up on the terminal.
And that is going to be FlyQuest, who were up there in that satellite as well. They were just waiting to get a fight like this because they have such an advantageous position. Nicewig also falls to the longbow of Soar's IPN in the top right-hand corner. So CLG trying desperately to survive at this point.
And look at the positions here. Soar have actually pushed in. They managed to take down Nicewig. But here, again, in the end game, is 789, and she gets a knockdown as well.
Might be some Wraith portals to escape, but it's hard to escape that many thermite grenades as they get the elimination down to 6 squads. So I think that's Gamers Origin who were just eliminated from the competition. And 789 prime position to pick up big points.
What a knock there from Taylor as well. Takes down the Cocoa Puffs. That battle's been going on for a while now, and he has just sent him to the ground.
Can he actually shield up here? Does have the ability to use Watson's pylon, and now here comes the circle, and it's 789 in prime position. They are going to be hiding, and they're under fire from several different directions.
Yeah, Zanya now with the wingman in hand. He's got things to work with. A little armor swap comes in as well, just to give them a little bit of a boost in this situation. You can see 1 minute 52 left on the clock until that circle encloses. Only 4 squads remain, and here comes Rogue.
Rogue, another team who have been able to pick up victory after victory in this tournament, and they smell where 789 are. Can they do the damage? Can they spot their other teams? Saw falls, and so do Wyvern. Now there's just 2 left.
And now the challenge comes in from 789 as well. They're a little bit trapped in this situation. Rogue have everything in their possession to potentially pull out a huge win here in game number 1.
They just need to give Sweet Dreams time to use his Phoenix Kit, but it's not going to work out where Sanya's getting aggressive with his Peacekeeper.
Knock comes in. Another poke here from Exit and 789. They don't know how to die. They will never say die in these situations. Huskers goes down.
It's just dropped, and it's only got the shield battery as well. It's going to be a 3v1. We saw Zanya win a 1v3 yesterday. Can we see something similar from Drop?
Zanya with the wingman in his hands. 789! Continue their storming performances. And that for them is just another champion banner.
And for all the talk of Zanya and how well he has performed, I mean, it was that P2020 finish that we saw earlier from Edusu, that allowed them to stay alive in the game. Not only a victory, not only 12 points, but 10 kills as well. So that's 22 already on the board for 789.
Almost halfway to that 50 kill threshold to find themselves on match point. What a performance. I'm running out of superlatives, to be honest with you, about this team. Let's send it over to the desk now and see if they've got anything that they can break it down with.
Standings.
Do we have anything? We have quite a bit we could break down after that as the Cinderella story continues here for 789. We continue to wait. Are they going to be able to do it in Winners Bracket Round 2? Will they do it in the Winners Bracket Final? Will they do it in the Championship Final? And the answer is a definitive yes. 789 is here, and they are here to stay.
And we heard from Onset and from Gaskin, they were wondering, right? Were they going to be able to do it? Because Zanya went down early on, but the clutch came out from Desu, being able to keep them alive with that hammer point P2020 in that fight against Kick.
And then not only is she able to get both of them up, but they clutch out the entire game, especially when Rogue had the height advantage on them. I don't even know what to... This is only the first game. This is literally the first one.
I cannot believe it. This is one of the best stories ever to be had in esports. Of course, the story is still being written as it's only match number 1, but you have to think 789 as Desu clutching up in a 1 versus 1. Rogue in this scenario getting taken out, and look at the celebration that's going to be coming through from 789 here from their perspective now as Desu, Xania, and Exens, the substitute of this team who just joined this roster, do it again.
It was amazing to watch, and honestly, this team are the real deal here, coming in, taking the first victory in round 1 of the final.
And I love the way they celebrate. I said it earlier, but really, they look like best friends. They hold hands, they hug, they lock each other up. It's awesome to see this roster continue to perform at such a high level. We talked in the pregame show way back on Friday about TSM and their clutch factor. I think we have the new king and queen of clutch. Taking a look at the match standings from match 1 and the series, it is 789, Rogue, and Wyvern that end up on top. 22 points already for 789, $105,000 currently secured for them, following by Rogue. Rogue from North America doing it big as well with a tie with Wyvern.
That's absolutely crazy. They're at 22 points. That is halfway to the threshold. If they have one more monster game in the second game here, that just might be a third game that they can finish this off in.
Right. No, okay, so this is where people can start changing the game up massively. There are some teams that have, like you said, just acquired a ton of points, right? They're setting themselves up really, really well. Are they gonna now go target 789?
Can you already this early? It'd be crazy to think, but take a look on screen because Desu is your apex predator as it currently stands, leading the way with 5 kills. She continues to be one of the most remarkable stories. I can't wait to see the articles, the press, everything written about her and her performance in this tournament.
The thing that I really want to talk about, though, you had mentioned it. Do they have a target on the back? They more than likely do, but the problem is they are playing very unorthodox, especially in their rotations. They are doing some things that we have not really seen in our lobbies, which is rotating around the ring. We saw them early on in the game when they were rotating through swamps. They took the ring damage because it was just the first ring, and they were moving into into very kind of off-kilter positions, using that positioning that a lot of teams have been foregoing since the ring damage changes.
I could talk for the next 3.5 hours about 789. Trust me, I could do it. But a lot of other teams to talk about as well. Big fight here.
Sentinels have been chasing down kills at the beginning of the lobby. They are the teams that are just the epitome of the W squad. They are going for these kills. They were hunting them down early on. They were able to get NRG, I believe, taking down Ace, and then ultimately finishing off Dizzy, taking out NRG early on in the game.
The North American Slayers, they're taking out their own kin. However, it's all people against themselves in this one, as a great job for Sentinels. We've known them for their aggression throughout. Meanwhile, FlyQuest Monsoon with a montage as play off the zip line with the wingman. Monsoon, you continue to impress me, bud. I absolutely love you.
This is Sentinels hunting down now another team in Succubus, getting the full team wipe. This is how Sentinels were able to get 8 points off of eliminations alone. Only got 1 point from placements.
And how about G2? Mimu, 0-0, and Retta, of course, coming with the last match 4 in losers bracket final to qualify. They got second place at the X Games, took home a silver medal with Snipe down, made a risky decision going back to Retta. So far, it's looking to somewhat pay off.
That was one of the tensest situations, TSM versus BP.
I mean, and that was something that we were not even expecting to happen. TSM went out way earlier than I think anyone would have predicted.
And how about the 789 performance from Estesu, Glitter?
Okay, when I was watching this, it completely threw me off. I thought that this was it for them. I didn't think they were going to be able to come out on top, and she just waited it out and was able to peek around the corner of the box. And not only saves herself, but the entire team.
Can you believe it? A 1 versus 2. Estesu, the last person alive. Everyone was weak, including herself. She had about 40 HP in a dream and somehow comes out on top. 789 continues to clutch, and guess what? That clutch from Estesu is what allowed them to secure a first place finish going up against Rogue Dropped.
And a lot happened here, by the way. Wyvern were getting a few kills, but also they were taken out by VP and a combination of Rogue and a lot of other teams. But Parko was able to stay alive, and throughout all of this, he somehow made it to, I believe, 3rd for his team. Might have been 4th. Sword might have actually eked them out in positioning.
Crazy, crazy finish. The clap. The high fives as a team, lock hands. Let me tell you, these 3 individuals continue to make an amazing story out of this preseason invitational. Unsigned, by the way. If you are an organization watching this event, we got a story for you. PSA, they're a free agent squad. Crazy performance from 789 coming over from Russia. But we have a lot to talk about here. There's a lot to break down as well. For the first time in the Apex final, let's go ahead and throw it over to our command center. We got Guy, Blaze, and Nathanius. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Fallout. Nate, who would have thought 789 gets it done again? They kicked off the winners finals, right? And now they're kicking off the Apex finals. We're going to get to Adesu's play in a second. We want to show you guys that, and also for some of our newer Apex fans out there, how you can utilize the character's kit at its maximum ability. So I want to show G2 utilizing the Watson fences here over towards above Outlook area and just kind of connecting. So you're going to already see this area is kind of walled off.
They already kind of had a wall.
Exactly, right? But they're going to use these Watson fences to complete that wall and make this G2's fortress. Now, they didn't make it that far towards the end, but they're going to be able to fortify here and lock things down. But let's go on over towards that play that Adesu made.
Yeah, and I mean, I just wanted to quickly say on that as well, it's also just really nice because even when those fences are spread out, even if you lose them without them hitting anybody, you still know that they're getting destroyed, and you still have that awareness that the enemy is coming in, which is always really, really nice.
And real quickly, we saw a team having to use that satellite as well, but we saw a team just having to use that satellite in a difficult situation, but this was the play.
Yeah, it's so crazy because Zanya's going to get knocked, and we see that Estesu actually picks up the first knock, gets the second one right as Zanya goes down. But it all comes down to the composure, and really when you're in a situation like that, you don't have a weapon that you can spray effectively. It's not like you've got some sort of SMG, and that really just is a testament to Estesu maintaining her composure, not losing her cool.
Collected.
How many times does it happen when you're playing a game of Apex, you get into some crazy situation, your team's fighting inside of a small building, both your teammates get knocked, and you lose the 1v3? It's painful.
She has been phenomenal. Ice in her veins. Let's see if 789 could do it again. Casters, take it away and get us into game number 2.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 is just on the horizon now. Dan, I mean, game number 1 was absolutely phenomenal. Congratulations again to 789. But what we have to talk about here is not so much the championship banner. We have to put it all into context because we, of course, are talking about points right now. Picking up a first place is going to pick up some points, but it's not going to give you a championship.
Yeah, we need to see another huge game, of course, from 789 if they were able to get to that 50-point threshold after 2 matches. Don't think we'll get ahead of ourselves. I think 3 matches is more likely if they can carry on with these performances, which, I mean, if history repeats itself, they probably will, because they've been playing absolutely phenomenal this tournament. And personally, I think they're untouchable right now. If they can win those close contest fights that we've seen happen over and over again, no matter who's fighting them, they were in such a good position, prime position to win this tournament. But are they going to then have targets on their back? Are we going to see teams like TSM that say, hey, why are these guys winning games? Maybe we should get involved and start dropping on them.
There's so many interesting sub-stories as well, even like the micro story. We had the TSM versus the VP battle. The VP came out on top and TSM not having the greatest start to the lobby. And of course, we had the Wyvern story as well. They're in 3rd place, I believe, after that first game. And that's all through kills. Again, they're just so good at picking up those eliminations.
Well, what Wyvern did really well in that game is, yes, they were aggressive. Yes, they picked up kills. They had one lone survivor who was able to sneak his way into that final circle and survive and pick up those placement points as well. 7 for finishing in 3rd. So I think if you can have that aggression and have that killing mentality, but then also have at least one player who's going to be prepared to say, all right, I'm out of here, guys. I don't think we're going to win this fight. Let's just see if I can survive.
And it's situational awareness, isn't it? Just being aware of the situation. What is the best way to get points on the board, depending on the situation your team is in, where you are positionally. Any of those things can change how you have to play the game on a dime. You just have to completely change how you play it and play for those points. But now we're ready for match number 2. You can see it here. And I'll tell you what, chat, guess who we're going to start this one off with? No points for winning.
Team 789, Estesu winning that 1 versus 2 clutch with the P2020.
I just want to say quickly, by the way, XN's got some work to do. Because Sanya now and Estesu, they've had those huge moments that we've managed to capture.
But the thing is, as a Pathfinder, I mean,
step up.
Your job necessarily isn't to step up in those clutch moments.
In my cheek, by the way, when I say
Maybe you want to be traversing the map with the rest of your team.
Let's start off with NRG then. Looking at where they're dropping around the pit. Just outside that Oasis area.
I'm dipping, bro. Fuck that.
See Ace, I think you might have heard a little bit of action potentially going on the other side of the bunker there.
I don't shit though, bro. I'm giving them
not the greatest salute, as you can hear here. No armor to report of so far.
Did not see them getting
That always makes you a little bit worried to kick things off.
And you can hear the voice comms of NRG now, so let's just take a listen to how they're going to approach the start of this game.
There's literally like 4 of them. Go for it. I don't have an armor yet. The dragon.
Armor up here.
I got an armor.
Did you loot all this more?
No. Not the back. Yeah, only the back sheds. Yeah, got this. This dragon. Oh,
pulls the same way.
Oh shit. Okay. Maybe I can.
Where's the alternator? Oh, did you grab disruptor?
Yeah.
Okay. I have like no ammo.
So here we are. Not too much communication coming in from the guys there, just trying to loot up, make sure that they've got those armors and at least ready for a fight should it come their way. TSM now, after having lost that initial battle to VP in the last game, dropping fairly central on the map. Dropping fairly central on the map as we jump over to Sentinels now. And one thing that we want to have a quick look at is a little bit of information coming over from the command center now. We actually have a highlighted circle of where we're going to be moving.
Looks like it's going to be finishing up by artillery, judging by what we're being provided from the command center and perhaps just below it as well. So look for teams posting up just underneath it, around that artillery underpass. And of course, there's that area of watchtower as well.
This is very interesting, actually, that we're watching the point of view of Rogue. If we take ourselves back to when they picked up a victory royale in our last winners bracket final, is when they went all the way around through water treatment, through swamps, all the way up to the northern side of the map, not going through the middle to pick up their championship banner. But for teams like CLG, MVP, this is perfect there. CLG set up in artillery, that's where they drop. MVP, relay, they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable as far as placement's concerned.
It's always going to be a little bit tough when you see a circle the complete opposite side of the map from where you like to loot, but you just need to be prepared to move quickly. And if you're not moving quickly, if you're not rotating early enough, then you are going to get caught out. You are going to struggle. But the thing is, when you get to a lobby like this, in the finals where 20 teams, the best teams in the world, all going up against each other, if you make one step out of line, you're going to be caught out by someone.
One thing we can expect is some teams to potentially be caught off on a rotation here, and CLG are going to have to be patient in this situation. They've got the circle, they've got everything going their way. They had a fairly similar sort of circumstance last time in the first game, and the issue still stands with CLG here. Yes, they're very good at getting those placement points. Yes, they can play it patient. But they really still are struggling to pick up those eliminations in the final moments of the games.
But they have found one victory. They have been the champion squad once in this tournament, and that's important. If you can be one of those teams that has actually achieved a victory, you've always got a chance of winning this final. 7 of the teams in this final haven't actually found a victory throughout the tournament. Great, you've got here, you've been able to get eliminations, you've been able to get placements, but if you can't go clutch in those final moments, you're not going to be the champions.
And we've seen a few of those teams in those situations where they could have potentially become Apex champion in this lobby.
At all. Like,
just haven't been able to close it out, and you have seen the difference in some of the teams of
a stack of heavy and a stack
the ability
of
to kind of flick that switch in those last moments. You know, you can play aggressively, you can pick up kills, get into that final moment, but having that nous, that communication, maybe that IGL just to slow everything down in those seconds and make those smart decisions to close out the game. That's been the difference for some of these teams.
I think that's something that we always have to bear in mind is with in-game leaders, yes, okay, they're going to be calling about when you want to push and when you want to be aggressive, but you need to have someone with a smart mind who knows when to retreat as well. As a team now retreating, and it's Na'Vi trying desperately to get away from them who are following.
Yeah, Na'Vi having to back up here. There's going to be Kick who are trying to engage them, I believe, as well, so you can see exactly what's going down here, the 2 little huts. Such a difficult little area to move through. He's going to be able to get their shields back pretty comfortably here. 20 squads left. Nobody eliminated from the server in our second games so far. About 1:10 till that first ring closes. Shots going down once again with that R99. Great control of that spray.
It's a horrible position for Kick currently. They need to decide which area they're going to push because they know Na'Vi are this side, and I think they recognized there was another team that were up in artillery tunnel as well. So you're stuck between 2 teams. If you sit there for too long, you're just going to get collapsed on and you're going to be forced out of your position in the circle. So the decision has to be made early.
Oh, you can see the MVP here. That causing all sorts of problems for Rogue. Rogue looking for that early rotation towards the circle, looking to lock down a position, maybe think about some placement points after their second place finish in our first game of the finals. But MVP, again, the masters of the gate. If you want to get through here, they're going to have to let you know about it.
I mean, how many times have we seen MVP grab a longbow, grab a scout, and just get posted up inside the center of the circle and then grief the rest of the lobby? We haven't necessarily seen them be as aggressive as Wyvern in this particular lobby, but I think they do have the potential to do that, and I think that is what's terrifying everyone else.
Well, speaking of aggression, here is Misfits. We saw it from them earlier. The aggression might be what puts them in contention to be one of those teams who crosses that 50-point threshold first. They're going for eliminations, they're getting aggressive, but at the moment it's Na'Vi who have repositioned. They're getting some downs of their own, and it's going to be Kick who are on the receiving end of it.
Got to remember that Na'Vi were one of those first teams to be eliminated in match number 1 as well. They had that early confrontation with NRG. They both avoided that in match number 2. They probably realized, actually, I don't think these early game fights are beneficial for us, as we take a look at 789 and see how they're traversing the map.
The interesting thing here is the Virtus Pro are going to be the team that they're chasing down. It was one of their players who was dropped. Wasn't eliminated though, and now he is going to be. So VP, after an impressive performance in game 1, one of the stronger teams in the lobby as far as championship potential, in our opinion, that we were talking about, are going to run into the juggernaut that is 789.
And I think everyone else in the lobby, when they see that kill feed in the top right-hand corner as well, they're going to be saying, oh, okay, VP are down to 2. That's a relief. If we come across them, we're going to have a better chance.
And then they see 789 as the people who are getting the kills, so it's like, oh, that's a little bit more concerning.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Mark. That's how things work, and you can see the Apex Predator ranks after round 1, Retzi and Estesu really showing what they're made of with 5 kills.
And you're also going to see VP falling here. So after a pretty decent game one, VP, a couple of players fallen, but not the squad elimination. Which is, of course, so vital in these situations. Kick going to be taken down here, and that's going to be the first full squad wipe. Na'Vi picking up those kills. Matrix and Nighty going to be the final players to fall. Points on the board here for Na'Vi.
And this is always a tricky situation to be in my opinion, when you are in artillery tunnel, because you can be taken out from both sides. But they posted up early. They've got the Watson fences to give them indication as to where they're going to get pushed from, and of course it gives them 2 escape routes as to where this final circle is going to be heading.
So we now are starting to see a few players drop. Only the one squad down, and of course that was Kick Esports. MVP though still set up on the top of that wall, guarding the entrance to artillery. So we now see Gambit Esports, the longbow in hand, trying to pick off anyone that's trying to move as that Wraith tries to traverse the land here and find himself in some cover, and that's going to be VP's Noth. A lot of work for him to do in this situation.
You can see a lot of artillery is still within that circle as well, and that's why we're starting to see everyone head that way, get closer to those walls. But unfortunately, if you didn't get there right at the start of the game, you're going to be in bad luck, because teams like MVP have posted up. They have surrounded themselves with Watson fences, as now TSM are getting grief from all sorts of places.
There's so many teams just in close proximity to each other in the moment. TSM, one of those teams. MVP still up on this tower in such a strong position. Watson fences up. They're trapped in the back of the dropship there on the floor. G2 Esports, another one of those teams who find themselves around this area.
And I'm really wondering what the mentality of TSM is right now. I mean, I've seen a lot of their tweets online saying, yeah, we're going to comfortably win this finals, this is going to be easy. And I like confidence, and overconfidence sometimes can be a thing, but you've got to be careful if you do talk too much smack.
Well, speaking of being careful, MVP decided to just turn on the afterburners there. They dropped out, they set a Wraith portal if they had to move, and try to finish off some of the kills they've seen started, but smartly, again, managed to retreat back to that high ground, and all 3 players stay alive.
I mean, everyone is just using Wraith to the best ability at this moment. As Sunset falls, and you can see his head goes straight into his hands, and Sunset's banner will now have to be recovered if he wants to get back into the game.
His reps then from TSM, trying to land some of those wingman shots from distance. And Braletti gets one. And that's going to be Hugh. FlyQuest Lou goes down to Na'Vi as well, and now the gatekeepers as FlyQuest are going to be taken down. Full squad wipe here for Na'Vi.
Bad news for FlyQuest fans, but a lot better now from Na'Vi. Really seem to be on the same page, pushing around the same corners at the same time, baiting and switching in the correct situations. But is this going to be NRG joining them? Are we going to have this battle happening again?
Well, here comes the push. History is a funny way of repeating itself sometimes. So you can check on the right-hand side of your screen who is alive in this lobby, who has been taken down. 17 squads still remaining. It looks like NRG have decided to change their rotation now, maybe just having seen who was involved in that battle.
Moose falls from Misfits. Penta able to pick up a couple of kills. They were one of the early exits in match number 1, so they could do with a decent match number 2 here to try and increase that points total. As the circle still heads up towards artillery. Great news for CLG. This is exactly what you want. When you take one of those locations that are on the edge of the map, you're just praying that you're going to get a circle that's going to fall into your hands. But it's difficult to play. If the circle comes your way, everyone is trying to join you.
Let's see if they can pick some eliminations up as well. And MVP, they're down in players at the moment who are trying to push in. It's a case of can they execute on those players who are fallen. Wyvern, no surprise to ever see them in the kill feed as well. They're doing some damage on the server.
Wyvern and MVP both laying down shots onto 789 as 2 of them are taken out. There's just going to be 1 survivor for 789, so maybe both the Asian teams noticing there is a threat in this lobby, and as soon as they see a weakness, they're diving in and they're getting involved.
And we might have to give some props here to MVP and the fact that they've been so patient in these battles, as Na'Vi have been doing such a good job of gatekeeping this underpass area. Now going to come under pressure for the second time here from NRG. Who's going to close out this battle?
Na'Vi did lose a 2 versus 3 situation in the previous match against NRG. Can they win this now? 1 player is down. It's going to be Claws, and we're going to see the rift created just as an escape route here.
Yeah, smart stuff here. You can see that player's going to be able to jump through and possibly get revived to make this a 3v3 situation again. There he is. Now PKMK is going to back up and just keep himself alive. NRG, I don't think, realize that those teammates have backed up, and now they're trying to push through, trying to take this battle. They're already out there.
I think Energy noticed that portal though, and they know that definitely we saw the retreat from Na'Vi at this point, so they just go in, they loot, they take whatever they can, and the battle can
Time for round
restart.
3.
I don't think Na'Vi want anything to do with this, but they do have the high ground.
You also have a pretty good position as far as the circle is concerned. Might have a situation where a couple of teams come and join that battle at some point, but now Succubus in the open here, going to be slowly taking damage. One player is going to fall. Crypt is trying to retreat here, longbow in hand, Peacekeeper in the back pocket. With his 2 teammates falling, that's going to be bad news as we see a member here of Saw Gaming falling as well. Over to Rep from TSM.
TSM really struggling. Abreleli has gone down. It's just down to Hal and Reps to try and survive. Reps is going to fall as well if he can.
No ammo as well here. This is a huge
goodness.
problem for him. Only 10 shots left of light ammo. He's going to call out to his teammate, and there is that communication again. A little bit of light ammo being dropped just to allow him to re-engage in this fight.
So the reason why TSM have been so successful throughout this tournament is because they've rotated early. They found themselves in those prime positions, and they've been the ones griefing those trying to enter the circle. But it seems in match numbers 1 and 2, they just haven't been able to find that same success.
Yeah, they're being out-rotated at the moment. So many teams are finding themselves in great situations, putting the pressure onto TSM and the way they like to play. Maybe a case of watching how TSM had so much success yesterday and taking a page out of their book, but now Na'Vi, they managed to stay alive, keep that full complement up, much like CLG have. We're down to 12 squads remaining here with 1:15 until that 4th ring is going to close. This is going to be super tight with so many teams still left in the lobby.
I'd argue that Na'Vi are in one of the prime positions as well. We see that circle so often finish on one of those little mini bunkers within artillery. It's very tough though to try and stay alive when everyone tries to swarm that late game circle because there's so many entry points.
Into the artillery underpass again. So many teams have been based around here. We've seen so many close range fights. So you can see Sentinels are just poking through here because they can see NRG are waiting on the other side of these double doors. They get opened. Peacekeeping shot goes in, does not connect.
Something Sentinels did really well in the previous game was they just had a high kill game. Their placement wasn't great, but they got a lot of eliminations.
Damage being done here, and armor is an issue here for NRG. Shots coming in. H trying to retreat again with that Wraith. Goes for the armor swap, but I don't think there's enough in there. Now he's going to have time to heal up.
Sentinels, they smell it. They know that there's a lot of weakness and they have utility to use, but Watson is there just to make sure that that pylon is down.
And those few seconds, it's just going to allow NRG not only to get some shields back potentially as well, but maybe escape from this situation. But here comes the push now from Sentinels. 3 players pushing, they get the first knockdown. It's actually Zombs who goes down for Sentinels as the shots come in from Dizzy. He takes one down. NRG do a great job in that situation, but it's Sentinels who seem to have come out on top.
They did as best as they could, but now Sentinels are under pressure as well. Someone else has heard these shots and they want to get involved with the third party. They want some free eliminations and a nice quick swap of shields to try and pick up the purple armor there.
Yeah, barely any armor left in it, though. Unfortunately, it was a teammate's box, and now we're going to see chunk of the 74 with a Peacekeeper. However, Retzi goes down. Sentinels having some trouble in that particular fight.
Just seen Rogue taking down Imperial Hal as well, so TSM are really struggling in match number 2. No Cocoa Puffs for CLG falls. Everyone now in the lobby starting to lose at least one member of their team.
Huskers from Rogue in a great position. Top 8 now for them. Penta in a great position as far as high ground is concerned, and that might be MVP up there. It looks like they might have been pushed. Penta just trying to grieve, trying to land some bullets, maybe get one of those downs as MVP actually do a good job. They've managed to pick up a stick there, or the Arcstar kill, I should say, onto CLG, and I think they've actually won that battle there against CLG.
Yeah, all 3 members of CLG fall.
CLG problem again, Dan.
8th place, even though this is ending up in artillery, and sometimes that is the downside of it, finishing directly on where you land, because maybe you're not going to have as much loot as you would have had if you rotated through your map to a different location.
Look at this sneaky little position here from Crypt as well. He's just outside of the circle, but he's just going to be worried about placement points at this point. Penta, again, in a great position here.
They are in a great position, but notice this movement. They're starting to get closer towards the circle, and you've really got to find, it's very fine margins as to when you want to push. Do you want to go really early? Do you want to go late with the red? You really have to find a nice in-between, but a lot of it just comes down to luck as to whether someone's going to be looking at you and whether you're going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
MVP still in a great position here. One of the Wyvern players gets taken down as well. That's going to be Selly taking down the second one. Penta making their move now, and not only making their move towards this end circle, they're also doing a great job of picking up eliminations too.
They pick up an elimination and they're able to steal that spot within the circle, so they can just breathe for a second. They communicate how they're going to proceed when this circle gets even smaller, whereas Wyvern down to just one player, and unfortunately for Parker, he is not in the circle, so he needs to find his way out.
Yeah, the one positive for them is the fact that he is the Wraith player, so at least he might be able to burn a little bit of time on the clock there using that tactical with that ult just to get out of dodge. Now we're going to see Gamers Origin, who have made it far in this lobby as well, trying to make the plays here with the Wraith portal. And look at this, they might just have a little bit of luck with two teams fighting each other, not being aware of their particular position. Grenades coming in from behind. They've got to be careful, and I think he might just jump straight onto a grenade there. Gamers Origin are stuck at the meat in a sandwich, and it's not a tasty one at that.
Rogue position themselves very centrally, but they're going to be taken out. Oh, there is one revive shield, but I think that's going to be spotted as now Gamers Origin are down to one with Sirius. He gets the elimination, will survive, can swap for a purple body shield, and he survives in the top 6.
I think they're going to be able to manage to get some revives off as well. Penta doing a great job, as we see Rogue eliminated now. Husker's the last person to be taken down. Penta, still 3 people in this battle as we have 5 squads remaining.
Penta have done so well, from moving from high ground to repositioning to getting inside the circle. As MP falls for Gamers Origin, their sweet dreams finally taken out for Rogue. They finished in 4th, and we're down to 3.
And look at this, it's Na'Vi still involved in the battle. We saw them gatekeeping the tunnels on their way to artilleries for so much of this game, but now they're inside. Now they have control of one of these warehouses, and they have so much shields to work with too.
So we've got Na'Vi, and we've got Penta, and a solo survivor from Succubus. He's just going to be trying to achieve top 2. I think he probably realizes that winning this game is going to be extremely difficult from this point, but he'll just want the rest of the teams to engage in a fight and just slowly walk his way into the circle and hope they don't notice him.
Preparing for this final battle then. Shield cells being used, shields being replenished. R301 scoping in where these players are.
One thing you've got to be careful of, where they've zipped up on top of this ball here, you can fall into that fence, and if you do get stuck down there, it's really hard to strafe and avoid any sort of damage, so they really need to be careful.
Look at that focus fire though from Penta. Dropping that player's shields, deciding not to push. I'm not sure if they know that that last player is alive. Na'Vi have taken down Crypt from Succubus. Now it is just a straight 3v3 fight to the death.
Penta have utility, they've got the close range weapons as well.
Shots from Nesh are absolutely incredible as well.
Penta have everything, they've got prime position.
Push. Alternator shots going in. We're actually trying to finish off this kill. Shots going once again with the R99. They have the advantages in their way, but can they finish out this game?
Oh, there's high ground though available for Na'Vi. They've done really well to utilize the Pathfinder ability.
Claus did a great job of getting it down himself as well, as Impulse now is going to have to drop, but he's dropped inside, like you were saying, down inside the cage! And that means no escape! Penta close it out! And at this point, nothing is a given in this lobby.
And I said you've got to be careful. It's so slippery when you do get on top of them, and he fell down and he couldn't move. He tried to shield battery, but it wasn't enough. Penta, 12 points for their victory. 8 points for 8 eliminations, so they're now up to 20. Incredible game to watch, the way they position themselves with their long-range weapons, and then how they utilize the short-range weapons in that late game.
Been an absolute pleasure to call the first 2 games of this final. We're going to pass it back to the desk now before Andy, Bravo Dudinsky, and of course Dreadnought are going to close it out and crown our champion. But for the guys and the girls on the desk, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, guys. And the roster of Wacko, Orex, and Ness. Do it. Multinational team. 1 member from the UK, 1 member from Germany and Ness. I know, an unbelievable performance from Penta there, but really it was the battle of EU. Na'Vi versus Penta for the win there, and Penta comes out on top.
I mean, we knew that Watson fences were dangerous, but that one right there, Gaskin, the prophet, calling it out. He says you can fall in. I fell trapped to that myself. I think it was my first solo game where I actually fell in there. And I had a gold knockdown shield and everything. It was painful as soon as that happened. I was yelling at the top of my lungs. It was so hard to watch. But still, Na'Vi put up a great performance, taking second with a lot of kills.
I gotta say, we have a great talent team here that's worked a lot of finals and events, but never of any event have I ever been to. We had 5 members of the talent team on the desk. Bravo and Dreadnought were up here with us. We're all giving each other intel, trying to break it all down. So let me tell you, we have a lot to talk about. Glitter, one team in particular, Rogue, and their ability to shut down so many different rosters throughout. Talk about some of the teams they're able to take out and their ultimate placement.
I think probably the most important one that we need to talk about is the fact that towards the end of the game, they were able to take out TSM. And that's the team that everybody, including us, we've been talking about the entire weekend. And it was a 2v2, to be fair.
Yep.
So and they were both down a member, but all that matters is that they're still continuously shutting them down.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, at the end there, we saw EU versus EU, some blood on their similar kin. And of course, we saw the same thing, TSM versus Rogue. But right here, walking you through it, the Penta end. Look at this. 2 versus 1 situation. Manages to get high ground. Great movement. Has Nesh weak. Orax doesn't have full health either. Tries to maintain that high ground, but gets tagged up so much that he's forced to try and replen. During that replen, unfortunately drops, gets taken out as a result. Almost a 1v2 clutch, but nothing really going there. Some good movement, though, was shown.
Yeah, I mean, he tries to back away and just backs away just a little bit too much and falls into that crevice, falls into that fence. And I honestly think it is basically impossible to get out. I fell in there as a Pathfinder, and I was trying my best to, like, grapple and zipline and everything, but there are the standings.
There you have it. Na'Vi, despite actually losing a Penta, comes out on top with 13 kills. I believe someone had 9 kills on their team, maybe 8 or 9. So we might have a new Apex Predator here, but a great performance from Na'Vi. Penta right behind them, Rogue with 12 kills. So the BR Kings, the ones that have been doing it for a while, on the American side of things, do well again here. 12 points for them, followed by Succubus and then CLG, Controller Gang being represented here.
Yeah, Na'Vi matching the points of 789 from our first match, where they got 22 points also. So this is very good for them, and it looks like we got a head-to-head battle between these two teams now.
Yeah, 789, 17th place. So for the first time I think I've seen 789 outside of the top 10. I don't think I've ever watched or analyzed a match from this tournament where 789 did not place in the top 10, let alone top 3, but they get taken out pretty early. 17th place. Looks like even the perfect Achilles has a heel, as 789's been playing so well, but they get taken out here. And then, of course, Sentinels on screen. We all know what they do, and it's actually this guy, Retzi, arguably the best Slayer, the best pure fragger in Apex. He's your Apex. He's listening to me right now. What's up, Retzi? Give me a nod if you can hear me, bud. He's your Apex Predator with 7 kills to his name.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sentinels and for teams like 789, right, where you drop that very southern side of the map, I believe they dropped at Thunderdome to Sentinels. Making their way over there was so difficult, and Sentinels, we saw in game number 1, they wanted to just be aggressive and just hold W on squads and take every single 50-50 fight. They were not afforded this option, because by the time they were done and looted and ready to get booted, everyone was already out of their path.
Done, looted, and ready to get booted. That's pretty good.
I mean, I think it's also important to point out that the majority of the top 5 from this game were different from the top 5 in the first game, which is something that we were kind of anticipating, starting to see the rankings kind of fluctuate to the point where this is not going to be, you know, a quick 1-2 and we're done. These finals are going to drag on for a little bit.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I was just going to ask you to break down the mid to late game where we saw this tunnel fight from artillery. Interesting fight. NRG, kind of unfortunate, gets sandwiched between Sentinels and Na'Vi. Na'Vi has high ground, maintains that high ground in that fight, pinches them. They are able to escape the Na'Vi fight, that is NRG, and then they run right into Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a natural choke, especially when you have an artillery circle. We had the northern tunnel cut off, and so it was just that north watchtower to our artillery basic tunnel to be able to try and get through. And so a lot of teams were funneling into those 2 avenues. We're seeing another fight right here. That's another funnel point.
Yep, here's that same exact funnel scenario here. Another thing I love in artillery finish. The rotations you get in artillery are pretty tight, pretty slim. You can go through tunnels, you can try and take high ground using Pathfinder, or you can go all the way around through the runway side. So it's an interesting situation where you can get kind of stuck off. But here, ultimately, NRG does get sandwiched.
Yeah, the important part was that NRG were dueling with Na'Vi just before that. Sentinels came in basically as a third party and interrupted. And I don't think Sentinels were aware that Na'Vi were just waiting in the wings.
And look at this. MVP was in a great spot here, picking up kill after kill on Rogue. Ends up getting third-partied by Gamers Origin, the French, who come over. And ultimately, Sirius is left in a 1v1, I believe. And somehow, look at this. Look at the damage done by Aka. Sirius is able to clutch up there in the 1 versus 1, and Gamers Origin stays alive.
He uses his grapple mid-reload animation, and the thing is, once you start your reload animation, that puts your ammo at 0. And so once he got off of that grapple, he had to reload once again.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it from that perspective last time, so we didn't know that that's what happened.
Interesting. Seeing perspective of different players here. Na'Vi, though, a great finish. They end up in first place in the match count. And look at this, you see exactly why. That's how I was wondering how Gamers Origin got taken out. It was actually by the likes of Na'Vi. 9 Impulse with his great plays, slips right down. Unfortunately spotted out here. Do you think he would have been spotted? I mean, they didn't see him drop. you think he would have been spotted if he stopped shield battering and just kind of stayed in the bush there? Tough to say.
It really is tough to say.
Let's see it from Orax's perspective.
There really was not much he could do there at that point. This was game over once he fell in there.
Yeah, they don't know 100%. No matter what, even if you get your shield battery off, you're kind of stuck in a bad spot here. Nice job by the team. Of course, multinational Orax coming from France. You have a Wacko from the UK and Ness from Germany. So a great job by them. Oh, sorry, that was Penta at the end there. You see it. When the standings are done, it is Rogue who's on top.
Na'Vi and Team 789 now tied for second. But of course, the kills being the tiebreaker. That puts Na'Vi right above them with 23 points.
One team you do not see in this mix after two unfortunate performances in their eyes, really below standards in their eyes, is TSM. We didn't talk about it last transition, but I want to talk about it now because if Rogue, Na'Vi, 789, Penta, etc. continue to run with this, they might hit that 50-point threshold pretty soon, but we could expect TSM to bounce back. I mean, it's hard to count them out, so you could arguably see TSM have a good game and bounce right back in the mix, which means we might be going to a 5, 6, or 7-game series before someone even hits 50.
Yeah, currently it looks like most of the teams that are struggling right here in the bottom three, Gambit Esports, Kick Esports, and Misfits, 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. They really need to pick it up at this point because already we have 3 teams basically at the halfway mark towards that match point set.
However, looking at the top there, Virtus Pro, TSM, which by the way, if you didn't hear, Pierre was the one on Virtus Pro on Friday night who talked a little bit of trash to TSM. They got the better of TSM in match 1. They're currently on top by 2 points, but all those teams I just mentioned, G2, Virtus Pro, TSM, all top 5, top 7 caliber teams. We're used to seeing them in that final placement. So those 3 teams could step up and shake things up here. If you really aren't sure what I'm referencing when I say that 50-point threshold, of course, I'm talking about the format for this championship final, which we didn't have a chance to really walk through yet. We talked about it all weekend, but if you're tuning in for the first time, first off, welcome. One of the most unique formats to match and tie off this unique double elimination bracket for BR, a double elimination tournament. In the championship finals, there's an unlimited number of games. However, first team to reach 50 points, as you've seen throughout, will have an ability to close it out if they win a subsequent game, any game following. So you have to be able to get 50 points and then win a game after that. We could be here for 15 matches, or we could be here for 5 or 6 matches, who knows. But let's pass it over to someone who knows a little bit more than we do here. It's our experts over at the Command Center. Blaze Nathanius, take it away.
Thank you very much, Fallout. Nate, what a great game. Penta coming out, getting the job done. Now, they mentioned on the desk about MVP having great positioning throughout the map. We're going to see this circle in towards the north end by artillery. Now, the circle ends in random locations, but this is actually a pretty common space that we've seen plenty of times. Now, talk about one of the power positions that MVP had coming in towards the later ends of this game.
MVP's done a great job of getting those positions, as you mentioned, where we're looking at, because they've been favoring that relay drop all tournament long, it's easy for them to get over and set this fortification up. And honestly, I don't even need to play through this to get to it. We got all that you need right here. The way that this pylon is set up, it's tucked just far enough back from this high ground position. It is so hard to land any shots. It is so hard to unseat a team here. Of course, you've got the Watson fence cutting off both sides here. You've got the vision looking all the way down on any enemies that are going to be out there. You have everything that you could possibly need, and these are the types of positions that are going to allow you to peek forward, get those snipes. But how are you going to return fire when the enemy is on such high ground and they have that pylon tucked in just far back enough that if you need to fall back against grenades, you can do it safely?
And actually, and two, going back just a little bit more towards this end, just look at the sight lines towards the outside, especially as the circle's moving in. Everybody's getting those longbows, so they're able to watch that forest area. Nobody kind of wants to mess with them up here, but even looking towards artillery, it's very few sight lines on the other side in which you can contest with these guys as well.
Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal positioning. MVP has been a dominant force and certainly not out of it yet. As everyone at the desk was just saying, it's one of the best things about this tournament, the format. We really still have no idea who's going to be able to take it. There's so much that needs to be done. And speaking of getting it done, we're going to kick it back over to the casters and get ready for game number 2.
Hey, thanks so much. Bravo alongside Dreadnought. Dread, you and I are jumping in the booth here. We've had amazing tournament action all weekend long, and now we get to see really how long it will take for one of these teams to hit that 50-point threshold. And so far, there's quite a few teams looking good. You and I have been watching these matches so far. Tell me, who's on your radar in terms of not just the points, but in terms of what you're seeing with the playstyle?
I think the one team that definitely stands out, not only in our grand final or in the finals itself, is all the matches here today. It's got to be Rogue. The fact that they came out with 0 wins coming into today, then went back-to-backs. They have some of the best late-game experience out of anybody in this tournament today, and I think that's something they're going to rely on here in our finals.
Which is also a great point about Penta coming in here. I believe you just caught, as we were watching that match, you had said that's their first win of the whole tournament.
Yeah, and that's a big tell, right? I was gauging how many of these teams actually won and who won in maybe lobbies that are a little bit more threatening than that. And Penta's one of the only team right now who has had 0 wins and then come out and just in a bracket that they debatably shouldn't win, clutch it out.
Yeah, what a time to start to step it up. Now the question is, which of these teams that are already on top, if we look at Rogue, 7, 8, 9, Na'Vi, Penta at the top of the table on top 4, if they're able to string together really one more win, they could be, one more big win, they could be past that 50-point threshold, and we could see a very fast final here. But of course, if you're just joining us, format here is each team needs to hit a 50-point threshold. Any that do will be on match point, and you need a win to secure that. That's the first time we're seeing that format here, so we will crown a champion on a win at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational.
Yeah, but first, again, threshold 1, 50 points, threshold 2, look for that win. And right now, everybody's still searching for that. And I think that's the biggest thing is once we start seeing who meets that, then who looks to cripple to ensure those teams above 50 can't win.
There's almost 2 parts of this final, if you think of it. We're going to go game to game to game, and teams are going to hit that threshold differently in kind of staggered orders. However, there's a shift in the lobby when someone does cross, and continually as more teams do cross, which brings up a great point about Rogue. You and I were just talking the way that they've gotten their points here. I believe a 2nd and a 4th, and then lots of kills on the board. However, it does net them 26, so they can continue doing that across the 50-point threshold, but once they cross that, they're going to need a win.
Yeah, but they, again, bringing it to my first point, I would argue maybe one of the best here coming into the finals to probably clutch that out if they find themselves across that threshold. 7, 8, 9 already showing that as well, and again, for the first time coming out for Penta. But we got some big names in this lobby, and we're going to figure out who can settle out here to be the best.
Yes, we do. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match number 3 of your Apex Legends Preseason Invitational final. We are jumping in with Penta, the winner of your last match, like we said, their first win of the weekend, and what a time to do it. That has put them now in 4th place with 20 points.
And we see them here heading over towards the gauntlet on the western side, probably going to be a little bit slower when it comes to anybody competing with them. And every one of these teams has been very, very, you know, I want to say comfortable just sticking with the drop routes that they know best and getting all the loot in the order that they would like, as we see a nice RE45 pickup there. And once we get past that 50 threshold, we've been hinting, we think teams at other times might, I can't but feel like it is absolutely necessary when we get there. And this game very much could put one of these teams above that mark.
And here's Na'Vi at Airbase, not only a familiar drop from them, but also a familiar place if you caught the action all weekend long where they were able to get a win off of that runway fork, and a very nice one that they racked up. A common drop for them, but also a place that they know how to play as a result so well. No pressure for them here at Airbase. And one thing we've talked about is here at this stage, Dread, with no one across the point threshold, we can assume that where there won't be too much pressure on those drops and the teams are still looking to put points on the board, we could see that change as a few teams start to move past that 50-point threshold. And additionally, depending on which teams do, especially if they're kind of contesting drops that they know other teams know very well. But to find out more about where these teams have landed, we're going to go over to the command center.
Thank you very much, Brob. Just wanted to come in and let you guys know where our next circle is going to be. It's going to be at the farmlands and by Twin Spines as well. The hot zone is over there by wetlands, so all teams starting to get their loot and rotate over there. Nate, anything interesting on your side?
Nothing super crazy going on over here. Just be keeping an eye on any of the rotations coming from especially the west, the southwest side of the map as everyone gets over towards Twin Spines.
All right, we're going to get back to looking to all these screens. Brav and Dre, take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Now checking in with Rogue, a team we have had our eyes on all weekend long. They had a rough start to the tournament, a slow one, and of course a team that was really on our list of a team that had a lot to prove here at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. There were 80 of them when the weekend started. Now here in the final, only 20 remain.
And Rogue roster that definitely made me eat my words. I was one of the people definitely throwing out into the universe that they have big names. They have a lot of experience together, but I haven't seen it come to light, it felt like, since TwitchCon. but very much here when everything was on the line for the roster, a lot of work, a lot of improvement, and it is paying off in dividends. Another roster who is having a lot of success in our finals, Sentinels. So much aggression coming out from this group, looking for a lot of those kills, setting themselves apart when it comes to that Apex Predator.
Absolutely. Now here with Sentinels, a team that we talked about so mechanically talented and a team we absolutely expected to be here at this point. Right now seated in 6th with 13 points. So quite a delta if you think of them versus Rogue, double that of the Sentinels so far.
The rotations here, though I was complimenting maybe their aggression before, is a little bit on the slower side of things. They do have a long distance to be able to cover. And the one thing that I have noted for their plays, once they make those transitions, that it seems like they're kind of sharking on the outside, you know, scouting for anybody that can find a couple of kills, maybe look for a little bit of loot to maybe monopolize their opportunities at the back end of the game. And another roster we've been very, very impressed with here throughout the entirety of the Preseason Invitational is Wyvern, a roster who has struggled to actually find their very own win throughout the entirety of the tournament, but they put up so many kills and so many points, Bravo.
Yeah, look at Succubus already finding a little bit of trouble here and resistance as they go connector to Wetlands, and they're going to tuck in. They do get the revive though, so now going to pop a med is Crip and take some time to just settle down and make sure that they can push out once again. Another interesting thing we saw last game, Dread, was 789 actually fell off the hands of MVP and Wyvern.
Yeah.
The South Korean pinch comes in, and that was what ended their fate. So it takes 2 teams to do that, and they eventually do fall actually at the hands of 2 South Korean teams, but engagement coming in here 4-0-0 of G2. He will get that knock on Nicewig, but no Cocoa Puffs did get the knock here on G2 Mimu as well. So Red and he have to work together now. It continues that no Cocoa Puffs will go down as well. Now all up to Madness.
Madness tried to take this trade, actually ends up getting the armor break. Swats back there to the Hemlock single fire, but unable to land. But the fight is not over yet. We do transition here over to VP, but CLG, a roster that's been very defensive, kind of squirreling around in our finals, getting caught out very early and shut down.
Yeah, you need to be careful. CLG there in 7th place, but now checking in with the Virtus Pro on the board in 10th place with 9 points.
Bruiser going to be the pickup here. Energy weapons, something we've been talking about all weekend through the Preseason Invitational. Not something that we see in maybe our solo queue experience as much, but very much of the preseason, because of the econ and the resources available, you don't get to loot absolutely everything the same way you can, but here NRG giving us a bit of a sniff of where this next round's going to be.
Yeah, any initial thoughts here on things that these teams will be prioritizing the most, given that we're headed just a little bit east of center?
Well, it does look like, at least with the glance that we get here, coming out from it's just going to be a little bit south of the 2 spines, likely going to create probably a lot of different elevation problems in that area. We talked about it a little bit before, how open-ended it can kind of be. That being said, the 2 spines posturing we just saw, I believe it was MVP sitting there. They've almost done that every single round here in our final, to posture up there and kind of defend outward, decide where they want to transition. But Rogue now making their way up a little bit closer.
Parker flying through as well, able to dance through the fire of the Thermite. And shots coming in, though, from the bottom cave, so he's actually going to have to queue out. But we check in now with Gamer's Origin as well, who's in trouble. See Mpe there. I do have a teammate down, so going to need to play this slow. They're in quite a wide open area, one that you and I have talked about extensively this weekend, an area that's very difficult to traverse. And a few teams look like they're going to have to make that rotation through or take a long route around if they want to get over to, like you said, 2 spines as well.
Bringing the pain, though, it looks like it's going to be Wyvern hunting down, Game's Origin here. They find themselves the very first kill. Selly actually losing a bit of armor. Shots coming back here from Parka. Question if he's going to push. 3 grenades actually getting thrown out by Gio. But look at this, no time wasted. Parka tries to go through. Great shots there through the little bit of panel there on the doorway. Clever play there from Gio.
Very nice play, and that's not just someone happened to be shooting through the floorboards. You know that he knows that's an exact sight line straight to that doorway from the top of the staircase.
Yeah, but Sirius now taking some pressure. Also pressure down from below as well. No armor available left on him. Armor swap now coming up from MPE. You see the cues here up from both characters to get to this low ground. And Wyvern claim their territory.
Some armor pulling here. Not sure if that's a fresh armor or an old one, but available potentially if it is a fresh one. We'll go ahead and see what they're able to do here. Spitfire longbow combo, not one we've seen a ton in this tournament.
Yeah, and we see that Wyvern here as we glance over at VP, just sitting off to the side. So many people are in this tight area already with the broken bridges. Ping's going down there as they find Game's Origin trying to get the retreat. But right now, whoever ends up getting the clash here on this right-hand side into the high ground, I think is going to have the upper hand. Whoever can control that, and Virtus Pro is the one sniffing it out. Look at, on the other side, it is NRG.
Pick that up, pick this up. There's 2 bullets.
Now listening in with NRG, let's go ahead and hear the team comms on the side of NRG.
Alright, I'm bullshit.
I think...
Let's explore this way.
Alright, you want it? I'm down.
Forget that.
Do it now. I just don't want to hesitate anymore. If we think of something, just fucking do it.
Just do it, yeah.
Yes.
Fuck yeah, bud, you already know Edward. Yep.
Watch north and I'll watch east. I'll go back in space. I can watch west, southwest. I can watch this cut in the farm.
Now checking here with Misfits as well. And talk about Watsoning up here in maybe a little bit of an unorthodox spot here. Here's MVP.
This is what I was trying to highlight a little bit before. This is the go-to for MVP in this final. Every single time you see all the Watson traps, they actually drop usually a double Pathfinder zip all the way across so they can traverse there without risking dropping down below. But this is what MVP has been set up to do. The question is, does it net them a win, which in the past maybe isn't necessarily going to be a true statement. Gambit here, a team that's shown a lot of heart and hustle, but struggling when it comes to our final. Sitting very, very close there to the center of the circle and going to have to defend themselves out, but it looks like Wyvern maybe discover somebody here within this corridor.
We've seen a lot of teams here in those central chokes, those tight chokes, those Pathfinders need to be able to get up. Broken shields here for Soar. We'll see exactly who they're fighting. Thermite damage going down as well. Gonna send some more grenades in as well. Yes, indeed. That's going to be FlyQuest on the receiving end of that. Zach will be knocked.
It's not the first time that we've seen FlyQuest struggle in our finals at the Wetland Satellite. Game number 1 also struggling to be able to deal with some of the pressure here. Taking a glance there as we see it's going to be Monsoon. Zach getting completely finished off. Soar trying to pressure in. RPR will have to burn a Phoenix kit, but this should be their fight.
Now back on board Moffer still with white armor, and you're going to need to be careful here. Here's Wyvern.
Uh-oh. The fact that that went so south, they're already losing Karampe.
Karampe, I don't think he expected to receive any shots back. You saw how low he was in shields and HP. He goes down and also will be thirsted, so now it's up to Parka and Selly to stay alive here. Maybe going to get a few extra points on the board if they can. Also just jumping and dodging shots from the rear. Yeah. And now we'll circle back up with Parka.
That was a little wild actually to see that 0 of those shots were able to hit. They're still just dodging there constantly. So we glance over to Third Impact. They got a lot of armor when looking at their loadout. Weaponry, I'm going to guess, is about sitting just as good as we see the circle kind of pings go down just there north of the cage. This is going to be a very, very open fight as we see the area that was just kind of being glanced at here by Fjeldern actually was where this final circle was going to be.
Purple.
Haven't seen a ton of points.
Uh-oh, NRG.
Take a look at NRG. As a reminder, NRG snuck into our grand final by 1 point in the winner's bracket final. That's right, 1 point, 1 elimination was the difference.
And every time we've tuned in with them in the final, it seems like they're struggling into Na'Vi, so I can't help but wonder, is this going to be the Na'Vi kind of threatening them down once more here? It has been over and over again. They seem to clash. Sentinels, one of our more aggressive teams, doesn't look like they have too many kills, but a lot of loot to their name. As we still have 17 here in this lobby.
They're looking good indeed. A few fences go down, so that's going to provide Retzi an opportunity to pop up, maybe get a new angle here.
Zombs throws that a bit, but he's in a bad spot. He's going to have to full retreat.
Yeah, he's going to retreat. He's going to want to heal up and pull back. Now it's going to be up to Senox to hold that down, but now checking also back in with Succubus. They do get that elimination there on Monsoon. Lou goes down as well. That means only 1 player alive for FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest is not having the best of final, and again, the Wetland is not their grounds. They are struggling to find a way to be able to control everything they may need here. We got 53 seconds within this round, so not going to be forced to pressure out the victors over that battle of FlyQuest. Back here with Kick on the other side of 2 spines here, dealing with MVP. Not able to push. It doesn't look like MVP off quite yet. Trying to figure out how they make their way, or at least keep zoning off the members coming over from what is Wetlands.
Yep, now back on board with MVP still up top. The same place we found them last. Just trying to extend some damage if they can. Longbow shots hitting there, 1. But nothing else for Aka. Raw's going to take the opportunity to get a med kit, but during that heal, he does get knocked.
Question is who ended up getting that knock? I don't believe it's actually going to be Na'Vi sitting with the low ground. So the biggest thing is the fact that Kick doesn't necessarily know that this is an advantage, and Kick's the only one in position to actually push this skirmish if they would like to do so. So very, very lucky for MVP as we look at Na'Vi, the ones who were distributing those shots. They have so much armor and resources to their side. They are in a very good position here for our third game. Bazam struggling when it comes to this initiation. Senox is going to be the one who ends up moving up, but he has no armor as well. They're trying to use this box for cover. They get themselves one knock here, questioning if they should retreat for some of the heals. The Watson generator, 2 knocks, goes down.
Only more alive for NRG. We'll have to see what he does here. He's going to pop a bat and needs to play this slow. Going to go for the revive as well. We'll take a look exactly where NRG is there in the table.
Absolutely.
At 16th.
Very surprising that Sentinels did not push that harder. But it shows how much is on the line, I feel like, here for this team. Now more getting pressured once more. No more armor available. It seems like this is going to be it here for NRG.
You called it perfectly, Dread. The reason we saw Sentinels go ahead and even queue out and heal up all the way is they knew they could push more. Moore didn't have really any options out. He could have kind of poked out of this window. You know, there's a way to get down and out.
Yeah.
If you crouch through this window, did not do so. It would have been a risky play. Of course, you go to the open area of bottom cage. Instead, just tried to hold it down and cross his fingers, hope the push didn't come. In the end, like you said, Sentinels played with discipline. They went back, they healed up, they pushed together, they get the elim, they get the wipe, and add a few more points on the board.
MVP here finding themselves a lot of problems, but that's TSM reps going down. TSM is no longer with us here. Mondo, no HP. Now Raz is going to get pressured. He does have the armor. Arcstar will be able to stop Na'Vi, but they want these kills. They want to rid MVP here of this world. But look at that, so much being used. Zipline going to go for the high ground. Here's the push.
Yep, Na'Vi all shielded up, and they are ready to move in. Now Wingman is out. Gonna wait and push together. Claws receiving some damage. That's gonna delay this. Mondo goes down. Now it's all up to Raz and then battle against Na'Vi.
We've seen this once before. Raz trying to get the 1v1, but it's not gonna work this time. Na'Vi, so very lethal here in game number 3. I said it before, but it only looks better and better. They have so much going for them in this game.
Yes, they do. We're gonna check back in with them momentarily. They're already in 3rd place with 23 points, only 27 away from getting to that 50-point threshold. Now back on board with 789. A team that has put on a show all weekend long, coming out of nowhere.
Near flawless game number 1 for them.
Yeah.
Very, very different tale going into game 2. They're looking to get that recovery for 3. Virtus Pro, another one of our top contenders, looking good. They have the high ground advantage, making a rotation down to this circle. It's important to highlight they have 25 seconds to win this fight before they have to make some kind of transition. Cage here is going to be the clear. Make sure nobody's sitting behind them. Portal, it looks like, was already going to be laid down there for Noth.
And Na'Vi now on the move as well. They already have 9 impulse on the floor. Going to give them an opportunity here for PKMK to just sit back with the bow. No shots connecting just yet.
Oh my gosh. You know PKMK wants those back. The fact that that Wraith was able to dance between so many bullets and survive is something that we cannot have in our finals. Not at this level if you want to be able to walk away with first place. 789 though, a name that we know very, very well here with Zaya, and he ends up getting the kill.
That also will be Soar exiting the game there, and you see XN's there from 789, new kill leader, 4 to his name. And they're looking good here. And I'll tell you what, normally we check in with 789 and they're at a huge disadvantage with 1 player left at the 10 squad's left mark. Instead now they're sitting well on armor and they're in a good position. So this is dangerous for the rest of the lobby.
It seems like they're playing budget Apex Legends sometimes, but then they walk away with a champion screen. It makes no sense here, but Sentinels struggling a little bit down 1 member. Retzi needs a little bit of armor. The generator will be able to help out with that as we see the grenade come through. It actually full connects there with him.
And he will go down right away at the same time as his teammate as well. That is going to be the end of the road for Sentinels. They will go down. As we said, they were in 6th place, so they'll add more points on the board, but certainly be at least 1 big game away from that 50-point threshold. Now checking back in with Na'Vi.
Very well off here, actually forcing now into the void for this Wraith. As long as they can get off to the side and be able to shield up, which it looks like posturing-wise, they are very, very comfortable to do so. You see the Watson generator go down. They've got 60 seconds to be able to hang out, maybe find a couple of kills, but you see those opponents there waiting into the high ground with circle advantage, trying to keep them out. Their transition into the circle is going to be very, very risky with 9 people.
Absolutely.
Even though their gear is there, maybe their location on the map is not.
Yep, this final ring here towards nesting grounds, always, one that we're going to have a lot of squads remaining up until the point where we actually get down to just how thin this area is.
Look at here with Gambit holding their own near dead center, not quite towards the circle. A little bit of more of a baby rotation here for them. Penta, though, our winner from last game, they understand they need to make their way to the circle as Wacko's already got himself a portal set up. Closes it here on the side. See the rest of Penta make their way in with ease.
They're going to be careful here. Rocking double white armor, they're going to need to make sure that they continue to take these routes that are going to give them ability to disengage if they need, but this looks dangerous for them. And look at Zanya still with the armor pulls. They've got plenty of goodies up top and will be able to pull those armors if they find themselves in any sort of disadvantage or even just want to come back right around the corner and re-engage with full blues.
Exon's here with the high ground, has the longbow, waiting to see if he can see anybody try and make the transition in. Gambit gonna be one of those doing that, but they end up losing one member. Sign has no armor to his name left. Good wingman shots out from Sunset, but not enough to get a knock. Finds someone on the backside, and good night, Succubus.
With that now flying up top on that high, back on board with Impulse from Na'Vi. And Claus is up top there.
Na'Vi was looking so good, but you could see the positioning being very, very difficult for those rotations. 7, 8, 9. This feels like it is their game to lose. They won game 1. They want game 3 here. Can they do it?
And they look good. You just saw some great stuff from Xens there. Just flies in. A little bit of spam with the 99, then just grapples right back to this home point. Look at those shots. That's going to be a knock there on Aurochs from Penta as well.
Double armor still available on the upper half if things get hairy here for this roster. Just trying to make sure nobody is down below. No surprises here. There it is, gonna go ahead and find one. There is the execution, forcing the into the void though. This is actually a pretty big setback if the pressure can come in, but it doesn't look like Penta has enough here quite yet.
Penta will go down. They have been eliminated, as you see. It's gonna be Aurochs now on board.
Oh my goodness, Na'Vi actually ended up holding their own and reset this fight. That's a very big win. This seems like the final boss here for 789. If anybody's gonna take them down, it has to feel like it's from here from Na'Vi with so many resources on the side, and they make the push in.
Yes, indeed. Now still on board. PKMK gonna pop a bat and trying to get this angle. It'll be a difficult push up to 789. 3 squads left now, as that will be Bao and G who will fall.
You see them, how confident they are. The fact that Exons is not even using any resources. He has the armor down below. There you go. He goes armor swap number 1 coming through. So only one going to be available. 9 Impulse got to take 1/4 of his shield. Not too problematic. Arcstar needs to land here if they're going to get the push, but that loss of shields is not worth.
No, and a very dangerous little jump there off the cliff as well, just exposing himself to the receiving end of 3 789 weapons, which is going to be easy here for Sanaya to land a few shots. It's still holding this down. They've got the high ground. This is their game to lose.
As Desu ends up dropping, though, with a great clutch opportunity to hear from the team. Exons and Zanya trying to do their best, but Exon's actually struggling. There's going to be armor swap number 2 as he takes that 1 versus 1 with the R99. Can he get the third? 146, just barely any HP as they get the cleanup. Last target remaining there. The knockdown comes in. It's all up to Zanya as he's got the battery, but Na'Vi still has 2 members.
Look at that. Yes, indeed. Na'Vi take the game. And they close it out with a win. A fantastic push, an uphill one against 789.
I honestly have no idea how Na'Vi was able to make that rotation as far as they were and as controlled as they did. I raised my concerns of look at how good this loot is, but look at how bad this spot is. And 789 were sitting upon a throne in the center of that circle, and they just kicked it down with controlled pacing inward.
Ksania, the inventory manager we know him to be, had everything managed up top. Like we said, a lot of armor pulls up there, but in the end, it's Na'Vi who makes that play. Keep in mind, they were in third and, tied with 789. I believe maybe 789 was in second on a tiebreaker. They were both tied at 23. That's a huge win for them to push up. We're going to find out exactly how many points that means for them and also get a breakdown of that last game. For that, let's go to the analysis desk. Over to you, Fallout.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Fallout here, back alongside Jamerson and Glitter to break down match number 3. The same teams keep performing. I just tweeted out, I hope we see some other teams step up because I want to see this continue going. It's been so much fun to watch, but instead, Na'Vi, Penta, 789, all in the top 5. They do it again. They do it big.
Yeah, and this time Na'Vi, they're not going to walk away second fiddle. They're going to take the win. And, they had their rivals in that last match, Penta up against them, along with 789. That was a stacked field for our top 3 in that match.
Absolutely, and you can't even forget Gambit. Gambit made their way into the top 5 as well. Whoa.
Okay. That's a big performance from Gambit. I think Gambit needs something like that. They always have played consistently throughout the day. We've seen Sign all weekend make plays.
Yep.
Flashback to that triple kill with the thermite grenade back on Friday, which was disgusting over Fnatic NA. But it's been a good performance, a solid match for them. We'll see where Gambit ends up ranking in the match and then the series standings. But ultimately, 79 continues to do well here. but Navi, even better.
Very importantly, you know, even though 789 set up these armor swaps, the difference was that there was still purple armors across the board for Navi, and somehow, even though they had a few knocks in the fight before this, Navi were able to stabilize, get back into this fight, and so the armor discrepancy, the HP discrepancy really wasn't that big. It was about 100 HP, I think, the difference between them, if you really take that all into account.
Did you also see Desu's face there when they realized they got second? Unhappy. It wasn't good enough. They were not pleased with that finish.
You definitely can't be when you were tied for second.
Yeah, of course. That's the expectations. That's what they hold themselves to. I mean, it's just crazy how well they've performed. The most consistent team. We said it. It was TSM. They also said TSM was the most clutch team. Well, 789 has shown they're superior in both of those categories so far. I believe after these 3 matches, 789 has been the most dominant team, the most points earned in this tournament. Of course, the most consistently placing top 3, and we've seen so many clutch plays. If you did not see that 1 versus 3 from Xania yesterday in the winner's bracket final with 25 HP and a wingman, go check that out because, man, it has been insane. I think it got posted on the subreddit, Apex competitive subreddit.
A lot got posted about him yesterday on the subreddit. There was maybe 5-6 separate threads about him.
Shout out to all the community members leading that subreddit, and of course everyone hanging out and everyone part of the Apex Legends community. Something tells me with how these players, these teams have been performing, we are growing that Apex Legends community. I'll tell you right now, it has been a lot of fun here at the Preseason Invitational, but we've been saying it all weekend. This is just the preseason. I, of course, can't wait to see match point be hit. This format has been amazing, but let's go ahead and take a look at the replays here and see how things are broken down.
Very early fight for G2 here. And this was uncharacteristic. I mean, CLG going for a very heavy push, right? We're used to seeing them like pulling up really quickly in a position, even though, you know, this first ring was very close to their initial drop.
You know, I think they're probably deciding to make their move now. You know, they've been holding out the placement points up until this point, and they felt like they had a good fight, so they took it.
This also really does show off like kind of the pace of the matchups so far. A lot of the teams are really starting to value those kill points, and now we are seeing a much faster pace than we've seen throughout the majority of this weekend.
You know, we didn't... Did we see a whole lot come out of Wyvern or MVP in that game?
Right now, Wyvern and MVP are a little bit silent here, and it's kind of difficult for us to really gauge what's going on with them right now, as they're having difficulties trying to get the placements, trying to get the kills. I mean, again, with this kind of aggressive lobby, you know, they're kind of used to a lot of teams, you know, holding up themselves, and then they're the ones that are the aggressors. They're the ones that are busting down doors and knocking on doors and trying to get people down. But this time around, it's everyone playing aggressively. And once again, we have to point this out. Sentinels, for another game, take energy out of it.
Of course, there's the Na'Vi show after that. We saw Na'Vi 2 games in a row perform very, very well here. With the rotations looking strong, 789 rotating through as well. I love where the end circle ended up here. And one thing to keep in mind, the rings have actually been a little bit different at this tournament than the players have played online. Of course, things change always in Battle Royale. I know you heard TSM in an interview on Elimination Saturday say, hey, we don't have to play till 5 o'clock. We came early at 11 a.m. to watch every single game, to understand how the rings are switching. There's an algorithm that exists that can help you determine where the ring is going to end up. So very interesting to hear from the pros how that has played effect into their performance here.
Right now, a vast majority of our rings today has been pulling towards the north, though. And at some point, you got to imagine, right? Maybe it should start pulling south. Again, it's still random. We don't really quite know what it's going to do before every matchup. But despite having a more northern ring here, at least it was a bit more centralized, so that allowed 789 for their rotation. And we get to see, once they're able to get themselves into position, they're able to frag out and post up points.
Yeah, that's for sure. Na'Vi got first place in points in the last match series. You have to think they got first place in points then. We're hard at work calculating those standings. But man, Navi's looking very, very sharp so far. And who is it? None other than Na'Vi to step up the most. On European soil here in Krakow, Poland, they go big. A storied organization in esports, especially in Europe.
Yeah, definitely. Na'Vi is definitely one of those names that you have to bring up, especially, with their Dota with their Dota team a few years back. It was huge for them. But honestly, it's great to see that, we have a lot of representatives coming up from CIS, and they are definitely representing here.
Yeah, that's for sure. A lot of orgs have been representing well. One team that we keep talking about that we haven't seen much of is TSM. I know we kind of saw what happened to them. They got eliminated early in match number 1, etc. Would you guys have a chance to catch how TSM got out in match number 3?
MVP.
Ooh, the Koreans. That'll explain it.
It's pretty early on too, so it's just another unfortunate. What do you even consider them? Their MVP is unstoppable force, but then they ended up falling themselves shortly after that.
Here's the issue that we are seeing, right? Teams that very heavily prioritize early positioning into the middle of the ring have been getting punished because of the way that teams have been also prioritizing that. They're running into a lot more teams. We saw that with Fnatic NA. Yep. They were definitely having a difficult time finding the right rotations because so many people were in their path.
Yeah, that's true. But then you have an organization like Rogue who dropped Skulltown and rotated all the way up to an artillery finish, I believe, in the losers bracket final, and still were able to find some success. Obviously, there's different use cases, but it's interesting to see some teams really excel in that long rotation. Some team prefers to just post up, get high ground, and hold a position early on. A variety of different play styles here really makes the difference. We know the story's been all along. Korea plays aggressive, but ultimately Korea's not really showing up in a huge way just yet in these finals, are they?
Right now, we're trying to figure out what is the best path, and currently so far, it is the teams that are positioning for the circle, right? We do see Sentinels going for a more kill-centric playstyle instead of going for the center ring. Unfortunately, for Sentinels, it hasn't been working out in their favor. The ring's been really far away from them, but it's still working out for them. They are getting placement points, they are getting kills, and so they're still within the running. Right now, though, time is slowly running out as teams are reaching that threshold. We've got plenty of teams, I believe they should be within that 40-point range.
Yeah, and of course, we expect the Koreans to stay up to par in like a top 3, top 4. They're not doing too bad, though. If what I wrote down from points in the last couple games is correct, Wyvern has about 14 points right now, approximately based on the performance last game. If I'm correct about what I wrote down about MVP, they have around 20 to 30 points. I think MVP is doing solid. We'll see, of course, what that looks like. We don't want to speculate by any means, but all we can do is sit here and wait as the standings are being calculated, and we're getting excited to check it out.
One narrative that we actually haven't been following on the desk that we did set up beforehand was how similarly MVP and Wyvern play and how often they find themselves next to each other. There was one game, I believe it was the second one, where was it Wyvern was able to knock out MVP, and very few times was Wyvern able to actually get the heads up in that kind of exchange. And so it was great to see that Wyvern still have some life in them, especially up against their rivals coming out from Korea.
Yeah, that is true. And I also want to stand corrected. I flipped the teams. Wyvern, I think, around 22 points. MVP around 11 points. I think Wyvern's playing a little bit better here, but ultimately, it's been all EU all day. I know we're in Poland. I know they got a little hometown advantage here, but Na'Vi, Penta showing up in a massive way. Gamers Origin has had some very good, consistent finishes. I know I was talking to Blaze earlier, and he was like, my sleeper, Gamers Origin, who's been playing very under the radar throughout. The gentlemen from France are doing really well so far.
That was his pick?
It was a sleeper pick. I like the idea of that. He's nodding his head over here.
Good job.
He's confident in his pick. He feels good. I know it's been fun talking to the talent, which, by the way, one of the best talent teams I've been a part of. But talking to the talent, Dreadnought had Virtus Pro to go big. I know we also had Rain Day picking Virtus Pro to go big. They haven't shown up huge just yet. Virtus Pro is a team that, of course, has performed consistently. Yesterday, we saw them finish first, then second, I believe, between Friday and Saturday. Virtus Pro, led by Noth, 28 years old, one of the older players in their competition. I told his story earlier, but he, from Sweden, still works a full-time job. They call him a snake at work because he's always trying to take off of work to play Apex. You can't blame him for that, especially playing at the level he is.
Yeah, I don't know about you, though. I am full bore on the 7-8-9 train right now. Sorry, I'm going to go ahead and bandwagon because this team has been impressing me left and right. At first, especially after the matches yesterday, we were thinking, Zanya, yeah, he's a standout player, and he definitely is, but every single player on that roster is holding their own and really contributing to this final score.
Yeah. Surprisingly enough, the teams that are representing NA the most I believe, are Rogue and Sentinels.
Sentinels,
correct?
yeah.
I mean,
Currently, yeah, for finals, yeah.
Yeah, in the finals at least. Yeah, we saw a couple of other NA teams do really, really well. Misfits early on in this tournament, they were one of the first teams to drop 20-plus kills in a game. We saw TSM dominate with back-to-back wins, one of 3 teams to do it so far this tournament. But ultimately, it's been Rogue that stepped up. Rogue, I don't know what they ate for breakfast this morning. Is there a European version of Wheaties? Because whatever they ate, it's working out. They went huge in the losers bracket final, and now.
Yeah, they ate up the losers bracket final. That's what they had for breakfast, honestly. That was their warm-up.
teams.
Exactly.
30 souls got eaten up in the losers bracket finals by Rogue with back-to-back wins that they had there. Beautiful play from them, both in the losers bracket finals, and now they were in first place after the second match. I wonder where they fare, because I don't know where they ended up in the third match.
So in the third match, they went out at 18th.
18th?
Yes.
Wow.
I didn't catch it, so I'm not exactly sure how it went down, but it's definitely going to leave the door open for some of those teams that took their place as far as points go.
Yeah, that's for sure. But it looks like we have the overall standings ready, and it is Na'Vi 1 point. Oh my goodness. The reason I'm freaking out like a madman right now is because the format for the grand finals, we mentioned it earlier, but if you're just joining us, once you hit 50 points, that is a threshold that allows you to win a subsequent game after and close out the tournament. You have to hit 50 first, and you have to win any game after that. The tournament will continue until one team can do it. Na'Vi 1 kill, 1 point, 1 placement away.
That's the important part. That means that there is a grace game here. There's at least one game where you don't have to worry that the entire tournament is on the line. So teams can still play their style if they want to, but in that grace period, that leaves 7, 8, 9 to be able to cross the threshold also.
If you're Na'Vi in this situation, you know you only need 1 point. Past that 50, the points don't really matter. Is it wise to guarantee that you hit that threshold and just play for 11th through 15th, play really safe, really smart, and get the guaranteed point? So you're only really worried about the one game after that?
Interesting.
Or do you try to prove a point and still, play a full aggressive game?
Yeah, if I'm Na'Vi in that scenario, I'm playing aggressive. I'm 2 games in a row, we've dominated. They won one of them. They got second place in the other, but still got first in points. They're feeling great right now. I'm playing my hot hand, baby. I'm not stopping my betting at the table. I'm continuing to go if I'm Na'Vi.
Honestly, I'm thinking maybe you just go ahead and go for the hot drop, get that 1 point on a kill, right? As all 3 drop on one person. As all 3 drop on one person, take them out, thirst them, and then if you get wiped, just go ahead and take a 20-minute break. There you go.
No. This is an even more evil strategy. What if they hot drop 7, 8, 9
on treatment
in an effort to not only get their 1 point to guarantee their threshold category meeting, but shut down the other team that could potentially follow up at that threshold?
That is savagery, and I love it, but I think you're both absolutely crazy. You still play the game you're playing. It's working well for you. At the end of the day, we have a lot of opinions. We know that you guys have opinions at home as well. Make sure to tweet using hashtag Apex Invitational. We've had a ticker all tournament long. We'd also love to hear your thoughts. Fallout with 2 T's here. We got Jet Set Jamerson and Glitter Explosion. Tweet at us so we can engage in a conversation with you guys. We'd love to hear your opinions, but 49 points for Na'Vi, I can't believe it. 2 opinions I also want to hear for. It's 2 folks on the main stage. It's Rain Day and it's Jump. How's it going, gentlemen?
Dude, fantastic. I thought that out of the talent crew today, I thought that Mr. Blaze was the evil doer looking like an evil villain from an action hero movie, but the maniacal one is sitting over there in the red. Glitter Explosion is definitely coming in with the evil strats.
She's got some crazy ideas, and I think when you look at this, it's going to be a matter of those strategies mostly going out the window, in my opinion. I don't think anyone is going to do anything drastic. I think they're going to play their game, and what we've seen is that ends up providing the results you want anyways. You're not really needing to go and get a 1-pointer. If you win, you're taking a top spot from a team that could be winning instead of you getting over that threshold. We've still got teams like Rogue who have 28 points. You don't want to let them get a 23 bomb.
But at the same time, I think, we set the grounds for this as well, and it's always great when you hear the casters and everybody talk about, it's anybody's game. But the way that this first 3 games of the finals have played out, you've had, some teams, 7, 8, 9, Na'Vi, Penta, in a lot of ways, make it to that top 5. You're still seeing a lot of other teams rise to the occasion game in, game out, which really shows how wide open the field is.
And I think you're going to see different teams continue to win these games, but at a certain point, we will have multiple teams cross the threshold. I think after this game, you can almost guarantee someone will be on match point, but then again, it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics shift. The big thing I'm looking for, though, is do we see a completely different team win again and again? Does it keep trading out? Because all of these teams have had star-studded moments, so I'm curious if we will see 789 or Penta or Na'Vi repeat.
I also think that we need to consider how the game's going to play out from the zone structures. I talked to some of the players. I talked to Imperial Hal specifically just a second ago, and I said, what's happening? Is everything okay? And he goes, man, the first few games, where we've set ourselves up in zone 1 and 2, we've got completely turned around on where the circle and final circles are going to end up being. So I think that when you take a look at high-level players, high-level teams such as TSM and some of those others, if they're able to roll the dice and the ring ends up where they are, you are going to be able to see that trade as you're mentioning.
You're absolutely right. And I think another big dynamic to keep track of is winning, because you cannot get through this without getting a victory. There are a lot of teams who are great with points. Let's talk about CLG. Madness, I was talking to Coco. He feels confident. They've gotten 8 kills in one of their matches, I believe, in round 2. So they feel good, but you still have to win the match. And some teams have been unable to do that, especially highlighting MVP.
Yeah, MVP has not won a game coming into the grand finals with 20 teams. 7 of them had not walked away with a champion banner just yet, which could be extremely pivotal considering we have this once for the first time ever format of needing to get a win after you hit that threshold.
Pretty unbelievable stuff here. And I think when you look at it, it is going to be the ability to translate what needs to happen, not just in your idea of what you want to do. Oh, we want to go for kills. We want to be in a position, but read the situation. Virtus Pro, Pia was talking about, we feel European teams like Na'Vi, like VP, are more capable of making decisions in the moment rather than going with this kind of kill lobby tactic that has worked out for some of these Korean teams before.
All right, well, you know what? We're not done just yet. It's not one. We've got a minimum of 2 games left remaining before we find out our Apex champion here at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. Your player check-ins are done with myself and Rain Day on the stage. Let's throw it over to the experts and the command center.
Thank you very much, Jump. And I'm going to have to agree with you. Glitter is pretty evil for that strategy, but she is an evil genius because that was smart. Nate, what did you think about that?
I mean, look, I'm a sadistic player in Apex Legends. I only land bunker and play Caustic. That's where all the source of the analysis came from this weekend. But the idea behind that strategy, it's pretty sound.
Smart. Stop them from getting towards that match point.
Stop them, because you only need 1 point to get to that. And just a quick reminder, of course, with the format, you have to finish a game with 50 points and then win the next one is how it works. So you can't, getting to 50 and then winning that same match isn't going to do it. So you really just need to secure that point and move on. And being able to deny the other team
or at least make it harder for them throughout the rest of the game to get to that next step.
The idea of being on match point by yourself is way more comfortable than knowing that someone else could steal the victory away. Because that security blanket, there's a huge mental impact that's going to have. Like, we are the only team that could win versus we have competition that could take the trophy away from us right now.
Now, earlier on the desk, Jamerson talked about a lot of these heals going towards the north side of the map. Now, the one unique thing about the north side of the map is that arguably it's more open than the east, the south, and the west. So you have to be more creative on your setups if you want to survive throughout the round. So Nate's going to hop into this play with 7, 8, 9 and see how they was creative in our last matchup, trying to survive in that final 3 where you had your winners from game 1 and game 2 and Na'Vi there battling it out.
There are many things that make 789 a great team, but one of them, of course, is, as you mentioned, adaptability. In these situations, you're dealing with a huge open space. Now, we've got our level 1 basic stuff that we could talk about. We've got fences on the Watson. Of course, you're trying to cover your side, but you're going to be able to have a little bit of fallback covering here. You've still got the fences on the low ground to cover as well. That's going to be huge down there, and you know that the enemy is most likely hiding around some of these other compounds. You can see those other Watson fences, but it's just being able to play off of these positions that's so nice. You're able to get those extra shots in from afar, and the enemy team, yeah, they've got the pile on to stop grenades, but they don't have that same level of cover as you do. It's about finding that high ground where it is and using those Watson fences to kind of terraform and create that space that you need, because even though the circle is pulling you in super close, at the very least, you know that when you have to push forward past it, there's not going to be anybody behind you, and if there's somehow, in a weird case, they're going to run into that fence. Now, they weren't able to pick up the dub on this match, but all of these things add up to them being in that same situation where, yeah, it's a 7-point difference, but we fully expect 7, 8, 9, barring a disaster, to be able to also be on match point with Na'Vi going into the match after this one.
Barring a disaster indeed, Nate. But folks, that's gonna do it from us at the command center. We're gonna throw it back over to the desk, and soon we'll see if 789 can make it towards that late game.
Blaze, Nathanius, thank you so much for the analysis, as always, as we're getting ready to kick off match number 4 here of the Apex Final. However, I do have some exciting news to share as it currently stands. It's been obviously an absolute blast here at the Preseason Invitational in Krakow, Poland. There's been some great matchups, great storylines, and of course, the match point format with Navi sitting at 49 points has been great. However, this is only the beginning of Apex Legends esports. I'm so excited for the full season, and I'm excited to share that EA and Respawn will be planning an ecosystem of online and offline competition that will make stars of players from around the world. Of course, more details to come on that over the coming weeks and months. However, I'm excited for the action today and the Apex Final that we're seeing right now. But man, I'm excited for the future of Apex esports.
That is super big news, and I'm super excited to hear that because, you know, I've been following the scene since basically the inception of this game, and these players, they are making names for themselves now. We're talking about making stars globally. They're already doing it this weekend, and so now they're going to actually have more opportunities to do it. That makes me really happy.
I mean, I want to hear more. What else do you have under your sleeve over there, Fallout?
You know, I wish I could say I had more. But if I did, maybe I'd slip you. If you slip me a 20, I could let you know. No, I'm just kidding.
I got
not a whole lot more details just yet. We're all excited to hear more, of course. But still, I heard a couple things there. I heard around the world, like you said, we've seen some global superstars show up already. The Russians being, of course, some of those 789, North America, Australians have come over, etc. This has been a global affair. I also heard online and offline competition. So more major LAN events, maybe. I mean, that part probably gets me the most excited. Maybe integration of the online ranked play. Who knows? All we can do is speculate here. We don't have those details yet, but more details will be coming.
The online portion is actually very important to actually hear about because you and I received that tweet earlier today about someone asking about, you know, Africa as a region as a whole, which is generally a region that is a little bit underserved. So if we can get some online tournament there, some more online tournaments to Southeast Asia, to Australia, this is huge. This is huge.
It makes everything more accessible for people that maybe can't make it to the whatever offline, you know,
whatever event it is, exactly.
Whatever the offline part is.
I mean, there's been stories around the world about global people showing up. Of course, Giannis Antetokounmpo on the NBA side of things. You got Xania over here on the esports side of things. Because of this LAN event burst onto the scene with his 1 versus 3 play. I mean, that is why global competition is so important. And a big shout out to EA and Respawn for embracing global competition around the world. Of course, online and offline play. I'm really excited. I love this game. We all love this game. This weekend has proved how great this game is, but it sounds like, I believe, the match is ready to get going here, and our casters are ready. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Bravo and Dreadnought to call the action.
Thanks so much, John. Ready indeed. We are Bravo alongside Dreadnought. Dread, just looking at that number, that 49 number, there's so many things that come to mind, the least of which is that every single elimination matters. I don't think that Navi has ever realized that more than now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes the decision-making on everybody's level, I think, very, very interesting, because you could say Navi has a level of confidence that there's no way they don't get into a win condition circumstance after this round, so then do you look at second, third, or fourth to try and cripple them? But inversely, if you're somebody else, shouldn't you be trying to make sure that, you know, you can cripple Navi? If you limit them at 49, think about how devastating that is.
Right. We heard some great strategies talked about in the desk. They kind of outlined all the options for both Navi and 789. Navi has the option to, I was just talking to Spirit from Fnatic NA. Yeah. He thinks Navi and 789 both play this slow. They play it normal. If they're at the top of the table, they continue to play their game. I think you and I think everyone also in the room and also in chat might also think it might be interesting to see something interesting here. Navi has the opportunity to cripple 789, but risk losing that, and staying at the 49-point threshold would be a heartbreak. 789 has the option to land on Navi, drop on Navi, and maybe keep them at that 49 number, and thereby likely surpassing them as well to then be the only team on match point.
Yeah.
All of that and a lot more is going to develop here in game number 4.
So let's just highlight for anybody at home, because I can't help but feel like those drop locations, like what would that look like if that's actually true? If you're a Navi fan, you know that they go to airbase. That's typically going to be the standard.
Last game.
And water treatment, for the most part, has been the high focus for 789. So it's basically, do we see Navi make the transition over to water treatment or look for a little bit of threat on that settlement on the outskirts, or is 789 making that transition? And beyond that point, everybody has the opportunity to cripple these squads. It's not like those are the only two with a curveball.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Everyone, just like we know those drop locations from the scrims leading up to this event as well as the event itself and even last game, every single team. The 18 teams that are also in this lobby know about those locations as well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match number 4 in our finals at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. Na'Vi is 1 point away from the match point threshold. Let's see how they tackle this drop. We are jumping in for game number 4.
And already you saw them just hovering over the airbase, zooming in into it, showing like that is going to be their interest. You see a couple of little buddies flying over this same direction, but likely not going to meet their same trajectory. Things appear to be safe here, as you see off to the right-hand side. I think it might be fair to assume maybe NRG, as they typically go towards the pit and split up. But yes, that is going to be them descending, and Na'Vi get themselves, it looks like, a free airbase.
Yeah, it looks like a normal Na'Vi route here, and we've seen this before as well. Claus goes front here. He's going to just grab everything he can, and then also in the back, we're going to see the rest of the Na'Vi squad on those airstrips to loot up. I'm also curious, as we do see an early beacon there from Diz.
Talk about that a little bit later.
TSM in some early trouble, though. They're running right into MVP.
MVP is the fact that they mix this up. They know they drop Cage. MVP must be picking a fight here with TSM. Imperial How already struggling in the HP, but that is TSM with the nice Hemlock shot. Full wipe there on MVP.
And MVP goes for the high-risk drop. They drop right on TSM and Cage. If you've watched any amount of professional Apex Legends, whether it be scrims, the X Games, or the event so far, you know that TSM drops Cage. This is their home. MVP goes for the throat. They were in 14th with 11 points. They're trying to drop on NRG, who was in 17th. And yes, MVP will stay right there at that point threshold. TSM wins that battle, and an early one as well. Here's a look at the standings as well after 3 rounds very quickly, as we said. Na'Vi at 49, 789 at 42. The two teams that, given a normal performance, almost undoubtedly will pass that threshold.
Yeah, and the biggest sign, I think that's going to very much make that a confident statement here for 789 is it doesn't look like they were threatened when it comes to the water treatment drop, even able to pick up a nice flyer here out in the distance for an extra bit of loot here for Accents. And Penta find themselves here over at Gauntlet.
I think part of that, of course, is just the stakes. We talked about it earlier this weekend, Dredd. When you think about how these teams play, I think a lot of also weighs into it. If you think about the meta of the game, the play style, also really how the Legends are played. We oftentimes see these kind of safe opens, but when you also add a $500,000 prize pool to the event, that is also going to enforce those even further.
Very much so, and you know, I can't help but feel like one thing I wanted to already pose for this game number 4 into our finals has got to be a little bit of a conversation piece around our circle. NRG gave us a fraction of a glimpse, but from what I saw, we're going to be looking very southern Skulltown Thunderdome, which is where a majority of these players are already transitioning. Penta, again, the team that has found a win in our finals, though never finding one before that point. I believe the only team so far to be able to do that, make their transition over. But Gambit next to TSM here at the cage, trying to deal with this repulsor structure.
Grenades coming in, that means Sunset's going to have to get out. Now back over here to the other side of that battle. That's actually going to be Third Impact on board with Balan G.
Do you think Third Impact's a triple take, Pun?
Need to recharge my shield.
Could work out well for Balan G here as well, especially if that's the case.
Rogue, elsewhere here on the map, you see them also kind of scuttling their way in to what's going to be center circle here. This is going to be very interesting to see whether or not they end up initiating onto this fight or just kind of gaining information.
Doing well in the way of armor so far. Also a wingman Peacekeeper for Sweet. He's going to feel pretty good about that. As we take a look, Rogue right now is in 4th place with 27 points. They're 1 above Wyvern in 5th and 1 below Penta in 3rd.
I don't think that they're going to get into too big of a skirmish here really quick. So you know what? I want to go ahead and check here in with the command center and figure out what else has been happening on the map. Guys?
What's up, Rangers? Just wanted to guys let you know where that next hill is going to be. Southwestern of the corner. It's going to be like a Skulltown water treatment finish. And so we already got a few teams over there, but I want you guys to let you know that so you can know where these teams are rotating.
All right. Yes, indeed. Looking at that Skulltown Thunderdome finish coming in. Wingman ult for Diz. He and Ace, though, both on white armor. And this is a situation we see a little bit too often here as NRG continually force a disengage, and oftentimes not with the armor that they'd like off of the opening. So going to have to play for positioning here. Now we're also looking at Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro's in 10th with only 12 points. We've been talking a lot about the top of the table, but it's worth mentioning that once you get past 6, that's Sentinels with 19 points, there's only 4 points separating 7th to 15th. So that middle of that table has a lot of teams that are itching to separate themselves from the pack and fight well into the distance.
Yeah,
go ahead.
If you're a viewer at home and maybe struggling to visualize what this looks like, basically, I would say Na'Vi and 789, they own everything. Yeah. And everybody beyond that point struggles to even bear 25% when you add them together. Like, everything is controlled here by 789, but right now, Exon's struggling to get control. Early portal forced out, but I don't know if Exon's going to get thirsted before this actually goes down. You see the closing attempt, but damage coming through onto him, forcing Desu here, and everybody to retreat.
Trouble.
And that's Rogue.
Rogue there pushing the aggression, and once again, Rogue in 4th. It's a great job there, and let's see. Yes, indeed. That's going to be a wipe on 789. 789 will go down. Our team in 2nd place will exit there as the 3rd squad to lead. Look at the smile on Sweet's face. He is happy about that.
Yeah, and with that, you know what? Let's just go ahead and hear what some of the thoughts here are from Rogue after that victory.
We got it. Let's do it.
Anyone need medkits? I have 3.
Dude, literally 2 bags right there. It's portaling to him right now. Watch my right, drop. Get on that ridge and watch my right.
Oh, I am. You're good. Pretty sure that's TSM fighting.
They have a fucking Kraber. These kids are literally insane. I'm dropping my piece over here. Hold on.
Careful, they're looking like long.
Honestly, I could take that piece over my Prowler.
I'm taking Kraber. R9 here, purple light extended.
Can I get it?
Yo, Gambit TSM.
Can I take your portal? Sweet.
Yes, yeah, go. They're trading. No, I'm gonna get on that edge.
And fantastic comms. You heard, of course, very happy that they had a Kraber in tow and able to pick that up. Also mentioning that the 789 is a bit nuts, and I think that also describes their play style and their success this weekend so far. They will exit early, so boy, does that ever pave the way for Na'Vi.
Yeah, talk about it. I mean, we don't even know if that necessarily ensured, but that easy of early of an exit for 789, whether or not they have made it to that 50-point threshold, and that is a devastating setback.
I mean, they would have needed 8 kills.
Yeah,
and there's no way they came in. I think it's safe to say they didn't.
And we know that Na'Vi already sits only 1 kill away, and I think it's very likely that they've already probably found one here for themselves. But VP struggling a bit when it comes here to the skirmish on this side. Settlement trying to find their way on the backside to be able to heal up. It looks like it will be given here for now. Taylor a bit separated from the rest of the squad, but not too problematic.
Na'Vi did have a player knocked there. And what a game 4 it would be if we had 789 and Na'Vi knocked out in some of our first squads. And that would change the lobby dramatically, Dread.
Yeah, it would be actually insane on how much that would set them back. It really just essentially buys everybody a free point game. And to be honest, those who actually win this game, if that was the case, are the only ones who would benefit from it. So it puts actually a bit of a burden of responsibility on a lot of these teams sitting in the middle of the pack if they want to be able to walk away the Apex Legends champion here at our preseason invitational.
What the middle of the pack needs to do is deny a Rogue or a Wyvern win, to be honest, because that is the biggest threat to the rest of the pack. If those two teams that are on 27 and 26 respectively were to have very big games here that let them cross the threshold, that is a threat to the entire lobby.
Exactly here, and a team that has been a pleasant surprise, I can't but feel like through the entirety of this tournament, but maybe not dominating as much as they like when it comes to those finals, is going to be not only Games Origin, but also NRG, struggling to be able to survive the onslaught that Na'Vi has been pressuring onto them.
It's right now taking a look here, also doing some armor pulling as we saw yesterday, but it's actually going to be third impact. Forsaken that does get the knock on reps from TSM. TSM, by the way, sitting right in the middle of that pack. They're in 9th with 12 points. We'll see what Forsaken and crew can do here.
Every time we look into Third Impact, man, their armor seems like it is so successful. It's so good, but the skirmishes here into the mid-game just never seem to work out into their favor. What are they going to do to get different here? Is also Misfits constantly squirreling around.
They are. Look at Lucido. Some great shots from him. He's fighting this solo. He did get the 2 respawns off. Hey. Now finishes there. Abraleli with the wing. Let's see if he can get also the elim. Yes, indeed. And now going to also pop a cell.
It should be noted that only one person on TSM, I think, is actually alive at this point. So Lucido's comfortable into a 1 versus 1 if he knows that information. As you see Imperial Hal on your screen actually taking down. Okay, 2 members left. So Revs did survive when he was knocked earlier. And look at that, VP getting the cleanup. And as I say that, Revs now struggling once more, as that's going to be a knock. And Hal seems to be left alone.
And right now, needs to be very careful. We've seen this back cliff used quite a bit. Whenever these final rings come down here, even if it's south
treatment,
this area being very valuable, going to drop down.
The double res coming out from Misfits, keeping both of them alive. Moose didn't even make it out of the airship, I don't believe it, before he hit the ground dead, already knocked. But at least one member of Misfits lived, and more importantly, got to that loose box that was actually TSM Abrolele's. So a lot of good gear, and honestly, a miracle recovery here for Misfits in Game 4.
A knock here for Lucido with some great shots with the wingman. Got to also note, Misfits in last place with only 2 points.
Not last place when it comes to that heart, though. The fact that you do not give up, considering how dire of a situation this is, and get the res in this circle. Misfits showing that they have possibly what it takes here. Rogue still showing that they have massive control over what's going to be a very likely our final circle here. Kraber coming out from Sweet Dreams, and man, I would love to see a nice Kraber shot here from him.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any Kraber play for UNI on the main stage.
Zero.
All weekend.
I think on only one Mastiff even as well.
The finals could be the place that we see some legendary weapons brought in.
Good.
Now 99 wingman here for Retzi.
Sentinels feeling pretty comfortable there on their high ground. It looks like just sitting on the side here of what is Wyvern. Wyvern dominating over the top here of this rooftop. It seems like this is going to be their in-game home. They aren't going to be forced off of it, at least here with round 3. Unlikely, I think, here as well with round 4, but I do think they need to make their way out here, actually. Going to get pressured from behind. Because I think Rogue might identify the circle better than a majority of these teams. I'm not totally confident, but it seems like it's going to be more towards the outskirts here. Succubus trying to make their way in where MVP actually struggled earlier.
Now checking in then with this side of Succubus hailing from Spain and Sweden. We've got Crypt from Spain, Star Wraith as well, and Maydi, their Wraith, Swedish player.
Playing very, very slow here. They're just on the side of that water treatment and right where Rogue is looking. They're denying exit 1 right there, or 2 on the side, and everybody is worried about that mainstream road that Huskers is kind of...
Right, and being so armored up, and even with a Kraber in hand, that's going to allow Sweet to really just do that scouting on that hill. He's going to allow, kind of have a really great vantage point on all those chokes that are coming in. I expect them to play that advantage. And look at this, Lucido fighting as a solo, is able to get the respawns, the reses he needed, and now they're looking much better than they were when we checked in with them about 3 minutes ago.
His next circle is so massive because depending on where it goes, Misfits may have a massive upper hand with that high ground sitting on top of the Skulltown outskirts. Not going to be forced in here quite yet is, once again, Succubus with that water treatment questioning, how do we get around what Rogue has posted up here as they're just constantly gatekeeping. And with already wiping 79, Rogue is going to be in a very good position, it feels like, in this game if they can get those kills and hold on to any ounce of placement.
Follow the tunnel.
Going to be a portal here for RPR on the source side. As they try to make the move back, it's going to give them an option to get out of the building that they've set up in. I'm not seeing much resistance at all from areas like Market Town just yet. And we expect things to be at this pace here at this stage of the game.
And you know, I'd love to see if here we get the circle kind of moving in, if whether or not Rogue is actually going to have success on defending that zone that they've been pushing off of that water treatment so very effectively. It's going to be 30 seconds before the push comes in. Here's Rogue's perspective, not getting too much consideration here, at least not Huskers yet. There it is.
Back to Sweet with that Kraber in hand. And let's see. Does not pull the trigger just yet. Now also checking in with Senox on the Sentinel side.
Sentinels have the opportunity to throw some longbow shots, down that avenue as well if they'd like. Maybe steal a couple of kills. Nice free couple points. Hovering from above there. Wyverns as well, just sitting on the side. Rogue still trying to deter. You see the Wraith portal actually forced there, but they're just sitting and waiting. The trap set, and Succubus stepping out a bit too far. Will the Kraber come through? The retreat attempt, gonna just go ahead and try and get the thirst there. Will work out here. Succubus not gonna find their way into the circle due to the great guarding here from Rogue.
Now Star Wraith gonna have to try to fight through this. Once again, tucked just along this edge. He and Maydi, now Kraber still in hand.
I love the
Sweet
patience.
Dreams. I do love the patience as well. Of course, that ammo is so valuable.
Exactly.
In that Kraber, you're not going to see them take those shots like you do something like a longbow. Instead, he is holding on to every shot he has, but also shots coming in from the rear, needs to disengage and fly back to Huskers and dropped.
Yeah, those are likely coming over from that high ground where we see people like Wyvern posted up, because I talked about how they have an angle actually onto this entryway. It's not going to be given for free. And look at this off into the side. Rogue may be a bit too distracted, and coming through one of those chokes they thought they had covered is going to be third impact. And they waste no time. They've got themselves a Wraith Port. I don't know if they know that they're walking into a little bit of everybody here.
They are indeed. They're going all the way along the coast here, and that portal's going to get them towards this south settlement. They're going to have an option to push on Rogue, but like you said, they're going to meet a lot more enemies if they push directly into them. So they're going to need to play this very carefully.
Succubus did end up making the transition all the way through, and the fact that they haven't been able to completely zone that of their impact. Rogue giving up a little bit there when it came to some of the control out of this area, and I can't help but feel like they may be looking at this game and regretting some of the opportunities they had in terms of those kills, but we'll find out if they can clutch it out, because we've said it before, and I'll say it again, they are one of the most successful teams here in day number 3 of the Preseason Invitational.
20 seconds left here on this closure, and certainly we are going to see some teams in a little bit of trouble, and the question is which will play confident, which will play that aggression to try to get some limbs here.
Somebody's got to be able to cripple Wyvern. If you can't deal with Wyvern onto that high ground, you're going to have a really bad time here for now. Penta obviously well established, but that's a problem after Wyvern here. Is Rogue still on the outskirts? Great shots here. Sweet Dream with his wingman at long distance, constantly being able to clip multiple targets.
Great shots. You also heard the shields break as well. Wraith does Q out, so that will deny that kill for the moment. We'll see if Huskers can connect. He does have that Disruptor ult as well from distance. Some great shots. Going to try to finish now. Look at Third Impact actually flying in to try to help, and they're challenging this right now.
Yeah, they've got this 16 seconds, so the circle's going to move in. About 5 more before it's going to affect our HP bars, and they are going to want to get out of this. Look at this. This is going to be the flank. Balloon-G needs to get the all-in here because everybody taking so much damage from that circle, and look, you see the traps they're set onto the side.
Great shots from him, but he needs to fly in. He's going to be careful. His teammates are dropping. Fjellner has also gone down. Now it is a 1v3 for them. Rogue still looking good, and that'll be it right there, as that's going to be Fjellner who falls as well, and now also Forsaken who goes down.
Last kill attempt here, trying to get a runaway is going to be the Wraith. Don't think she had the Into the Void. Huskers throwing out some shots to ensure that. Not going to net themselves an extra point there. 3 kills here, just looking at dropped alone for the Rogue roster. 13 left here in this lobby. Sentinel sitting on the high ground, glancing now over to where we see Wyvern.
We did just see another kill coming in for both Wyvern and NRG.
Minute rings not far.
Xanax not burning any resources there to shield up, relying on that generator. Penta here still maintaining this low ground.
As a reminder, Penta, Rogue, and Wyvern are our 3 teams that really big performances here would put them over the threshold for certain. And again, the middle of the lobby potentially might prioritize that if they have those standings top of mind.
G2 really looking for a win here. They have themselves good situation when it comes to the positioning, but the resources much lower than a majority of the teams left here in this game. As we still got 13 squads, a lot of shots here, as you can hear out in the distance. My goodness, good night help there. Great shot here coming out from MPE. Nice headshot. It's going to be enough out of that longbow, at least to get the first knock, but not going to mean that Misfits is out of it yet. As we've seen, 1 member down is not enough for that roster to be counted out quite yet. CLG, though, team that has been slowly pacing their way in and onward, continuing to do so here as they seem like they may have found a little bit of a home, whether it be volunteering or forced here by the circle. We'll see in a few seconds.
CLG is certainly one of the teams that were on our list of a team that has a lot to prove here, of course, hoping for a better finish at the X Games, but now we jump on board with dropped on the Rogue side, and Rogue still looking very good. Some shots here coming through, and they will get 2 knocks. That's going to be Mady who gets the knock there. Help also goes down on the hand of Wyvern.
Shots here from Drops as he takes more damage there from the Thermite Grenade. Sweet Dreams only has 1 HP. Drops trying to struggle. Husker's the only one with the shots back here that isn't going to get instantly knocked. Game's Origin is out of here, as that was a great couple of shots coming out from the side. But look at Rogue, man. The fact that they're able to hold up and posture up around this rock, and it does not look good here. Drops moves up on the backside of the rock.
Staying alive somehow. His teammates did pop bats though, so now, oh no, both of those are gone. It's only up to Huskers, who's around the corner. Certainly he'll go down. Let's see if he can get away.
Doesn't have the opportunity to really get an easy escape here, as he is just a Watson. You see watch him walk into a door, but that is just going to be a trap kick though. Looking good, having 3 members alive. Phoenix Kit will be finished by Matrix.
It's an exit for Rogue at 10th, and they were at 27 points. A ton of eliminations could help them get near. We'll have to check the standings at the end, but back into the action with the G2 side.
Look at this, Sentinels trying to make their way over to Wyvern, but they're going to be denied that. trying to say you shall not pass here as Senox takes another chip, going ahead and wait on that generator. And this is something Senox has done a lot, to be able to rely on that and not burn these resources so they can take these long distance skirmishes. It works out for them, but they still need to find a way to deal with Wyvern, and always Penta here. What feel like almost the rabid groundhog, if you will, just sitting below waiting for somebody to make a mistake and then ready to strike. Imperial Howl, the last man of TSM.
Penta knows that they are only 22 points away from the 50-point threshold.
Oh, Kick trying to make the push here. Taking a lot of damage. Nighty's going to be the first to drop, and also CLG in a different area, taking themselves a battle.
See if Madness can fight out of this. No, he goes down. That would be an exit for CLG as well. They are in 13th. They exit at 8th place. Now back on board with Penta in a whole lot of trouble. Nesh goes down.
Penta has been so well established for an hour, but then when the fight actually matters, NRG has enough to be able to threaten them off. Only one person alive. It's Orax as he takes a couple of shots there from the right-hand side. Has an opportunity to heal more. Almost thirsted there. Could get a shield swap if he would like to do so. Maybe the purple on his side going to be available. We'll find out. Res attempt. Seems like Nesh will be back with us.
Able to get that res also. Of course, that Watson ult will help, but now on board here with Ace, and he's getting melted. Very low HP, pops a cell. Going to be ready with the Peacekeeper around the corner if someone does rush frag out as well.
I'm in awe that they didn't push that.
Going to pop another cell. Does have another frag. Going to queue out. Can't get around the corner, though.
They might have been able to hear that audio cue and knowing that they got that second kill. Another grenade comes through. I don't think Ace is going to be able to make it out there.
No, he's out.
Is it. Penta Orax locks it down with that Arc Star.
And what a moment there. It looks like another revive. Orax getting Penta back in this game. Was the only player alive for a moment. Able to get not only the revive, but also the kills there. Going to continue to put them in a good position to potentially be the first team to cross the 50-point threshold.
Kick is on the lower ground here with G2. We saw them trying to defend. We know that we still have a couple of teams waiting above to be able to deal with this, and I can't but wonder, do any of them have some maybe Pathfinder zip lines for a couple of trapeze, because it may come down to it as we see the circle closing in. Only a couple of structures available, and right now it's owned by G2 on that lower floor. Sentinel still waiting. Pre-zip out.
32 seconds here on the move, so likely not too much risky action to come here.
They're looking to push this building before they make a big play. I actually don't think that's going to be any interest towards a survivability zipline. I actually believe that's going to be for a kill opportunity later as they move into this final circle, but they want to wait till they're distracted here by Penta. They've had a lot of time to look at this fight and decide what they want to do.
What a huge set of plays there from Orax to get the entire Penta team back on purple armor and ready to fight and potentially take this battle here. Some great shots from Zoms with that ult.
You see Xenox there actually took the low ground. They wanted the battle. They're ready to be able to take this game.
Here they go, and we've seen teams win games from this position already in this tournament alone. So great shots there. They should be able to get that. Yes, indeed. Knock goes down. Penta going down. Penta is out of the game right there, and now only 4 squads left.
The high ground still controlled here by Xenox. If the heal off comes off, they should have the upper hand. G2 taking a lot of skirmishes here. We'll see if Xenox actually decides to push with 2 members in the downtime or allow them to be able to heal up. It seems like heal up is the call. Who has the golden backpack? Wraith portals have to be preset if they're going to have an opportunity to survive. This is the heal off. Notice 1 tick of damage has already been taken there by Retzi. If that is enough to put him below the threshold, he'll actually die with 3 ticks, which means he's 1 survivability less here than 0-0.
We do see 1 medkit here for 0-0.
That actually might have been the beginning of the end.
Let's
no, but they pressure! They go down and they pressure 0-0. That's enough. The Wraith is the only thing that should matter at that time, but they tried to take the counter trade. Mimo up on the top, and look at that! It seems like G2 has done it.
G2 Esports will win your game at number 4, and it's a big one for them. They were all the way down in 15th place, and they'll take quite a few points with them as they get ready for our game number 5. And if that game tells us anything, Dredd, we could be in here for a very long finals. That's the first time we saw Navi and 789 struggle early. And you got to wonder if that's due to pressure and target prioritization from the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, you know, and it's hard to gauge because when we go back to, like, let's ask players on the ground floor, what would they maybe gauge that to be? Word for word, Rogo, these kids are crazy, right? Yeah. It's so hard to be able to gauge that because from different angles, it looks like, oh, that would have been the misplay, or this looks that crazy. It's hard to tell what's going on through the minds there of our top teams.
Yes, indeed. To take a look at the standings and also break down that last game, let's go back over to the analyst stats. It's going to be Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter.
Bravo, thank you so much. Appreciate it, and great job as always behind the mics. And wow, match number 4, again, does not disappoint. G2 with a top 2 finish, but ultimately we see consistency from some of these top European teams.
Definitely there. And we got to see that now Sentinels They changed up their style just a little bit, and they were able to finally get placement points, taking second there. But G2 with a huge off-kilter push, off-tempo push onto Sentinels. Sentinels were setting up every single late-game tactic, but then G2 decided to push before they could set anything up. Now, Wave did mention, Dreadnought did mention that they were setting up for that heal-off, possibly. But take a look at that push coming out from Mimu. That was perfect.
And look at this, G2, a team with so much to prove after leaving Snipe down and getting second place with a silver medal at the X Games. They do it, and they do it big with the addition of Rete on that team, showing why they made that decision to play with their Finnish friend, their original teammate, and Mimu and 0 Nothing are looking very smart right now.
I mean, smart, that's an understatement. They brought themselves back. I mean, we were talking about the same teams. Look at that.
Woo. I see some new teams in there. I see TSM clawing their way back into this slowly but surely. TSM, you can never count them out, but ultimately G2 with 19, Sentinels with 17. You don't see Na'Vi in this top list. We'll see if Na'Vi did get a point. I don't know. I had someone in the green room tell me they did. You guys are telling me they didn't. We'll see if Na'Vi gets that point to hit that 50-point threshold.
Nope, 0. I knew it.
Gosh.
They're stuck at 49 right now.
Along with 7, 8, 9.
So 7, 8, 9.
Neither of them broke the threshold.
The two teams that were closest to it, I believe, or very close to it, do not get a point, get eliminated early. Is it meta? Is it decisions from teams to drop on them? You wonder. If you guys are wondering what we're talking about, it's this beautiful format of this final here at the tournament. We've talked about it throughout the weekend, but in case you missed it, guess what? You have to reach 50 points to win the tournament. Not only that, you have to win a match following, so there's an unlimited number of games until we reach those 2 marks. Let's take a look at the highlights and show you guys TSM doing what TSM does best.
MVP changing up their style. They went for this hot drop on to TSM, and TSM showing them why you don't. They are the kings of the cage.
Kings of the cage indeed. Don't mess with the North American superstars, Korea, as North America comes out on top there. However, TSM has a battle to climb. MVP continues to disappoint here in the final, however.
Yeah, MVP lagging behind Wyvern at this point. Wyvern doing significantly better than they did the last time they were in this kind of similar lobby in the winner's bracket final.
Big shot to Lucido. I've been impressed with him, his personality all weekend long. Of course, the infamous time he fell off the map, but outside of that, he's obviously been playing out of his mind. Big shot to Lucido of Misfits. But here, TSM, Albert Lely dead, 19-year-old's gone. It's all up to you, Hal, and Reps, and they continue to stay consistent, stay alive.
Speaking about consistency, though, Penta now, with their 3rd straight top 5 in a row, they are clawing their way up to the top of the ladder here, and they might just also be on the cusp of hitting that 50-point threshold.
Sentinels, 2nd place in this one. Consistent performances as well. Finally breaking into the great placement spot. They are arguably the most aggressive team in the world. Very, very individually skilled, as we know a lot of the Americans are. And then CLG, disappointing finish for them there, but they've been slowly staying up and keeping up with this one too in the top 10.
This time around for Sentinels, though, they were favored with a Southern Ring. And so, we know that they like to drop Thunderdome. And so this time around, instead of chasing for the kills, they allowed the kills to come to them. They were able to actually battle Wyvern on the roofs there, got a few kills off of them. And take a look, this is what they were able to do with it.
Favored or blessed by the Apex gods, you'll wonder which one it is. Jose has a great job for Sentinels there, capitalizing on that opportunity. You don't get them often. Meanwhile, it was G2. It was 0 Nothing and Mimu, the duo, playing alongside Rhett, their longtime teammate, and they come out on top thanks to the thing called the Storm. Wow. Was that, I just realized what just happened. Was that a self-revive allowed them to win, or did they have someone up the whole time down low below them? I can't remember how, I didn't see how that finished there, but we'll break that down. However, you see it here. The two teams that were so close, Na'Vi, 49 points, 789, 42 points. 8 points and 1 point away, respectively, not able to get the 50-point threshold. We're going into a match 5.
Look at number 3, number 4, and number 5 in our standings right now. Well, I guess tied for number 5. 38, 37, 36, 36. Penta, Sentinels, Rogue, and and Rogue.
Yeah, you see here too, between Na'Vi, 789, Wyvern, Penta, Sentinels, and Rogue, a representation of CIS, or Eastern Europe, Western Europe being slash Northern Scandinavia, and of course North America showing up here in a big way.
All 5 of our top teams right now can break the threshold in the next match.
Wow.
And I don't think Wyvern would be in the position that they're in right now if it weren't for Parka there at the end of the last game. He kind of snuck in to ensure them a good chunk of placement points.
Yeah, Sentinels were able to take out Selly, and I believe Karampe had dropped down and was taken out by Kick on the low ground, and so that left Parka alive by himself. He was able to rat it out and got them, I believe it was a third finish there in that game.
MVP, Gambit, FlyQuest, and Misfits. So just like the top of the standings, you see a variety of teams, the bottom 5 there, Soar Gaming included, from Europe/CIS, of course Korea, and North America. Disappointing here in their performance so far. A lot of Apex to be played still, and who knows how long it's going to take for any team to get a win after reaching 50. But I'm going to ask you guys, at this point, you have to think 50 is going to be reached in the next point with how many teams are so close. Next match.
We have 5 right now. Within 14 points of it, we saw
6 including
teams.
Rogue.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
It's kind of a tie.
Yes.
Kind of a tie.
So, yeah.
Tied for 5th.
Yeah.
Indeed, of course, we have our tiebreaker rules. But yeah, 6 teams close to that 50-point threshold. Of course, a lot of action in that one. Navi and 789 going down early, but ultimately G2 climbs their way up the standings. Great performance from the ones that got the silver medal at the X Games. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius. They got some color and some personality for you. Give us the commentary, boys.
Thank you so much. Great breakdown, of course, and the action.
Wow.
It's ramping up,
Penta
Blaze.
getting it done. Well, you know, Penta surviving towards the late end, but being top 5 in every single game. Now we have 6 teams that need 14 or less points to get to that qualifying 50 before they win this tournament.
I mean, the stakes, man, they just continue to get higher. So many teams so close. Of course, nobody's on match point yet, so we're guaranteed at least one more game after this coming one, and that's going to be the decider, right? Is how many teams are going to be on match point, because it's going to be pretty easy for Navi to get there. It's not too far for 789, but we'll see where everyone else gets. Tell me what we're looking at here, Blaze.
So we're just going to be looking at a Penta montage. Straight domination on your screen. Penta trapped in a difficult position, but showing once again being super creative on trying to get out of these difficult spots. You're going to watch them pick up a kill on CLG, but NRG right around the corner, taking down teammates, but just Orax puts on a clinic, has the presence of mind to try to get in a position. You're going to see his teammate down in the corner trying to clean up some kills, knowing that NRG is just around there. And so you're going to see that, hey, go in for the read.
Yeah, I mean, just having the awareness and know when the opportunity is going to be able to come up to grab those reses on the teammates, to bring everybody back together, and making these plays to continue to extend and prolong the game, because you never know when the enemy teams...
Right here, the beauty, he says, you know what, I need some nades. So he goes in there, he picks up some nades, he says, you know what, I know where. Kobe, gonna go in, get one, picks up the kill. He says, you know what, another one, Kobe again, back to back, and he's gonna get the next one as well. Picking up 2 kills right there, taking NRG out of the server, surviving towards the end right there, and once again, Penta just showing that consistent gameplay. You don't gotta go out being flashy, getting all the kills, just be consistent to the end, top 5, get what you can. We'll see if this pace and their consistency will get them to that 50-point threshold coming up in this next match.
Now, that's going to be one of the biggest things that we're looking forward to seeing, whether or not they are able to get themselves over that threshold to try and make it to match point, because so many teams are getting there. And at that point, the consistency on the kills, like we said, the points won't really matter once you get past 50. But being able to make it to these late game rings, being able to get into these situations where you can actually get the match win, that's what's going to become the most important thing after the teams secure the 50 points and get into the next game following that.
Yeah, and I don't think we'll see too many people try anything too risky. Maybe those bottom, 7 through 20 teams may try to get to those hot drops, stop those teams from getting that match point. But hey, we're going to find out soon. That's going to be it from us at the Command Center. Brav and Dredd, take it away.
Blaze and Nathanius, thanks so much. Dredd, we wondered how this would play out. I think everyone, as soon as this weekend started, as soon as the format was announced, we'd wonder, is this going to be a quick 4 games? Is this going to be 12 games? And the amazing thing is we don't know. All that we know so far is the teams that looked poised to take it in potentially 4 or 5 games haven't done that yet. That has given options for teams like Wyvern, Sentinels, Penta, and G2 to rally back, and now they're only 1 game away within striking distance of passing that 50-point threshold.
Yeah, very much so. And I think it's even cooler to know some of the deviation. Like when I was coming into this, I was wondering who could actually win lobbies, and already showcase that, right? Because you need to be able to get that to win this out. And now when we look at the teams that are sitting at the top, Navi, 789, Wyvern is an outlier in there. They're one of the few who have actually not shown the ability to be able to win that out. Sentinels and now Penta. But Penta is the only one who's done it in this lobby, right? But never before. So can Wyvern learn from maybe what Penta's been able to pick up? Like there's so many different elements in power level spikes here, I feel like, from these teams.
Absolutely, and the big question, like you said, is Wyvern, a team we've seen dominate, and we've seen they've mopped the floor. We've seen huge numbers from them, but we have not yet seen the win. This is match number 5 of the finals. We have several teams now. You could essentially say 6 that could easily pass the 50-point threshold with a normal performance in this game if they're able to get something like a top 5. And we're starting things off here with the G2 side. They're in 6th with 30 points.
And as we talked about last time, well, I'm sure we're going to conclude the drop here for G2, but everybody knows the drop points for Na'Vi and 789, and they could look to try and limit their advancement further in the point area. We saw that in the last game. In theory, if that's going to be your choice, you should have done it last game. So what I would expect the teams, whatever they did, to do that once more. And I think what the thought process was is catch them in their rotation, not in their drop zone. And that's why Rogue so dominantly took out their 789.
Going to be a hillside outpost drop for G2. Like you said, expect these drops to be pretty similar, given that we have no teams that have crossed that 50-point threshold. Next game, potentially, if we do have a team or two.
I'm calling it. This is the Dreadnought vote. It's happening this game.
I hope you're right, Dread. We're going to see maybe some action, some hot drops in the next game to potentially shut down any team that is on match point. Once again, a huge threat to the entire lobby. They'll take the lion's share of that $500,000 prize pool if they're able to get the win. Once again, a format we've never before seen in Apex Legends. To win this tournament, to win the Preseason Invitational, you must end on a win.
Interesting note here for Sentinels, and the fact that they have a lot of control over the Thunderdome when it comes to the loot. You see them even dropping, willing to spread it out. It just things look very good here on their way over to Gauntlet, but they're also, as we've talked about, just sitting barely south there of Na'Vi. We saw it's a very northeastern circle, though, so both of them have a long distance to travel. And we'll see who ends up making the rotation first and able to get that gatekeeping points.
You saw Sirius there, pinging the Skull Piercer up in containment for the squad.
I actually think this is a huge point. I truly think that because the circle is so far on the opposite side of the map, where we've witnessed already Na'Vi and Sentinels, I think it's very likely that whoever rotates first is going to get trailed by the other team. And I would argue, based on positioning, Na'Vi, they have to go through slums if they're going to be able to perfectly avoid that. So very northern, at least a runoff and then a connector transition. I don't know whether or not they've identified that or not, but if so, very, very heads up here from this roster.
Another thing you and I talked about, which is very interesting, depending on which team you talk to about this format, you got very different answers on their feelings.
Yeah.
Like we said, never before seen in Apex Legends. So you talk to some teams that were middle of the pack, and they were like, I don't know, the point threshold seems pretty low. It should be longer because they want the finals to go longer. Then you talk to teams that are more confident in their ability to have high elimination top 5s, and they're thinking, 50 it actually might be too small.
You might need to bump it up there a little bit, right? And again, that is kind of the beauty of what we're experiencing here today is what does that look like? What does that feel like? And we do know one thing, though. It does benefit those who are lethal and assert dominance over the map in Kings Canyon. I feel like the killing aspect's so very relevant, something that we took note of as early as the Apex, but it's really come to light here throughout the entirety of the Preseason Invitational. Third Impact, though, making the rotation here towards what used to be location of likely here TSM.
No signs of TSM at this point here, and they're actually moved all the way over to the farm as they'll continue that rotation. Also checking in with Wyvern and Watchtower South, and Succubus actually able to get a knock there on Mondo.
A roster that we heard the analyst desk talking about maybe a lackluster when it comes to their final performance based on how lethal they have been otherwise. And it's interesting because if you look at all the group stage, MVP was the probably strongest representative coming out of South Korea. But right now, pointage-wise, and out of the sample size we've gotten, it's really Wyvern who's the one making a name for themselves. Still both, though, suffering from that lack of actual champion screen here so far in the tournament. Na'Vi, look at this, taking the transition all the way up through relay. Through slums and runoff. I absolutely adore that decision making there from them.
Checking in with CLG, but you also have to think Na'Vi, we're going to assume that they have not gotten an elim yet, and you have to think once they finally do get that first elim, they're going to be able to take a deep breath knowing that next game they will absolutely be on match point, but we haven't seen that just yet. CLG making this push towards Artillery Tunnel.
Yeah, Games Origin's the victim there in the house. MPE already going to be eliminated. Banner been picked up, so res opportunity may be available here for this roster, but definitely not been easy there for Games Origin. And interesting to see CLG, willing to take a fight this early on. That has been something that hasn't been the playstyle for them through the entirety of the tournament. But also on that note, they're gaining quite a bit of momentum here through day number 3. Not so much rogue momentum, but quite a bit.
Right, quite a bit indeed. We saw a great win from them yesterday as well. on the Bravo stream. That win, of course, a big part of what's landed them here in the grand final, back on board with Wyvern.
Trying to pinch in somebody here into this cage home. Look to get the high ground, maybe scout in. Feel like they've made their way out. It's going to be Virtus Pro, actually. Interesting.
Virtus Pro going to go ahead and swing west, and then likely up to the north to the caves as well as we check in with the third impact side.
That broke my brain. I saw a cave swap to a cave swap. I was like, this is obviously the other side. And that was not true. They're nowhere near one another.
And here's FlyQuest, and they are moving through Artillery Tunnel as well, which means they could find CLG up top. They do see the Watson fences, so they know they're going to have to be careful here. And actually, it's going to be Monsoon here who's going to place that portal right down below, and they might be making a pretty aggressive push up through Artillery to that rooftop.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's regretting that now. As we see, actually, this is a flank attempt. CLG, Nightwing already gone down. FlyQuest did lay down that portal, but we also know there's other targets here that CLG lost 2. To be honest, CLG completely split within this warehouse and not prepared for this onslaught. Game's Origin just sitting on the outskirts here, but FlyQuest with a bold move, and it looks like it's paying off.
No, Kokobuff's going to pop a cell. He's got plenty in the backpack. And it looks like thirsted both Nicewig and Madness from the other side, so he's going to have to try to fight through this. CLG, once again, really towards the bottom half. They're at 16 points. Long way to go for them to hit that threshold. And look at Na'Vi now up top as well as they're pushing it.
You see somebody sitting on the inside of that, just trapped together. Purple armor is going to be it. Grapple out. Interesting choice, actually, for PKMK.
You have to wonder if it's also due to knowing that Na'Vi can get that first limb, just wants to get out of there and not let them get that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I found it interesting that Na'Vi was willing to let it go. I'm looking at that, unless they're very confident they could have already found that kill, broken that threshold, and not too concerned for the rest of this game. But TSM posturing up rather well. I believe game number 2, we saw MVP hold this exact same position so very dominantly.
And keep in mind, TSM is at 23 points in 8th. A big win for them, and they are past the points threshold, but now Artillery Tunnel is a busy place as no Cocoa Puffs has to run back, and he's in a tough spot, able to grapple out. Maybe getting the cover. No, he will go down, and CLG will be eliminated here. Our second squad to be out of the match. They will stay around that 16-point mark, and that's tough. They're going to have a long road ahead of them if they want to win this tournament.
But on the note of points, a team looking very, very good in 5th place. Sentinels try to make their artillery push here, where, you know, conveniently enough, we've seen 3 teams make a rotation there through that. FlyQuest, CLG, and now we've got ourselves the Sentinels. FlyQuest, though, the ones who were victorious in artillery. And now MVP making their way through the forest here, going to run into TSM defending that artillery wall. That's not TSM, though, and look at Raz, force here to use his iframe. See if he makes it out. It's Rogue there, the ones looking to shoot at him.
And now Rogue just trying to pinch him here along that bin, and they have 2 great angles. See if they can finish now. Over to Drop. Drop, Wingman, Peacekeeper combo will help him navigate this area. Finds another opponent in front of him. Wingman not hitting, but he eventually breaks the shield. We'll see if he and Sweet decide to turn that corner. Some more good Wingman shots as well. And do they risk this? Once again, Rogue in 6th with 36 points.
I am amazed that Pathfinder made it out of there. I can't help but feel like Dropped. Wishing those ones would have lined up, but things not too bad. It's not like it cost him too much in resources. It's just, I'm going to use the term unlucky. Sentinels still with the control here over the Artillery Tunnel.
Artillery Tunnel getting some action.
Oh yeah,
this game we've seen.
And depending on the next circle, actually could be very, very important, because actually all rotations past this are cut off, and the only team who has access is the one who controls the tunnel.
You're right. We've seen, I mean, of course, that choke becomes very important depending on where that ring is, and then even more important with some, depending on exactly how it edges out. And there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to need to make that northern push, and they might have to come through. And that's going to be a difficult one, especially if Sentinels is able to just lock it down. You have to wonder if Sentinels might try to push up top instead, but back on board with the Rogue side. Here's Sweet, Skull Piercer, Wingman.
Man, such a cool call there coming out from Rogue. You could see that they identified absolutely where MVP was, and they knew they won the fight. Well, the minute that MVP noped out of that skirmish, they were willing to understand that their positioning was so great that they wanted to maintain that over risking a couple of those kills, and I feel like that's going to be something that pays off here.
And here's the even earlier tunnel push than maybe we expected. This is coming from Virtus Pro, and they're pushing in, but it's also Na'Vi, who's already inside, needs to queue out, does Impulse. PKMK trying to watch his back. Some good shots there from the 99, trying to fly in. Can he get this? Looking for some help and able to land a few more shots.
Didn't break the armor
just
either.
A few away. Let's see if he can do it. No! Goes down. So now here, over to Claws. Devotion in hand.
Looks like they end up getting the kill there. Claus is going to be able to kill Louis from Fly Q. And I can say this, based off those 2 kills we just witnessed, Na'Vi will be able to make it here past the 50-point threshold, but it's important to note they cannot claim a champion here in this game. They have to win the next or any of the remainder here tonight.
Right, regardless of what happens here, no impact to the standings, to how these games will play. Once they pass the 50-point threshold, the next game puts them on match points. So right now, essentially able to just put on some points for a little bit of bragging rights, and also practicing the coordination. Right in front of Zoms, though, is an opponent he needs to be careful, because he did lose both Senox and Retzi on that artillery tunnel push, and just hoping that he isn't spotted here.
If he finds enough points there when it comes to positioning, maybe enough to put his team there too.
They haven't found him. Look, Sirius does not see him in that corner right behind him. And look at this, Zoms just trying to play this cool. Keep in mind, 17 squads left, so there are no placement points up for grabs here. He needs to stay alive for quite a bit, and risking, of course, this 1v3 and this elimination, not worth it at this stage.
And notice the relevance of artillery tunnel still based on that next circle. It's still who ends up controlling that can dictate
and just
a lot
spotted.
of the
We'll have to
pace.
see what's happening there. Zom's forced to engage. Wraith is going to queue out.
He needs to be able to find any way out, and actually hit by his own Arc Star a little bit there.
Going to try to pop a cell. He does have a Disruptor Alternator and a Peacekeeper, so ready for whatever battle comes out of here. Might even try to go high ground.
There's a couple weird walls he could try and grapple to, but it feels like any verticality he's going to gain is just going to put him in the eyes of other teams, like we saw NRG with that high ground control. Game's Origin here, still trying to find him.
Here they go, going to look for the team shot in the 2v1. Arcstar is out as well, and he goes down. Let's see, go ahead. And now Sirius able to go for that revive as well. That will be Sens. Zoms who goes down.
And look at this, 789 haven't gotten a glance at them here yet in game number 5. Looking pretty good. Good trade there out from the EV8. This is going to be the first knock as Roz unable to survive very well after...
Look at the flank here!
But Aka's actually got no HP. The fact that he's got no shielding and 2 members of MVP are down, I don't think it's going to be enough. He tries to take this skirmish there, but that is it.
Desu does it again. And that's going to be MVP down at the hand of 789. And Sonya, we always check in with him at 1 HP, and I don't think he certainly doesn't play different with 1 HP, and he just plays the game and somehow always stays alive. Exon's in trouble, though, as well.
He just took a massive shot and actually didn't have his iframe available for a couple more seconds. We see him start the Phoenix kit, and I think he's going to be able to get it off. Virtus Pro, the ones launching those bullets down their way, and keep in mind that they are choking off the transition to flank into artillery tunnel if they would like to later on, so that's going to be added up really, really neatly as things move on. Wyvern also cutting off the choke that 789 is going to have to make their way through once they heal up.
Yes, indeed. They're going to have to go the underpass route. Not sure exactly how busy tunnel is now, but underpass also going to be a pretty popular point of the map right now, Dread.
Everybody's got about their own segment. There's 3 sections to the underpass, and every doorway has its own team defending up and zoning off. And here, back with Virtus Pro, this is, you can see the consideration to ensure this positioning. In 10 seconds, we can maybe neglect the backside there and then make their way into the rest of artillery here with Na'Vi.
Looking great here. Purple armor across the board for the Na'Vi side. And a Peacekeeper devotion for Claws as they are set up top. This is where they want to be. Also keeping an eye on artillery tunnel. They did see the pings coming through. They know that opponents are going to continue to push through there until it is no longer accessible due to that ring closure. Now Gambit, only 2 players alive. It's Sign and Artico. Longbow shots do not connect there, so gonna have to go about face and take a look, maybe fight there on the other angle. Now checking in, 3 blues across the board for Rogue. As a reminder, 36 points for them, only 14 away in this game, and that's certainly a number we know that Rogue can put on the board to get to match point as well.
I remember when I was talking about the positioning, Rogue wanted that zone. They're still defending it. They're very confident they can make their way into that final circle from it there, but now with Wyvern struggling to take this battle, is Karampe unable to connect there with his Peacekeeper, but it looks like things are fine here for now. 789 though struggling.
It's a great disengage there from the Wyvern side. They're able to heal up, and so is 789.
Stuck inside that house. I think that's Wyvern tracking him down here. Thermite grenade does end up landing up, but right now Wyvern has a massive upper hand.
Here we go, going to turn the corner with the Peacekeeper out. Selly and Karampe try to make this move.
Oh, but look at this, a third party comes in. Misfits want something to do with this.
Here comes Misfits there at the bottom of the table, and 20th with 6 points. Here they come now. Moose off the rooftop there. Eva 8 out. Wraith does Q, so they're going to maybe try to finish that. No, they can't, and going to have to choose who they want to fight down low.
Keep in mind, 789 is left alone right now. Misfits doesn't pressure, which gives them the opportunity to be able to heal up, and it does. Everybody now back to life. Kasanya looking just good, shows himself out here, but Estesu and Essence need some of those heals.
DP in trouble inside. We haven't checked in with them in a while now. It's just PJ on the outside of this artillery building, who's going to have to make a Hail Mary play to keep his team in this with 13 squads remaining. Curious to see what's happening exactly with 789 and Misfits as well.
Yeah, Wyvern and Misfits, that entire skirmish there on the outside. It's important to note that whoever wins this still has to go through the underpass, which has a team in every subsection. Misfits, though, do look like they controlled the transition here. It's going to be problematic, probably netting them a couple of kills in 45 seconds when we get our next circle to close in. But Misfits set up a tunnel, looking for a big play.
It was a portal and a tunnel. It's
a tunnel.
Yeah, it's a tunnel. Here we go now. Help does get that portal down, so now tons of Watson fences are out. Looking at Moose and Lucido, that's going to give an option for both Lucido and Help to pop cells and bats. And let's look at TSM here. One of the favorites for this tournament, and also an opportunity in Poland for them to cement themselves as the top team after their X Games first place finish, and a convincing one at that. Right now, though, they're in 8th place with 23 points.
Yeah, not even at the halfway mark where we see Na'Vi able to break the threshold here in this game. A lot to be desired, but TSM sat on top of that high throne for so very long. They feel comfortable as well, but they're going to have to run into Rogue along with Wyvern here now on the backside of the underpass entrance.
Wyvern on the push here, great team shot there. They will get the knock on Xens, and right away Parker Q's out, stays alive, and going to circle back now. Look at Sanya. How many times have we seen this man alive? And he's actually here just on the outer bounds of the map over the underpass.
Yeah, very creative play here. I'm going to guess that's because of the zipline setup. He's got 5 more seconds to be able to make it out there. And yes, Wyvern, you are getting those kills, but you're going to be stuck here with what might be Misfits, or that could be Rogue zoning off here in this entrance. It's such a great initiation or escape for 789, but Wyvern struggling to make their way through this funnel. And they have 6 seconds as they push up. Wyvern, Rogue doing their best. One more shot with a Peacekeeper, and they do it.
Drob staying alive. Can he get around here? And yes, indeed. Barely staying alive is Rogue. Great Peacekeeper work from Dropped. They will also have a time and opportunity to pop some meds, and they will live to fight on. Sweet though does drop there, as you just saw.
Yeah, they
does get the knock from the ring.
But the reset, they might be able to heal up.
I think they'll have time for that heal, yeah.
Nobody's going to pressure unless TSM decides to move up. As you see TSM not too interested.
So it actually does get wiped, not just a knock, he does go down. So they're going to grab that beacon. That's a different set of circumstances. Of course, we do have a beacon in this final ring. However, I'm not sure how popular of an option that will be, Dread.
Yeah, and you know, Kasanya's been a miracle worker this tournament, but I can't but feel like that last time we tuned in with him was really just the last couple of seconds of his life. I'm sure we'll find out, oh my gosh, later. He's just been left alone here behind this box.
Just going to take his time here. Take a look at the survivors so far. Lots of teams up with 3 members still alive. TSM, one of those teams, of course. You see Gamers Origin, Rogue, and 789 teams that have lost players. Virtus Pro as well. PJ, the only player alive, and 11 squads left total.
TSM needs to be able to hit a couple more shots there with those longbows. They're going to be successful. Na'Vi sitting on the other side there with that high ground. Whoever ends up winning this high ground battle, it's going to be very, very relevant.
And you got to talk about Kasanya. We've seen him late game so many times as a solo. It's almost amazing. There's no other player, there's no other team in this tournament that has had that happening time and time again.
Now let's go ahead and hear the thoughts on TSM as this round 5 circle closes in.
You're gonna have to put your ult down instantly, Jordan.
I can't take it yet. We're going in late.
I know.
Keep Rogue. Get ready. They're pushing out. They're pushing out.
I can't hit these guys.
I hit the Watson. 47.
I got one. Get ready to take it. Get ready to take it.
Okay.
I'm going. You gotta put your ult down. Put your ult down instantly. Left, go. Look left. We're good. Left. Tunnel.
On the west on me. I'm healing. I took the ulti back on. I'm back. I'm coming back. I gotta heal. Cover me on the portal. Cover me on the portal, please.
I broke their ult.
Watch east. Nade east. Behind the nade.
Kills Nading east.
I have 0 bullets. A light.
I need hard. East hard.
I have 0 light ammo.
Ready.
We need to kill the guy.
East is so hard. East is so hard. I gotta heal.
They're dead. East is dead.
Cover me, please.
I'm covering.
You're good.
Amazing to hear the comms calling out the directions, not everybody knowing where everybody is, but if you can just get something in that direction, TSM remained successful there and controlled the transition into artillery.
I mean, talk about staying composed. They knew exactly what they had to do. The portal was up, the zips were up, and they're able to get onto an area and somehow heal up. You also heard no ammo there for a moment, some nice light ammo passing as well, and they are still in this 4 squads left here. Look at that alternator in the hands of Wacko, though.
Yeah, and look at this also. It's going to be Penta, a team rising here in our finals. Going to go ahead and push up on the TSM. They have the high ground, but they don't think it's going to be a problem as they get the the first knock onto Abralele, trying to push in for more.
Yes, indeed. Look at that advantage. You can bet that they're going to push this 3v2. Is Penta. They're going to get also a wipe there on reps.
3 squads now left here. It's going to be G2. Look at the gear onto G2, the victors of our last game. Maybe looking to double down here in our finals. Good opener there with the wingman, but it's important that they're going to be third party in the skirmish here, Bravo.
Yes, indeed. Now look at G2. Very good positioning. Going to push in now. Penta in a lot of trouble. Wacko very low shields. Nesh now also being shredded. He goes down, and that's going to be Wacko who has to pop
3
that
versus
cell.
1.
And now take a look at this to see if G2's going to be able to push in. It's going to be Rhett who actually disengages for a moment and is going to sit back. 2 squads left in this game, and they are now about to push and get this last kill. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. That should be him. They should be able to do it. Yes, G2 Esports wins another game.
Was that Ksania?
I bet it was.
Oh my goodness. We will find out later who that last Lone Ranger to make it into placement number 2 was, but G2 found a way to really take a calculated approach to what seemed like one of the most hectic artillery circles I have ever seen.
That will almost certainly get G2 through past the 50-point threshold, especially if that was Ksania. We'll find out in a moment. 7-8-9 you can bet. Even if that wasn't Ksania, they're likely past the 50-point threshold. And as we saw, Na'Vi as well. Game number 6 is going to be a very different game, Dread.
And, you know, we talked about the momentum now gained by Rogue earlier in the day and even here in the finals, but G2 has everything going here for them after the success they've had. But let's go ahead and figure out who that second place squad is over from the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Dreadnought. Bravo. Much appreciated. Fallout here back with Jamerson and Glitter. And G2 somehow does it again, but they weren't alone. Soar Gaming, Penta, really having great performances. TSM made it pretty far as well, so slowly starting to climb their way up. The biggest question mark for me right now, G2 had 30 points going into that match. They got first place, that's 12. Did they get 8 kills to cement themselves 50 points to join Na'Vi in the ranks of 50 plus? We know Na'Vi made it.
Also within those calculations, we got to put it up to Penta. We have to actually put Penta into this calculation here. So this is super close.
G2.
Penta
24 points.
Wow.
13 points for Penta. Soar Gaming has 11. Na'Vi with 8. That means we will have at least 4 teams, maybe 3 at the 50-point range. We'll see. I don't want to jump the gun by any means just yet. I don't know where Penta was at before. I know G2 is there. I know Na'Vi is there. 7-8-9, though, nowhere to be found these last 2-3 matches.
Again, this was one of those northern circles. Another arty circle. 7-8-9 trying to make it in. It ran into too many teams. You saw Misfits and Wyvern were right on top of them, and they were not able to survive that scuffle. You saw Azania actually able to make it over bounds onto the mountain and make his way into artillery. He just wasn't able to survive long enough. They only got 3 points there. That should put them at 45.
Wow. 7-8-9 is close, but not close enough. Will the clock strike midnight for the Cinderella team in 7-8-9, who has been playing incredibly well? I cannot believe how the action has ensued here. I mean, honestly, look at the replays here. We'll check out how the action did ensue, because Soar, towards the end here, trying to soar their way into a second place finish. I think they may have. Regardless, it was G2. The ones that do it, let's check out their perspective. And they're listening. For any Finnish viewers out there, G2, all 3 of them coming from Finland. Played with Snipe down the American at X Games. Now they're playing with Reta, aka their third. 17 years old is Reta. He's still a teenager, still under 18, but he is still a monster. Huge plays from them. G2 will be at the 50-point threshold for sure.
Yeah, and all you get is a reaction is a not bad face at the end there. But yeah, G2 slowly waking up, right? It seems like that's the story for them. They are slowly waking up, and they are waking up when it matters.
They just needed a couple warm-up games before they really got into the thick of things.
That's all it was. You know, It's crazy because I was talking to G2 yesterday, and they said their biggest weakness, experience. We're new to all this. We don't really know how to talk in interviews and how to perform in final matches. They haven't done it before in any other esport, whereas a lot of our players on stage come from CSGO, Overwatch, etc., and have done it before. These G2 players are new to this. Maybe their inexperience showed, and we called them out on that early, but wow, their ability to adapt within a day, within 2 days, incredibly impressive. The future is bright for Mimu, 0-0, and Reta of G2, and they're locking themselves here for match point.
Can we also talk about TSM for a little bit? finally, like this is what we've been waiting for coming out of that team. They struggled with their first few games there, and they're starting to look a little bit more like themselves at this point.
Yeah, TSM in my eyes, I think what really hurt them early on, and I was talking to Muffins of Fnatic, and he really kind of broke it down. Everyone knows they dropped Cage, kind of center map. They were just getting called, in the words of Muffins, in the fiesta of the fight on the rotation over to Final Circle. You know, sometimes you don't call it lucky. It's at the end of the day, it's performance. I know that Reps is hard on himself, but sometimes it's hard to rotate through. You kind of get caught in the muck of teams rotating. You get caught in a bad spot, you make one bad call, and it can cost you. I think that's what happened to TSM early, but they've shown some maturity in their ability to bounce back.
Again, it seems like, yeah, because the pace of the early game is picking up in a lot of these matches, TSM is afforded a little bit more, I'm blanking on the word here. Some more space. Some more space and cushion to work with as they make the rotations on in. But Na'Vi securing that threshold, that 50-point match point setting.
Yeah, of course, Na'Vi. 9 impulsing claws from Belarus, PKMK from Russia, representing CIS incredibly well. The only 2 players from Belarus, I think, that I've seen so far, Na'Vi's been performing. Guess what? They're at match point as well. We'll see the final standings here in a moment. We got to take a look at the replay. 7-8-9, a team that started strong. They're kind of the opposite scenario of TSM. They like to avoid teams in their rotation, have not been able to do so in the last couple games.
Coming into a VP, also a very slow start, and this was where we saw 7-8-9 getting shut down here as Wyvern were able to get that kill. And then Rogue playing Gatekeeper up against Wyvern.
Yeah, Rogue doing a great job of gatekeeping and holding that choke point. That's something Na'Vi did very well 2 matches ago when they were able to gatekeep on artillery and the rotation through the tunnels to artillery. This time it's Rogue, finds the choke point, gatekeeps very, very well, and comes out with a few kills.
Did you see, though, how close that fight was? Less than 50 HP between the 2 remaining players, 100 HP on the Pathfinder there. He might have just been able to close that out. It was so close. I honestly love the level of play right now because it comes down to just pixels difference in how these team fights break down.
Yeah, of course, look at Penta here going off. Yeah, that was close. What wasn't close was G2's ability to finish in this one. Looks like it wasn't too hard for them. Penta, though, was in a pretty good spot here, so I wonder what happened to Penta. Looks like they just got slayed out. Not sure exactly by who. Wacko. Big shout out to him from the UK. Somehow in the middle of the final dropped me a follow on Twitter. So shout out to you, Wacko. I don't know how you're managing to do that. But he, of course, has been performing incredibly well.
Again, once again, you gotta really congratulate G2 right now. They are doing such a good job really waking up for this final.
Yep. You've been pulling for them the whole weekend too, so I'm glad to see them finally stepping up to the plate for you.
I'm trying to get that Ocelot follow. I'm trying to get that Ocelot follow. What can I say?
G2 here on board with Mimu. Did it at the X Games, does it again here. G2 proving that they are one of the best teams in Apex, especially their ability to bounce back. You know, they say true character is defined at times of adversity. They faced some adversity today, this morning in the losers bracket final. 3 straight games, and by the way, if that was a 3-match series, they went to qualified.
That's actually kind of scary to think about when you... Oh no. That would so okay, at that point so many of our predictions would have just gone out the window if you think about it. These teams are just absolutely shifting the sands right beneath all the other teams' feet.
A crazy thing also, when we were actually told about this format and how it works out, the dev team, the gaming competitive side of EA told us that, you know, with this format at X Games, if you had actually applied it there, it would have been about 7 or 8 games for us to crown a winner. And it looks like it is starting to follow that trend.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, EA knows their stuff. Their competitive gaming team, I've been super impressed throughout, but someone who also knows his stuff, 2 individuals by the name of Nathanias and Blaze. Gentlemen, we're going to take it over to you for some updates. Walk me through it.
Thank you very much, Fallout. Man, Nate, we're going into game number 5. And we got at least 2 teams qualified at that 50-point mark. We just wanted to touch bases very quickly on where our circles have been so far if you're just joining us. Our first circle was in Wetlands where 789 got their victory. Then we rotated to the top end of the map at Artillery where Penta came out on top, rotated back down towards the middle of the map where you saw Na'Vi north of Labs getting their win, and then G2 coming down at the bottom of Thunderdome. They're going to be able to pick up one, and then they rotate back to back, and they end up having to go against Penta, who almost was going to win again at the top end of the map at Artillery, but that's where G2 got that next victory.
There's really some fascinating stuff going on here because everybody has stepped up their game for this Apex Finals, Blaze. And some of the things you're talking about, G2 bringing the dominance. I know we were talking. They had an absolutely fantastic job over by that river area. And
yes, they did.
They have the option to be able to make those easy rotations over to both sides. They don't have to go for these crazy runs. And I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised because with how many northeast sides we've been able to get, I've been a little bit worried about MVP. They have not been able to capitalize off of those relay drops the way that they've been able to do so. And also, a little bit odd as well because we were talking about the success that we had from 789 earlier and also Penta, but getting the bottom drops, you need to be able to capitalize on that. But these circles, the rings continue to close in on the northeast, and that versatility of being able to get up and down the map is so important.
It's so important right there in those situations because you're seeing where it's kind of starting to stack. So some of these teams that's landing on the western end of the map, maybe they switch it up. Maybe they try to find a pattern here, stick to the guns, whatever it may be. The rotations are going to be so crucial coming up in game number 6. But that's going to be it from us over here at the Command Center. Want to send it back over to the casters to get the next one started.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Appreciate it, Nathanius. Always great hearing from you. And by the way, you guys with the Telestrator, the power of a Telestrator, I feel like you become new humans. I feel like you guys elevate as individuals. It's impressive. You guys are doing awesome stuff. But take a look here at the standings. Oh my goodness, it is a 3-way match point here. Navi, G2 Esports, and Penta by a thread are going to do it. They reach 50. They reach match point. For the first time in any esport, we have 3 teams with an ability and match point to close it out here. This has never been done before. This format so unique. Can you imagine a tennis final where multiple people have match point at once? I mean, it's absolutely crazy here how things finish.
I'm excited to see how the teams are going to handle knowing that information now. They know they've got 3 teams in contention to take home the trophy to end the tournament. Right now, in this moment, are they going to shut them down on purpose to make sure they can get their chance at those games or not?
The scariest thing, though, is that Penta is there within the threshold, and they have been one of the most consistent teams here in our final. They have had multiple top 5 finishes, top 2, top 3, so they are a team that you really do have to look to try and shut down.
Yep, that's for sure. Keep in mind as well, all 3 teams hailing from Europe, some CIS, some Western Europe, of course Finland, Scandinavia represented as well, but Europe is really showing up today. G2 consisting of Rete, Mimu, and 0-0. You got Penta consisting of Wacko from the UK, you got Orax from France, and of course Nesh from Germany, and lastly, you got Navi, 9 Impulse Claws, and PKMK, Belarus, and Russia, respectively. A remarkable showing from them. We'll of course see if anyone else can do it. What this now means is that one of these teams needs to win. If any of the 3 teams win, they will be crowned your Apex Legends Preseason Invitational champion. It's been an amazing day of action, and guess what? To complement that amazing day of action, it is the moment we have been eagerly waiting for and anticipated all weekend. Navi, G2, and Penta are the first teams in Apex history to reach match point in a major event final by reaching the 50-point threshold. What an accomplishment, and of course, to honor the remarkability of that accomplishment, we have none other than the Commissioner of Apex Competitive Gaming. It's John Nelson. The first ever team trophy to be rewarding to 3 deserving legends now stands center stage, just steps in front of the unknown team that will hoist it high and proudly. Can you believe the story, the anticipation, and the suspense that this sets us up for?
I mean, I feel like the players now have even more incentive. They know what they're winning. The trophy is right in front of them. It's literally within their eye line. I think this is just going to incentivize them that much more.
First ever trophy to be presented. Of course, first ever trophy that'll be lifted by a team at the end of this tournament. That must mean a lot to these teams. We know how much time and dedication they put into Apex. It's beautiful. It's right in front of them. Unless you're 789 and Xania, who's a robot, and we all know does not see anything but the game. Yeah, of course, it's some pressure for them.
But also, that 50-point threshold has just been within arm's reach for 789. 2 games in a row now. and they have to watch on as 3 teams are now competing to try and close this series out.
You just gotta rub it in, man.
I do. I'm sorry. And they're the team I'm really rooting for. No, I'm rooting for everybody at this point. Honestly, I've been loving this weekend so far. This is the beauty of LAN. Everyone is just getting together. The camaraderie is fantastic. The energy is amazing. It's electric and it's infectious. I absolutely love it, and I want more of this. That's why when we made that announcement earlier on, that we're going to have more competitions, online, offline, everything to support it in the back line. I am super, super psyched.
This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Glitter, I know how much BRs and, of course, Apex has meant to you and changed your life. What gets you the most excited about the future?
It's probably seeing, what they're going to be able to do next for the competitive scene. I'm excited to see what our players can look forward to and see what they have to, bring their competitive abilities to. This is just the beginning, right? And this is an amazing preseason, if I have to say so myself.
If EA is setting the bar this high, if Respawn's setting the bar this high, I can't even fathom what we're going to see for the actual season. This is just the beginning. It's been amazing so far. Fallout here with Jamerson and Glitter. We are so honored to be presenting the action and really appreciate you guys joining us. The growth of Apex Legends esports is truly remarkable, and we can't thank you enough for being a part of it. Honestly, the title, the gameplay, the pro players, the community. I mean, every single thing about this community and how it's come together has been nothing short of amazing.
I absolutely agree with you here. Sorry, I was having a little bit of a loss of words there. But yeah.
He's choking up here,
I honestly am. A lot of these players are, of course, friends of mine, and I've been watching a lot of them also. I was introduced to them because of this community also. A lot of them did come from a similar background as me, coming from Overwatch, but I was introduced to a lot of new names, and so I'm super glad to see everyone finding success right now.
I mean, I couldn't agree with that anymore. I mean, you obviously come from Overwatch. I come from, former BR backgrounds. But same thing. There are so many individuals and teams that I'm rooting for on so many different levels that I am just ready to get into the next game and see how they do.
Yeah, you and I both. And guess what? That next game is ready. We were obviously filling some time, giving players a chance to breathe, and of course, a chance to take it all in. The opportunity to be crowned the first ever Apex Legends champion of the Preseason Invitational. Opportunity to host the trophy high. And guess what? Our casters are ready. It's Dreadnought and Bravo to call the action. Take it away, guys.
Fallout, thanks so much, Bravo, alongside Dreadnought and Dread. You could say this is the moment that we've been waiting for, and it came in a very interesting way. We did not have one team cross the threshold. Instead, we had 3 teams cross the 50-point threshold at once.
It's exciting, and I think the beauty of it all is we can walk away here 20 minutes from now and we could say we have a champion. Or we can spend 20 minutes and go, we have a couple more who have a shot.
Absolutely.
And that is the beauty of this setup.
And there's a bunch here that are within spitting distance. We have 79 at 45 still, Rogue at 44, Wyvern at 41, in addition to Na'Vi, G2, and Penta here on match point. This is going to be match number 6, and the trophy is in place because we could crown a winner of the $500,000 Apex Legends Preseason Invitational right here. And we are starting things off with the Penta side. Dread, you caught it in the cameras for the player cams. When that trophy got placed, oh yeah, Mimu of G2 stands up, looks down at that trophy, and there is a smile on his face. He is ready to win, but so are the guys on Penta Esports.
And look at this already. We see Penta taking their flight over with the ping down on Gauntlet. Looking up above, very, very likely that is actually Na'Vi. Both of these teams within match point. Going to cross over one another. Airbase and Gauntlet. Who collapse?
The ping from Penta there on High Desert for just a second, but it looks like that's not going to change their route at all, as they're indeed going to go to Gauntlet. They're going to break off here. As a reminder, Na'Vi, G2, and Penta all here. Now, early battles, though, in Labs, so that's going to be this Balan G who's unlucky and runs into some opponents there. That's going to be Gambit that gets that first knock and also first eliminate of the game.
Important to note, still not having any influence on whether or not we check off one of these teams who has the opportunity to walk away with that. It's going to be what we keep our eyes on throughout here, and the man who feeling good there, Mimu, and the remainder of G2.
And we got to talk about G2 because you might remember this is the 2 of the teammates that placed on the Reciprocity roster at 2nd place at X Games. They did get that silver medal. That's Mimu and 0-0, who originally were with Snipedown, but have made arrangements prior to that tournament to go back with Rhett. These 3 players hailing from Finland. But we also got to point out, eliminations have never mattered more. Only one elimination was what it took to get Penta onto that match point. This would be a completely different game from them, and they would be out of the running. But also, G2 in the losers bracket finals advanced on 1 kill, 1 point to get them here, and now they're one of just 3 on match point. So what a story it would be for either. Penta or G2.
To even add on top of that, right? If you're going, you know what, Bravo, I don't believe you. You know, that was just a freak case. 50 points, 1 kill, that's all that got him there. We can look one round before and say the same thing to Na'Vi. 1 kill was all it took for you to have a chance to say, deny everyone an opportunity at that trophy.
But instead, Na'Vi will have another chance here to fight. And now, and unfortunately for them, instead of being the only team, right, once again, if they had gotten just 1 kill more in one of those earlier games, they would have been the only team on match point with a little bit of cushion, a little bit of comfort. But instead, they've now got some company in the form of G2 and Penta, who are all 50 points or more as we look at MVP.
With 2 spines. Never seen this before here, Bravo. First time. Let's see if they go for the high ground this choice. One thing that we do have different compared to some of the other circles is that 2 spines isn't in anything post round 1. So it's probably not going to be worth to get that zip set up here as we glance at Rogue, getting their opportunity to highlight where our second circle is going to be very, very close here to Skulltown.
Keep in mind, Rogue there, not dropping when we always see them, but some early engagements here coming in for Penta, and they'll need to be careful here. Once again, one of our teams on match point. They're going to set up looking good in terms of armor. Getting cozy here just north of Skulltown, and will eventually make that movement likely closer towards market, but for now they're going to set up, get some vantage points, and also Watson up.
Na'Vi managed to make it out of the airbase situation comfortably. Also looking at the loot, looking very, very good on their behalf. Now transitioning towards the center of the map, trying to make it actually traveling a little bit farther away from the circle than I expect, but I think that's because they're very much intending to have that kind of slow play. Maybe look for a couple of kills and snowball up on that gear. But Penta here back with the Coral, it looks like at Crossroads.
Some shots coming in. It's a longbow 99 for Orax, like we said. For this stage of the game, very good in the way of armor. It's going to allow them to maybe take those engagements, peek a bit more, give them a slight advantage, because you can bet the opponent probably doesn't have armor of this quality. You can maybe see if you can get a poke and a potential to push.
Yeah, you know, at moments like this, I want to raise a point here, Bravo. For these teams that have now broken the threshold, having an opportunity to actually get a win condition, they suddenly have something to lose. Every game you had here up until this point, though you could say we could have done better, we lost a couple of points, you didn't feel like you owned anything. But now you have an opportunity to deny so much from so many other people that I feel like we're going to see those who are in that threshold be afraid to win and actually look for a not losing strategy rather than a win. I think that's going to be a setback.
Great point there, Dread. You have to think about it. This is the first time at this tournament, and you could even say the first time in competitive professional Apex Legends play, that teams can truly play this game purely for positioning, purely for placement, and then eliminations will not matter for these top 3 teams. That could bring a different play style, and and possibly, as you say, bring with it a different mentality as well.
And I also would like to promote that I don't think we'll maybe see it in this tournament, but if this format is kind of endorsed going forward, I would argue you're going to see different compositions. Those that are only good at winning a final circle. Right. Things like Gibraltar comes to mind over that, but not coming to light here at least quite yet within our final. Back with Penta, still looking like they're holding their own here at Crossroads.
Opponent's going to be coming in from Oasis, from those open areas, all the way trying to swinging into Crossroads. You can bet that Caves is going to be a popular place as well, as a lot of rotations are going to need to come through there from really any western side of the map.
Sentinels, the nice Thermite coming out from Bretzi. Poking and prodded. Zombs finding another sitting on the other side here. Looks like they're going to go ahead and push here. Grenades coming through. Offensive play is always here from Sentinels, but a big Art Star actually going to land there and force a knock now onto Senox. Not a good start for them as Zombs getting heavily pressured. There's a double knock. 1 man left, and it's only Retzi.
And you know Retzi has to get out of there, but now NRG is also at Skulltown already as well. That's going to be, you see, ACU popping a bat up top, but he does cancel that bat, so now it's up to Moore and Dizzy to work together to make sure that they'll have time for that heal. And now ACU going to also hit that bat once again, cancels the bat again, so he must be in trouble or suspecting that it might be coming. Here's Retzi, once again, has lost both teammates.
Retzi's very, very lucky. That 789 here, and I believe it was NRG found each other in that skirmish, because otherwise that would have been the end of Sentinels here in that round, as they could have hunted him down and thirsted it out, but now a bit distracted, caught with one another's aggro.
Now back to NRG, 789, a team that a little bit of a heartbreaking series of events for them, being that they were one of the teams on the cusp, only a few points away from being on match point. However, a less than desired performance in the last game keeps them at 45. They're 5 away from match point, so they need to think about performing here. We have to also wonder if they're going to try to prioritize some denies. Being so close, they might prioritize something from Na'Vi or G2 or Penta.
See Penta just feeling locked here inside this Crossroads zone. They're looking there to the high ground over the Skull Town Leviathan Ribs. And they also have another one approaching here from the Sands, as well on the southeastern side. They're finding somebody also into the high ground. I just want to know when they're going to decide to rotate out, or if another team may be going to force their hand, because Na'Vi is making their way here through the Golden Sands on the left-hand side. They will get to the crossroads, and suddenly we have match point versus match point. Will Na'Vi strike?
Let's see. Like you said, taking that portal out. Broken. Nice shot there from Mimu85 on the wingman. Now it's also Hemlock Peacekeeper. Have not seen a ton of Hemlock play this weekend as they're trying to push up through caves, and they're running all white armor. That's going to be a difficult push. Having to have the ability to disengage because they are pushing on a much better armored up Wyvern.
They're going to go ahead and slide and ingress down. It looks like Wyvern feels like they have this fight. It's going to be a bit of theirs to lose 0-0, looking for a bit of armor. Here's their Watson Dupt in the home, but they do find themselves in a circle. So not going to be too pressured here. 789 though, different tale for them as we see Kasanya forced to heal up here in this generator.
We've seen him in that situation before and fight through it as well. Wraith does Q. Pathfinder comes up but immediately gets knocked down. That's going to be Mondo staying on board with Na'Vi. It's Just Claws and PKMK together. PKMK trying to pop a bat.
If Penta is thinking right now, they know that they just watched somebody on Na'Vi actually get knocked in. If they identify that that's the target on the other side, they may want to push to make sure they can ensure that deny, but they show patience.
They don't. They know that something's happening over the wall, but they may not know exactly what it is. That's going to be MVP that go down. They're in 17th, and that's not going to be a great performance from them. An opportunity for Claws to pop meds. Also, more meds and a Phoenix there for PKMK.
Na'Vi, so very lucky that that information was not conveyed over. And it's very difficult at this stage of the game to be able to predict that. Maybe off the initial drops, we know these teams, they're dropping here, they're dropping here. If I see these two teams battle, I can assume that based off a circle. But at this point, it's a little bit too muddled.
It is, and we heard a little bit of that communication yesterday in the team comps, just knowing that with as much knowledge as these teams have, and shots from the top, those are coming from Rogue off a top. Dragon Bone's down into Crossroads, and they're in a great position to rain those shots down and pick off some opponents. Rogue is within, once again, spitting distance of that match point threshold. They're at 44 in 5th place, only 1 point behind 789.
The circle is so very important for the top half of our finals here. Teams Rogue onward, 5 up, have so much to do here. As we actually get a glance from Soar's perspective, it's going to be just a little bit here to the western side of Market.
That's going to be the first time we've checked in with Market at all, and it looks like Soar has locked down that entire rooftop. Have not yet seen if there might be someone inside Market as well. We'll get word on that. That's going to be a quick swap there on that gold helmet. Now goes in the hands of 9 Impulse. Opting to give that to your Wraith.
Bravo, so here's what I'm worried about. Clearly there's a lot of action happening everywhere. There's a lot to be focusing on, but my biggest fear here is the fact that we have 2 of our teams with win conditions sitting right next to each other, with Na'Vi sitting just on the outside of the crossroads, and we know Penta is waiting on the inside.
Right.
The circle that forces those teams to move could be the beginning of the end for one of our teams having an opportunity. If they can snowball the gear they've gained off the other, that may be enough to get a champion.
It absolutely might be. It's a great point, and they're both going to have to move just a little bit northeast towards that Market as it does close in. A little bit of time until then.
Who gains the upper hand with that circle? I will say, just generally speaking, is going to be Penta. But likely going to be over to Skull Town, and they have the advantage, at least in the short term.
And also, I mean, if you look at G2's situation, very different from that of Penta and Na'Vi, at least in terms of armor. You have to wonder if G2 could be in a favorable position just given the circumstance you just described, because Rogue is also up top on Dragon Bones with an opportunity to third party the battle you're describing.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that you point that out, because basically everything that Rogue is looking at actually made at them if placements aren't enough. So many kills based on that stance that they have.
And multiple denies if they third party what's below them correctly on both Na'Vi and Penta. So you have to wonder if Rogue knows what's below them based on the fact they haven't gotten really any valuable engagements or knocks. There's a good chance they don't have all of that information. CLG is trying to join the party.
Hey, everybody wants to hang out at the crossroads. And, you know, I guess it's aptly named here, as it is a bit of a merging path for a majority of these drop zones. But CLG, probably struggling the most out of these teams that we're focusing on at the crossroads.
Na'Vi's inching up just a bit. They're off of the back wall, and they're now into these buildings. As you see, they have the entire back wall Watsoned up, but presumably going to grab some positioning in this building as well, which if Na'Vi is still, yes they are, Na'Vi is still right here, just once again very close, and it's going to be Penta who's engaging. And if they start to get seen knocks, you could see Na'Vi fly in on Penta. Now this is getting even more interesting. You have to assume Rogue is still up top above all this, at least 4 teams in a very small part of Crossroads right now.
And now we also have to raise the concern and the fact that not only is Rogue just constantly waiting here for their prey to kind of walk out as they are almost vultures from above, but CLG is now possibly sandwiching in Na'Vi between that and Penta if they can get pressure out. Where do you go from Crossroads? You don't. You die there. Na'Vi has to win that fight if CLG pushes.
Yep, here's no Cocoa Puffs on white armor with a longbow, which means he's going to need to be careful in the engagements that he picks and be ready to disengage. G2 once again starting to move, though. They have gotten out of the interior they were, but they don't really have much room to go.
So I want to raise a really wild situation now because so much action is happening around Penta and Na'Vi. The odds that G2 is the only win condition team to live at the very end, very high. But the problem is because they're so patient, they don't have any gear going in their favor.
It's an interesting set of circumstances here, and it's dependent on so many variables, whatever CLG decides to do here. What does Rogue decide to do? We couldn't ask for a better final here so far. This is anything but certain, and as we said, no Cocoa Puff's going to need to disengage because he receives shots. So does Nicewig right away. It's only Madness on full shield, and actually Madness going to have to disengage as well.
They have 30 seconds.
Bat. Yeah, they need to go.
They got 30 seconds to figure it out. Do you move into the choke, try and force Na'Vi to get pincer between Penta, or do you go for the wider route where you want to run across G2, maybe Wyvern within those cages?
And I think if CLG knew what was on the other side of this crossroads with the other 3 parties that would be, you absolutely, you go caves. You get out of there, you don't try to go through that choke, and you try your luck at caves.
But Penta still has a glance at caves, and it's not like Na'Vi doesn't have a glance at that either if they volunteer. And look at this, actually transitioning out away from the crossroads. This was a very heads-up play by Na'Vi. I think this positioning is going to accent their ability to rotate out afterwards due to the fact that we have Penta and Rogue still looking down from above on top of them. If they did not transition early, it would have been a Hail Mary they do not want to make happen.
And here's G2 once again on all white, trying to see what they can do. Curious what we're hearing in the comms from Rogue within the next minute 40 just to see exactly how they select this battle. Once again, it's very likely, as we do see Penta actually on the move, maybe for the flank up on Rogue.
Well, let's go ahead and figure out what Rogue thinks here about Penta's decision making. Go ahead, get the portal completed. Everybody going to go for the all-in. It looks like Skulltown's the high focus here, finding a couple of Watson traps. You know, that Rogue feels good, the fact that they're sitting dead center here in that circle. Wacko needs to be able to deal here with NRG
that they find. Now Ace has to disengage. Dizzy also down.
That's a very early iframe.
Gonna queue maybe. Let's see exactly where this portal will take them. Over here, all the way up top, presumably where NRG was hiding. Now back on board with CLG. They have made
1 minute.
a move here across, and they actually occupy space only because Penta left.
Yeah, they essentially were given enough breathing room, and now they're trying to get to that zip without actually having to burn anything, so no Cocoa Puffs can make his way up. He burns his own. They're not going to waste any time, but they're going to run into Rogue there on that high ground. Na'Vi still with the low ground, still sitting in the middle of Crossroads.
Na'Vi's the only one of this group that has really stayed there. We still see also Rogue still up top, so they might get involved once again. Penta choosing to go for these interior battles, and grenades coming in. They're going to have to be careful here. They know that Rogue could still be up top. Bones.
Wyvern also actually making it over from the caves. We saw them a long time ago trying to deal with a skirmish, and they ended up holding their own. Parka needs to be able to shield up, but it looks like he will be given that opportunity here for now. Only 19, or excuse me, all 19 minus 1 team here still remaining. In round number 4 is we're going to be closing in very, very quickly here. 9 seconds out. G2, the team low on armor, but still met the win condition, trying to skirt their way into the rest of the circle, but down on the resources. I don't know if it's going to pay off as Penta getting pressure.
Look at Nesh here. So weak, has to pop a med. No, he will go down. Nesh just get the knock. That's Sanya from 789 who gets that. Wacko and Orax needing to work together here. Look at Wacko getting absolutely melted. He has to queue out and tries to stay alive here in the building. Tries to pop a bat. We'll see. He's going to need Wacko to keep him alive. Excuse me, Orax to keep him alive.
Tries to get pressure on a different angle. And look at Wacko actually was able to heal up. Orax is suffering with shots from the side. Wacko takes one more glance. 4 Peacekeeper available. No way he's going to be able to shield up.
What? More cells being popped. Right away finds a Wraith with some good shots. Orax might go ahead and continue to re-engage. He does have help once again from Wacko. He's going to sell up. Wacko did able to pop that bat, so now going to try to fly in, and now getting pinched again is Wyvern.
Yeah, it looks like they found G2 actually.
G2's
Wyvern
out.
with a double
G2's
knock.
out.
G2 is going to be out of here, so we only have ourselves Na'Vi and Penta still available for this win condition, but Penta not sitting with a full roster, and I don't think that's the case when we look here back at Na'Vi.
By the way, Wyvern was in 6th place. Once again, 9 points away, only at 41 from the threshold. You have to wonder if they prioritize that kill. Likely the case. G2 is out, and Na'Vi and Penta are our only 2 teams left on match point. Look at that. Great 99 work from Impulse. Also, PKMK going to push in as well while Impulse pops that bat.
But notice how the zipline was just used. The zip will not be available before the next circle actually comes into play. So it's important to note that they cannot rely on the high ground advantage there from that Pathfinder for that team. Penta, though, struggling quite a bit. Orak's the only one left alive.
Lots of action here in this part of Skull. And this is tricky days. We now have Orax, the only player alive for his team on match point. It would require a minor miracle for him to win this game. And look at this. Now half health. He's getting melted. Also, Penta is eliminated. That leaves only Na'Vi, as they will also get the wipe on Rogue. But they take the lead in kills, and now the only team left on match point.
But it comes at the cost of PKMK. It is not free here for them whatsoever. So they need to find a way to be able to maintain the high ground. And I feel like played a little bit slower here. The portal's going to come out from Impulse saying, Dread, what are you talking about? Slow is not the way we're going to make this happen here. Transfer over to the side of Skulltown, maybe on the outskirts there where we saw Penta before, but Virtus Pro now with the high ground wailing away at the victims within Skulltown, finding one on the outskirts, but they have grand positioning here as we see 20 seconds out from the finishing of the closing of this circle.
Virtus Pro is great G7 stops there. If you take a look back to PJ. Trying to make some shots down connect here, and things are broken shields for them. Let's see if EP can pick up. Yes, indeed. That goes a knock, and right away they fly right in. They waste no time here as they head into the Skulltown pit right around the respawn beacon. PJ pushing in. Great shots with the wingman, but does he have enough health? Peacekeeper is out trying to turn the corner. He will go down now back over to Impulse and Claws.
Oh, look at this. They actually have a flank on the backside of somebody here. Impulse looking good when it comes to the HP. Claws not going to join him in that push. Nice 74 into a blue armor, one away from cracking.
5 squads left. Na'Vi, one of them, with a potential to win the tournament here with only 2 players.
The only team available in this game with an opportunity to win and become the champion, but they have to get first place. 4 squads remain. 2 members of Na'Vi still here. Can they do it?
Now 4 squads left as we do see Virtus Pro fall. You have to wonder how TSM is going to play this, because they cannot allow Na'Vi to take the win. You have to imagine that as soon as they find Na'Vi, they will be wondering. 789 as well. Every team that remains knows they cannot let Na'Vi win this game. Both a gold shield and a purple shield here. Peacekeeper Devotion in the hands of Claws.
And both taking a pretty poor trade. They're already losing a couple of shields, but it's just important to note that none of these teams know which one of these are Na'Vi. They have no information to discover which one is the one they need to focus. So if Na'Vi can distract, just buy a little bit of time, get each other to look at each other, they're going to be okay here. TSM still with the low ground, as we do see Na'Vi struggling with the fight up above, but TSM now counter-fighting and helping out here. Na'Vi, again, they don't know if they're helping or hurting in most situations, but that Arc Star's going to hurt.
Claws now has to pop that bat, and just in time. Impulse also shielding up. Impulse is getting melted up top, trying to help. Let's see if Claws can work together. He jumps out. Oh my God, gets the knock. Now Impulse goes down. Na'Vi is out.
So here we go. TSM having the opportunity here to walk away with 3 squads remaining. Only Imperial Hal and Albra Lately seem to be alive. Excuse me, just the UI covering up that. Reps is still here. It's going to be the 3 versus 3. We find ourselves Gambit with the high ground.
Take a look at this now. Everything converging on the rooftop shots here. Gamers Origin is out. Take a look at this. Na'Vi now one of the only squads left here. TSM versus, now Na'Vi.
789. It's the only one here. 2 squads left. TSM versus 789. 2 members. Stetsu with a bad trade there. It's going to really set them back. Kasanya trying to do their best, but look at that. Seems like it's Hal. 3 versus 2. They push out from above. I don't think they have what it takes here,
I
Bravo.
don't think so. Take a look at TSM just flying right in. Taking a look at exactly where this might pop out. Yes, indeed, find it. And yes, indeed, TSM wins the game.
And more importantly, TSM likely find themselves now amongst those in the 50-point threshold. Because you know that they were so concerned. Is this that opportunity? They want this tournament. They feel maybe even as if they deserve it with how much success they have had here lately, but they had to get to that point first without allowing Penta, G2, and Na'Vi. Very well done here for them, but only their first victory here in our finals.
And it was a match that came down to the wire. Up until the final moments, we had all 3 teams on match point still in that game. G2 was the first to drop, not terribly surprising given the hand that they were dealt. But ultimately it's TSM that adds a win in the finals, and that trophy will sit center stage for at the very least one more game. To break that one down, let's head over to the analysis desk.
Thank you so much, Bravo. With the first place finish, TSM's at 46 points. You got to think they got at least 4 kills. or more. TSM may have punched their ticket to match point as well. The first North American team to do it. TSM started slow, finishes strong, and they're bouncing back here. You saw the let's go come out of Hal on your screen. TSM does it.
I think the most important part about what just happened is that Na'Vi didn't win. So now we're extending the tournament on yet another match. So all of these teams have another opportunity to do something.
And there, when we saw it on the kill feed, Penta going down, G2 going down, Na'Vi's still alive with 2 players left, but controlling the outside. Everything was looking good until it was raining nades on top of them.
Jamerson turns to me halfway through and says, they have high ground and outside. They're looking good, and they were, positioning-wise, were able to place the ult from Watson, protecting nades, but nades weren't really protected. I don't know how, if it didn't detect or maybe it wasn't reaching high enough, but a couple nades ended up costing them, hurt them, whatever team that was. I think it was Geo. Was it Geo?
I saw one of them definitely get killed by Geo. I don't know if the other one was TSM. I don't know if they were pinched. Yeah. I didn't see the second one. But either way, immediately after that, TSM then takes out Geo. So...
yeah, TSM waited for the third party perfectly to push. 789 versus TSM, a matchup we were excited for. Of course, Russia versus US there. TSM comes out on top 3-on-2. They had a complete advantage there, but TSM with a statement win. First place, that's at least 12 points. They need 4 kills. I think they got it. I think they might be at 50.
Also, crucially, 789. Now they are within contention also.
They're definitely there. They had 45. They got 9 points for second place. So here's the replay. Na'Vi getting flown at. 9 impulse, and of course, the rest of Na'Vi get denied the win. Huge denial coming through. We ever think we'd be talking about denials in Apex? I love this format.
Reps actually got the melee to Zanya there. Name a player or name a team that's gotten more melee kills than TSM at this point.
They had to have been practicing before this event.
Yeah, just warming up the punches.
They've got a punching bag right there in the green room,
Or they just really want the command center to do some more yeets.
Oh, the yeets have been great. We haven't seen a yeet since day one. Blaze is like, you challenge me. He's getting ready for some yeets, I think. Oh my gosh, that command center's been hilarious. Telestrator in their hands has been awesome as we're awaiting the match standings here. But what a finish. Really, really interesting finish. And I can't actually remember entirely. Was that Skulltown?
Yes.
So Skulltown finish. Okay. Yeah, I knew the houses. Wasn't sure if it was a town outside of Skulltown or Skulltown proper. So Skulltown finish is fun. I like the way that one ended up. Top 4 teams. Gamers Origin in the mix. You wonder if the French can do it, if they can get in the 40s or 50s as well.
All very close at this point. And the longer it goes on, the longer it drags on. We saw in X Games, it took about, I believe, by the 12th game, by the final game of X Games, 15 out of 20 teams were able to hit that 50-point threshold. And so we are getting into that mark where a lot of teams are within contention.
You know, I didn't tell you guys, but in my head I had predicted we would go to 8 games, and we're going into a 7.
In your head.
So we're not there yet.
I'm just kidding.
But we're getting close.
You know who did predict 7? Jump predicted 7. I'm just saying. It could happen. This could be the one. 8th could be the one, or 20th could be the one. Anything is possible here. Honestly, I'm having so much fun. I hope it goes the distance.
As in 20 games the distance?
I'm ready.
Settle in, folks.
As long as I'm on my flight tomorrow at like 9 a.m., I got to go to Vegas after this, I'm okay.
Oh, my flight's at 3 in the afternoon. I've got all night.
You're chilling. You're fine then. That's going to be a long flight home, but it's okay because hopefully it's a longer night. I mean, I love the action. Of course, on the East Coast in the U.S., still the middle of the day there. They're going to hang with us for a while. Europe, someone tells me you're going to hang in too because 4 out of 5 teams right now that have hit the 50-point threshold, again, we're pretty much sure that 789 and TSM did it, are from Europe, Eastern and Western Europe, both represented here. TSM holding down the fort for North America. Rogue has to be pretty close, though.
I believe they ended up with 1 placement point. They were on top of Bones, and they had a pretty rough fight with Na'Vi, who kind of got up there with them. I'm not sure if they ended up getting any full kills for additional points, and they were very, very close to that threshold. We'll have to see what happens when the final standings come out.
Yeah, Rogue started so strong. I mean, they finished losers bracket final very strong, 2 in a row. Started the Apex final very strong by winning a couple, top 2, top 1, doing a very, very good job. But since then, been a little bit quiet. We haven't seen them in the last 2-3 matches.
Honestly, I think it's everyone just slowing it down just a little bit, and then also everybody taking that chance to try and go for the third parties. It's been very difficult for teams to get very clean fights and get out of those and recover. And so that's why we're seeing a lot of teams right now just trading away kills.
Yeah, that's a good point. And one thing, Rogue actually dropped Skulltown, so I'm actually not sure what happened there. They only got 1 placement point. They got 14th place, so that will put them at 45, I believe. I wonder if Blaze and Nathanius can show us some insight there. Of course, they're going to show us some insight here soon. We're waiting the standings to let you guys know where things currently do stand. But I think as analysts, we're doing a good job keeping some predictions going. keeping track of some numbers, because we do know for a fact 5 teams, 2 more join the likes of Na'Vi, Penta, and G2 for a chance to win at match point.
I'm still holding out hope for someone to change up a drop spot at this point and gun for one of the top teams.
Crazy.
Guys.
Crazy. It didn't happen last game.
We saw MVP try to do that to TSM early on, and that did not work out well for them. And so that kind of left a salty taste in their mouth, and we haven't seen it once again. And at this point, we really do have to kind of question MVP. They came out really strong at the beginning of the day, but now they are wavering way behind Wyvern.
Yeah, just above Mystic.
Sorry about the alliteration, guys.
That was great. I gotta say, man, you're on top of it there. MVP might get reckless though. I mean, they're in 18th place. They got nothing to lose here to play aggressive. So I can expect MVP with confidence. They know their gun skill's good. Raz thinks he's the best player in the game, or does he? I don't know, based on an interview we had earlier. But they might drop somewhere, get reckless, and try and deny. Of course, taking the
wilting. Wilting was another verb that I was going to use there to alliterate. Yeah,
you choked. You really did choke. No, I'm just kidding.
7-8-9 though. It looks like they are starting to return to form very slowly. But honestly, these rotations, a lot of teams, just the amount of people in one area. Take a look at that. That's the 5th ring there.
That's what it was. Yeah, I mean, Rogue stuck around in Skull Town for a while. Interestingly enough, though, Rogue opts not for a camping strategy to just post up inside Skull Town. Obviously, they didn't know the ring was going to end up there, but they go, I think it was top Bones there instead, and end up getting taken out. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, who I know a lot of North American teams don't know a lot of intel about them. Talking to Fnatic NA earlier, it was Spirit and Muffins that told me they have no idea where Na'Vi dropped. So I wonder if the denial might not be coming through, the hot drop might not be coming through, because people don't really have a ton of intel on these teams in Europe and North America.
We saw Na'Vi being very unpredictable, right, in our matches last night. They hot drop onto FlyQuest, they take him out of that game, and then next game, no contest. What is going on? Keeping everybody on their toes.
No, let me hear the comms here.
In the gas. Portal.
The hype, the let's go, American hype right there from TSM. Of course, reps coming from Seattle. We know, I think it's Albert Lely coming from Northeast Connecticut, New Jersey area. Big shout out to those guys holding it down for North America. But I did just get word the command center is ready to show us some of the action. Of course, will we see hot drops? Will we see some of these teams change up their strategy? Will we see some meta shifts? Let's go ahead and throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius to find out.
Thank you very much, Fallout. Yeah, man, we've been trying to see if any of these teams are going to hot drop, try to contest the squads that are at that series point that has that win condition. But
tragically not.
Nothing, right? We haven't seen them yet. Everybody's been kind of playing it safe so far. They just want to make sure they say, you know what? We just got to make sure that these guys don't win. That's it. Survive till late game, don't win.
Where's the griefing? Where's the anti-champion play?
I don't know,
Everybody's
man.
still playing. I'm just saying that there's some teams that I'd like to see try and do some crazy
Especially
stuff
some of these guys at the bottom, right? Especially
Yeah.
some of the ones that said 15 and below. Hey, you guys are that far back. Say YOLO, okay? Go ruin some dreams out there. Now, speaking of that, but I wanted to show the analyst's desk because they didn't get a chance to see how Rogue died, and I actually had the clip here. Wasn't going to use it at first, but I'm going to play this one because they were on top of the canyon, but they did get pushed by Na'Vi. So you're about to see this engagement. There's going to be a Wraith portal on top of the hill where Navi's going to try to come through and contest them up towards the top end side, and but they were ready for him towards that end.
Yeah, unfortunately, trying to hold this down with a couple of the teammates already hurt. You saw before they even got into that fight, dropped very low on the hit points.
Now, he gets one down right here. Just so you know, he gets one down.
And they talked about that because the Na'Vi was able to get the better end of this at the end of the day, but they lost PKMK right there. And as the commentators called out during that engagement as well, sure made it very difficult for them to follow up off of this. So despite the drop, Rogue was still able to put a huge thorn in the side of Na'Vi, possibly preventing them from being able to secure the championship off of this round. Every single kill in this type of situation is worth its weight in gold.
It really is worth its weight in gold. Just one bullet away. The Stealth Revive actually almost came through also, that last player, but they got wiped there. Now we can just kind of show our final winning moment. And this is kind of just TSM and the boys. All these teams recognizing that, hey, Na'Vi is still in the picture. It's going to be Gamers Origin, TSM, and 789. And we know how 789 was close to that win threshold. And I do believe they have reached that point. But, you know, at the end, it was making sure that Na'Vi got out the game and everybody else just kind of finished up the fights and making sure that they got a chance to drop again in the map.
It was really nice to be able to see TSM perform like this. You know, we were talking about how in the earlier rounds of our final didn't really show up the way that we expect them to. Some of these other teams that have been performing very well throughout the loser final earlier today, struggling as we've made it. And as you would expect, it's the best of the best now, especially all those teams that crushed it coming out of the winners finals.
Now, you know, this game, this could have been over with a while ago, but we are still here, and now we have more teams at that 50-point threshold. Now, we want to see what the standings are coming up. And but, you know, hey, that's going to be it from us over here at the Command Center. But we're done here. We're going to throw it back over to the desk so you guys can see the results of the last game and where all teams stand currently.
Thank you so much, Blaze. We're excited to check out those standings as soon as we have a chance to. But before then, if you guys thought it was just Apex action for the pros this weekend, just for your viewing pleasure, no. We got a little something special for your ranked players out there. Check it out. We got him a round of applause from the audience live here as this guy, Jamerson, was freaking out. They freaked out even more. Beautiful new rewards for ranked players in Apex Predator.
None of these people on the stage are even getting those trails. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, none of these pro players in the room, right, Jamerson? Meanwhile, you are going to dominate.
I've only got Diamond right now. Who wants to carry me to Apex Predator? Please, please, anybody in the room.
Accepting applications, raise your hand,
you got
please.
Me?
Thank you.
Carrying me.
My man over here from Super Kick is going to carry me. Appreciate you, brother. We'll see what happens. We need your help. I play on Xbox. No, I'm just kidding. I play on PC. With a controller, though, I'll hold it down for the controller players of the world. Awesome, awesome stuff. Of course, we've been able to watch and enjoy this gameplay all weekend long. It's been exciting holding that for you guys. Ranked is beautiful in Apex, the new competitive format. Honestly, the scrims, the level of play, you're able to play against the likes of top players in the world. It is awesome. One of the best ranked formats and ranked modes I've seen.
Gun charms.
Gun charms. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
That's all he's got. Gun charms.
Honestly, put something shiny in front of me. I mean, you've seen how distracted I've been all weekend long. I've been trying to jump on there, like Blaze is kicking me off the stage. What can I do?
Yeah, Jamerson,
I can't win.
Jamerson's like a lost puppy, to say the least. He literally is a lost dog. Carlos followed him on Twitter, by the way, as a result of his shout-out, Ocelot, and he starts dancing like this, which, please, can we get him not dancing like this on camera? It's a travesty.
Monsoon. Sorry, we got the moves now, buddy.
You and Monsoon have no... Sorry, Monsoon has moves. You try to have moves. That's the difference. That's the difference. Oh, he's still going. Oh, geez. What is this? Is this the robot meets... Blaze is laughing. Blaze is liking it. All right. Craziness. Carlos, you made this man's day. You made my day and Glitter's day by dropping his follows. You're a man of your word. I respect it. But we want to hear from you guys as well. Everyone in the chat, we know there's a lot of great opinions out there. We obviously can't look at Twitch chat live. If we did, I don't know how things would be. No, I'm just kidding. But we can look at Twitter. Check us out at using the hashtag Apex Invitational. Tweet. We've been showing on the ticker at the bottom your tweets all night long. We'll keep doing so as well as you can tweet at our talent group. We've been tweeting all day long. Big shout out to Jump, Rain Day, a big variety of talent that's been here. We want to engage in discussion. Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter Explosion here. It's been fun. It's been real fun.
I mean, that's an understatement. I've had a blast.
Yeah.
Nah, this has been all right.
All right, Jamerson.
It's been all right.
You're the one dancing. You're the one dancing like a lunatic on the stage, and you're saying it's been all right. It's been a good time. Of course, we're waiting the standings here to show you guys. I think we're also a lot of players anxiously waiting. A lot of players out of their seats. I believe that was match 6, right?
Yes, we're going into 7.
Okay, so every 3 matches, of course, we give the players a chance to breathe. As you can imagine, this is a marathon, not a sprint. These players have a long way to go potentially, or it could end up in 7 games as Bill predicted, or it could end up in 8 games as Glitter predicted. We shall see, but we're giving them a quick break as we're, of course, calculating the standings and getting things updated for you guys. But obviously safe to say, TSM makes it to 50. Took a while. We thought it'd take 3. It took 6. 7, 8, 9, same thing. We thought it'd take 3 or 4. It took 6. So really, the teams that we expected to get there the quickest based on their performance all tournament, they're still doing great. But it was actually Na'Vi, Penta, and G2 that do it instead. Europe, stand up.
Yep, and in that last game, it was one of the few times that Penta weren't able to get into that top 5 finish. So now, as things get heavier and the day drags on, are they starting to run out of gas? That's kind of a question that I want to ask.
Yeah, that's a good point. I know something about running out of gas. Talking for 14 hours a day is a little bit crazy, let alone, of course, when you're playing, it's even harder. You're probably drinking a lot of energy, consuming energy drinks, etc., doing what you can to stay awake and stay sharp as these players are about to be battling through the wee hours of the night. Not yet. We will see. However, that's it for us talking. We were waiting, getting ready for the overall standings. Take a look here. Navi leading the way, but no one really over 50 matters at this point. It's a matter of winning. Penta is the lowest of the bunch. TSM, 79. They do it.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the Penta logo, and it's a 5, and they're in 5th, and
wow.
Again,
Jaberson, we're losing Jaberson. Rain Day, where are you? We need you back on the desk. We're losing it. No, I'm just kidding. But Wyvern with 47, Rogue with 46. Close.
You guys were absolutely correct about that Rogue call. Maybe if they had played for placements there, they would be within the top 6, being able to play for match point.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Blaze, thank you. I know you called an audible there and showed us the Rogue clip instead, which I appreciate because that's a great discussion. Rogue just lands Skulltown. That's where the ring ended up. Of course, you know that you can't pick the ring necessarily, but you know it's going to come in a general vicinity sooner than later. Instead of just posting up with a Watson, they actually go top bones, set up, and they played for kills. They wanted to gatekeep. They wanted to get kills on rotation, the very aggressive American style of play that we're used to seeing. You wonder if they just pitched a tent, much like we saw Misfits Help do yesterday as a solo. They get top 5, they're in.
That's a tough call.
Yeah.
Because I think there's also the potential for them with the height advantage and the visibility to easily get the kills that would have qualified them in as well. There was a 50-50 shot there, and it didn't work out in their favor, unfortunately.
Again, the biggest difficulty is, though, if you're able to get the height, that means other teams who are running the exact same composition of Wraith, Pathfinder, and Watson
so
are going to be able to do the same thing. So, yeah, even though you do have that high ground, it is fleeting having that advantage.
Yeah, and you obviously said it. They were playing for kills instead, but in the wise words of CDN the third, you got to hit your shots, kid. And unfortunately, at top bones, it's tough to do. Bullet drop in this game is a real thing. Using the scout, using the longbow, etc. Difficult to hit those shots as teams are rotating. Difficult to finish kills. Obviously, you can get someone weak. We don't know how much damage they did necessarily, but points aren't rewarded for damage. Points are rewarded for kills and placement. I really do think they should have played for placement there.
I absolutely agree, because now you have 5 teams, 5 well-equipped teams, 5 teams that have all been able to, I believe, all of them have been able to put a W under their belt. And so that means they have the capability of winning a lobby. And if they win the lobby, they win it all.
It's true. Craziness. 5 teams have a chance at match point here. And obviously, we're giving the teams a break after another 3 games. We're now going into match number 7. However, we do have Jump and Rain Day on the main stage for an update. How's it going, guys?
Going fantastic. If you wanted some action, if you wanted some excitement, well, you're sure as hell getting it here in Krakow, Poland. We have John Nelson brought the trophy up to us. And,
it's beautiful.
Not only are you walking away with a $100,000+ if you win, but you're going to get this bad boy.
Yeah, and I think this shows the dedication. This is a symbol of what this means to all these teams. They've come from different regions. They've come from Korea. They've come from France. They've come all over Europe as well as North America and South America to be here. And finally, we've got 5 teams that have a chance to actually make it and claim victory. But the issue is, they've got to start doing it quickly, Jump, because there's teams probably in 6 places behind them that, if they let this keep going on, are going to start having a chance at just one lucky win and be able to close out.
I mean, that's the easiest example to talk about when you think of TSM. They are match point eligible. Of course, as you can see, they have over 50 points, but with their win and 10 kills, that propelled them from 34 to 56, showcasing that just because you're outside of that 50 points does not mean you're not capable of taking home the victory.
I want to flip it back to you, man. We talked a lot about how people would change their strategies if they knew someone was on the line and to win the game. But that hasn't happened. Why do you think that is?
I think that it has changed in the late game. If you take a look at one of the main reasons why Penta found themselves in a rough spot was 789 found themselves in a skirmish. The second that Xanaya found out that it was a Penta member that got knocked down, that completely shifted the mindset of 789, saying they're match point eligible. We have to go on the aggressive, because even if we die, we will potentially deny them from taking home the victory.
Also, a lot of squads that we were talking about as well, and that I had my eye on, Virtus Pro, have kind of disappeared. NRG as well, you would almost sometimes forget that they are in this bracket, because in the final circles, they have not had a lot of impacts, not a lot of appearances, but that could change. Any big game here could get you 20 to 26 points, and I feel like that's what the Virtus Pros, that's what the NRGs, you don't want to let them have that. You're trying to close it out a lot faster.
I also think that we are now reaching a point with 5 teams in that winning point eligibility. You're starting to see teams that are here that have those differing strategies. You've got the back-to-back game winners of G2 that were finding themselves outside of the prediction chart. You have 789 that has been slaying out just like Na'Vi throughout the tournament. They're finding themselves there. And you have TSM that at any point in time could push down the gas pedal and run everybody else off the cliff.
Yeah, the faster you win this, the more you can say, this is because of my skill. I've outpaced you to 50, and I've gotten the win because I'm more clinical at executing. But the longer this goes, like we mentioned, it's just whoever is alive at the end of the day. Gold knockdown shields become much more important in kind of throwing that off. I want to commend Soar as well, a team that's been doing very, very well at staying in placement value, especially when you saw Soar RPR. He picked up a nice kill. I think it was Penta actually rotating in that game where we saw Na'Vi clean it up, and they had a great job just getting to 3rd or 2nd. Those are the types of things that might push you over the edge in the next few games.
Now, I have to ask you the last quick final question. Before the last game, you said teams are going to keep the same strategy. With 5 teams eligible, is that going to be the case?
I don't see them changing, and here's why. I feel like at this point it's in a theoretical vacuum that you say, yeah, I do this. Oh, I drop there, and then, you know, I shake my my foot 3 times to the right. You don't do all those things that you plan on paper and say, yeah, that's perfect. What you do is you try to, at the end of the day, just win the game. I think most pros are locked in focus and saying, it's not worth it to think that's Na'Vi and push them. Let's just play what we know and play to the best of our ability.
All right, well, the game is ready. They're locked, loaded, ready to fire. It's back over to our casters. Bravo, Dreadnought. Gentlemen, will we find a winner?
That is the question. Jump and Rain, thank you so much. As we jump in now to this game, Dread, and as we expected, TSM and 789, they joined the ranks of teams on match point. And if we're honest, this is where we expected those 2 teams to be.
But a little bit later, maybe, than a lot of people at home, especially after the performances of 789. They're here now. They still have a chance. And at the end of the day, it didn't matter when you got here as long as you walk away with that first victory.
That's right. Match number 7 is underway, and we are kicking things off with your Game 6 winner. It's going to be TSM.
5 teams with the opportunity to really, you know, I feel like trailblaze and start here. Apex Legends history. TSM has so much weight on their shoulder and a lot of confidence coming into this tournament. And they got to feel very, very thankful now that they are past that 50% or 50-point threshold. They are going to be dropping Cage, the common drop point here for TSM. We got to figure out where this first circle is going to be.
One team also went labs. One team went labs. One team
Go
went
ahead and
market.
listen now to this listening here on the team comms off the drop. Looks like a few words exchanged there from the TSM boys, but as you expect it, after you drop Cage a few thousand times, there's not much to say if you don't have any company.
Just got to loot up. Wonder where you're going elsewhere. You see a couple pings coming down on the map circle. Going to be pretty weighted towards the center here. Yeah, up towards the containment half of the map, so not too big of an area that we're going to have to see TSM make a rotation through, but we know some of our other squads here within that match point, like Na'Vi, probably got a bit of a trek there over from airbase.
Certainly will. As a reminder, it's Na'Vi, 789, TSM, G2 Esports, and Penta. Your top 5 and all 5 on match point. Worth noting here, Dread, that we're going to continue to see teams that succeed in these games but do not win, such as Na'Vi. They're already at 72 points. As a reminder, it doesn't matter how many points you get past 50, you'll stay on match point, but that's quite a big difference between Na'Vi at 72 and Penta at 51. They only got 1 point last game, so it's going to tell you a lot about their success in these games, but that's all it's going to tell you. We need a winner in order to crown a champion.
So it's such an interesting aspect and something I've always been talking about throughout the entirety of the tournament, but only more so relevant now is just Navi's basically just ruining everybody else's point opportunity. You want to catch up to 50? We don't care. We're going to maintain our dominance here at the very top. But in reality, if they can't find a way to get another victory, it's not going to be quite so. It's just going to be close, not quite where maybe they want to be.
Yep, we'll highlight a few of those bubble teams in a minute, but before that, I want to check in on some drops on the map. Blaze and Nathanius, over to you in the command center.
Hey, thank you, Brav. I just want to let you know our next circle is going to be right outside containment and by that north tower. That's going to be the center of it. Na'Vi went Twin Spine, 789, went to Water Tower, TSM Cage, Penta Thunderdome, and G2 Farm. That's it for the updates that we got for you guys. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Blaze. Speaking of G2 at Farm, they are in trouble. They've already lost 0-0. Who has been knocked? Mimu. Not much shields. They're going to have to pop a cell. He's able to. Red is trying to cover him with all he's got.
Looks like they're going to be able to skirt away here, but 0-0, not joining them there. 70 seconds, maybe going to make it on the backside of this rock. Look for a res opportunity. Red, they're trying to get that cover fire. That's going to be a thirst onto 0-0. Res opportunity, as you see the ping go down, it's very close. Banner picked up.
Should be able to get that at this stage in the game. You did see off screen, Misfits, our first team out.
Another one of our squads here who are at match point, but down a member already. It's Penta losing Nesh. We do see Orax and Wacko still looking all right when it comes to their armor, but it's going to be pretty big deficit there if they're unable to pick up that banner.
Absolutely, and what an interesting start for match number 7, that 2 of our 5 teams on match point would find themselves in such challenging positions this early. Speaking of teams on match point, here's Na'Vi.
Looking very, very good here with their transition out from that airbase. Now just going to be able to loot up quite a bit here over this. I want to know if they make a transition through bunker or whether or not they go through runoff. This is something we've seen from them over and over again, and every time that they have to go to the northern side, it seems like runoff's the play. Could make a transition over to the crossover. I forgot the name of that section there. TSM dead center.
Potentially heading down to containment.
Yeah, take it.
Go.
Here you go, a little bit of TSM comms you're hearing.
I'm inside.
Yeah, get inside. It's not taking. Get in.
Might be something good this way.
Okay. Bit of a struggle there when it came to the comm. Sorry about that, but TSM still doing just fine when it comes to holding up here in the center of the game, though. G2 still under pressure. A lot of struggle. Ret falling extremely low. Mimu with the Peacekeeper. It's going to be able to humble Star Wraith, and look at that. A clean up here for G2. Big victory here.
Yes, indeed. A big victory that will keep them alive and still on match point. Mimu, like you said, with that fantastic Peacekeeper to shot out the doorway, and that's going to give them time to Watson up, shield up, pop some meds. Back on board with Na'Vi, who's just outside High Desert, getting a view over the entire western side of the map.
More importantly, yes, this right here. More information when looking at that circle. They're not the only team with this information, though, as we've already seen a couple of Pathfinders able to reveal that using that beacon. And it seems like the northern transition, it did see a ping maybe more towards, that a pit rather than the transition through runoff. And I actually would like to see if they end up making that choice, if it comes back to maybe haunt them. Penta, though, here. Crossroads in the cave seems to be their decision-making, and they make their way up here after rezzing Nesh.
Yeah, let's stay on board with Penta to see if they're able to get this. Nesh going to be coming down, and we'll try to see if they have enough loot to share with him for what will likely be a transition through caves if they don't find too much resistance that way. And here we see TSM actually in a building I think we remember them talking about yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, as they were the team up here on top of containment, but now they will find security and solace there. Now back up on top market with Penta.
Na'Vi's still making the transition. They actually do take the pit, so we'll see if it's something that actually hurts them rather than helps them, just because it's a small deviation from what they've done a little bit here in the past, and they've been pretty controlled with their approach if they get that northern angle. FlyQuest, though, over towards that containment, sitting just on the outskirts of TSM.
Yep, not much in the way of armor, which has led to them deciding to just hold up in containment and wait for those rings to converge. Checking in with CLG as well on the scoreboard. They're in 15th with only 18 points. They're going to need some big games here. I mean, one big game could do it, but that's a tall order. So now once again looking at Penta.
VP seems like they found somebody here with the high ground advantage they've gotten with that zip line there. Cheeky little play. A lot of people know the bunker opportunity with the zip line, but not too many with this side angle to get that high ground advantage with one of the biggest chokes actually in transition from west to east, or west just even to the middle of the map.
Na'Vi now at bottom containment.
This is big.
Need to be careful with this push. We already saw some presence in containment as well.
And it's important to note that one of our match point teams sitting right next to them, TSM here on the same subsection of the map.
They're under us, under our building, 100%.
And you hear them. They're aware of it. Let's go ahead and listen once again with the TSM side.
If they come in this door, let me know. I can literally turn around and I have the nastiest angle on it.
They're playing under us. They're not going to push.
all we're going to get here from TSM, as it seems like a bit of a struggle here, but 789 maybe not struggling. They're going to go ahead and force a portal. They are at a very different angle than everybody else. There's Penta glance themselves maybe another target.
And like you said, a little bit longer than we maybe expected from 789, given their performance and dominance this weekend. But 789 and TSM have joined the likes of Na'Vi, G2, and Penta as our teams on match point.
Ksanya taking a lot of shots there. Longbow seems like coming here over maybe from a little bit of the wetlands in their rotation through 789. One of our big performers, D2, still down a member here on the underpass. They're going to be able to bunker up and kind of hold out here for a long while. Gambit sitting with a high ground advantage, trying to scout out. And really, it feels like we're at a bit of a stalemate here for now, Bravo. Everybody waiting for our next rounds.
Absolutely. And with Gambit up top Watchtower, that's going to be a very difficult respawn for G2, if they even were bold enough to try it at this point. We've essentially been tuning into so much presence around containment. Now we also see around Watchtower as well that all of those factors would make that respawn very difficult.
Other team not in the same area of the map whatsoever, though, is going to be Third Impact here, sitting on... Well, this is a very popular place, as we can tell here in our finals, just on the side of artillery. They can make the transition through that artillery tunnel that we talked about so much in that last game, but back here with Na'Vi, have an opportunity to maybe take this Watchtower. We know somebody was waiting there up above. We'll see if they try and siege up.
Right now, just checking, they do have a portal, all three members down low. Shots coming in, which might force them up. Right now, they're going to stay and fight. Pop some shields before maybe having to go.
I want to know how long they think they're going to hold this position, because it seems like it's going to be beneficial here maybe for the first couple of rounds. As you see, it is Kick launching those shots at them, just knowing that somebody has that high ground, but eventually it feels like you're stuck in just a terrible position.
Right. I think they need to make a decision if they're going or not, and I think sitting there and allowing Gambit to possibly drop on them as they get pushed from low, not a decision I expect them to make, but we'll see how it plays out. Checking in with Soar as well.
IPN just trying to gain as much information. It's important to note that he's actually got a very big distance compared to the rest of his team out there. Wacko doing his best to get some of these shots, and you actually look at this high ground push coming out from Penta. This is going to be very, very relevant to their success here in this game if they can control this high ground. They're on their way up. See what they find.
Peacekeeper is out, ready to engage. Not seeing much yet. So as a result, go over here to Wyvern.
Wyvern, the first time we got a glance at them here in our possible final game. Penta actually managed to get the high ground for free, essentially. It's going to be a huge win for them over the next minute and 50 seconds. They will have to make a movement out once we do get the closure on this circle, but for now, this is one of the best high ground positions they can hold.
I was just going to say, Dredd, you and I have talked about this specific high ground spot, given really how advantageous it is. You've got cover to the back, but also you have views over containment. You have views, anyone pushing river, anyone pushing from bunker. This is the spot they want to hold for now. They're going to be comfortable there.
Yeah, basically, as long as you don't let anybody take that exact same zip you set up, you're going to be just fine. And you know that that roster is not going to allow that to happen here. CLG, though, still controlling over containment here with so many other of the people that we've seen posing and kind of posturing up here. Finally, Na'Vi found their way to the high ground, but maybe a couple of friends along with it.
But see, they're going to engage right away on the Watchtower, come right back down. So poking a bit just to see what's up top on Watchtower. But for now, they will still stay here at the bottom of that Watchtower zip.
And the question is how long are they allowed to stay there based on the circle? We do see the next round still sitting in their favor, and it's not confident that it won't be on the next. As we do see Ksanya actually out of here, as Desu taking a lot of pressure.
We're going to have to see what happens with 789. It's going to be NRG actually pushing. Thermite maybe going out for Ace. Look at Xen's doing whatever he can. Breaks his shields and tries to fly back in with his Desu. Still looking at the same angle. And they will take cover inside once again. Now finding here the path. Can they neck of the knock? Yes, indeed. That's going to be Dizzy knocked immediately.
He didn't even take damage.
And Xen gets up top and pops a cell immediately. Clinical. And as Desu also in trouble, can he get up top? Xen's will get knocked. So it's just as Desu left for 789. Trying to get
Ace
this knock here.
Struggling to hit with those wingman shots as well. The fact that this is even close is insane. Moore tries to flank with the backside, ends up getting the shot through, but NRG for a moment they're struggling. That's going to be one of our match point squads here now out.
NRG will take down 789. They were in second with 60 points already, but that leaves just Na'Vi, TSM, G2, and Penta as our team still in the game on match point and able to win the preseason invitational right here and take home $105,000 for the team.
Penta, though, still looking good with their transition. As long as they can defend that high ground, they have a great opportunity to make it in towards that center circle. Na'Vi Still posted up below that watchtower. Na'Vi seems like they're on some next level stuff this game. Like it feels like their brain is so big, I just can't even fathom what they have in store for us.
I'm with you. We have not seen really teams hold such a position, especially one like that bottom of that watchtower zip. They feel confident, and they must be confident in their rotation out.
The most dominant Heat team here in the finals. I'm going to trust everything that they do here so far because I have no reason not to. As Nesh throwing out a couple of longbow shots, good connection, but not going to be too threatening. Just draw out some of those resources from the team on the outskirts, but it looks like the rest of Penta want something to do with this here as when Grapple comes out. Shots there from containment still continue.
And notice Nesh staying back there, opting to not go up there, not putting all their eggs into one basket. Instead, sitting just back a bit, making sure that they cannot get wiped from that angle as they were pushing up from Hillside Outpost. But looking back here on containment, it's Retzi who's on the receiving end of some shots. He'll need to drop back. Senox watching his back. Zoms as well. Zoms going to pop a bat and more meds for that side. Here's Na'Vi again, one of your teams on match point.
But looking pretty good as they've made a maneuver kind of outward from that zone. And notice this next circle here, Bravo, working very much into their favor. Again, the big brain plays now, I think, coming a little bit more clear as time has made its way on. If they can win that high ground afterwards, it's going to be very easy for them to make any transition towards this end game.
And it seems like Na'Vi getting a little bit out of that bottom tunnel and playing that ground. They must just be simply so confident that Gambit's not going to zip down. They're not going to drop down, essentially treating that as a total safety to their back. Look at Virtus Pro here. Those is a tough situation for them. They're in 11th. And it's all up to Taylor.
And he's in a bad spot. The Watson fences really are just a false sense of security as they end up getting picked up there. Just dead center of the map, last man standing. Wyvern find themselves a victim. Actually not going to land there with that choke. Arcstar does hit, and there's the finish there. That's going to be Nesh going down.
Wyvern, by the way, at 47 points. They're in 6th. Only 3 points away. So they need to make sure they pick up just those few limbs or hold on for a few placement points to get onto match point next game if we get there. But that, oh my word, great longbow shot there. That was going to be Taylor of Virtus Pro who goes down.
Such a great shot there from Wacko. Down a member though. Na'Vi finding a little bit of threat here towards their southern watchtower for the first time. Looks like they're easily able to defend off any invaders.
And I do tell you, I mean, right here we have not seen a team control this on a competitive stage that I can recall.
I've never seen it.
The way that this team is doing it. If you look at that, there's a lot of cover from those trucks. They do obviously have the ability to pull all the way back in and disengage if they need, but Wyvern now under pressure as well. Q comes out for Parka. Selly going down as well. They're so weak, but look at that knock there. It's going to be coming on more.
Great use there of Parka's Q to make sure he doesn't take any shots from below the hill as he makes his way out. Otherwise, he could have been one dead Wraith.
And they did so well on the shield management. They engaged just as long as they could. They both come back, they both pop bats, and they're right back in the fight. That's what has got them so far in this tournament.
5 seconds till round 4 finishes closing, and a lot of teams now stuck here. Gonna go ahead and see Zach land right in front of Na'Vi, and that's an easy pickup. FlyQuest losing their last member.
And I think it's safe to say that FlyQuest also hasn't seen too many teams hold the bottom of this watchtower zip, because Zach comes around the corner and he's on the receiving end of a terrible, terrible surprise.
And look at this, up on top is going to be G2 still down a member trying to defend that watchtower.
Look at Wyvern going for the thirst because they know where their point total is. They may only be one elim away from the match point, or they may even be past it if anyone but Selly has an elimination so far.
Very well done there from Wyvern to understand the situation and make sure they capitalize as best as they can.
Yeah, if we take a look here now, being that there are 14 squads remaining, I think that does secure them through given that placement point as well. Wyvern will be on match point if we do not have a win from Na'Vi, TSM, G2, or Penta.
Again, 789 being only one of the only team removed, but looking at TSM, first time we checked in with them in a while, and look at it's Imperial How who has to make the miracle play if TSM is actually going to make this work. So if you're a TSM fan, you are begging that everyone else in this match point fail here, as Imperial How versus the world does not sound like a winning strategy.
It doesn't. We know he's a very, very talented player, but that is a tall order as well. Monsoon, look at how much space he has. We talk about Monsoon as one of the most talented players at this event. All eyes on him for his squad. Now looking at Gambit, they haven't left the watchtower. There's no reason to. And now look at Penta. It's just Orax, no shield, just barely trying to stay alive on the low ground.
1 HP and TSM actually getting knocked as well. So we just lost 2 of our match point teams here. Only 2 remain, Na'Vi being one of them, and they look good.
It's gonna be Na'Vi and G2 here as your 2 match point teams still in the game. Taking a look up top, here's MVP Raz is in a tough spot. G2, though, looking pretty comfortable.
Find themselves a kill there onto one, but Red taking a lot of pressure. We see them dropping from above. Thermite gonna go ahead and hit Mimu, but he pushes right through, takes on that purple armor, and it's a bold move, and it's gonna cost him his life, but Red comes in with the clutch.
G2 out as well.
Here we go. We only have one team left here, and it's going to be Na'Vi standing. Wyvern take themselves a trade, struggling to make themselves into the circle. 7 teams remain. Na'Vi goes down. Nobody can end up walking away a victor. Here is MVP, tried to defend the high ground.
Look at this, 6 squads left, and we just saw match point after match point team drop. MVP is also out. Now just 5 squads remaining in this game. Here's Wyvern, as we established, due to eliminations and placements. Now they're way past that match point threshold. Wyvern will certainly join us for a game where they will at least have one opportunity for them to win the tournament as well.
Look at this positioning now for third impact. G been left alone for some time here. 4 squads remain, knowing somebody kind of likely lurking from above. Here in a couple audio cues, Wyvern get the peak, or excuse me, the ping down. Wyvern sitting in such a good position here, Bravo, for this end circle. As long as they can make it to the high ground, focus fire comes through, and not long for this world is going to be third impact.
Not just a great shot there, but like you said, also a great focus fire. Expect to see a lot more of that in the late game, especially from Wyvern. Some great teamwork, coordination, and timing all weekend long from them. And you got to think every team in this lobby can take a breath for a second, still looking for a win, but they know that they will not be exiting here. The tournament will continue past this game. And let's see who Rogue, we know, probably based on here, their position, they're going to be through as well. They're only 4 points away. There's no doubt about that given the placements here. 3 squads remaining.
Gambit, though, really needs to be able to get a very big victory here, not sitting as comfortably when it comes to Rogue, looking towards that future.
Yeah, Gambit needs 19 points to hit the 50 mark. They're going to get 12 if they win. They would need 7 limbs as well, 9 points for second. And if we take a look at how much third place offers, that's 7 points. So this is a big one for Gambit, maybe the biggest for them of these last 3 squads.
Absolutely. Now we see Rogue, a team that we know it's going to be in that 50, but not there quite yet. Seeing if they can deny anybody with the transition. Nobody going to move up on that zip, but we do see the wingman attempt there in the trade. Just playing patient.
Disruptor ult here for dropped. We saw some great shots there from Sweet with the wing as well, raining down a lot of damage. And Wyvern's going to have to fight this from low. We've seen this ring before. And look at the zip might go up.
When do they go? Do they wait? Do they push? We see the audio cue number 1. Grapple could get the Pathfinder a different angle up there if you'd like. Trade number 1 looking in favor. Arcstar's already prepped here. A minute 30 till the circle forces it. What does Wyvern do?
They do not push. They do allow the shield to come in and the heal for dropped. Like you said, 2 arcs here for Huskers. And how does Wyvern time this? They've got a lot of time, but they're going to continue to poke. They're throwing those arcs and frags, excuse me, straight up. You can get those on the rooftops now. Look at Gambit as well. Like we said, this is highest stakes for Gambit Esports. Wyvern is already through for sure. Rogue is already through for sure. But it's Gambit that needs this win and a high performance the most.
It's all going to come down to how this breaks down. We know Gambit's got the low ground. We know Wyvern's sitting in the mid ground and Rogue with the high. It all really comes down to this final circle, the Wraith pre-prepping, things like this, and who can get the massive heal off. Also, who gets distracted with who. Is Gambit actually trading a couple shots with Rogue? Rogue sitting fine, though. In that HP is another warning shot coming out from Wyvern.
What a situation, because you know that Rogue and Wyvern have done the math at this point. It's a bit too certain for these 2 teams that they know that they're through. And Rogue with the high ground. Instead, it's Gambit with the low ground, Wyvern outside, and it's Gambit that needs to make the right plays here.
Arcstar is going to be prepped. Who has the fast heal backpack? There we go. Swap it onto the Wraith. Why the Wraith? Because she has the best opportunity to outsurvive everybody. This is the greatest min-maxing for Wyvern. Then go through the portal. We've seen the pre-prep on the med kit. Then use your Q, go back through the portal, and get your syringes off as best you can. This should be, in theory, if the Wyvern can do that without taking damage, a win on their behalf. But you know everybody's thinking that here as round 7's about to close.
Absolutely. Sign and the rest of the Gambit side exchanging some shots with Rogue up top. Gonna be an opportunity. Some cells drop for Sweet, because he did see Drop taking a few shots, and here's a player jumping up right away. Let's see, and right away, Article goes down. That's not good sign for Gambit.
Yeah, pulling the trigger a bit too early there. We got to keep eyes on the race, and we see Sweet Dream. That's Portal 1. Here's going to be Portal 2. Expected iframe coming out soon there. Parka taking the glance from down below, actually finding himself in the middle of this circle. Where's Sweet Dreams? Because that's the last one left. Golden Circle, do we get a finisher? No, not even necessary. Let him die to the Watson fence.
And Wyvern picks up a win here in our 7th game. and the first one of the finals, and I think of the tournament as well.
Wyvern's first victory here. Again, one of the more impressive rosters when looking at the entirety of Korea, one of the more lethal regions at the Preseason Invitational, but now the first time that they can actually claim they have earned themselves that championship screen.
Wyvern, a team that came out so strong in day number 1, recognized it right away that they were one of many talented South Korean squads that are here. MVP also in the finals, but it's Wyvern who's well above them. They will cross the 50-point threshold with ease. And the big question that I want to know from the analyst desk is, where is Gambit going to fall? They needed 19 points. Did they get them? It would have required quite a few eliminations, and they may not be in if they hadn't pushed that. Let's go ahead, head over to the analyst desk here for that breakdown and more.
Thank you so much, Bravo and Dreadnought. Pleasure as always. And man, it's almost like a snowball rolling down a mountain and turning into an avalanche here as more and more teams qualify for match point. We know for a fact Rogue has it. Which other teams you guys think is going to collect?
Wyvern definitely made sure they got themselves in. And depending on how many kills, I'm not sure how many kills ended up on Gambit, but they obviously have the 12 points, not 8 points. I can't talk, 9. We're going to get there.
They're close.
They've got 9 points for their finish, and then their kills will determine how close they are to where they need to be.
Yeah, I know that's what Bravo asked. And Dreadnought wondering if Gambit was able to make it. That's the one team in my eyes. You're kind of waiting here, wondering till those standings get updated. We'll, of course, keep you guys updated as soon as we find out. But I do know for a fact Rogue and Wyvern do collect. They make it to match point. Congratulations to them. I also want to stand very misspoken and very corrected before Death by Mafia. It's actually very important for the teams past 50 points. Earlier, like, oh, you hit 50, you're good, just win a game and it's over. Well, that's true for first place. For 2nd through 7th now, it's a matter of placement for prize money. Of course, your placement also plays into effect here. So you can't just play for a win. You have to play for points if you want the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th place prizes.
Yeah, well, that also stands true for everyone else in this lobby. So at this point, yeah, a lot of teams are slowly starting to climb in the bottom end, but they're still not finding themselves within contention, of course, at that 50-point threshold. Also, if we're speaking about prize money, we've also got the Apex Predator reward that is still up for grabs. 8K on the line there.
Yeah, and the last I saw, I haven't looked at it or thought about it in a bit, it was actually Sentinel's Retzi that had that with, I think, 7 or 8 kills a couple times ago. Match 2.
That was around match 2.
That was match 2.
3, yeah.
Someone tells me someone has a lot more kills than that now, so we'll keep you guys updated on that Apex Predator award. Something to keep an eye out for. $8,000 is another little prize pool addition, which is great, in addition to the $500,000 total dollars being rewarded to the teams here this weekend. $105K for first among 3 players. You're walking home with a heavy pocket, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a good weekend for somebody very shortly. Well, I say very shortly, but the night is going long, and honestly, we are going to be, it's looking like we might have to burn the midnight oil, but now 7 out of our 20 teams, at the very least, 7 out of our 20 teams have the possibility of walking away as the victors.
Which means that there's not as much of a chance for teams to kind of start doing any crazy plays because there's too many teams to shut down at this point. It's almost half of the lobby can take home the tournament if they win.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replays here. Rogue did it. They made it to 50, and this is how they did it. Very, very good finish here for Rogue. Huskers dropped in Sweet Dreams. Of course, Sweet Dreams, the IGL of this team. He's been performing, not like he's an IGL necessarily, but like he's a top fragger, top slayer. Looking very, very good. Rogue manages to outlast, and look at the Ninja Star, like a Ninja, aka Arc Star, like a Ninja. Comes in, swings in hot, and gets taken out, but still a great job. Rogue does it. They make it to 50.
Yeah, I mean, if the Watson blender wasn't there, you know, he could have thrown down that arc start, and he could have gotten the W. But of course, Watson, her interception pylon is so incredibly strong. I believe at some point also their own Watson interception pylon actually ate up their own nades. So a little bit of consumption of their own economy there did hurt them, but still, they got the points. They're over the 50-point threshold, and they now have a chance to walk away as the Apex champions.
That's true. Yeah, and of course, 2 of the 3 teams that were in contention, a good chance of getting that 50 points. They get 1 and 2. So talk about clutching up when it matters. That's Rogue and Wyvern. And the one team that did not, I'm not sure how they died or what exactly happened, but it was Sentinels.
Yeah, I wanted to see where they ended up as well because they were really, really close to being able to close out their gap between where they were and the match point threshold. So when we get those final standings, there might be another team.
Yeah, I'm keen to find out as well. I don't think Gambit's going to get there. They're at about 28 points before the match. I mean, they're pretty far off. I think they're now at 33 points, I believe, if my calculations are correct here. So we'll definitely see if that's the case, if Gambit can continue to claw their way up, just like TSM did just games ago. Gamers Origin at 39, I believe. Sentinel still at around 42. So 3 teams, one good win away from popping off and making that 7-team list a 10-team list. But you're going to think, almost half the lobby now with match point. You have to think your prediction, I know Rain Day predicted 8. You have to think it's going to come right here. This next game must be it, right?
Honestly, the numbers, yeah, definitely working in their favor, especially with how often these teams are finding themselves within the top 5.
Wow, here we go. Look at this. So TSM, who bounced back, we got excited for, in 6th place right now. That's not the prize money they want to take home. Of course, Na'Vi in 1st, but that really doesn't mean much being in 1st because whichever team wins will supersede you. So we'll see if Na'Vi gets knocked down to 2nd, but placement does matter. I stand corrected and misspoken from earlier. Those 1 through 7 placements, those points really do make a difference.
And honestly, again, I want to harken back to this right now. Wyvern versus MVP, a complete reversal of the day.
Not even a question. 73 to 14 points. Look at the discrepancy there. I think Wyvern certainly comes out of this battle when the dust settles on top as Korea and Asia's best team.
Wyvern definitely figured something out coming out from the lower bracket there, you know. At this point, like MVP, actually, it was actually pretty close. 46 to 44. That's how they moved on, with Wyvern at 46 points, MVP at 44 points during the lowers finals. But still, MVP now honestly struggling. Remember, this is across 4 games. MVP were able to get 44 points, but now we are going the distance, and they are not even in the 20s yet. This is absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
You know, is there a possibility that maybe they're just burnt out? It's been a long weekend. And have they ever played in a LAN that's gone on for this long with this many games back to back? Maybe they just weren't ready for how intense it could be.
Yeah, that's true. It is a grind. It definitely is. I will tell you right now, though, something tells me these gamers, they know how to game for 14-hour marathons. But at a tournament level, to your point, Glitter, is a big difference. I mean, to be able to play at this level, you have to be 100% on for that long, all day long, all night long now. Really says something. If you're a fan of NRG, if you're a fan of Dizzy, Ace, and more, arguably some of the better players, you got to give them some of your energy here. Give me some pun. Actually, that was literally no pun intended, but please do give them energy. Throw some energy spam in the chat because they need your help to claw their way back into this one. 24 points. One game could give them 25 or 26. CLG as well with 26 points right now.
Apparently, I believe that is actually the proper pronunciation of the organization. It's supposed to be energy, but I mean, you give us an acronym NRG. We're going to say NRG over and over again, guys.
That is true. Big shout out to NRG, aka Energy. Great organization coming from North America. Of course, this is where 79 did get taken out there, I believe, by the same Energy roster. Yep, that's indeed. We'll see it from their perspective. Taking out XN's Estesu, last alive. Nice flank here. Misses a couple wingman shots, but connects with a one headshot that makes a difference. Estesu gets taken out.
This is a nice shot coming
up.
My God. It took a little while, but that took VP out of the running.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro, 24 points for them, a team that consistently performed with top 3 finishes all tournament. Just unfortunately not showing up today. You wonder if it's just getting caught in rotations. You wonder if it's nerves. You don't really know. You can't assume by any means. VP is certainly an amazing roster. A lot of respect for Noth, Taylor, and co. as they've been playing very well throughout.
And TI just getting shot out of the sky there. Really good tracking coming out from Artico.
Yeah, Gambit. Artico from Ukraine. You got Russian representation signed from Norway. And of course, their coach Slimer from Belarus.
That was a collat. That was another collat. Oh, I love to see it.
You'll love to see that.
This was kind of scary for Wyvern, actually. I mean, I'm pretty sure at that point they had secured it, but there was a chance they went down earlier on. And that's what I'm talking about. Your own Watson interception pylon eating up your nade. You got to be careful with that.
Yep, of course, this is how it ended. 3 squads left. Rogue outlasts. I think it was, I'm not sure who was going. Outlast Gambit. So Gambit got 3rd there. Outlast Gambit just long enough to get 2nd place, lock themselves in the top 50. So if I'm the teams that are like 50, 51, 54, really low on that totem pole for the top 7, I'm praying for a win here. You get to catapult yourself to 1st place and take home the championship.
7th to 1st. That is a huge catapult. And we said it, $104,000 up for grabs for 1st place for our Apex champions.
Yeah, and what I want to ask you pointed something out. I can't remember if it was on stream or after the fact, but you were saying how we saw someone die early in that game. Who was it? And do you think it was intentional? Do you think it was a hot drop on purpose?
Oh, that would be Energy getting the kills on Misfits,
wasn't it?
right?
Yeah.
Right in the beginning. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if it was a hot drop or not. I just know that it was really early on in the game, and it was very, very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, Misfits getting taken out early. Not the best showing for Misfits yet, but they've played very well throughout. The 20-plus game that they had on Friday was great to see. However, Blaze, don't worry. This time I don't expect you to have that clip because we just talked about it. I want to see what clips you do have, though. Nathanius and Blaze, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Fallout. Yeah, we wasn't able to catch Misfits dying as well. It happened so quickly, and we wasn't able to catch it there early on in that game, though. But now Asia has some representation there at that match point, and we have a bunch more teams looking to come out and claim that trophy in our next game. We were just going to show you guys the clip of the boys, Wyvern, going off at the end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about it. We have so many teams now in contention, and all of these great plays, all these big plays coming together and making it happen as we get over to just an increased further and further and further match point. Blaze, the competition's been getting crazy. I've been keeping my eyes on the drops for those teams that have been in contention, but now keeping track of everybody is going to be almost impossible.
It is. I'd be very surprised if somebody does not win at the end of this game, but you never know. We can, in this next series, and next thing you know, we can have 2, maybe 3 more teams in contention.
I just got to say, by the way, I love the idea behind this. You got the zip line up. You have the option to engage, but I'm just gonna, no. You're not going. No. You're not going up there. Whether it's your zip line or another, you have to. You
not
be
at all.
Absolute madman with this much on the line to say, yeah, no, I'm just gonna yeet myself up to the top of the zip line without being able to see what's on the other side. Hard pass.
You're just going to have your patience, wait for everybody, because you know they got to hop off the top of this building. They can't sit there for long. But when you play the clip, you're going to actually start to see some players decide to go over there. There you go. He's going to try to get up there and make a contestation of Rogue on the top of that building, but he cannot get it. And you're just going to see the boys of Wyvern just not miss any shots with this Peacekeeper, just connecting every single one.
And this isn't the first time we've seen teams, by the way, try to use that the zip line over the top. The elevation there is fantastic, and trying to jump off of it. We talked a little bit about this, where you jump off the zip line, get right back on, and if you turn your camera while you're in midair on that zip line, you can change direction. So yeah, you can use it to try to avoid going down into that pit where everyone's going to fight each other. But at some point or another, the guy on the bottom is going to look up and shoot you anyway. So
it's been textbooks thus far in this matchup. But now it's just about, can you win the next game? And that goes for everybody, okay? But that's it for us. We're going to throw it back to the casters and get this next match started.
Thanks so much, Blaze. Bravo and Dreadnought back here, and you and I are looking at some numbers, and we've also got, once again, more teams here on match point. Wyvern and Rogue, they join the roster as well.
And very interesting that we get Rogue finally here, because again, if we're only considering today's performance, which I think, based on already what we got from Glitter, talking about some of that fatigue, how these teams feel today is super, super relevant, and they are one of our most successful teams here today. So now that they're there, do we find them with an easy clutch?
Right. I saw the Rogue guys during a break earlier when they were at 46. They're getting some fresh air outside just for a moment. You could just tell the energy across that group. That to miss that match point by 4 points, you have to think now they're going to come in this, hopefully, if you're a Rogue fan, with a brand new mindset. Also got to talk about the likes of something like Sentinels, right? They exit there.
Yeah.
Sentinels exits 16th with 4 kills already. And here now at the 42-point mark, you have to think only a few points and kills away from being on match point. Instead, for the Sentinels, they will need to have a performance here and wait a whole nother game, which is going to be more and more of a threat to our teams, because we're going to get more and more teams on match point. You can bet that if they don't win here, we're going to have even more the likes of Sentinels, Gamers, Origin, Gambit going to have an opportunity here to get on match point as well.
It's basically, you can look at it this way, right? For every team that meets the threshold, drastically do your probability of finding another game decrease, which means if you haven't met the threshold, it's set back. Basically, if we add 3 more teams here to our list, that's half the lobby has a chance. You basically have a 50% chance, and that's not considering skill and everything else. I know that, but just like in a vacuum, 50% chance that you even get that next game to even try to be that team.
Which is wild, because remember, after 3 games, Na'Vi was at 49. They were 1 kill away from being on match point. This could have ended in 4 games. Instead, we are here now for match number 8. We have 7 teams on match point. One of them is Wyvern, and that's the first drop that we're going to look at, Dredd.
And this is, Wyvern is such an interesting talking point. We heard it from Jamerson. It's something I've been discussing a little bit as well, is that Wyvern They had a lot of hype coming into this tournament, even hearing some players say that Selly is the best player in the world. And I think he's actually made a pretty darn good argument maybe for that here with others like Kasanya and things of the like. But the fact that MVP was looking so very good in days number 1 and 2, outside of debatably game 1 that we saw out of Wyvern, and then here, when it really matters, they are the outperforming South Korean team. And I find that so very interesting what they've been able to display here so far. But of course, they need to find a way to be able to get a win here if they want to walk away a champion.
They're once again heavily outperforming their South Korean counterparts. Wyvern in second place with 73 points. MVP with only 14 on the board. They sit at 19th. But looking at Market for the first time, and I think we maybe have seen Market Interior in several games, and it's going to be Rogue who is posted up here. Rogue moving away from their normal Skulltown drop and instead going to Market.
I could use that. Really cool to be able to see some kind of deviation here from Rogue. You know, it's going to be one of those, we won't really know exactly the thought process until we're able to collect with them afterwards if they are so kind to share that information here with us. But love to see this deviation. It's been postulated, we've been theory crafting, but very rarely have we actually seen it come to light, and it's such a tense moment.
And I think we've seen, if I'm not mistaken, every team on match point with a win in this tournament so far. So we no longer have a scenario where any of our match point teams have not recorded a win over the course of the 3 days.
Here for Rogue, though. Let's see what we get with a loadout when looking at Sweet Dreams. Spitfire, not something that we see too often, and just enough that I'm going to say he's likely going to find a way to be able to replace this if he can get himself nice wingman there, and there we go. Good loadout here for Sweet Dreams and friends, but Huskers only one with the blue, a little bit to be desired in that armor econ, excuse me.
Now coming around here, also checking in with Na'Vi at airbase as we expect, and we're also going to get a little look at the survey beacon to see exactly where these rings are going to be. Check your mini-map, Tread.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I would just highlight that I'm not sure if every player necessarily knows is how loud that audio cue actually is in the game itself. I think it's deceiving as the Pathfinder main. When you plug it in, you think I'm the only one hearing that little hour noise, but it's actually very, very loud and likely going to reveal that information that Na'Vi is there. That being said, Na'Vi's drop pretty much has always been the airbase, so nobody too concerned here quite yet.
Now G2, checking in with them, another team that's on match point, has been for several games now, and actually a few teams have leapfrogged them past their point threshold, but once again, all you need is to pass the 50-point mark. Once you do, your next win will secure you a tournament win. If you're just joining us, this is the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational, $500,000 in prize money on the line. Look at TSM now moving here to Hillside Outpost.
Yeah, they're at the Outpost, and this is very common for TSM to make the transition post-cage, but I believe that they find themselves with maybe one of our match point teams in a bit of a skirmish. 789 still with their water treatment transition. This has been routine play here for this roster.
It's been incredible to see what 789 has done.
Level 2.
You could say household names now.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it, is they started this tournament with everybody going really kind of who is this roster, and now we just kind of expect greatness out of them.
I mean, I'm already thinking I cannot wait to see this entire squad compete at more events to come. Looking now at Kick.
Making a transition towards that high water treatment. Actually, G2, one of our match point teams, struggling here. Gonna see 0-0 go through his own portal here, see if they can defend this. Watson Trap gonna help stop that. CLG also at that same watchtower, trying to defend this little corridor.
CLG not squeezing many points out of the last game. If we take a look, they're still 13th with 26 points. But G2, rough starts for them in these past few, and Mimu's trying to get away to call down to Rhett.
Yeah, but he has no way out. He's a Watson. He needs some help here.
See now, Rhett's going to lay down that covering fire. Zigs and zags from Mimu as he continues that slide. And it's going to be Gambit, actually, who's exchanging those longbow shots. Skull Piercer on it as well. Let's see if they pressure that. By the way, off-screen Kick will go down. They will be out.
Gambit decide not to all-in commit there. 789 struggling to be able to get out of the fight, but also G2 one hit. It's going to be Rhett there, sitting at only 10% HP, and that is it. G2 has no opportunity to be a champion here, hoping that the other 6 do not claim that screen.
Right, and like we talked about, a difficult moment for G2. They're the 3rd team eliminated. Now they need to sit back in that player booth and on their spectate screen. They will wonder if they're going to get to play another game in the tournament.
Gambit looking pretty good here with their positioning, still sitting in that secondary circle thanks to the reveal on the Pathfinder. They did transition out from that fight after they pressured G2 in a lose-lose scenario. Not sure if they understand how beneficial that decision-making was, but they at least helped secure an opportunity for next game. Na'Vi maybe looking for theirs as they're struggling in a skirmish. FlyQuest seemed to be the one dishing out that pain.
FlyQuest at the top of the watchtower, but the bottom of the table. 18th place with only 14 points. So you could say several games away from having a chance to win this one. We got to talk once again about Gambit. We just saw a check-in with them. They don't get the points they needed. That was the part of the story. If they had gotten that win with the amount of eliminations that they might have gotten as a result of that win, they'd be across the threshold. But instead, the plays did not come together. They'll stay at 10th with 33.
Yeah, 17 points, and that's a lot. Knowing that first place placement-wise is just 12 points, you need 5 kills and first if you were this squad in an ideal situation. Clearly can make up for it for the kills, but what I'm painting here is that they have to be absolutely lethal if they want a chance here to be our champion.
It's a double 99 for no Cocoa Puffs. Ready for the indoor engagements.
It's very important, though, that the light ammo situation, somebody on the other side has to be sitting with probably a heavy, just to be able to make sure that the resources aren't too heavily stacked onto that double 99, because it dishes out the pain, but it also needs the bullets to be able to dish it out.
Right, we saw, players on TSM running out of light entirely. Luckily, one was backpacking light, and you're going to need to see the same thing on the CLG side.
Oh, look at this. Very well geared here. One of our match point teams. Probably the best gear, best posturing so far here in our potential last game. And it's coming from Wyvern.
And we did say a little bit of scouting there for Wyvern as well. We said early on in the tournament with the way Wyvern was playing that they could become a favorite. It took a while for them to get a win on the board, but now they are poised and in position to win the tournament here in this game if they're able to get a first place victory.
We do see Soar trying to make a rotation here to the right-hand side. It's going to allow them to at least have a little bit more forgiveness on their approach to this next circle and not really just force their hand into somebody like TSM. Sentinels, though, on the other side of the river from TSM. Find them over more towards containment here. Looking pretty good when it comes to their gear and their loadout for the most part, but they still have a lot here to prove if they're going to really make the name that I think a lot of people expected out of this. You know, aggression was the one thing that everybody thought when they saw that team. They are lethal, they can kill anyone, and they've been humbled pretty quickly here in our finals.
Sentinels desperately wants to get not only past the match point here, but they also need to deny several teams. In doing so, it won't really be enough just to get the 8 points they need. That would be an easy feat. They also need to make sure that these 7 teams, now 6 with G2 out, don't win this game. Checking in now again with 789. We did see Xens fall, so it's Sanya and as Desu be fighting for 789 and a potential 789 victory. And here's Penta.
I spotted an enemy.
They're up here on this high ground, laying down some scout shots as well. And they have eyes on containment. Actually, it's going to be Penta who is getting pinged. Earlier you saw from containment, so they're aware of their presence here.
Such an interesting picture that we see here in the last 2 games. Since we've gotten more teams in that zone to be able to have the match point and have the opportunity to become a champion, we see a lot more of that mid-game just ranged Watson trading, trying to play a war of attrition almost, just looking for, if I can burn enough cells out of you here, that's going to net a victory in a battle later.
Let's go this way.
Here's TSM. We just saw a little bit of action up on top artillery, which, as we've learned, if there's a ring anywhere around that rooftop, a team is going to set up there and cozy up. Aberlili under fire, so is Hal. Both of them going to pop cells and bats.
Looks like CLG was the one launching those shots back there. Nice Wick. Our only controller player remaining in this tournament. Pretty impressive stat. But unable to find a win here so far. Really too much going for them.
My heavens, shots through the cracks of the top of the zip elevator. They hit. Some fantastic work there on the Skull Piercer.
That's TSM they're launching those shots at. TSM needs to find a way to get out of there because right now it seems like everyone is looking at them. But does TSM care? Aberlili just dishing the shots back.
He is ready to fire back. Keep in mind, this is a higher risk for TSM. FlyQuest, they're in 18th. TSM is on match point.
Yeah, that's a very good point that you bring up. Basically, even if FlyQuest, gets that kill, and TSM loses nearly everything, FlyQuest goes down. It's not like they're going to find themselves at the 50-point threshold here outside of an absolutely devastating match. And based on the cadence so far, I'm going to say a bit of a whiff on that one.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty unlikely, or I should say unfavorable battle for both teams. Not a lot to win. for either of them. Now taking a look here at the Misfits side, it's another team actually all the way at the bottom of the table. Not the best of luck and circumstances for them, not only in the series so far here in our finals, but also in this game.
I think that's such a beautiful situation, though, that we were just, kind of highlighting. And something I kind of brought over in the last game is through those end-game initiations, half these teams are debatably helping somebody else win and maybe take away that championship. And we're going to sit up here with the God's Eye view and go, well, that was a misplay, right? But we know that they have no idea on how to discern that.
Yeah, for example, I asked Rogue during the break when I caught up with them, did you know that Na'Vi and Penta were below you? They said, no, we knew Na'Vi was on the other side of the wall. We didn't know Penta was directly below. So that is only going to continue to complicate further as more teams get on match point and slowly other teams start to creep towards it. There's a ton of mental math that needs to be done, and also a little bit of mind games as well to determine which battles do you take, which don't you take, which are worth it, who's behind me, how many points do they have. It's just going to be so complicated as we get into the later games.
And even more so on top of that, before too much action unfolds, I would argue that part of the reason that you also see characters and compositions seem alike, beyond that majority of these characters are objectively some of the strongest within their roles, is that the more players and teams that have the same compositions, the less information given.
Yes.
The less information given, the more likely that you are to be able to outplay. So it's a very interesting conundrum here, but MVP finding a bad spot here against Na'Vi.
Na'Vi does get that first knock. They get the second one as well. There's only one more MVP player. Let's see if they find it. Yes, indeed.
Look at this.
They will get that, and they also get some goodies in addition to the full wipe.
Give that over to the Wraith, and that is a possible win condition available here for our team on match point. That's a big win here for Na'Vi. That 1,000 HP, so valuable in those final circles.
Things coming in there right away.
Give me your purple.
Listening in now on the TSM side for just a moment, some armor swaps.
But look at that. How willing to call out for the purple armor, wanting it there from Reps. Reps comfortably giving it over. We'll see if Imperial How can utilize that extra HP to be very beneficial as he uses this Wraith portal. You maybe see why he felt like he needed that HP. There comes the Into the Rift. Where does this portal end, and where does TSM go?
And he right now might have to disengage. Yes, indeed does come back, and likely not going to suggest taking that just because it would look like a little bit of uncertain circumstances in the room just below Watchtower roof.
TSM and Na'Vi, two of our teams at match point, looking like they're doing pretty well, but I believe in the kill feed, I just saw some struggle coming out from 789, so something we'll keep our eyes on as this goes through. But VP actually doing pretty well here on the backside of Artillery Tunnel, and yeah, things getting even worse as Desu going down.
How many times are we going to see Sonya, the last player alive for 789, and to be honest, I don't think we'd say this much about any other player in the tournament. He could still win this thing. We saw him with the 1v3 clutch yesterday.
I think that's the scariest part.
Yeah.
Is last time we saw this, every other time we've seen it, there was not that much to gain. You remember, 789 is on match point. As Desu has the skills to be able to clutch out a 1 versus anybody. That would be an absolute miracle here for, again, a roster that we came into this tournament going, we don't think we can expect too much. Yeah, they've got some skills. Yes, they've been able to win a couple of things here and there through scrims, but when it all matters with these big boys in this battle, they're just not going to be able to step up.
We'll have to see. We have seen Sonya not only in the 1v3, but also get to late game circumstances that you would never expect him to get to. He will fight solo for the rest of this 16 squad still left. Some pop shots coming in from the scout of Nesh, and not much movement from Penta, and you wouldn't expect that to be the case either. We look at Misfits, they're going to have to move as well as this converges here.
Yeah, this is it. Bravo. This is going to be a massive. We're on a 1 minute and 45 death timer for a lot of these teams. 16 squads exist now. It's not going to be the case. Likely, at least 1/4 of them end up struggling with this next rotation. Teams like Wyvern going to try and gatekeep them out. Back here with Sentinels.
And as a reminder, it's Na'Vi, 789, TSM, Penta, Rogue, and Wyvern all on match point. A win here for any of those teams will net them the championship at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. The only way this tournament ends is on a win.
Na'Vi looked like they were very well poised here for our concluding circles. Wyvern trying to make their transition in. They have 1 minute to be able to get in better positioning, and notice the distance there between those players, and of course,
Sonya has found a little bit of a crevice there. He knows the architecture of that watchtower very well and knows exactly where to sit. And all he tried to do, take a look at this, Parka on the flank, forces the portal.
Good morning, says Parka. Quickly, you see him skirt right out of that one. But Wyvern, with that victory in that battle and that flank, do have a pretty easy red carpet right on it.
Parka knows exactly where that portal goes. And he's going to fly in as well. TSM, though, does get that elimination on dropped.
TSM sitting on the high ground and still within the circle right now. Debatably our best positioning for any team when looking at the match point squads. Na'Vi dishing the damage back though. If they can find a knock, maybe going to be able to turn the tables.
Covering up and not taking too much of it. FlyQuest is actually above Rogue, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it's TSM.
Sorry, thank you. TSM is just below. I had a feeling that it was a different team. It's going to be FlyQuest, who's still on the Watchtower roof. So TSM's going to have to be careful about that. Now back over to Wyvern.
Parka just had to burn his Q and actually didn't come at a cost there. I can't believe it. CLG now trying to make sure that it is going to be punishing. He's got about 15 seconds before that comes back, but CLG not going to move out of this little hut here that they have so well established. Wyvern end up keeping their teammates alive, I believe, for a second there, but now Parka actually does take shots from somebody else. That's going to be enough to lose him. Selly and, Karampe, the only ones left alive.
By the way, Na'Vi, 2 players on Na'Vi did go down. We got to keep an eye on that as well. Look at this.
Oh my gosh, Na'Vi.
That's just only a golden knockdown for Na'Vi.
The res comes through. No. Okay.
And that's it. Na'Vi out. Now back on board here with reps as a knock on help. And TSM, like we said, gonna hold down this not quite top level of Watchtower. Back on board with the Gamers Origin. They'll get a knock on Forsaken.
Once they get out of this fight, do not go upwards or you're going to be running into TSM. We'll see if they end up trying to force that transition. Oh, look at this. Kasanya not willing to strike to anybody.
And it looks like maybe does not have cells or did not want to heal due to the sound that it would make. Now Nesh might go down. Let's see.
One of our match point squads. Only one left here. Double res opportunity possibly. Grenade's going to be denied thanks to the generator. This would be amazing if they're able to turn this back here into their favor.
The double res does come in. Still 5 teams on match point here. And it's going to be FlyQuest still on the roof. No reason to move for them. You could bet TSM still directly below them.
Less than 30 seconds.
One of our teams here.
Sure, think there's a sniper
FlyQuest has that good positioning, but as we've already highlighted, TSM
How interesting that I believe it was TSM and FlyQuest that were in that initial engagement when FlyQuest was up on the roof. TSM has essentially gone right to them, and yeah, both teams, unsurprisingly, not wanting to engage. They were a lot more willing to engage when they were at a distance, but now that they're this close, maybe not the best idea. Not worth it once again for either side for different reasons.
Yeah, and Albert Lely questioning maybe we should test the waters here a little bit, quickly losing himself the entirety of the shields in a battery, but now we got ourselves a new contender here. Games Origin says, what's up, guys? Double grenade already going to just be thrown up here. Let's see if they get a full push. Thermite as well. Everything getting thrown out, and Penta with a wide macro rotation. Look at all the zip lines trying to hunt them down there. This is absolutely ludicrous here, Bravo.
Now remember, Penta does not need to prioritize these kills. They need to prioritize staying alive and getting to the end game. It's a very different approach. That's nice knock there on Retzi from Wacko. Can he get it on the path as well? Gets help for it and has to queue out.
Penta need to be able to keep alive, but they do end up losing Orax. Only one is left alive. 789 ends up going down. So does Penta here. TSM and Wyvern are the only squads, I believe, alive here with match points still available.
CLG also under trouble. Checking in here with MP for Gamers Origin. By the way, not too many points off. They're only 11 points off a match point as well. Here's Wyvern. They have 2 members alive.
TSM still alive with all 3, I believe, on their squad. So TSM in the best positioning here. The team that had so many fans going into the tournament, so much expectations. Struggle. Oh my gosh, no Hal is the only one left alone.
And this is not the first time we've seen this. It's 1 player alive. It's Hal for TSM, and now we also have Karampe and Selly for Wyvern. So neither of our match point teams with a full squad at this point. Zip goes down.
Wonder if an Imperial Hal can do what Kazanya couldn't. Survive and actually find a way to be able to clutch it out. He's on that Wraith. He may have an opportunity, but first he's got to deal with Wyvern. Our best postured team now here with 5 squads remaining with match point. VP, though, without match point, have the high ground. It's so much gear, and more importantly, all 3 members, Bravo.
They do, and they're also at 14th with 24 points. So this is a very similar situation to what we saw with Gambit last game. They have some of the highest stakes in this match, but not quite, because TSM and Wyvern are still in this with their partial squads. It's going to be Karampe popping a bat to get that full shield back.
Circle's closing in. A lot of death's going to happen here as already Wyvern do have a defensive stance. Find themselves at least 1 shot there.
Does not need to go for that finish.
They need to dodge all damage that they possibly can, just survive, get everybody distracted. They get flanked from up above, though. Selly ends up dropping low. Karampe already not. Selly ends up surviving, hits the hip fire there with that sniper, swaps on the armor. Will he be able to keep him alive? Finds another. Trade back there with the alternator.
Look at Selly from the low ground, putting shots in. One of the most mechanically talented players in the game. And look at Hal. They don't know he's there. Hal has not been revealed, but now Wyvern. That's Wyvern's knock. They know that he's there. Is that is going to get the reveal. Imperial, Hal, the last man, maybe standing. Wyvern trying to do the best in this possible 1v1. Let's see if Hal can win this game for him. Hits it on the Gamer's Origin player. Goes for the armor swaps. He got the swap. He got an extra armor, but can he get the kill on the Wyvern? One more hit. He gets it there. That's going to be Game's Origin. Wyvern should still be alive. He gets another swap here. Imperial, Hal. 3 squads left. Look at this. And it's VP as the last team alive. Now should be a 1v1. Two people left. Hal versus Selly versus Hal for the win. Who can win it? Hal. Oh my gosh. Take a look here. Peacekeeper's out. 99 as well. Goes for the swap. He gets a partial swap. Trying to turn around the corner. Where is Selly? Selly's already up top, presumably, based on what we've seen so far.
Who's going to be able to heal up? We
Goes for another swap. Doesn't happen. Now healing up. No,
it actually goes down. It's not going to be Selly. It's just going to be Game's Origin. So Hal can win this game. Hal has the opportunity to be a champion here for TSM.
Hal with the opportunity to close in this 1v1.
Enemy taken out.
Where is he? You can hear the steps.
Opportunity to heal. Has to cancel the heal. Now takes a look. Pop shots here. Good shots with that ult.
He might have gotten the break. He does have a Q, keep in mind, to be able to dodge some of these shots. He feigns the high ground. Great play here from Hal.
Peacekeeper out. Those 99 shots hit, but potential healing happening up top. No. Peacekeeper doesn't hit. He's going for the jump.
Way high risk there. One hit is all it's going to take here. He gets another swap.
No, there's nothing. Empty swap. Make it attempt. Has to heal.
Eyes are open though.
Q is available.
Has to cancel again. Does get the sell off. Gets a second sell off potentially. No way. Now Peacekeeper's still out. Let's see.
10 seconds left.
Like you said, still has the Q thermite as well.
He has the advantage as long as he can get a big portal opportunity, possibly.
Also going to try to force that ring. No, he goes down! Hal unable to close it out for TSM. And the finals will continue.
Game's Origin, not to take away from what we got from them. Very good performance coming through, but still a long way until they meet themselves at our 50-point threshold. That victory will put them amongst the ranks of the names like that of TSM. But Hal, 1 kill away from denying everyone an opportunity here tonight.
And we talked about how the only player alive for quite some time, able to sneak into a position and somehow make it out into that 1v1. You know that the rest of the teams, especially Wyvern, in the table that were on match point, edge of their seats, to be fair, the whole lobby on the edge of their seats.
This crowd was absolutely just jaws dropped at the end of the seat. Every single step Hal took, you could hear the oohs, the ahs. So very tense there, but at the end of the day, Game's Origin, they did have themselves in a better position, doing a great job punishing VP in the stance that they had to be able to deny TSM here.
Oh man, that will not be the end of our event. That will not be a win for TSM. We will continue on to find out who else we have on match point. We now go to the studio. Fallout, over to you.
Happening.
What is, she gets caught saying what is happening. I'm glad you did, because that's our reaction as well. Fallout here back alongside Jamerson and Glitter. And we just had our entire talent team on this studio watching, waiting, eagerly anticipating what we thought might be the end. Jamerson's face says it all.
I don't even know what just happened.
Wow. What is Apex Legends esports? I mean, this is unlike anything I have ever seen in my life.
We had 7 teams all vying to take home the trophy, and not a single one could pull down the W, the closest being TSM with Hal. And
Wyvern were also right there.
But let's see it from GO's perspective. It was Sirius, none other than Sirius himself in a 1v1. Has Hal so weak, opts to heal, letting Hal heal as well. He could have had a Phoenix kit for all he knew. Instead, makes the decision to back off and heal, to reset. Now we get to see it from his perspective. Look at the wide left flank. I think he flanked wide left. Yes, he did. There it is.
Oh, so good.
Changing up that angle so that he can actually see Hal from behind that box. Gamer's Origin thwarting TSM's chances at victory there, but it was so close. We had Wyvern still alive. We had TSM still alive. We had Penta trying to make that mad dash up the hill to try and get in there.
I mean, but look at the top three. The last three teams, 2 out of 3 of them were championship match point winners. It was TSM and it was Wyvern. There is no other game in the world that has an entire audience on the edge of their seats that invokes such emotion, a variety of emotions, as Apex Legends just did for each and every one of us, and hopefully all you guys watching as well. I cannot believe what just ensued.
Insanity. Absolute insanity.
It's the only word.
But I mean, there was honestly nothing for Hal to really try and do there. I mean, he had the low ground, and you saw every time you try to climb up the wall, you are very vulnerable. You don't have your weapon out. You're not going to be able to take the shot. That's the W Serious on the high ground had that peak advantage, right? So he could have honestly just gone for head glitch, like peaks and everything. He had everything going for him there.
The big question is, though, do we add big number 8, the Ocho? Is it Gamers Origin who joins that list for match point? I think they had 38 or 39 points, if I remember correctly. They just got first place. I think they're in.
We can't forget Sentinels also.
Yep.
Sentinels are very close in our standings right now. They were just below everyone else. So
they got 8th place there, so it's not going to give them a lot of points. I believe that's what?
That's 2 just for placements alone.
Okay.
Don't quite know how many eliminations they had.
Yep.
We'll see. We'll see.
I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. This format, we were excited when we heard about it, but then we're like, okay, teams are getting 50 points in 2 or 3 games in winners bracket rounds 1, 2, and 3. This is probably going to be over in 4 or 5. It has gone to our 9th match now. Am I counting correctly here?
We're going in, into our 9th match.
Going into our 9th match. We got to look at the replays and see how everything broke down. If you are watching this and enjoying this, spread the word. Let's tell the world about this beautiful Battle Royale format that we are witnessing right now. Twitch.tv/PlayApex. Let everyone know.
And what we just witnessed there was another team that's still struggling there at the bottom. MVP found themselves in a sandwich between Gambit and Na'Vi. When Na'Vi made that rotation into the artillery tunnel, I thought it might have been a mistake because they were pigeonholing themselves into one choke point. But luckily that sandwich worked out for them. Still, not enough to get all the way through.
Craziness. Meanwhile, Gamers Origin, the French, the first French team to make it, the only all-French team, I believe, representing this entire tournament. Now, there's a few French players in a variety of teams.
Around 11 French players, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, but 3 full French squad representing a nation, representing Gamers Origin. They do it thanks to Sirius. And here's the moments leading up to that. 7 squads left. The rotation comes through. Was it Gamers Origin that took out Na'Vi as well on the rotation?
Not
it
quite sure.
Or Penta. Was it Na'Vi or Penta? Whichever team of the 2 it were.
Hal just hitting some beautiful peacekeeper shots.
Yeah, he lost the 1v1, but this entire segment was insane. It's literally like he's in a game of zombies. He's fighting one player after another, staying alive, armor swapping like it's so easy to do, tries to turn the corner there and gets taken out. Of course, he's sitting behind a box. Not much you can do there in general. One thing he didn't realize, he was out of ammo. I was screaming next to you guys, he needs light ammo. He didn't realize either. Neither did his teammates. In my eyes, that's your teammates' call right there. Obviously, that wouldn't have made a huge difference.
And you see why TSM are feared in these lobbies. Did you see the ruthless efficiency of Hal? As soon as he got that knock and the kill onto that Pathfinder, instantly swaps off to that purple armor, and he has no reaction on his face.
That was StarCraft level macro for him. But ultimately, Wyvern, the Koreans, on top with 83 points, tied with Na'Vi as it stands. So they're looking good to get at least a top 2. Can you believe Korea has stepped up in a huge way? Wow, good performance from them.
Yep, so Gamers Origin now at 64 points, propel themselves underneath TSM, who are sitting at 73. But take a look at our number 1 and our number 2. Na'Vi and Wyvern, really strong starts, accruing up to 83 points, tied basically for first, and neither of them been able to close it out.
Yeah, that's true. That is very, very true. It's been 3 games now that G2, Na'Vi, and Penta have had match point. 3 opportunities, and third time was not the charm. Ultimately, TSM doesn't do it either on their second try.
I mean, at this point, I might actually get a bingo on my bingo card here. I started playing, Apex Legends bingo. Yeah, super close. Super
yeah,
close.
Apex Legends bingo here on my card as well. It's
that was
insane.
Connect 4. What are you talking about?
This is Connect 4. You're right. This is more Connect, maybe Battleships. This will be Battleships by the end of the day if things keep progressing the way that it's going. But man, Command Center is now ready to show you guys some of the action. But I'll tell you, we're having fun here on the desk. Hope you guys are having just as much fun as home. Blaze and Nathanius are definitely having fun, guys. Talk to me about how it all went down.
Are you serious, Fallout? Nate, what did we just watch there?
I can't even. I literally can't even right now. All the monitors we watched.
We had
mostly
Wyvern,
odds.
Gamers Origin, and TSM at the end of that one. Now, I did say my sleeper pick was Gamers Origin. That was for a good reason, and we just saw it there for the end. And all I got for you guys here, okay, is that last and final play by Sirius. I just want to play you guys a longer version of that so you can just, especially if you're just joining us because you heard about the crazy matchup, you get to relive it one more time once again.
Yeah, no, all of this was just absolutely crazy. I got into a little fight with Dreadnought earlier today. I was talking about how I love my boys TSM, and he said he's bringing up how they got a lot of frags but weren't really closing out and actually getting those wins. And we see another prime example of that. Just they pop off, they do so well, but some really great positional play here by Sirius. Just not giving up the high ground and taking advantage of the fact that his opponent can't really get close enough to him to actually land those shots.
And don't forget, TSM dropped a while before this fight. And it was just Imperial Hall who was left, but he managed to find himself in a good position. Then all of a sudden, players just started going down around him, and he said, you know what? I'm about to make that decision. I'm about to join the fight. And he almost clutched it up for his team, but it was Sirius popping his shields, trying to be methodical with this high ground, looking for those angles. You see him up on top of the crates, just looking for that angle, and he catches him there in the end. Gamers Origin getting it done.
And another really important thing is what the casters pointed out, but just the teammate that was knocked down as well on the ground. Just because they can't fight doesn't mean that they don't have eyes and they can't make those call-outs. The comms for these teams have always been huge. Something to keep in mind, of course. If you're knocked down, you can still let your teammates know where the enemy
Give
is.
them that good intel. But speaking of intel, that's it from us at the Command Center. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys, in the Command Center. Dread, you could say that Gamers Origin saves everyone's tournament life there, and that 1v1 is the highest stakes 1v1 we've had in professional Apex Legends history so far.
Yeah, and you know, if that exact same situation was to happen right now, we have a victor. Games Origin, would it be in that situation?
Right.
So can they find themselves back into those circumstances? We will find out, but to be honest, that's a roster that I felt like a lot of us were like, you know, not enough to be a victor or even have a shot here. And the fact that they are now amongst our match point, I'm very impressed.
I think it's a team a lot of people overlooked. And I think as
myself
the weekend,
included, honestly.
Yeah, and me as well. I think as the weekend has gone on, I think we heard Rain and a few others saying, you know, this Gamers Origin squad, they're looking pretty good. And now they join the match point team. On the other side, though, it's Sentinels and Gambit. Sentinels at 45, Gambit at 41. These are heartbreakers for them. We thought right there, we didn't get that eye on Gamers Origin right away. We thought it was a Selly Hal 1v1. Wyvern will not only be still in this, of course, on match point, but they'll be tied with Na'Vi at 83 points. Once again, those points past 50 are relevant, but does give you an indication of just how far these teams are getting in these matches.
But one thing I would point out there, when you consider the fact that Wyvern and Na'Vi are tied, Na'Vi was far and above the fastest to the 50-point threshold, and the fact that Wyvern is now tied in points shows that over the entirety of the series, the most consistent team here actually is that of Wyvern. We just had a great game coming out from G2, but I do think that they, or excuse me, not G2, but Na'Vi, and I think they very much could do it again, but Wyvern's on the rise.
Absolutely, and speaking of G2, tough starts for them since we saw those two wins. So to think that that team had those two big wins, you got to think they maybe would trade those wins for a win now and maybe just some big point games earlier. But they have not had to been able to bounce back since we saw them.
I just see them being like, Respawn, please, can we bank a win like in the future? Not really, because it's super awesome, and I can't help but feel like I know we definitely enjoy what we are unfolding here today with the forcing the victory past a certain threshold. I think a lot of the fans, especially after that 1v1, are feeling it, and probably the players now as well. It's pretty sick.
And you cannot imagine how much the players' hearts were beating there, especially how with a potential tournament winning kill on the one side of his either his 99 or his Peacekeeper to close that out. And also just a shout out to Gamers Origin there. I mean, the way that they played that was so slow. You saw how it was so low. He had to his shield's completely removed, had to pop several cells. In the end, it's a great opportunity for them to reposition. They saved the entire tournament, and the entire lobby has Gamers Origin to thank. And I think
It's so wild
you and I
how that
have been,
works
it
out.
is. You and I have been talking about it. I think we imagined that a few moments like this could happen. For example, one team getting to match point early and the rest of the lobby catching up. 1v1s for the entire tournament. And I don't think we could have even scripted it better. It's been amazing. And as time will go on, we will once again continue to get more and more teams on match point. If we take a look right now, 8 teams have reached that threshold,
Yeah.
and that will only increase unless one of those teams wins. And you have to think, Dredd, it's coming soon.
Yeah, I would be willing to say I don't think we have more than 2 games before us here, because now we're getting to the point where, again, the vacuum theory I was discussing a bit before, it's nearly a coin toss on whether or not this is even possible.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side of that, we still have NRG and CLG, other squads that are trying to get back into this MVP and Misfits as well. And now we actually have a huge split from the South Korean sides. MVP bottom of the table, Wyvern all the way
at the top. And that is insane. How different of a skill level that is within this lobby somehow from Wyvern, again, based on the performance we got out of these two, cross-comparing from the same region. But there are a lot of big names on the bottom half of this bracket that are nowhere near. I say nowhere near just based on considering how many points they've gotten in 8 games. I don't think it's going to be likely they get it before somebody wins. And like things like I expected Virtus Pro, Sentinels before this tournament is definitely a name you were looking at. NRG and MVP as we got here, and then also Misfits.
Match number 9 for these teams. We've got 8 teams on match point. And they are ready to take the title. Starting things off with the Gamers Origin once again. Empay and team here. The team that prevented the TSM win. They win the 1v1 against Imperial Hal, and we live to fight another battle on Kings Canyon.
Would love to see if we could see all of those little trails going down to the ground to see if anybody decided to adjust. But for now, we do see Gamers Origin pretty much dead center here of the map, maybe weighted a bit towards the northern half, towards that watchtower, and see how much loot they end up getting for themselves as they now have an opportunity to be our champion.
Talk about those final moments for the Gamers Origin team. Not only are you in a 1v1 with Imperial Hal, who can win the tournament with just a Peacekeeper shot or 2. But you also save your tournament life, save the tournament life of the entire lobby, and now you're on match point.
The epitome of clutch.
It really is here, but look at this. Sucky Abyss and Third Impact already finding each other.
Star Wraith is going to be an easy removal here. Third Impact, though, still dealing with the skirmish here. Maybe find somebody on the backside of that truck. Actually opening trade. Feldern gonna go ahead and eat himself a shot.
Only a Mozambique in hand, and I think that's the first time you and I on the main stage have seen a player with only a Mozambique, and that's an unlucky set of circumstances. Crypt now. Spanish player trying to stay alive on the bottom. All he has is Matey. Matey will go down, though, so it's all to Crypt to try to stay alive. Flies in with the Havoc. Does get that knock, but you can bet that they're going to fly in. Yes, indeed.
Now went from Mayday to Mayday pretty quick there. But they still may have an opportunity as long as those 8 teams are denied a championship. Or a champion banner, excuse me here. Rogue, though, a team within those parameters. And again, one of the more successful teams on just today's performances. But once they, they start out, I would say the first half of our finals pretty hot for the most part. But I did feel like maybe the past couple of games, something's kind of gone awry on their plans.
They have made it here to match point. Spent the past few games on it.
Look at this. G2, normally when we get to this position, there's a TSM there.
And not only that, but normally when we get to G2, they've got 3 white armors in this game so far as well. So
G2's like, this is our game. We've got more than white armor, Bravo.
If we just look at this game and compared to G2's performance in the final so far with 2 wins, there's definitely something to be said about the fact that they've had, since those 2 wins, they've really been on white armor since then. So we could see a promising performance from them. FlyQuest, but now looking at Penta as well. Nox going down on Misfits. More bad luck for Misfits as Lucido will get a limb there, and Penta might continue to push. Ping's also coming in again as they move across the map south-southeast.
Yeah, and I feel like the Misfits' fate that they've felt so far within this bracket, within our final here, oh man, a legendary flatline there, but I feel like their fate and the lack of success that they've seen is just byproduct of some of the kind of squirreling around that they've been able to do in some of the past lobbies, and how just this is a no business group here. These top 20 do not have any mercy over any of these squads. But here we glance at Na'Vi, again, one of the biggest opener in our final, transitioning from airbase now as they find themselves into bunker.
Making that motion there through that jump tower. NRG in a bad place. It's just Dizzy left with more. Now only.
It's Penta on the backside of those shots.
And they will get the elim on Ace. They turn the corner. It's going to be more as well.
And you know,
it's going to be up to Diz.
That's just a scene I feel like we see far too often here for NRG. 2 members dying and Dizzy grappling away to try and be able to res. And that's not like me going, Dizzy, what are you doing? As much as it's just something here for NRG is not cohesive.
It's tough to tell exactly what it is. I think we've seen a lot of plays, especially some late game plays towards Slums yesterday where we saw them able to stay alive. But trouble for Rogue and Sweet. And that's coming from the hand of the Sentinels.
Big victory here if the Sentinels can wipe out one of our teams in match point. Sentinels need as much as they can possibly get here. We see I believe that Sweet Dreams dropping that portal, or at least the Wraith player here for Rogue, as they managed to be able to get out, and it seems like Sentinels was comfortable with just that 1 kill. But back to Misfits, trying to do this desperation play here and just keep themselves alive is going to be Moose.
And this has been a tough final for Misfits, still sitting in 19th. But now checking in once again with Virtus Pro, a team that you've admired quite a bit this weekend, Dread, but their finals performance, surprisingly, if you look at the rest of the weekend, has not yet netted them the results, the 50 points they need to be on match point.
And, you know, I heard from a couple of the players that some of their strategy from Virtus Pro is looking for success on those last couple of circles and making sure their loot is always dominant for the final couple of battles. And that's where they netted some of their success. And I can't but feel like they aren't getting those same kills that they might be used to. And maybe that is a bit of the breaking point.
Penta in trouble here. They're going to force to slow it down. Then shield up. Moose will go down off screen. Meds and shields coming here for Penta, because they are one of the many teams on match point. G2, as we said, in a much better armor circumstance than we are used to, as they will hold down this high ground, and they have now eyes onto connector, eyes onto containment, also watching their back in bunker, and going to try to slow play this. Once again, this is the first time we're seeing teams need to play like this and prioritize certain things, namely the win only for your match point teams.
Rogue is able to find a way to get Huskers back to life, but he hasn't hit the ground quite yet. No portal available to get an easy escape. We'll see if anybody decides to pressure, as this is rather center weighted over that map, just on the outskirts here of that Pathfinder reveal.
Going to have the team in the back keep an eye on those Rogue screens just in case pressure does come in from any of those surrounding areas. And yes, indeed it does, and it looks like from the direction of High Desert.
Comes in very, very quick there, ringing the dinner bell, and everybody wants a taste here of Rogue. Sweet Dreams trying to get his way out here. It looks like they may be able to give him a bit of breathing room. We got about 10 seconds out from that Wraith portal concluding. That will be an increased boost in mobility to be able to help escape there, as Dropped made his way back with that grapple.
Yeah, and they do lose Huskers there. Pressure might have come from High Desert, bunker, maybe a little bit of both. But now Wyvern as well, we see in a pretty comfortable position in terms of armor and weaponry. And not afraid to engage.
No. Questioning who they find on the other side, though. But back a little bit more closer to farm. It's going to be Soar here, looking to be able to try and take flight, but it's struggling there. RPR going to be the first to knock. Thermite Grenade trying to execute there. Going to set him low, but not enough for a kill.
Going to be up against Mondo. 2 teams at the bottom of the table. Good 20-20 shots on the finish.
Wow.
Coming out of IPN now, over to Moffers.
That was a great shot there from IPN.
He's got a 301 out. Good shots there. Shield's broken. Just come back, throw up the Watson ult. MVP on the other side also going to take some time to pop a med kit. Maybe a revive as well. RPR does get finished, so now just this 2v3.
Moffers, though, without any shielding at least available now. Generator, I believe, set a little bit farther back. Maybe already destroyed there. Soar will be able to get the battery off. One more in the tank there if it's going to be necessary. Couple syringe attempts here from Moffers as you see him jump up to try and get information. Banner going to be acquired. Let's see if they see any more tracking down here. Soar maybe getting a bit bold, sticking around.
Also going to need that banner grab just for that shield swap, but now over to Dropped, who's also lost Sweet. So more bad news for the Rogue side. Hoping to get that respawn in the end. They actually lose 2, and they will have to fight solo through the rest of this match. Potentially a team we could see out earlier than the rest.
Here we're taking a glance at TSM. First time we got to see where they sit here in match point in this round. Dead center in the map, well postured. Look at that gear. Not too shabby across the board here, Bravo.
Looking pretty good. Also, in a town commonly referred to as Bunker Town. We also know that this is a pretty common place for them to sit. Nice little peek there from Meta Lily. They exchange bullets. Gonna take some time to heal up.
Some concentration on Rep's face there. Confident man, and understandably so if he had the track record that TSM does.
Remember TSM with that big win in Skulltown that actually denied the Na'Vi victory. Great shot here.
The irony of them being denied the victory just one game ago. VP, good positioning, and this is what we've seen from VP a lot in this finals. As res attempt number 2 comes in here for Rogue, it seems like at least not going to be pressured as quickly as we saw before, but merely scraps to be able to pick up from as we get ourselves a closing circle.
Gonna try to catch up with Dropped here. Now back over to High Desert. Here's Sentinels. Like we said, a team that's so mechanically talented and often regarded as the best 1v team that's head-to-head. However, it's surprising to see the points that they have on the board so far, because we're not asking for wins from them so far across these 8 games so far. We're just asking for points on the board, but they're unable to hit the 50 threshold. They're still 5 away, which is not what you'd expect given simply their skill and their tournament performance so far.
And before this gets too wild, I think it's important to bring up that I think the 2 teams that sit at the, they aren't at the 50 threshold yet, are that between Sentinels and VP, but 2 different strategies for the most part when looking at them approach. For Virtus Pro, we see a lot more methodical play coming out from them. Yes, there was some aggression, but for the most part, it's the transitions, the rotations, the gatekeeping. But Sentinels, it's the opposite. It's shift W at your face, watch us kill you. Now, if we look at the team succeeding, what play style is actually thriving? And it turns out majority concentration, I'd say 60-40 in favor of aggression. So the fact that Sentinels isn't there, I think is very, very concerning on maybe not up to snuff or at the same pace here as some of these other rosters.
Keep in mind, with that playstyle, they're also going to now be going up against the more teams that are on match point. Those teams that are on match point are going to be playing very different playstyle than maybe they would even normally play in the lobby as early as this weekend, as they're going to be much more hesitant to take those risky battles. So they're forced to get as many points as they can in those engagements to put as many kills as they can on the board, and they're increasingly playing against opponents who do not want to take those engagements.
So many mind games. As you can hear, the crowd getting very hyped here for what feels like an impending end to this event.
Yes, indeed. A fantastic crowd here in Krakow. Soar for this entire event so far. And Soar with a respawn as well. And must be the most respawns we've actually seen in a finals match so far.
Hands down. But the question is that really necessarily going to help their chances? Because other than Rogue, because they are at match point, they're in a situation where you could argue yes, because out-survive, find a way to get around. But maybe not gonna here in this transition.
What a trend. I mean, Rogue has been trying to get out of Crossroads, a High Desert area for what seems like the entire game, and they're just running into bad luck after bad luck. Their sweep goes down at the hand of Orax, and now look at Sentinels also pushing in towards Bunker. Penta does get that thirst on Sweet as well, which will once again mean just one player alive for the Rogue side. Na'Vi,
look at this. Penta tracking into Na'Vi from behind, and Navi's actually distracted. This could be a very big battle here around Bunker.
On board with Claws, shots coming out there from Impulse, and they're finding players who are going right across the face of Bunker, and they're flying in right now.
Going to be a full third-party party battle. It's very important to know that Penta needs to be able to rid of Sentinels if they want to focus on Na'Vi, who now has control of the bunker. They find themselves a first kill. Seems like the full wipe there on Sentinels as the rest of Na'Vi help clean up that
one. Look at this right here. All of Na'Vi on the other side of the door.
I want to see a zip over. Please zip over if you're on the outside. Maybe flank, trap, maybe Na'Vi into it. We'll see if that's worth it. They might risk too much positioning.
They actually open the door themselves. They release the thermites on the truck, and that is enough to push them back for just a moment. Penta still firing shots into Bunker.
Also, if Penta's not going to go for the zip here, they should go for that zip that we showed a little bit earlier, and I believe it was last game off to that left-hand side. But
still a third party here, though.
Yeah, returning back to where they thought was comfortable here. What used to be home.
Na'Vi pushes out right on Penta. They take the high ground right now, but take a look at this. Shield's being exchanged. 3 players still alive for both sides.
Oh, he takes the portal and just nobs right out, but that ends back into the bunker here. As we glance at Penta, they go and bamboozle the old bait and switch.
Take a look here, right back into Bunker.
Penta says, if you don't take this bunker, we will.
That's a base trade and a half.
And it works in favor of Penta. The circle's on their side.
And I don't know if we've seen a clearer base trade in professional Apex Legends than what we just saw. And Penta now Bunker's up in bunker, and Navi's like, wait. Navi may be wondering if they should have taken that push onto the western bunker wall, excuse me. And talk about the reaction time.
Now Navi's zipping up. Oh my goodness. Now they're going to try and go for the trap.
And here's this. They can zip all the way up and over. They don't catch it though, so they're going to have to drop down. That's going to be dropped. And finally, drop goes down as well. And MVP and Wyvern still fighting it out, despite being at very different sides of the table. Back on board with Wacko and Penta in bunker, and Navi still wondering, wait, what? A little bit of door battle. Curious to see what's going to happen there.
Just a quick reminder and update here. With Rogue now off the table, 7 teams have an opportunity to be your champion. They are Wyvern, Navi, TSM, Gamers Origin, 789, Penta, and G2.
Navi still trapped outside bunker, not invited to the bunker party. Not a good feeling. Selly, though, from Wyvern. Has to cancel the battery, now going to fly back in, cancels again. And in trouble with still shots coming in, and knows there's opponents inside as well. Dire circumstances.
He basically kissed that barrel on his way past that window.
And just is thankful that those shots are being exchanged into bunker instead of onto that rooftop.
So notice, unless Navi transitioned differently, they have 38 seconds to make their way through Penta. And there it is. They're going to go ahead and push. 1 arc star, but that's not going to be fast enough. 13 damage. Here we go, Bravo.
That Peacekeeper hits hard from distance. We'll see if they can go in there. Yes, indeed. Penta now goes down. Let's see. Navi now has to push in.
1-1 here for the 2 teams as the door is going to go ahead and open. There we see Navi pull ahead, find themselves a kill. They're ready to finish this off. Penta trying to get away. The grapple over, but it feels like it's just delaying the inevitable here. Grapple up in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Find ourselves the last target. Likely going to drop down to the backside of the generator, but look at this. Navi feeling very good with their bunker transition.
Yep. PKMK likely pretty thankful that as he was getting the finish on that animation that there was not a Peacekeeper or anything like it on the other side. Orax the only player alive for the Penta side. And what a battle between Navi and Penta. We could not ask
it is beautiful
for a better view of this back and forth between these two. The fight for bunker.
Look at this. It's a roster that we haven't seen in a little bit. 789 taking that high ground transition outside of the bunker, the one we were highlighting before, and they're going to go ahead and drop right into things. It's very risky. It's already Kasanya struggling to be able to take that fight. As Desu's going to drop here, it all comes up to exit, and can he threaten them off here? Double grenade's going to force them out. The circle pinning them against it. And back here in the middle of it, Navi actually struggling against VP.
Yeah, look at VP here now. It's just Taylor and PJ fighting on this rooftop. Shots coming in from so many different directions as well. Taylor trying to get any shots that he can in here. Peacekeeper is downstairs, you can hear it, and that's not going to be good. Taylor takes it, and now that'll be Virtus Pro out as well. 8 squads remaining here. G2 also putting some shots into Penta. We're checking in with TSN. It's just Abralili on your screen.
And Imperial How, I believe, is the one down. So only Abralili and Reps here. Abralili taking 2 shots. Actually survives with that grapple thanks to the cover shots, but stalls it out a little bit longer. Reps the only one now left alive here for TSM. Trying to find a way here into the circle. You hear how they're calling out, find a way to hide. There's 6 squads now left remaining here.
Reps will need a small miracle and a lot of things to go his way if he wants to close out the victory here. Who do we have still remaining, Dread, in this game on match point?
We just lost ourselves Navi, so we've got Wyvern, TSM, Gamers Origin 79, Penta, and G2, and TSM, only 1 person alive here. Currently, Reps has to make the miracle play.
Taking a look at MVP as well. One of our squads not on match point, but one of our teams that can absolutely ruin the fate of one of our teams on match point without a doubt.
Let's see if they can find a way to get themselves here up towards that high ground.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe all 6 teams remaining are on match point here, as we have Wyvern, TSM, Gamers Origin, 789, Penta, and G2.
Those are all our match point teams.
We did just, right there on screen, did see Reps go down.
MVP actually is one of those squads, so somebody's got to end up dropping out of that situation here.
That's right, so that's incorrect. We do have MVP there, so that's only going to be 5 teams. Now 5 squads left, that's going to be Gambit down.
Gamers Origin and G2, I think the only 2 teams at match point still left alive, and G2 have Graham positioning over this final circle here, Bravo. This is going to be their game to lose. It feels like as 4 squads now remain. Gamers Origin trying to be one of those squads that heavily pressured their W series is getting super serious there. MVP is ready to end that one. Come through and find a way to get a secondary knock. Don't think it's going to be a full wipe yet for Gamers Origin, but the biggest problem here is G2 sitting atop the throne and what looks like may be the beginning of the end for the preseason invitational.
Taking a look at that, Gamers Origin here. goes down at the hands of MVP. Gamers Origin will be out. Now still look at G2, and this is where we checked in with them about 20 minutes ago almost.
And now with only 3 squads, that's 6 people at best stand between them and that championship champion banner. Wraith Portal already getting set down. See them poking and prodding. Rhett taking some shots, but more importantly, 0-0, losing all the armor. The Wraith Portal comes through. Arkstar, I think, maybe connected there. No, it's in fact going to be stuck onto the ground. 0-0 needs to be able to shield up. Looks like he'll be able to do so. Watson generator set down. A couple of shots from down below.
Yeah, shots coming in as well. Luckily, Mimu had the flank for them. We'll see if he can stay alive here.
Great
Broken
break.
shields.
Peacekeeper actually going to take enough shots. G2 falling still very low. 1 hit left here for 0-0 to be the members.
He goes down!
And that is going to be G2 out of here.
Look at FlyQuest now. It's right now MVP versus FlyQuest. This is not a match point game, but one of these teams will win. It's going to be 1 knock here for MVP. 2 knocks. Yes, indeed. MVP closes it out, and we have more Apex Legends still to come tonight.
MVP almost living in the shadow of their counterparts Wyvern, but in the finals have an opportunity to clutch it out and show why we have been so impressed with them through days number 1 and 2, but still something to be desired as they reside, I believe, nearly in last place.
In last place,
with
yes.
14 points. So even with this victory, though it's a great moment into their side, I can't help but feel like they have too much here to even be able to claw back.
Taking a look, we don't see on screen just how many AKA had. Ross had 6 kills, Mondo had 8, so that's 14 at least, plus that 12.
Can we talk about the tensity in this room? Every time we get down to top 4 teams, everyone just stops. You can see, get to the edge of their seat, it tense up. And it almost feels like every knock that comes through to one of our match point teams, you hear a exacerbated from everybody.
Yes. And we talked about MVP right there. Crushing dreams. Helping to take down many teams on match point. As we said, that's only going to continue to be more and more the case tonight. That there's going to be so much to play for. And really, in the late game, any kills that come in are going to cause huge impact to these teams because so many more are going to be on match point to break that one down. Let's go over to the analyst desk. Fallout, over to you.
Bravo and Dreadnought, thank you so much. And again, you feel it in the room. You see it in the players' faces. You see it in FlyQuest celebration, the rejoice. You see it in the stress of so many different teams. There is nothing in esports that combines all of the emotions being felt now by these players and our viewers. Fallout here back on the desk with Jamerson and Glitter. I am freaking out right now. We are all freaking out. It almost has the intensity of CSGO mixed with the magic of a battle royale. It is beautiful to see how things are shaping out here.
A team that has been lurking. As you can see, Selly even there talking it over with MVP right now. MVP has been needing a very strong performance for 8 games, and this is it. FlyQuest 2, they've both been sitting basically at the bottom of the standings, but now they really show up in a big way, and especially to play Gatekeeper up against G2.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's a storyline we've been preparing our butts off. That's a storyline we didn't even talk about. Is in this format, a team that has not been really playing well for the first couple matches, game 9 is the same as game 1. There's no difference. You can pop off with a 30-point game and get yourself right back into the mix. And by the way, if you have 50 points, you can be the first team to clutch up and close out after 50 points to secure first place. This is an insane story. You see the happiness, you see the rejoice.
No, but did you see the relief on his face is because he realized it was MVP that they lost to. That's why he was excited. He was realizing it meant the tournament wasn't done yet.
Oh my God. I thought maybe they hit 50 points. I'm like, there's no way they hit 50 points.
No, it was because he immediately looks at Monsoon and goes, that's MVP, that's MVP, because they know it means they get another chance.
I did not put 2 and 2 together there. You're right. They recognize that it's not over yet. They recognize that their life, it's a small one. They're on a lifeline here after being in like 17th place going into that match. But I'll tell you right now, they're still alive.
A lot of teams on lifeboats right now. A lot of teams on lifeboats, and it looks like, the rescue plane is just on the horizon.
The care package is coming, in the words of Lifeline, but it's insane. It is absolutely insane. This match, this series, this format. You got to give a huge shout out to EA's competitive gaming division. And guess what? We are just getting started. This is the beginning of the Apex Legends esports scene and history. This is the Invitational for $500,000, but we hinted at it earlier. We announced some generic details. Guess what? The season's coming. It's going to include offline and online competitions, making stars out of players around the world, end quote. And of course, we're excited for those stars. We have some stars here already on the board.
That's an understatement.
Yeah.
There are some monsters. There's like supernovas up on stage, okay?
Supernovas.
I would say quasars, but both of their teams got knocked out.
Oh, come on. Did you have to do that?
It's that time of the day.
You know what? That was clever. That was clever. That was clever, all right?
There's some fly quests on them. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, man. We're trying our absolute hardest here because let me tell you, our hearts are racing. I'll tell you right now, our talent team, I've been in love with every single one of you guys. We're like a family. There's like 8 of us on this desk every single game, huddling, watching. I posted a video of it on Twitter, but we lost our minds. It has been an unbelievable day. Of course, we want to hear from you guys. Please, please use the hashtag Apex Invitational. Most importantly, spread the word if you're enjoying the action. This is insane. This is really the birthplace, if you think about it, of Apex Legends esports, and the future is certainly bright. Almost feels like the Big Bang. Is this the Big Bang? Are we recreating life?
We got Jim Parsons.
We do got Jim, but we do. That is true. Imperial Hal.
Wow.
At some point, I don't know when you guys are going to kick me off the desk. I feel like it's right there. It's right there.
I should have done it like 2 days ago, to be honest.
I deserved it. I'll admit.
Your ridiculous hair is now sweaty and it's collapsing. Your hair is lacking volume, which I never thought was possible. That is as a result of you're sweating.
You see, it got so big that it collapsed in on itself on its own weight.
All right, at my job, listen. As the host of this desk, I have to reel it in.
Full circle.
I have to reel it in. Listen. We're professional. We have to, and this is insane, but we have to reel it back in and talk about that game here. It comes down to it. Bravo nearly gave me a heart attack, or Dreadnought, saying like 6 out of 7 of the teams alive are still, but that was, of course, a miscall. It was FlyQuest still alive, MVP still alive, plus 3 rosters that were still in it. Gamers Origin were one of them, and of course, MVP kills team after team after team to shut them down.
And honestly, with how many teams are on, of course, match points, it's incredible to see how often they are actually fighting against each other. We saw over there at Bunker, Penta was there, Na'Vi was there, 789 was there. So many teams basically just gatekeeping each other. We were talking about, funneling and choke points. It looks like the match format has created a natural choke point for the team.
That's true. Look at you with the metaphors. It's insane. That's crazy. That's a great comparison there. But I love the bunker play. It was Na'Vi and Penta fighting each other in the bunker. I know Nathanius would have lost his mind if there was Caustic involved there. Unfortunately, we've not seen a Caustic yet, but that bunker choke point was insane. Fnatic and Na'Vi fighting there. Meanwhile, Succubus doing what they can to fight their way back into this one. Unfortunately for them, they're not able to do so, but guess who did? MVP. I don't think that's going to put MVP at 50, but that gives them a chance at least. Actually, it might. Nope. It's maybe. We will see. I don't think it does.
Sliding on over.
Wait, they got. Whoa. I think MVP got first place at 12 points. They slayed out as well. I think they got a ton of points there. They didn't have a lot though, so we'll see where MVP ends up. The question is though, Gambit. Gambit was a team that was on the threshold, and they performed pretty well. Did they get third or fourth? I think they were up there in Gambit. I'm not sure what exactly they placed, but they played very, very well.
Yeah, right now we're just waiting for the standings again from that last match just to see how well my bingo card is getting filled out now.
Yeah.
I've almost got it.
It's almost full.
Oh, you are playing bingo.
I just need kick.
Wow.
If kick hit 50, I get bingo. It's so close.
Kick was unfortunately one of the teams that went out really early in this round.
Get into the corner, get in the back,
There were actually a few that went out really, really early, and I don't. Is it because of different drops? Are people changing things up now that there's so many teams that are so close to match point? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about this format as well, is you obviously have a chance. You need to grind your way back. You need points. You can hot drop, play aggressive. If you're a team like MVP with nothing to lose, with only I think they had 8 points, 10 points before that, you can completely slay out, change your style of play, and that's exactly what MVP did. Now look at this reaction from FlyQuest. We thought it's because they got second, they were celebrating. The reason they reacted the way it was because, as Glitter pointed out, they realized, wait a minute, MVP killed us. crazy.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, go broke or go home for every team here. MVP pouncing on this chance at a W in one of our lobbies. And this is a much needed, honestly, momentum shift for them.
It is.
They have not been having good games all finals long. This might be what they need to really just try and get that momentum train going.
You know, it's definitely going to help reset their mental state. They feel a little bit better about themselves. If they go on a run now, could be dangerous for the rest of the lobby, because some people are probably feeling a little bit defeated, a little bit kind of worn down, especially the teams that got into the match point situation very early on. They've had ample opportunity to close it out. No one's done it yet.
Yeah, can you imagine how Sentinels is feeling right now? They have been in the 40s for 4 matches and not able to get there for a chance. Of course, not performing. That's gonna happen here. The last couple matches, at least. Shout out to the Sentinels organization, one of the best BR organizations right now, and the team has been playing out of their minds. But unfortunate, just not able to get things going here. We are having way too much fun on this desk. It's been great talking about storylines and breaking down some of the action. But I want to talk gameplay. Let's go ahead and send it back over to Blaze and Nathaniel at the command center.
Wow. Thank you once again, Fallout. And I want to say you guys might be on to something with that Apex bingo, by the way. That actually seems pretty fun. We might have to jump in on that game. Folks, I've already sweated through my shirt. My hair has lost its buoyancy. These matches have drove me crazy, Nate.
I think I speak for everybody here, not only the players. Everybody else here has also been pushed to the limit with this going all the way to match 10. I have no words.
You know what? What we're gonna do here is that we're gonna watch we're gonna watch this clip from MVP's perspective. We're gonna give you guys the extended view. So I actually want to hop into a full screen on this, and they hit the play on that one right there. And so the audience at home can see everything that happened here going throughout this match.
Yeah, I mean the positional awareness, like these guys have been great. They made the joke about it, but MVP, I mean, you know, they also had some of the best SC2 players back in the day, and that map awareness comes in spades, recognizing where those little holes are that the enemy could be hiding in, getting those pickoffs.
And that's when they take out Gamers Origin, the previous team who won the last match.
And we talked MVP up all day long until we got into this final, where we kind of made the comment, hey, they weren't really showing up. They weren't really making those plays that we were expecting them to make. They had a lot of really fortunate circles that they actually could not take advantage of. But in the 11th hour, almost literally, they have managed to climb their way back into this and suddenly are a real serious contender to take the championship here at the Preseason Invitational.
And at this point, 16 players watching them, and these are all players in the competition hoping that somebody can win who has not won before, so everybody else can get a chance. You see MVP looking for that height advantage, being sneaky. Only 2 more squads left remaining at this moment. They say, you know what? The engagement has started. They're fighting, and now they're going to use this opportunity to get in there and finish off this round.
Yeah, just absolute amazing precision. Going through like a hot knife through butter, cutting up the competition and taking that championship. And you know the thing is, when you're checking your corners like that, when you're checking those backsides, yeah, you're pushing the building and that you expect that one of the teams is going to be there. But the last thing that you want to have is this Imperial House situation from the last game, where you're trying to make this push up with MVP, and then one guy who's kind of hiding behind you is able to come in, get that third-party action, and turn everything lopsided. MVP doesn't make that mistake. They don't leave their flanks unchecked, and that's the reason why they're able to pick up this victory.
I'll tell you one thing, even throughout my competitive gaming career, tournaments like these as a player make you that much better going through these type of experiences, because the real question is, who's going to close it out first? A lot of these teams been at match point. A lot of dominant teams throughout this tournament are at match point, and they cannot get the composure, sweaty hands. I don't know what it is, but they can't close it out. And now the teams at the bottom are starting to get that confidence that they can win. So now they're starting to get their second win to play that much harder.
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to make the statement that MVP was sleeping on us a little bit at the start of the finals, but now that it's turned into an endurance test for all of the players, perhaps sleeping was the right call to get the win at the end of the day, Blaze.
All right, yo. That's going to be it for me and Nate at the command center. I think we're going to go ahead and throw it back over to the desk. Fallout, take it away.
Blaze, Nathaniel, thank you guys so much, not only for breaking down gameplay, but also for your endless entertainment. I will say, can we just let them do the whole Blaze thing? Let Blaze's personality just take the show here, because honestly, it's been fun getting engaged with them. They're like 5 feet away from us, by the way, so we've been talking back and forth at the broadcast as well. It's been a lot of fun, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, these games are really, really testing the limits of our competitors, but honestly, people are rising to the occasion. FlyQuest, MVP, really bringing it here. And I'm so excited to see what happens in our next few games.
And this is what I was talking about, where I feel like the teams that were at the bottom are really starting to become more aggressive in an effort to make sure that the top teams that have already qualified with their match points can't win.
Here it is, the standings. Looking down, look how far down we have to look for 50, but Gambit Esports do it with 50 points exactly. They crossed the threshold. We are almost at half of our teams in the lobby with match points. Oh my goodness, it is Navi, Wyvern, TSM, Gamers Origin from France, Penta, G2 Esports, of course, both of them representing Europe, Team 789 representing CIS from Russia, Rogue, Gambit Esports also joins the mold, another team coming from Europe. And look, I'm looking at this lineup right now, and I have to ask, who do you guys think is going to take it?
I'm stumped at this point because these games are all over the place. Each team is showing up, or a different team is showing up every game. It's a total crapshoot.
Though, take a look.
Okay, give it to
me. No, bring it back up. Give me that graphic again. Anyhow, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. We have about 3 teams on the cusp of actually breaking in. MVP and FlyQuest, with both of their performances, really put them within range. And with them stepping it up in that last game, there is an opportunity for them to also be in the running to hit match points.
Oh my goodness.
37 points for FlyQuest. And I don't quite remember what MVP has, but I want to say 40-44.
Are you trying to say that means they're going to be more motivated to be even more aggressive and make sure they shut those teams down to get themselves into match point contention?
Maybe.
Can I drop some intel? I got some intel.
Yeah.
I know some people that know some people. And in that little tiny break while Blaze was talking, because my man likes to talk. No offense. No, I'm just kidding. I talked to Swagasaurus, my man Nick. He's a general manager for FlyQuest, and he told me he talked to Monsoon, and Monsoon said, I hope we can find the comms somewhere, because I know their player mics are on. He said, we have to grief them or we lose. We need to grief. Let's fly. Let's go. That's why FlyQuest played so aggressive, and that goes to show the strategy changing, the meta changing because of this format.
But that's what I've been saying, that there was always the potential for it to happen, and it's finally ringing true. I think we've gotten to desperation hours at this point.
Yeah.
People are going to be willing to do whatever they have to do to make sure.
Well, I asked you guys your predictions. Can I give my prediction?
Yeah.
All right, here's my prediction. I think...
Okay. It looks trolly already.
I think that 7, 8, 9 is going to win in 10.
So in this next game,
Blaze gets it. Glitter doesn't get it.
no, I got it, but like, do you mean it though? Do you mean it, or is it a joke?
I mean, you know what? I'm going to say I mean it.
Okay.
It was actually intended to be a joke, but I'm going to say I mean it.
At least you had one person laughing for
Hey,
you.
all right, Blaze has got my back. Thank you, Blaze. I'm sorry, it was a dad pun. I know it was a dad pun. It wasn't really that funny, but I had to do it. The opportunity was way too good to do it. However, we're having too much fun here at the desk. Let's go ahead and send it over, as we're giving the teams and players a quick break here. Let's send it over to Bill and Rain Day. Something tells me I'm about to get roasted.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm just relishing the moment that I'm finally taller than Jump on stage. This is a big moment for me.
I can't.
So I'm just gonna.
Somebody got a defibrillator.
What's up, man? What's wrong? Why are you down there?
Somebody got a defibrillator, like just an
What's
electric. Dude, I feel like I need to get into some like seventh inning stretches or something like that.
No, you can
like,
stay. It's all right.
I'm sorry.
Crazy matches,
wow,
man.
You look really different this way.
Yeah, it's a different angle, but it gets my freckles better, so you like it. Yeah.
Guys, we are coming into game number 10. We started at 5 p.m. local time, which means we have been playing for over 5.5 hours of Apex Legends. And there's one thing that I want to start this off with. It comes down to fatigue. And all of these players are definitely feeling it right now.
Well, I come from a competitive soccer background, football, if you're in the Europe where we are right now. And
soccer.
One of the craziest moments ever is if you get a PK situation that goes longer than you expect. It goes to 5, 6.
had one went to 11, and the goalies had to take penalty kicks against each other. And your mentality changes through each of those phases. One, this is unexpected. I have to re-up. Now things aren't going the way I want. I get a little down. And now focus. This is really when it's ending. This is really when it's ending. This game has maybe 2 more rounds because we can see these teams chomping at the bit, and I don't know if there's going to be another chance like there were to go ahead and finish it up.
I feel like at this point I'm back in high school playing like old school like FIFA where you just put in the golden goal setting and you're just playing against your friend forever, because that's what it is right now. It's a golden goal situation. 9 teams have the opportunity to win the game and win the tournament, but there are plenty of teams. You have CLG, they're sitting at 15th place, 17 points. A win and 5 kills puts them across that eligibility.
And not just them, NRG. We talk about MVP. We talk about FlyQuest with Monsoon. And we did just talk with Zach. They mentioned it on the desk, but he intentionally is griefing that team. Knowing the high ground was taken by G2, they plan to go ahead and make sure that did not work out. So we're going to see teams now, maybe not on drop, because that's a little risky, but towards the later circles, start to understand who's alive. Okay, we need to rush this because I don't care if we lose right now. We just can't let the tournament end.
But I think that this is a moment where we criticize the aggressive teams at the beginning of this tournament, saying you can't be over aggressive. These more patient teams are going to find themselves victory. We saw that being the case. Now you take a look at MVP, whose entire MO is all about that aggression. When you're going up against a team that plays more to their smartness, more to their intelligence, when that fatigue takes over, aggression is going to win.
You definitely lose those finite kind of decision-making opportunities. You were mentioning that CLG and Nicewick was saying, how would have won that fight 3 hours ago? But that's not what it is. It's not 3 hours ago for any team here, so they all have to deal with that, so they're all on an even playing field. This is where we'll see champions really be born, because this is a unique atmosphere. No Battle Royale has done this type of format. No players have gone through this type of format. And so it's a new challenge that someone's going to hopefully come to the task of.
As the saying goes, it's not about the amount of championships that you might win. It's not about what you're standing here today, but it's about the journey that you've gone on. And when you take a look at every single one of these teams, the 9 that are eligible to win the tournament, as well as the other 11 below, their journey has been grueling. It's been gruesome, but more importantly, that trophy is standing right here, and you can tell every single time that something happens, they're aiming at it.
And there's a lot of money on the line as well. And at this point as a team, you do have to start considering, how do I approach these fights? Because placements also matter. Getting into a good spot, maybe 5 points means another $5,000 for you and your team. So you have to understand it may not be about getting first for you at this point, but I don't think any of these teams are willing to let it go just so soon. This next round, do you think we're going to get a winner?
I don't know, but I think I like the point that you're saying of some of these teams, it's not just about winning. You take a look at FlyQuest. They did not win. They got second place, but they were just as excited as ever. Why? Climbing up the leaderboards. I talked to Zach, I talked to Lou, I talked to Monsoon. They all said, give us 2 games, we're hoisting that trophy.
You know, I think the only team, and I want to get your opinion on this too, that I'm really still watching is Virtus Pro. This is a team everyone considered a favorite heading into this LAN, the most consistent EU performing team across all of Apex Legends leading up to it. They've shown great team fights, but something's been off. I wonder if this length of time is just what they needed to finally start turning up the gear.
Well, I think that's something that we've been able to notice. It's you take a look at those later game fights. Fallout said it himself. All of these casters that aren't on there, aka Bravo and Dreadnought, we're hanging out around that analyst desk. We're watching these games and we're recognizing teams like Virtus Pro, teams like Gambit, and you even see something like the Sentinels and then MVP, who just got the win. Slow and steady wins the race, but it's that aggression that they're starting to really crank up.
Also, can you see some of these moments missed? Let's talk about TSM, Imperial Hal, obviously a very incredible 1v1 player, but it doesn't go his way, and it's almost like you got your teammates watching, you got Gamers Origin now getting into the threshold. That's a tough mental thing to take and deal with. I'm curious to see how he bounces back, how TSM bounces back, especially since they were showing a lot of confidence heading into these rounds.
Every difficulty that TSM has had has been because all 3 squad members are not left alive.
That's
if they
true.
stick together as a unit, there might be an availability for the black and white of TSM. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get some applause, let's get some excitement. Game number 10 is upon us. Gentlemen, Bravo, Dreadnought, it's your call.
Thank you so much, Jump and Rain. And you and I were just talking, Dredd. I'm curious, right? We know these players must be getting a little bit tired here.
A little bit.
In this match. So I thought to myself, losers bracket teams that played earlier today had to play 4 additional matches. Surely those teams must be feeling that fatigue a bit more. We're talking about well over an hour worth of gameplay, and if you add in also the time in between those matches, a lot more time in the venue, a lot more times in the booth.
Yes.
we decided to look at those numbers.
Who of our match point was on that, right?
6 out of our 8 match points teams came from the losers bracket. 6 out of the 8 teams here on match point have played for hours more, and the fatigue is not hitting them. By the way, that's going to be Na'Vi, Wyvern, Gamers Origin, G2, Rogue, Gambit as well, all coming in from the losers bracket. Only 789 and TSM are the 2 that came from the winners bracket. 8 total teams on match point here. Will match number 10 be our final match here at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational? Now Gambit dropping labs.
Standard drop here for Gambit, our newest team to acquire the match point certification, if you will. See what they managed to get for themselves. It feels like Gambit's one of those rosters that, much like G2, when we glance over, armor, resources are always on the struggling side of things, but at least now for Labs, seems like it's netting quite a bit here for this roster. Blues across the board, and at least a bit of guns here to boot.
We talk about what a marathon this is. I mean, at the end of these finals, there are so many different battles that made huge impact and influence on this. You're just talking to some guys here at the analyst desk, and you know, Na'Vi, 1 elimination away from being on match point in game number 3, and instead we find ourselves in game number 10. They've let the rest of the pack catch up, and now 9 teams on match point.
And so one thing that I want to talk about here in that little break that we got, Bravo, before all the chaos is going to unfold, was I was able to run into No Cocoa Buffs of CLG, and he was talking about already that fatigue coming down to the line. And I think we all knew that the fatigue was going to be a problem at this state with this many games back to back to back. But the biggest thing he highlighted was he thinks experience is going to rise to the top here because the mentality, he feels that you're already on this lobby, can see people making mistakes that they wouldn't have maybe a couple hours ago. But if we look at experience, I can't help but feel like rosters like TSM and Rogue should have a lot going for them as we go farther through our day.
Absolutely, and it brings up a topic we've highlighted earlier as we see Dropped getting a little bit of a mini-map check here. Let's see where this is headed first. We are headed now to the southeast.
TSM's got to feel good about that, sitting really close to home. They're off on the side of cage. Pretty much one of the most default rotations we've seen from them into this finals. So Rogue's got to find a way to be able to deal with that a little bit later, but obviously probably quite a few tangos sitting in between them and TSM, so we'll figure out how they end up handling that. As glancing over here with 789 already down Xons.
Wow. And we don't know how, but 789 always somehow finding themselves in difficult circumstances, however, also oftentimes finding themselves in the late game. So we'll keep an eye on them to see exactly how 789 plays out, but something we highlighted earlier, Dread, that will continue to be more true as we go on board with TSM.
On a supply ship actually here in the center of the map. Interesting placement for them. Gonna go ahead and drop down. Nice 7 there from a max range EVA 8-shot. Reps finds himself a kill, and that's actually Wyvern Selly dropping very early as Parka trying to help him out.
Parka has to get out of dodge, does not use the Q to get up. Confident in the ability to escape there. Is going to have time to pop a cell. Something else, Dread, we talked about earlier on in the tournament and these finals is that once again, as more teams get onto match point, that is going to slightly adjust how many teams are playing a positional and a rotation-heavy playstyle where they do not want to take any engagements that are even the slightest bit risky. So we're going to see this lobby change, and there's going to be a certain curve of how this game is played. It's going to be very different from our opening games. In fact, entirely different based on the format alone.
And with that in mind, I want to highlight that. I feel like it might be a little bit bold because TSM's usually not afraid to take fights, but it feels like the rate in which they already took that onto that supply ship shows that TSM's ready to battle here for game number 10. Penta, though, struggling here to get their way out of Skull Town, already down 2 members. Wacko, the only guy left standing as it's Sentinels trying to hunt them down.
Sentinels, of course, now that they here.
Just right below our threshold.
Yeah, 3 points under still. They still have not crossed that.
If they could find Wacko, that would be just enough to put them at the 50.
Then they have to also hope that one of those other 8 teams does not win this game. It's a lot of hoping for Sentinels, but they are in it for the long haul, as are all 20 teams in our final lobby.
Lucky circumstances here for Wacko that he was able to make it out. And, we started today when we would have those 1 teams at match point get to the last man standing, it would go, maybe they have an opportunity. But now that we have almost half of this lobby at match point, I think it's very unlikely that any of them get that kind of miracle Hail Mary, especially considering the only person who has any evidence to show that they maybe have success at those circumstances is still that of Kasanya from 789.
Amazing plays from Kasanya all weekend long. Look at that great team shot. Focus fire. coming in from the side of NRG. That will be the knock and the elim on Sweet, and they will continue this push across this difficult to traverse area now. Rogue desperately trying to get away. It's going to be dropped there.
Yeah, it feels like for Rogue, everything has just been falling apart these last 2 rounds, not working into their favor whatsoever. But Wyvern still struggling themselves as they make their way out to the landing pad here, very far off, just on the outskirts of Repulsor.
And I'm tempted to say it's tricky circumstances for a lot of our match point teams, but when half the lobby is essentially on match point, it's going to become more and more redundant off the break.
Like, for instance, it was bad for others, but Gamers Origins going, you know, we're sitting in a cage, we've got some good loot, I'm not too concerned about it. And a guy who's definitely not signed here, when you look at the armor on Gambit, the gear, and more importantly, their position, they're well and primed here for game number 10.
Ready indeed, and they are positioned up nice and early. Also a little bit of scouting here for Sunset. It's got the zip back up. One thing we can also check in, keep in mind, we have an Apex Predator title to give away too. That's going to be the player with the most kills, the highest individual kills in the tournament. That's an $8,000 cash prize as well. And with 9 total games in the finals so far, that's led by 9 Impulse from Na'Vi and Imperial Hal, and Selly tied for second with 20. Sorry, Imperial Hal, Selly, and Claws all tied with 20.
Interesting little stat when considering the Apex Predator. The only roster to have all 3 in top 10 is Na'Vi, the team that opened up so very well here in our finals, but seems like their name has maybe slipped the tongue over our last couple of final circles.
Here's Succubus in trouble. Star Wraith trying to push through caves, and now very little shields for them. That's Na'Vi on the other side of it.
Yeah, Impulse needs to find a way to heal up. He did finish the med kit. Battery's going to come out. Claw's not showing anything here quite yet. Warning shots here being distributed throughout the caves. Not going to be pressure for 2 minutes and about 30 seconds, so Na'Vi can really decide to back out of this if they like. By no means are they forced into a lose-lose scenario, but FlyQuest maybe has an opportunity to collapse around with some transition.
Checking in here with Misfits. Crowd still making a whole lot of noise here. It might be 10:54 p.m. in Krakow, but this crowd is ready for more Apex Legends action.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Now TSM making the rotation to Cage as well. And we've seen this before. It's TSM on 3 white armors.
I just wonder where they got away from the cage if they didn't end up committing to the drop there early on, what they have in the past. And now you see here the members controlling the cage. NRG distributing shots. That's Gambit and TSM that they're actually flickering out at. Oh, barely. We're going to see the Wraith be able to get away, whether that's Ace or Gambit. It's going to be Sunset actually there as he sets up the portal to help Sign retreat.
I don't know if it's going to be the first time, but potentially one of the few times that we could head into what we call Monday Esports if we cross midnight here. We're only about an hour away from that being the case. Once again, not surprised that you're hearing that teams thinking it's going to come down to experience. The amount of LAN experience you have here, really the only thing that can prepare you for a situation like this with game after game after game, knowing how much is on the line.
Yeah, it can't be said enough. I don't think I honestly am skilled enough with words to be able to convey how difficult some of these moments to remain at 100% attention span to each and every one of these games and have concerted effort and focus to consider all of the outplays of your opponent and what you can do to better your situation this long. It's mentally devastating.
As Desu spotted out, look as she tries to, oh boy! And of course she hits that wingman for 95. All she has in the way of cover is a very small tree, and she's able to push her opponent right back. Might want to circle back with her teammates. They have made a good rotation.
Yeah, talk about a cliffhanger.
Absolutely. Now back over to Aka on the MVP side. We saw a win for them, and they actually brought themselves within 8 points of match point with that victory.
Man, talk about such an interesting victory. Definitely the most, for lack of a better term, hollow victory we've seen so far, though it worked out great. It just is, congratulations, MVP, you're a part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Like, it's so awkward, but it's true. Likewise, you're posting up on the side of Repulsor. Everybody understands that this high ground is going to be a major threat when looking at this final circle, at least when looking at 2 onward. 2 should force it off. I don't believe it's going to be focused around at least the Repulsor, probably more so towards that Hydro Dam.
I have to mention that Sentinels is a team we highlighted right around games 4 or 5, maybe, I think 4, They exited at 16th with 4 kills, and as we said, really only a few placings and kills away from match point, and a very unfortunate set of circumstances for them as they still sit 3 away from match point. Keep in mind, the majority of the lobby, not yet at match point. So take away performances and history so far. If these teams are able to win games, we still have teams that are so close. Sentinels at 47, Virtus Pro at 46, MVP at 42, and I'll even throw in FlyQuest at 37 that they could rally back in here and make this a very long, I don't even know if I can call it an evening anymore, just simply a long finals as we head towards the very late hours and potentially into tomorrow.
So we see one of our match point teams not having the best success here. It's Wacko. Only member and representative there for Penta. Gambit, though, our newest rank of the match point, looked pretty good already here as we saw they were in a skirmish with the cage and actually didn't look like it was going to be working out in their favor. The fact that they had the res opportunity and they healed up, restored balance here is a very good sign for them.
Get dropped right there, you see one hand off the mouse and keyboard, just wondering how he's going to play this. Now back on board with Na'Vi, and we'll also check in Retzi on the Sentinel side. Again, Sentinels need a performance here. They also need to do everything they can to deny a victory from those match point teams. Soar, if we take a look at where they are, the table down at 16th with 31. Great shots there, shield broken from Moppers. Finding opponents here on the edge of this Hydro wall. Piping rather, that will head potentially down over into slums if they're able to chase them out, but of course, not where their opponents want to be, stuck between. Broken shields again for IPN. Some good defense here from Soar to defend against that push.
A little too far there for an Arcstar. Sentinels, though, joining up here, still just sitting right on the cusp of that threshold. Very lethal roster here, but struggling in their finals. Trying to make their way over to the Watchtower. Seems like the victim is going to be VP. Another team sitting out of that bubble, but G2 have made the way over here as we see just on the outskirts of that Hydro Dam kind of structure, the staircase up to make your way here towards Cage. And this is a final circle we saw once before. It was actually, I want to say, our losers round 2. Fnatic EU was posturing in here and holding this very well. And right now it's either this circle or the Cage, I think, most likely for where the final battle happens. And that's why NRG maintaining that high ground over Cage.
NRG holding this not only for the position, not only for the points, but they also need to hold it to try to deny a win from those 8 teams. Checking back in with Penta, Wacko, and Nesh here working together. Nesh back in the game.
Silver lining here. Seems like he's got a little bit more of a opportunity to turn around than maybe that of Sweet Dreams over the last round. But Na'Vi here with the low ground on the offside of Cage, those little side structures. Seems like they'll be able to Watson up and hold off for a little bit later into the final circle. This is a good post-up position here. The Sentinels find themselves a nice little battle trying onward. And it looks like that's going to be Gambit actually dropping to Sentinels.
Yeah, it's a big win for them. Not only do they stay in the game, but also knock out a match point team. Of course, a must-win for them, but we could say that about just about every engagement they're going to have in this game. Not only to make sure they cross match point, we can bet that if they did get all 3 of those, that they will be there. That's going to be the case. So now looking here at RPR on the Soar side.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how experience is going to matter, and I want to raise, if we do go to another game, how big of a mental setback that could be for Gambit. You just got your chance to win this tournament, and it was denied nearly faster than almost anyone else. The first of our match point to go out.
Also hearing from the command center that Rogue might be down. We'll get confirmation on that as well.
Na'Vi, though, looking good, and I got confirmation. Rogue is no longer with us here, so I believe we're just down now to 7 teams at match point.
Punching a tunnel.
Wyvern, only 1 representative, Parka.
Team we've been watching all weekend long, but now just 1 on the list at match point. Still neck and neck in terms of points overall. Just if you're curious, we already have Na'Vi with 88 and Wyvern with 86.
And, you know, I don't mean to instill hope for anybody who's become a pretty big fan here of the roster 789, but they have debatably one of the best situations they've had over some of the later rounds that we've gotten out of the entirety of the finals, especially post-match points. So we'll see what they have in store for us. But Wacko still doing his best to just try and hold on here.
Oh, and this is going to be bad. Has to queue out. He's getting shot from the back. We'll see if it's going to be the guys on third impact that can finish. And Wacko.
Balin-G actually risks.
Wacko stays there. Instead of going all the way down that ramp and trying to turn the corner, Nade's going to be out. We'll see if third impact can take down Wacko. One of those shots hitting just a bit. Wraith is sneaky, squirrely. And too familiar of a situation. They have not upgraded from that white armor. Each of them in trouble in different ways.
Sitting on the side of this structure that I was talking about before, we know once they go through this, they have other opponents waiting there. Then they have a staircase to climb with another roster waiting to end their life. They're gonna get a force TSM into a bad spot.
Not good. Have to be careful here. They're just healing up together. Working together to just guard the staircase.
Abrolele very low. He's syringing in the back. You see Hal trying to give him some distance, door jamming with his body. But what is TSM going to do here? Like, at this point in time, you need to make a push somewhere. Some way here for TSM.
And once again, yeah, they have to assume that the opponents on the other side of this have better than triple white armor. So they're going to need to make that push count in the way of that focus fire. And target prioritization now looking at G2.
Just on the outskirts. TSM is just to the right. There's a concrete wall that divides between them. I talked about the team maybe waiting for them. It's going to be Na'Vi.
Yep, Na'Vi in trouble here.
Or excuse me, G2. We tune in with Na'Vi.
Going to just circle back with teammates. Now Succubus, a team we haven't seen much from there in 19th.
Mady pulls back there through his portal. Gamer's Origin actually just dropping in our kill feed, so that's another one of our match point teams going down. 6 remain, I believe, here in our last lobby.
Look, here comes the push on TSM. It's just Reps and Abrolele have to work together. Now it's just Abrolele here who has to get out.
Running into a lot of people there. G2 was actually the team, I believe, ending their lives. Yeah, as we see Mimu clean up shop here. TSM is about to be no longer with us. Abrolele barely holding up, and now G2 actually going to get pressured. And that's TSM down.
Take a look here. G2 under some fire, taking time to pop a bat. Now here's Soar, also at the bottom of the table in 16th. But as we say, the teams, this is going to be further and further the case. That teams like Soar, teams like Misfit Succubus, they can continue to cause havoc against teams that are on match point, even though they are so far away from it.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody at home, who are those teams that are still alive? It's Na'Vi, Wyvern, Penta, G2, 7, 8, 9. Those are your 5 teams who can walk away a champion here as we find ourselves with our last 10 squads.
Target spotted.
Checking on board with NRG in a better armor situation than we are used to seeing in our finals. Digital threat wing here for RPR as they make this push across as well.
Zoning off Sentinels a little bit longer. Sentinels with those kills probably going to find themselves at the match point, but no opportunity to get the win here. Who can they crush the dreams of? So far, find a target down below. Not going to have the cleanest spray, but that's Exons from 789. Very big setback for them. Actually, we hear everybody going down. Na'Vi is actually going to drop 789 as well out of here. Wyvern, G2, and Penta seem like the only teams left. 789 actually drops, my goodness, G2 and Na'Vi?
Yes, Na'Vi out as well. We're hearing from the command center. We saw a few wipes coming in the kill feed as well. Here's Mady. He will go down as well.
Self-res, does that go over to a team that has match point? If so, increases the chance that they get this win condition very, very much so, trying to do their best to be able to rid of it.
Here's third impact. Another team really messing up. The teams at the top of the table who are on match point. Sentinel at this point has secured that they will be on match point for the next game if we get to that next game.
I just got word that I believe every match point team is dead. The last 5 remaining, none of them have actually acquired match point. So we're going to be going to game number 11.
You guys ready for a little bit more Apex Legends?
We do. We want some Apex Legend in here. A little bit. Seems like, you know, the focus here on the top 5, and understandably so. Senox dodges that thermite.
Could this be a big momentum swing for the Sentinel side? Like we said, given that news, they have already secured that their next game will be on match point. And what a comeback it would be for the Sentinel side as they spent so much of these finals, the entirety of them not on match point. Can they ride the momentum here into a win next game? And here's CLG as well, who is a big performance away, a win and several kills away, but 5 already for Diz. So they could be on match point as well if they get a high enough placing.
This feels like somehow this might be an opportunity for Dizzy and the rest of NRG to turn things around for their tournament. As we have this circle closing in round 6, a lot of damage here is already. Third Impact struggling to get out. Sentinel sitting on that high ground, feeling good. 4 squads now left remaining. The question is, where is NRG here? Can they threaten Sentinels?
So back up with Sentinels, and they do have this high ground. We've seen teams win this position before. Dizzy continuing to rack up some kills. Third Impact does go down. And with that news, it's only 4 squads left, and Dizzy is looted up with this 99 Peacekeeper combo, and the whole team doing well in the way of armor as well.
The 4 squads, MVP being one of them, only 2 members.
MVP, by the way, needed 8 points to get on match point. They were sitting in 12th.
There's only 1 squad that we haven't really gotten to figure out where they are quite yet. We know where Sentinels and TRSM are.
First Peacekeeper shot does not hit. Second one, neither. Now flying in also is Aka. He needs to stay alive with Mondo. Very low shields here, trying to stay on the Watson ult. Senox and Retzi, though, still looking good up top, and here comes the portal.
Everybody's so distracted with each other that somehow Sentinels is just being left alone. Mondo holds on for a little bit longer here, but we got the circle closing in.
This is the biggest for NRG. They are the lowest on the table out of the teams that remain.
And they had such a good position. There's the kill onto Mondo. That's going to be a self-res available, and it's most important because that's on Ace. He is the Wraith who has the chance to be able to still clutch out this game. You saw the pre-portal up above. Sentinels, they're prepped and ready for this game to end, but they've got 30 seconds before that closes. So you see the patience. Retzi drops it. He understands that that will be available still for that final closing. And now can we see a world where Third Impact controls that? This feels like it's Sentinel's game to lose, but what if everybody's so distracted that somehow Ace uses that shield to clutch it out?
This is big for Third Impact. This is big for NRG. Like we said, they are the teams towards the bottom of the table here. Sentinels has already secured the fact that they will be on match point next game. Like we said, just playing for the win here and momentum. It's just Ace for the NRG side.
Getting as much heals as it possibly can. A fast heal backpack existed on Dizzy. If it exists on him, I think they have an opportunity to possibly win.
Oh,
that's
boy.
121! That is a massive trade that's going to break the armor, making the circle definitely going to kill them, but he needs a second one here.
Good shots here with 99 out the window as well. Going to pump the bat now, has to get in, and he is in. He will stay alive now. Look at this. This is the battle between the 2 levels. Still 3 squads left, though. Now just 2. That's going to be a kill. Ace does take out Forsaken now. It is just going to be these 2 teams here. Drops right down on him. Sentinels should be able to close this out. Let's see if they can. Just need to kill the knockdown shield. Yes, they do. Sentinels not only secure match point, but they will win game number 10 in a very, very cool, calm, and collected way to close that one out.
And with that, I think it's fair to say that half of our lobby for game 11 find themselves at match point. But my goodness, very clever play coming out from Senox and the rest of Sentinels, understanding they had the high ground advantage, everybody distracted with one another, and they knew the second that Ace decided to initiate, that was likely the weakest he was going to be the rest of that game, not wanting to take the heal off. They take fate into their own hands.
Based on the early results, you might have thought this finals could be over in 4 games. If you thought that, you were wrong. And we're here now, 10 matches under our belt, 10 teams on match point. To hear about that last one and to get ready for our next one, it's back over to the analysis desk.
Bravo, Dreadnought, thank you so much for carrying us all night long here as Sentinels takes home first place, followed by NRG in second, thanks to pretty clutch plays coming in from Dizzy, of course. Third place was TI, Third Impact, and fourth was MVP. Back-to-back solid performances for MVP might put them in it. The South Korean organization that started in StarCraft, move on to League of Legends and Here's the Storm, now competing in an FPS for the first time, and they're representing well. You see Retzi on screen right now, but real quick, I have to say, audience, you guys are enjoying this action. You guys are cheering for the players, rightfully so. Can we get a round of applause for our casters? It's Bravo and Dreadnought here, who have been putting on a show. It is difficult to do what they do. My hat goes off, and a round of applause for them as everyone in the audience will be taking a break here in between games. Bravo and Dreadnought, you guys get a well-deserved break as well.
Yeah, fantastic job so far. I mean, I have done some long days casting, and this duo, I honestly, I love this entire team, but you have to commend this kind of effort right now. And of course, also the effort coming out from NRG and Sentinels.
Huge plays from Sentinels. You wonder if that puts Retzi back in the argument for Predator. I know he wasn't a top 2 contender, and I don't know if he's gotten a lot of kills in the last couple games here, but he was holding it early on. That was a long time ago. Retzi known to be one of the best fraggers in the game. We'll see where he sits in that Apex Predator conversation. I think more importantly than that, he doesn't even care. He cares about the fact that Sentinels is now guaranteed a spot in the top 10 teams at least, maybe 11, maybe 12. You have to think with guaranteed at least half or more of the lobby, we're going to see a win in match 11.
Yeah, we're still waiting to see if MVP joined them in match point right now.
Yeah.
It is a very tight race.
NRG might be close. Did they frag out there?
NRG were close, yeah. Then they did end up picking up a lot of eliminations, yes.
Unfortunately, 7, 8, 9, and 10 did not happen. I tried my best to make that a thing, to channel that into life. But unfortunately for 7, 8, 9, it does not happen. You got to wonder, in all seriousness, 7, 8, 9, a Cinderella story of this tournament has been the theme. Has the clock struck 12? Have they lost their momentum? Have they turned into a pumpkin?
Well, I mean, we've got another 48 minutes until it's actually midnight.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, my gosh, literally. Okay,
48 more minutes.
You're right. It's not. It's
48 more minutes.
I can't believe it's actually almost midnight.
The thing is, we are starting to see some cracks in that composure, and I think we can say safely, maybe 4 games ago, 7, 8, 9 have not been playing the same way that they were all tournament long. We even saw, in the camera feed there for a lot of the players, showing a lot more frustration than we've ever seen coming out from the 7, 8, 9 players.
Yeah, that's a great point. Let's take a look at the highlights here from last game. TSM, another squad that we're used to clutching up. One of 3 teams to go back-to-back with wins here this tournament. 7, 8, 9 is another one of them. Not doing much here in the winning category, or at least placement category, because they got taken out pretty early. Gambit, our most recent addition. I had to literally write their name super small on my checkerboards thing here. And they get taken out as well. They are not able to make it all the way through. However, NRG, my man Dizzy, can you imagine to pile on to the year of 2019 that this man has had if he some way, somehow clutches up for his team, gets them to the 50-point threshold, and they win the next game?
That would be absolutely insane. Absolutely insane.
What would you do, Glitter?
Are you trying to push us to game 12?
Well, if they have 50 points...
True, we don't know yet.
We don't know yet. That's
we
true.
don't know yet.
You're right. It might be pushing us to game 12. Did I jinx this by saying it's going to go to 20 games earlier in the broadcast? I don't know.
One of the craziest things, though, watching all of these games as we are going the distance here, is that the mechanics aren't dropping for these players. Their aim is still on. Their movement is still on point. And I really have to commend all of the 60 players in our lobby up in our booths right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, we give Bravo and Dreadnought a round of applause. Audience, if you're listening still, can you give the players a round of applause here? They need your energy. They can hear you, because guaranteed these players are grinding through this 11-game series. What a show that they have put on, led by, in the last game, this guy right here. It was swing Ace, but Dizzy was the one we were watching, I thought. By the way, was it Ace the whole time or Dizzy? I thought it was Dizzy.
Ace.
I'm losing my mind here. I'm sorry. I've been giving Dizzy all the credit. Ace, I got to put some respect on your name. I apologize. Ace, who is arguably and considered to be one by a lot of his peers, TSM included, one of the best players in the game. Ace does it big.
Yeah, I mean, Dizzy did have to make a lot of adjustments coming, as this NRG roster changed over time, right? He was that star Wraith that a lot of people used to tune into when he initially started streaming and picking up a lot of traction playing with King Richard and everyone else. But now swapping on over to that Pathfinder role, even though it has that same kind of movements, you're missing the Q. That invulnerability into the void is something that maybe he's still missing sometimes, you have the movement, but the invulnerability is huge.
That is true. That's been key for him. You got to wonder, are Ninja and King Richard watching this, Maybe that's the energy Dizzy needs for NRG to come back. Yes, pun intended there. To come back and win this one. Ninja, King Richard, if you're watching, send my boy Dizzy all your energy, because he needs it in an 11-game series by none other than John Nelson and, of course, the competitive gaming team, Ghostiami, Shaheen, and the entire competitive gaming team at EA. You guys put something miraculous together. We'll see who can come out on top. But one thing I want to talk about real quick is this right here. This is my seemingly never-ending checkerboard. And at this point, G2 Na'Vi and Penta have gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight games with match point, not able to close it out. This almost seems like a Nadal versus Federer series, not like an esports major final. TSM with 4, 789, 4 in a row. Wyvern Rogue 3 in a row. Gamers Origin 2 in a row, not able to close it out. Gambit just won.
That was tennis. I got that one.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Sports, you got this.
Slow there.
Jamerson, you got this, bud. 11 teams. Here you have it. NRG sneaks through. Sentinels makes it with 69 points. Haha. And Gambit Esports with 51 points. 11 teams. Oh, no. Oh, no. I didn't see that.
Take a look at MVP. So close, sitting on the cusp at 49 points. And just below them, Virtus Pro at 47. These teams so close to adding their name into contention for the championship.
Indeed. FlyQuest with 37. So we saw their celebration. They're so excited that they're still in this. I love the entertainment from FlyQuest, the heart that they show. They have not given up. They got second place in a game, didn't show up right there in match number 10. We'll see if FlyQuest can get that 50-point mark and maybe keep us going to a game 12 in match number 11. I can hardly believe this, guys. I'm having so much fun. Full lot here with Jamerson and Glitter, but we're going to throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius at the command center. What's up, guys? How you guys? Are you guys alive?
What's up, Desk? How you guys doing over there?
Can we talk?
Wow, what a crazy
turn.
Yeah, let's talk. Talk to me real quick.
I'm having a heart attack over here. I'm doing okay. Listen, I'm struggling.
I'm sweating through my shirt right now, John.
Oh my.
You are sweating through your shirt. We're having fun though, man. Blaze, I hope you're enjoying as much as we are, bro.
Oh yeah, you know we definitely are over here in the command center, folks. Guys, it's 11 teams at match point. Now, if 9 of these teams, actually, you know what? We're gonna set this clip up, and this what I got for you guys is Sentinel's last moments. We've been so locked into this game, watching these teams as they eliminate and supporting the casters there in the background here. But these are some of the earlier kills that you guys did not see from Sentinel. But on the flip end, Nate, it is 9 teams that have not hit that threshold, but definitely can. And we're starting to see those 9 teams build some confidence.
You know, the teams, they get up towards those end game results. It looks so close. It looks so tight. And then one of these teams, they just catch a second win. All of a sudden, the jet lag reverses. Some recursive loop of exhaustion just hits. And they're like, actually, I'm going to pop off and take this game. It's pretty much... It's like an 11-way overtime is where we are right now. And nobody's making field goals. Even that.
These players are pushing their limits, finding out new things about themselves, learning how to close out these games.
About myself here.
Aren't we all? But as you see here, these were the final moments towards the end, and you're going to just slowly start to see Sentinels get it done. Hit play for me one more time over there, Nate. And then this final circle is about to pull in here in 18 seconds. And then the scene right here below the room. But you're going to see Sentinels. They say, hey, you know what? We're just going to fortify up top. It's shields everywhere. It's crates down. If they had to armor swap, they can. But even in this late game situation, you really don't need to. It's just making sure you got heals. Maybe a gold backpack to out-heal the zone if you need to in this situation. But what you're going to say, Sentinels is going to say, hey, you know what? These guys are about to fight inside. We're about to just take a little damage from the storm. And we're going to rush the last remaining player and just clean and just end this round.
That high ground is always so important. Really, I mean, one of the biggest things about any battle royale when you get into this type of situation, being able to be the first mover onto high ground is so crucial. And speaking of crucial, one potentially more game. We'll see if one of these other lower teams are able to step up as we make our way into the next match. Guys, we're going to kick it back over to the casters. Let's see what happens next.
All right, thanks, Nate. Speaking of crucial, Dreadnought, you just brought me a fast dinner. We had in the 10-minute break.
It was delicious. Second wind has kicked in. You were worried about our health. Don't worry, we're fine.
We're feeling a lot better. Here we go. The third 5-game set in these finals, if you will. We're going to keep going now. We have 11 teams on match point. NRG, the newest contender to enter that field.
Yeah, and I believe we also find ourselves with the Sentinels clearly with an opportunity sitting on the top half as well after their pointage. Like the fact that NRG has actually made it here, and we were talking about, I guess I bring it there because the play style of aggression from Sentinels, but left to be desired early on. I'm excited to see what we get from NRG now, and if somehow they can play it different.
Sorry, I stand corrected. I correct myself. Sentinel's in there as well as NRG.
To be honest, at this point with this many hours, I wasn't sure if I had that wrong there, but I'm glad we got it figured out here. 2 new squads, Sentinels, NRG. Let's get game number 11, match 11 here underway.
Here we go. $500,000 still yet to be distributed tonight. We are at 11:20 local time. And we are jumping straight in. Over 6 hours of finals so far. It's a marathon for these teams. Only one can win it, and they need to win on a game win. NRG going where you expect them here to the western side of Bunker.
Going with the traditional split whenever they feel comfortable. Ace going to be the one who checks if anybody's on the backside of this thing. And always safest to make sure your Wraith is the one to risk that positioning, just based on the fact that only one who can comfortably make it out.
One of the shout out to the Observer team, not only for that Pathfinder beacon find, but also the fact that you guys have been going just as hard as everyone here at the event.
Even more so, man. They have to take in everyone's perspective at every point in time.
Watching 60 screens in the back every single game, hour after hour. Huge shout out and appreciation to the entire observing team. Also the analysis desk, the command center, Jump and Rain, and of course every single player in these booths, because this has been, as they said, a test of not only their limits, but also every single aspect of this tournament gameplay.
Sentinels looking good here with their Thunderdome drop. Got to be wondering, based off the circle that we got from NRG, it was a little bit of a glimpse. It looked maybe weighted center and a northern half.
Got a glimpse at Retzi rubbing his eyes here.
Got to focus, man.
Has been playing so long today. Keep in mind, Sentinels did come in from the winner's bracket, so they played 4 less matches than those teams that are in here from the loser's bracket. Now Penta, once again, they've been on match point game after game after game. They're looking good in way of armor, and they want to close it out here, but they've also got a lot of company, 10 other teams with them on match point. We talked about it during the break, during that quick dinner break for you and I. There is a physical max to how many matches can be played, in case you're wondering. Now, it's up for debate what day it will be, what hour of the morning that might be, but certainly a max, but it will require quite a few victories and high performances from the lower sides in order to get to that point where we have a true final game. I'm not going to say anything more about that so we don't jinx that opportunity.
21, I'll jinx it, is the maximum capability.
I'm getting thumbs up from every single production person in the room for not continuing the thought.
Rogue here, having better opportunity than I feel like we've seen from them in the past couple of games. They have been, I mean, it's been tragic. And I don't mean that in terms of their play, but just more the circumstances they've been dealt over and over again after having the most lethal losers final coming into this with a double win. One, I think now sample size of 5 who've been able to get that back-to-back victories.
And you also have to think with every single match, as you take a look at the standings here on the right side of the screen, more and more teams will come in and join the top of that table. Kick now, a little bit of shield guarding. It's FlyQuest who's pushing in. They lost Monsoon. Now trying to win a battle up here northwest at Slums. Shots coming out on the path. Broken. Might go ahead and try to push that. Instead, going to door guard. Yes, indeed. Perfect timing there. Going to try to zip up, get up to the roof real quick.
It's a great opportunity there, an understanding to jam the door the second he looks away. Free opportunity for those shots. Focus fire coming in together, but kick here, question if they can get a res, throw down the Watson trap. Thermite going to deter them. See the door break there, forcing actually Nighties into the second one, but that's going to be Lou dropping here. Zach, the last man for FlyQuest.
See if he can stay alive. FlyQuest once again, the bottom of the table broken. Shield so, and a great little pop from the wingman as well. Really close to that, and that will be FlyQuest taken down at the hand of Kick Esports. Kick all the way down to the bottom of the table with only 23 points. A big win for them as they will try to join the top of the group. Checking in with third impact here. They are in 14th with 42 points. A good performance here would put them on match point as well. And MVP is 1 point away from match point. They would join their South Korean counterparts, Wyvern, in the match point status as well, with any sort of performance here. 1 elimination or any placement, 15th place or higher. Great block those shots there.
Yeah.
Down player.
And this is actually the home
that's
of
how
MVP.
you, that's how you can tell that it's 11:26 p.m. because I thought that those were great shots as the player is not moving at all here. Skull Piercer up.
I think you need to pull a Retzi here real quick.
Might have to give the Retzi eye rub a try.
This is a very common strategy we've seen at this caliber of Apex Legends, though. Anybody who wants to make a wetlands transition towards the center of the map has to deal with whoever owns 2 spines. Most of the time that's been MVP, but it seems like, honestly, since they had that one victory, they haven't been as prone to making the transition towards that area.
And look at Navi in trouble. Misfits as well. Lucido here.
Another roster that has had that near kind of tragic result, but not having near as many points there as we saw from Rogue. Still quite outside our threshold for the 50 points. Moose, though, taking some shots, going to be forced to grapple back. Navi looks like they're the ones striking, looking to get a push. Claws throwing out a couple of shots. I don't think we're going to have Misfit standing much longer. Devotion just poking. Double 2 points of pressure. There's going to be 1. And there's, I was going to say 2.
There we go. Second one does come in. No turbo on that, so it did have to pre-fire to do that much damage. Gets that 1 knock and also some help for the second. Does Navi.
The fact that Navi's already down a member. Ooh, and look at this. 789. I was talking about last game, it felt like that was one of the few times we checked into them in the early stages, and it looked very good when it came to the loop, but this is, you know, if that was good, this is great. Would be the best way to lay that one out here, but Wyvern not too shabby themselves either.
And it's interesting circumstances here because we're getting updates from the command center that Succubus, we saw Misfits, and also FlyQuest are down. So that's 3 teams not at the top of the table that are eliminated and wiped here.
One of our top teams here. First to make it into that match point, bringing back Impulse, the most lethal player, at least into the last round in the entirety of the finals.
And that will also mean there's only 6 teams that are not on match point left in the lobby and 11 teams that are. Could this be the one, Dread?
It feels like it. But you know what? I don't really care if it is. I'm enjoying myself, so we'll find out if it continues onward here. A team with a bit more success here over the loot avenue is going to be that of CLG, taking some shots. No Cocoa Puff backing out, looking to heal. Interesting choice to go with a syringe there. Penta just kind of hanging out here. And supply ship actually dropping next to them. We do know 789 was making a rotation towards the northern half of Swamps. They have 1:50. Oh my. As we take a look at that secondary circle, just to the western side of Wetlands. And so did you see the pings on both sides of that wall? That wall is the divide. We've seen this circle before. We've seen this end game before. If you win one half of that, you can choke out the other as long as you can maintain the high ground. I believe it is the eastern side that has the high ground advantage over that of west. I'll be able to clarify that as we do move in through rounds about 4, 5, and 6.
Gambit here getting cozy. See if we can jump some team comms in the mid game here once teams have to make some moves in just a bit to see, first of all, what's on their mind, but also just how they're holding up in the booth as well.
Absolutely here. First, we got to look at Sentinels trying to take this cage fight, though, and that's really Zom's going to get knocked up on top. Retzi forcing already is into the void. He's going to go ahead and get this low ground kick. One of the few teams not with our match point situation here. Only Knightsy's left. He's getting pinched from 2 different angles. Sentinels going to send that one back to the lobby and continue onward here.
We just got an update that there have been 567 kills in the finals so far. 567.
Absolutely ridiculous.
On that topic, we'll also take a moment to check in with the Apex Predator totals. Looks like still 9 Impulse, Imperial Howl, Selly, and Claws. Right around the same score in the 20s trying to fight for that title. Once again, $8,000 cash prize for that, but these teams are not thinking about that. They are focused on taking this tournament.
Wyvern, they're struggling with their initiation into VP at first. It's going to lead into a knock into 1, but it's actually 2 versus 2 there. The grapple comes out. That's going to be PJ trying to take that. That's a longbow from the hip. It's 2 of them there to get that knock, but not. It's a 1 versus 1. Going to eat a full Peacekeeper, and Wyvern live on.
More unfortunate circumstances from Virtus Pro. Looking at where they left, they were on 47 points. Did not get a look at how many kills any of them played, but because they exited at 16th, I believe, unless it was 15th, it would be either 0 or 1 placement points.
We're going to check in here with the comms of Sentinels as they track down what looks like Wyvern after that.
Don't let him res, don't let him res.
Walk in, study key.
Behind the rock, on me. Falling.
There's some, nice.
Fighting compound, take that or no?
I need sniper stack. First thing, I'm grabbing the loot. Okay. We have someone on beacon, like over here.
We should go here.
Alright, let's blow that down.
Or we can just scrap.
We still have zone on our hill. They're fighting in that building.
Let's go this way.
And sniper sword.
Are they?
It's Navi G2. You want to just walk up, try and get a pick. Don't even push.
Oh, we have zone.
I think he poured it. I think he poured it in the sewer. He just poured it out. All right, what do you want to play?
G2 now only have one member left alive here. It's cool to be able to hear some of the glance of Sentinel. A bit pressured there when it came to the comms. Navi being one of those teams that was pressured. Low HP here. Nice open there. That's going to be G2 Mimu down. I believe one person left as Navi's looking to break and enter here into their territory.
Great.
And that's G2, I think, out here, no longer with us.
It's a great push there from Navi, and of course they're also going to see that.
I don't know who was that final kill. You heard the noise come through, but it's not G2. Still hold their own here, 0-0, with basically 0 and nothing, at least when it comes to the HP bars.
Staying alive here needs to be very careful. A chance that his opponents might have also heard that heal. Looks like that is not the case just yet, as he may have gotten away and will try to fight through this. Penta's still here as well.
All right, so I want to highlight again that kind of area here as we see the circle in the wetlands. Also, it should be noted that Two Spines is going to have a massive advantage, whoever remained up on top of that. I forgot who he glanced at there earlier. Sentinels making their rotation back, maybe going to put focus into that as Gambit, trying to stop the retreat there. But basically, find a way to be able to control one half of those walls. And you're going to find yourself an upper hand. And again, that's Two Spines is going to be very concerning. Here's Wyvern recovering from the battle they had once before. Make their way into round number 3.
That respawn timeout on Charon Payable, we've seen some amazing individual plays out of the Wyvern side. Not crazy to think that they could try to make a run at the late game. And that's what they're going to need to try to do here. Cannot say enough about the resilience and the, wherewithal just for these players to continue playing at this level after this many hours of play.
Soar with the devotion. Look at that ammo count. 400 in the energy economy.
Let that thing rip.
Yeah, and it's going to. It's got about everything you could hope for except for a stock. That it could be one tier better. So things looking good there on the devotion front for Soar, but one of the teams that are still, though they are in our top 13 in this game, they are not past that 50-point threshold.
Look at this spot here also for Gamers Origin, way up top.
Going to be very good towards that wall. And again, you saw them zoning off towards wetlands. And honestly, I feel like, I don't want to say that they're so far ahead that it's their game to lose, but right now, armor-wise, positionally speaking, over the next circle, everything here for Gamers Origin is prime tier for this game to possibly walk away with it. Again, they are in that match point zone.
Very different story for 0-0, who has to rely on the foliage to keep him alive for the rest of this game, as he'll have to fight solo. Checking in with the Na'Vi squad as they continue to move around this northwestern part of the ever-closing ring.
Oh my. So you see it breaks down to where Two Spines is no longer, I believe, going to be available for that next circle. Gamers Origin will have to make a decision to get down from that. And when they do, they need to move through such a tight section that I feel like it's going to force them to use the Wraith Portal. You could say, well, Dread, they can go elsewhere. Well, I'd like to highlight all the shots going around Gambit, which would be in that rotation here as we see TSM trying to find their way upward. They could use the staircase here for some defensive capabilities, especially if Reps wants to drop that generator, but Gambit maybe not going to let him here as they're quick on their heels.
Making the move. You hear shots coming through, but right now going to also just push straight up. Portal up as well. Potentially get them right inside and under, but instead going to push all the way into wetlands.
This is bold. What is he going to find when he gets on the backside of that?
Bold indeed. Did not have a ton of information about what could be on the opposite side of that wetlands wall, but it looks like that portal will be placed.
Not pressured, at least quite yet. Notice how this portal actually exists on both sides of the circle, trying to figure out which side of it is going to be more forgiving than maybe the other. No armor available for 2 of the targets. Actually, Wyvern getting pressured.
Now going to have to try to stay alive is Selly. And this could be tough for the Wyvern side. Popping a Phoenix kit, but back on board with Sentinels. We'll get that revive. And Na'Vi still in the air. Shield's broken.
That's
now
a
massive push in as well. Grapples right up and challenges there. Good shots there with that 99. But look at that in the corner. Soar pushing back. That's going to be a trade.
That was a really good shot trade there, but Na'Vi actually losing themselves. Impulse Class is the last member standing for Na'Vi. The devotion remain committed, but it's not enough. Moffers going to go ahead and bring up RPR here, and things look good for Soar.
Double revive coming in for them. Soar is a team that's on 39 points, as if you needed more teams to add to the list of what we're tracking here of teams that could be on match point next game. Checking in the Gamers Origin, and they are still up top.
I was incorrect. I thought 2 spawns was far enough out here, but no. Still grand positioning here for Gamers Origin. Rogue, though, down 1. Look at them.
Huskers and dropped both on white armor. You got to think Sentinels, it took them quite a while to get into our match point territory, but now that they're here, are they going to capitalize? Can they ride the momentum of the performance we just saw? They won that game number 10, and is that all they needed now to close out the tournament?
Gamma Gaming, meanwhile, only 2 rounds ago, managed to make it to match point, and they had a pretty early exit in our last game. Have to be thankful that they feel like they have a second shot at that champion. Banner here. Look at Sentinels, though. Get very aggressive here towards this top section. They want to make sure they win this and then make the rotation out. 1 minute 13, so that's going to happen. Good opener there. Swaps over to the P2020. Not going to connect.
See if they drop down here. Senox does get knocked. Playing against the door. Retzi and Zombs need to work together here. They can't afford to go down. Too many teams on match points still left in the game.
Yeah, they have an opportunity to shoot through those little cracks if they would like to. They're very concerned about whoever's on the lower section of this, but I can't but feel like if they do that, they're going to risk their positioning elsewhere, so much so that it's probably not going to be worth here. Soar, one of the few teams looking at Sentinels there.
RPR just exchanging wingman shots, spamming into that high ground, making sure no one pokes. Now over to Selly, talking with teammates about what do we do here. I'm on white armor, I'm a solo, and there's 12 squads left. They'll have some time to strategize, decide how they can sneak through, but it's not going to be easy. Third impact also set up. Zombs and Retzi still working together on this rooftop, wondering how and when they want to go into wetlands. They're going to have to get that zip ready.
Oh my. I want to talk about how and when. It's our Bush friend here, 0-0, still with a bit of a dream though. Has to make his way into the circle. Circle is closing. Everybody's going to be forced here together as we got 11 squads, but it's not going to be all 11. When this thing collapses, portal taken now for RPR, taking a glance at a different angle as we lose Sentinels from this round.
And in about 10 seconds, things are going to start to get really thin. And TSM still fighting here from low ground to wetlands.
Albert Laley, the only with purple armor. He might want to look for a zip up at the, oh, not up to the dish, just out of the zone here. Thermite prepping MVP to be shieldless, but it looks like they have enough to be able to shield up. 10 squads now left remaining. They find themselves 1.
Let's see if MVP can do it. Just Raz and Mondo left. Peeking a bit. Has to pop the cell. It's only Raz left now. Look at this. Hal goes down.
Laley's alive though. Reps doing his best there with the flatline. Swaps over to the 301. Keep in mind he's got 25-31 in total when it comes to the ammunition. Ends up taking the zip, now putting him out of position. Questioning, is Imperial Hal going to get res? It seems like Albert Laley turns back for that. Alka from the high ground, the ones threatening him.
And look at MVP, they're back in it. All 3 players back up.
Third impact, the one sitting inside this house. Questioning if they can move up, maybe deal with MVP in the positioning that they have.
0-0. Has moved a bit, as you see, he's relocated. No longer in the wooded area, but now shots coming on Huskers. Only player alive for Rogue, and he is in a tough spot. He will go down. Rogue will be out. 8 squads left.
MVP, though they are here, looking good, posturing up very, very well. They're again not at match point, have no opportunity to become a champion here quite yet. Success in this game is likely enough to put them above that, but TSM, a team who is in that position, armor looking good, defending this low ground. You can tell that they knew this circle was going to be here, and they were prepped and ready to deal with this endgame. TSM looks like they're ready to win this preseason invitational, but who can deny them? Gamer Origin also looking good if they can make a transition in.
Let's see exactly what these, I wasn't sure if those Arc Stars might have gone down to that position that TSM does have.
Gambit as well.
Desperately trying to stay alive here, and it's not looking good for them. Can Artico stay alive on the Wasanel? No. Gambit will go down as well. Think of 3 squads left here.
Yeah, but TSM is one of the ones alive, and they are almost at the win condition. They got to find the other 2 targets to be able to rid of them. Reps will be able to heal up. They do have that low ground. And the movement has to happen in 1:17. You see MVP now trying to take this fight. That's going to be an opportunity for TSM, the third party here. We'll question whether or not they do that. Is both sitting above both that of TSM.
MVP not on match point here. TSM, of course, on match point. We've known that for a long time. We'll find out exactly who this third squad is as well. Still should be G2, I believe.
It's Gamers Origin. So we do have 2 teams who have an opportunity to be able to win this. TSM and Gamers Origin. Who will walk away with the victory here, or does MVP push us into game number 12?
Huddled up, look at that. MP goes down. MVP making the push. Ross has to queue out.
This is an opportunity for TSM.
Let's see here. Now TSM might push in. They get 1 break. They have to pull back. They go down to the low ground again. Going to have to re-shield back up. They pop a bat.
We see Abralele push to that high ground. Already Gamers Origin still without a member. But then Abralele gets punished.
Hal and Reps need to be careful here.
They're reviving too. They're also reviving.
They see the double res, so they think they have enough opportunity. Abralele is back with us.
On me.
Oh, but he's gonna go down.
They get dropped on now. It's all to Reps and Hal. Can they stay alive here? They get some shots, but they don't get the knock. Going for the revive again.
The only way to be able to get up to the high ground is Abralele, though. They can't get up to that roof easily here as MVP seems to be denying everybody. Gamers Origin on the backside of the wall, and MVP with all 3 members alive. They're going to cripple TSM. Can somehow Gamers Origin come around this corner and actually clean up after that point?
And such a mind game here with all 3 teams, of course, having the opportunity to third party. Who will engage first? Who will have to move first? Is this going to close in 10 seconds?
Gamers Origin or TSM? Who will be your champions? Portal out here for TSM. 5 seconds and counting. Bravo. Let's do this.
Here we go. This could be it. 2 teams on match point here. MVP pushing in. Can they get this first knock? Doesn't come in. Ross has to stay alive. Very low HP for the Wraith.
Very early iframe, so that's going to be a big setback there. But MVP is not the one we're worried about. Is they're just a setback here for TSM. Who is going to do it? TSM are your champions.
It took them a while to get to match point. But in the end, they win back-to-back Apex Legends tournaments. Your X Games winners and your winners of the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational.
One of the most respected teams in the Apex Legends community, and understandably so. Every time they are put to a test, they rise to the top of the occasion. They do
An unbelievable weekend. We've seen juggernauts fall. We've seen new heroes rise. We've proven that every region of the world has the capability to do what it takes to win. But at the end of the weekend, at the end of a near 7-hour final, there are 3 members that stand atop the mountain, 3 members that can hoist the trophy, It's none other than TSM. I'm going to start with you, Hal, in the middle. It has been an unbelievable journey. You secured the gold medal at the EXP Invitational. You found your footing, but then you struggled. How did you guys change your mentality to stand on this stage?
We started realizing our mistakes, game after game, and we started improving, literally game after game. We started, getting more points, and we just, I don't know, I'm a loss of words. Our start was horrible. I don't even understand how we even came back from what we, started with.
Alberlelli, you had to step up for your team on multiple occasions. There were very seldom times where TSM had a full 3 members alive, yet every time that was the case, you guys walked around with that victory. How was your shot calling with your other 2 teammates able to clutch those situations out?
Our positioning was all on Jordan and Hal. I just called when we should engage on fights, and I don't know, man. I got no words.
Reps, I stood next to you at the X Games in Minneapolis, Minnesota, with your arm around my waist, the same way that you're doing it right now, or hip, waist, whatever you want to call it. You told me when I asked you, what are you going to do over the next month to prepare? And the only thing you told me was, do it the TSM way. You've done it the TSM way. What do you think?
2-time back-to-back.
All right. I don't need any words. You don't need any action. TSM have done it, and they've done it well. Gentlemen, Reps, Imperial Hal, Alberlelli, I now declare you the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational Champion, and that trophy, it's all yours.
But ultimately, on top of the mountain remains TSM. 3 letters that mean dominance, personify excellence, and TSM, led by Reps, of course, with Alberlelli and Imperial Hal. On his birthday weekend in Alberlelli, they do it again. Back-to-back champions, TSM. Wow. What a finish. What a day. And what action we just saw, the first ever time we've seen this format. TSM struggled early, they recognized it, they adapt, they clutch up when it matters the most, and they are the best team in the world still.
We saw just a few matches ago, Imperial Hal had victory snatched away from his hands, but now they were able to close it out and finish off this weekend strong, taking home yet again another victory.
Not even taking into consideration that Alberlelli is sick. I don't know if you guys saw it, but in that last game, he actually had an ice pack strapped across his forehead, and they were still able to pull out an impressive win.
Crazy performance, channeling his inner MJ here as Alberlelli, the 19-year-old from the Northeast in the United States, Connecticut, New Jersey area. Huge performance from all of TSM, and you see that interview, you hear Bill ask great questions and saying, hey, you said you're going to do it the TSM way. What does that mean to you? All he says, Reps, is back to back. That is the TSM way. You have no idea how much these 3 love playing for this organization, love repping those 3 letters, and boy, do they rep well. TSM took a major risk on this team, on these 3. Yes, they performed well online, but they didn't have any experience prior to this. The TSM scouting proves to be supreme again, and they are your preseason invitational champions.
And I love seeing this. This is the Apex Legends community. Look at the camaraderie. CLG right behind them, congratulating them. We've got Exco, I believe. He was playing with Quasar there also. in good spirits with him. So many players here put it all on the line, and they had to give it up. TSM showed up.
I couldn't honestly be any happier for them. They deserve everything they have. They fought tooth and nail in probably one of the longest finals that they have ever played in. The win is very, very well deserved, but so is the entire experience for everyone that played in finals. Everyone busted their butts all weekend to get where they are today, and it resulted in an amazing final matchup.
As you can see on screen, TSMs are your champions of the arena. However, 80 teams entered. It's crazy to think, but just 2 days ago, we had so many teams competing here, invited for their chance for $500,000. One came out on top. We are, of course, still awaiting the standings to see where everyone else will sit in the total prize pool, but you got to think TSM's on top of the world right now.
TSM is on top of the world, but of course, people that have their crosshairs on them for the next tournament, Na'Vi are looking at them. They are going to want revenge for this because Na'Vi had a stellar performance all day long, along with the likes of Wyvern. Both teams cresting at about 100 points by the end of this entire duration.
Not only Wyvern, but also MVP. We watched them struggle for a massive chunk of the first half of those games, but once they were finally able to turn it around, they put so much pressure on the teams that we kept thinking we're going to pull the win out, and it was just game after game getting shut down by MVP. Good job on them.
And of course, they were just a few kills and maybe a few decisions away from actually forcing a match number 12. Instead, TSM clutches up when it matters. Guess what? I just got word the standings are there. You said Na'Vi, they were 3 points behind TSM. Obviously, wouldn't have mattered, but TSM do it not only by winning the last game, but also being on top in the points category as well. Wyvern right behind with 91 points, followed by Gamers Origin and 789. So, when it's all said and done, North America 1, Na'Vi and Eastern Europe 2, Korea and Wyvern 3. 3 regions, top 3 teams, and just like that, we are set up perfectly for the Apex Legends esports season, where details were shared today. Wow.
This is absolutely insane. How does the math work out like that? Not only do they get the victory, they are also number 1 in points. So, unequivocally, TSM are the best.
Drop the mic, walk off the stage. That's
I'm
all
out.
Jamerson is saying. Well, it was close. A lot of teams had an opportunity to close it out. TSM was one of those opportunities in match number 7 or 8. Of course, that was Imperial Hal in that 1 versus 1 against Gamers Origin, which is a team I have to pay my homage to as well. Placing, I think, 4th or 5th, representing France. They represented very well. So in total, we saw, I think, 5 or 6 different countries represented in the top 5 alone. It's just crazy to think.
Also, we have to build a lot more hype around some of the teams that weren't signed and still had an amazing journey here during the Apex Preseason Invitational. You know what? You've been talking about them all weekend long. I'm going to give the duties to you.
I appreciate that, brother. My sincere endorsement goes out to any orgs out there. I'm sure quite a few are ringing on the phones of 789 as they had an unbelievable show, putting on a show for every single one of us. It started on Friday by winning their winners bracket round 1 outright. They did it again in winners round 2. They did it again in winners bracket round 3, aka the finals, but they could not close it out here in the championship final. However, this is just the beginning for this very young, very new, very talented Team 789 roster from Russia.
Heads turning left and right, left and right. People are looking at them. You got to slide into those DMs right now. Right now.
Get it started. Get it started. Glitter, any thoughts?
Not only is it a good start for 789, but it's a fantastic start for the Apex competitive community as a whole. This just truly illustrated the type of talent you can really bring together at an event when you reach globally. It's not about just big regions here and there. We saw amazing performances from areas that we don't typically think of when you're trying to pull massive, for massive competitive events. I'm so proud of them. I'm proud of 789. I'm proud of Wyvern and MVP. And there were so many EU orgs that were regionally based EU orgs that showed up and played out. This was just fantastic.
That's incredibly true. 5 out of 7 continents represented here, including Australia. Of course, 33 plus countries and nationalities represented. And again, this is just a preseason invitational. It's been a theme all weekend long, but I'll tell you right now how exciting that was. how great the matches were, the players, the personalities, the community binding together. Of course, led by EA and the competitive gaming team of Ghostiami, Shaheen, John Nelson. I think the future is bright for competitive Apex. The future is now.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with that anymore.
Yeah, I'm excited for that future. Of course, what was announced, in case you did miss it, some high-level information. It will be a global affair. It's teams from all around the world. Stars will be made from around the world was the direct kind of statement there. Of course, online and offline competitions. You could expect some more majors like this, and how could you not? I mean, after this event, the storylines, the magic, I mean, you have to keep it going.
I'm so excited. We've also got 2 weeks from now, TwitchCon is going to happen. Twitch Rivals. We're going to see a lot of these names up there, you know. So I'm super excited that we're going to be able to keep this competition going.
That's true. Yeah, I'll be at TwitchCon. I'll go to you'll be there as well. Jamerson,
come and hang out with us?
Gotta make it.
Maybe.
Gotta make it at this point.
All right. You talked me into it. Oh,
it was that easy. I didn't know. I had to
wrench
really
my arm
like
there.
this guy,
Yeah.
honestly. Yeah, clearly. TwitchCon in a few weeks as well. And of course, as announcements start to trickle in, we'll understand more details of the Apex Legends esports season coming up soon. Of course, competitive gaming and Apex really become synonymous at this point.
You're not wrong. I'm ready for it. Are you ready? Are you ready for more 7-hour-long finals? Because this was intense.
It didn't go to 20 matches, like I said. Thankfully.
Somewhere in between, though.
Somewhere in between, you're right. Between the 8 you predicted, the 6 or 7 you predicted, and the 20 I predicted. Crazy. Absolutely crazy finish. I'm ready for so much more. The format was beautiful. And listen, I'm no statistician. I did get an A in stats in college. However, the chances of that happening have to be incredibly slim for a team to not close it out there. I mean, honestly, I think fate was on our side a little bit to tell this story, to really kick off the Apex Legends Esports Pro season.
It was honestly so close. MVP might have been able to put a stop to it. But again, TSM and Gamers Origin right there at the end. Oh, that was such an exciting finish. Such an exciting finish.
I want to pay some respect to some of the other teams that were represented this weekend, of course, in the final especially. North America was 7 teams, like I said. Western Europe with 8. North America had Rogue, TSM, Misfits, FlyQuest, Sentinels, NRG, and CLG. A sincere thank you to each and every one of those organizations for supporting Apex, supporting these players, allowing them to live out their dream. TSM reigns supreme for now, but who knows who will continue with their dominance here in Apex. TSM, I know it means the world to be able to hoist that trophy on behalf of that roster for Reps. He was a huge fan. A lot of respect for him. Your future is bright, Reps. Keep on going. Stay humble, because, man, you are an entertainer. That's for sure. Of course, on the Western European side, we had Penta, Gamers Origin, Soar, Third Impact, Virtus Pro, Kick Esports, and Succubus. And then lastly, in CIS Eastern Europe, 789, Navi, and Gambit. Asia holding it down as well. MVP and Wyvern made it to the Apex final.
Also, by the way, Wyvern not signed, I believe. So, hey, Green Order.
Another shout out.
You know, come on. Hit up your boys.
We're actually getting a chance here to look at some of the replays from that final match. We actually didn't get to see some of this up on the stream anyway, so this is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Kick, honestly, weren't able to get me that bingo. They were that last
Was that the last one you needed?
I needed for my bingo. But you know what? Great effort by them. Great effort by them. Honestly, to be able to make it all the way through the winner's bracket, honestly, a team, another one of those orgs, that like just had a very fun playstyle to watch, especially yesterday.
It really actually ended up playing well into this type of playstyle that we were seeing coming out of the likes of MVP and Wyvern. I feel like there were, even a couple moments where teams like Navi really decided to go very aggressive.
Yeah, it was great to see, honestly. There were so many, at the beginning of the day, remember, when we started the final, it was actually Sentinels who were playing a very aggressive style, and that was a nice change of pace that we were expecting. We were wondering, actually, how many teams are going to play aggressive, how many teams are going to try and go for the placements, and I loved it, that Sentinels were living up to their kind of like bad boy demeanor, we're the ones that are going to push every fight, take the 50-50s. Guess what? It's actually a 70-30 in our favor.
Yeah, but I want to talk about this last play here. We haven't talked a lot of gameplay because obviously we have a winner, but a few decisions away. Gamers Origin doesn't go for the resurrection or the revive, and MVP doesn't push TSM. You wonder if MVP drops on TSM as they had one knocked, if things could have been different. However, shoulda, woulda, couldas can exist. What does exist is one winner, and that is TSM. Great job from them, Raz, Aka, and Mondo doing everything that they can on their end, but look who closed it out. Of course, TSM doing it.
I honestly love the sequence of how this is happening. because we see Gamers Origin, we see MVP, and now we get to see TSM in the final moments, closing it out.
And that's the ice pack on Albert Lilly's head that I was talking about. Because he is not feeling well and was still able to play like that.
Looks like
Is that really a
I might have to adopt that look.
It was like a cold towel to keep his fever down because the man is playing with a fever right now.
I thought he was going for like a Nick Merckx or a Ninja Headband situation there, but no, he literally is keeping his fever down. That is insane. Absolutely insane. I love the hype. I love the passion from these three. They do it again. One from Florida, one from Seattle, and one from Northeast, aka Connecticut. Really touching almost every point of the map there, every corner of the U.S., but what matters the most is they are here in Poland. They're ready to celebrate, and they are the champions. Congratulations again. You see the reaction from TSM on stage, and wow, what a weekend it was. I have to say, it was an honor, an absolute honor. It meant the absolute world to be able to host the desk alongside these two, Jet Set Jamerson, Glitter Explosion. You guys were absolutely amazing. I can't wait to give you a big hug after this. The Apex is here. Thank you all so much for watching, for supporting, and wow, thank you to the players for putting on a show. That's going to be it for us at the desk. We're closing out on our end. However, we have the Apex Predator. We also have Jump on stage with the winners to talk a little bit more about it and close out the show. Thank you so much, guys. Fallout, signing out.
It's not just one Apex Predator. If you thought that having ourselves a 6.5 hour plus grand finals, then of course you have to make sure to highlight the ones that fragged out better than anybody else. And ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves with a 3-way tie for the Apex Predator, sharing that $8,000. We've got 2 members from Na'Vi, we've got Claws and 9 Impulse, and then of course we have Wyvern's Selly standing on stage. I want to ask you guys the first question. You came into this and absolutely demolished throughout the course of the grand finals. You might not have picked up a win, but what's it like sharing the stage with one of your teammates for Apex Predator?
Let me say, so for me it's very warm feeling since I had a really tough decision to quit Quake for a bit, and I had to put some trust in my team, and I trusted that we're gonna achieve huge results with them. So I'm very proud of my team. It's a very warm feeling for me, and I hope we're gonna keep it up.
What about you?
Какой вопрос? Секунду.
Каково это со мной быть лучшим?
I just saw Close is doing frags, so I had to do more. And so I was trying to kill and steal everyone. He was damaging them, I was denying, like a real teammate. He was doing like 100 damage, I was doing like 20, and this was my frag.
Hey, friendly competition, that's what it matters about. Now, Selly, for you and your team came into this as one of the hottest international teams. You might not have won, but you also share the stage for Apex Predator. What's that feel like to you?
다른 칸한 친구와 같이 서 있는 느낌이 어때요?
일단 스크림을 2주 동안밖에 하지 않았는데 그 짧은 시간 동안 아카, 카론프 같은 이런 좋은 팀원들 만나서 기대치 못한 성적 거둬서 정말 기분이 좋네요.
Well, he has a great feeling about playing with other strong players. Apart from that they only trained for 2 weeks. Yeah, this is a great experience for them.
Trained for 2 weeks, excelled. Trained for more, excelled. Every team here excelled at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. 240 players from 31 different countries found themselves here at Alvernia Planet, and only one team walked away with the win, TSM. It's been a fantastic last 3 days of competition from myself, the casters, the command center, the analyst desk, all of the production staff, EA and Respawn. It has been a fantastic time. For that, I thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, until we find ourselves in Kings Canyon again, I bid you goodbye.